Chapter 1: The Arrival of the System. In February, the harsh winter has passed, the earth is full of spring, and the entire Konoha village is thriving. In a Japanese-style wooden house, a 5 or 6-year-old child looked at the scroll in his hand listlessly. When I got closer, although the child was still young, his facial features were neat and delicate, and his tender face showed that he would be a handsome guy second only to the readers in the future. Uchiha Zenglyu stood up, put down the scroll, yawned, and stretched. Bored, he walked slowly to the window, looked at the Hokage rock in the distance, sighed, and said to himself, "Although I like Naruto very much, I can't come here to experience it in person." That's right, Uchiha Zenglyu is not a native of the Naruto world, he comes from China in the 21st century. He just graduated from college and became a member of the 996 Blessing. When he was tired from work, he would watch Naruto to relax. For him, Naruto can be said to be a companion who grew up with him since childhood. Although he has watched it many times, he still likes it. During an overtime work, his heart suddenly hurt so much that he lost consciousness in the next moment. When he opened his eyes again, he had come to the world of Naruto and became a 5 or 6-year-old child. Fortunately, after crossing over, he integrated the memory of this body, which made him know his current situation. Needless to say, the name Uchiha definitely means that he crossed over to Konoha. This is good news for him. Because he crossed over to Konoha, he knows more than other places. Although from the memory, the plot has not started yet. But he understands the personalities of various characters, which can make him make friends with people who will shine in the future, and at least he can get familiar with them. And now is the end of the First Ninja World War, and he, who is 5 or 6 years old, has undoubtedly escaped. But the end of World War I also meant the death of Senju Tobirama and the rise of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. This Hokage and his high-ranking officials were not friendly to Uchiha, and to make matters worse, the parents of this body died in the end of the war. After the original owner learned the news, he was so sad that he died, which benefited the Zenglyu who came through. After Uchiha Zenglyu figured out his identity and the year of his location, he handled the funeral of the original owner's parents, which was also a repayment for occupying the original owner's body. After dealing with all this, for his future safety and food problems, Uchiha Zenglyu began to tidy up the house and began to collect ninjutsu scrolls and money. Although Konoha would regularly pay pensions to solve his daily expenses. But the training of ninjas also requires auxiliary props and some medicinal materials, which all require money to buy. The future of the ninja world is not peaceful. Not to mention the night of genocide, which happened decades later, the Second and Third World Wars were only 10 years apart. If he doesn't want to become cannon fodder on the battlefield and wants to survive, he needs to keep getting stronger. This is back to the original problem. To become stronger, you need to train, and training requires money. So he immediately started to clean up the house, hoping that the original owner's Chunnin parents would leave enough resources. After searching for a few days, he found millions of taels, which was enough for him to practice for several years. But he only found 3 scrolls of ninjutsu, and all 3 were fire escapes, including the kind ninjutsu that can't kill people, such as the Great Fireball. The danger of the Naruto world is self-evident. Although the money is enough for the time being, the gains of ninjutsu are few, which makes his original lazy character prevail. Standing by the window, Uchiha Zenglyu looked at the Hokage rock and the bustling village in the distance. The statue of the third Hokage has been carved. I don't know if I will become the butterfly that flaps its wings and change the plot. Just when Uchiha Zenglyu didn't know what his future would be like, a cold machine sound suddenly flooded into his mind. Ding, the host has been alive for 3 days, the system is binding. 10%. 30%. 70%. 100%. Binding is successful, data is generated successfully, do you want to check it? The sudden voice made Uchiha Zenglyu stunned for a moment, and then he showed a happy expression. The time traveler and the system are indeed standard, isn't the system here? Thinking of this, Uchiha Zenglyu couldn't wait to start studying the functions of the system. He remembered the previous prompts of the system, and silently opened his data panel. Host, Uchiha Zenglyu. Skills, 1 Megatama Sharingan, green, Uchiha Physique, green, cooking, white. Hang-up bar, empty, empty. Combat power, 3, a scum whose combat power has not reached 5. The sharp complaints of the system made him silent, but the 1 Megatama Sharingan the skill surprised him a little. But then he realized that this might be the original owner who opened it unconsciously after learning about the death of his parents. The original owner opened the Sharingan in grief, and was already in grief. He didn't take his last breath, which led to his death. But this was a bargain for him. After figuring this out, he continued to check the functions of the system. Soon, he understood the functions of the system. The full name of the system is Hang-Up System, and the main function is also very simple. Put the skills that need to be hung up in the hang-up column provided by the system, and the skills will automatically upgrade over time. According to the system regulations, skills are divided into white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, and color levels, and each level has 10 levels. After hanging up 10 levels, hanging up one level will make the skill break through the current level. There is no limit to the breakthrough of skills. Even cooking skills can be hung up to the color level as long as there is enough time. The current system only provides 2 hang-up bars, and the hang-up bars will increase as the host's ability improves, and the hang-up speed is proportional to the host's combat power. In short, the stronger the host, the faster the hang-up rate will be. But it should be noted that the system does not provide automatic learning function, and all skills need to be learned or created by the host. After understanding the functions of the system, Uchiha Zenglyu did not think much, and immediately put the Sharingan and Uchiha Physique into the hang-up bar. The system did not disappoint him. Not long after the skills were put on the hang-up bar, he felt that every part of his body was warm, and there was a cool breath flowing in his eyes. This made him guess that the hang-up of the system would not only not have various side effects such as soreness after exercise, but would be extremely comfortable. Chapter 2 Encounter with Little Tsunade. Compared with the system in the time travel novels that Uchiha Zenglyu had read, the system that had no requirements and only consumed the hang-up bar made him extremely satisfied. Now you only need to know the hang-up rate of the system to thoroughly understand the system. The initial version of the system only has 2 idle bars, so it needs more reasonable arrangements. And some skills may have a very low initial level, but no one can tell the potential they contain. The cooking skill filled him with imagination. Cooking ingredients are cooking, and cooking rules are also cooking. It is not certain that the white level cooking skill has become a bug level ability after the system transformation. But compared with the 2 skills that can stably increase combat power, the Sharingan and Uchiha bloodline, the cooking skill is not stable enough, and it cannot be 100% confirmed that it will be a bug ability in the later stage. Moreover, the time required for this skill to play its advantages may cause the speed of becoming stronger to be slow, and it cannot play the greatest advantage of the system. After thinking about these, Uchiha Zenglyu no longer struggled and decided to upgrade the level of Sharingan and bloodline first. After dealing with the system, Uchiha Zenglyu took the money and walked out of the room, ready to go out for a walk and solve the problem of eating. When he first came, because of dealing with his parents' funeral and anxiety about the future, Uchiha Zenglyu was not in the mood to go shopping. Now the arrival of the system not only relieved his inner anxiety, but also gave him the confidence to face the future. Moreover, he had been here for quite a few days. The things he loved in his previous life really appeared in front of him. It would be a pity not to take a good look. With mixed feelings, Uchiha Zenglyu walked slowly to the street. The scene that came into his eyes disappointed him, but the familiar scenery made him dazzled for a while. Although the overall layout is very similar to what he saw in the anime, it is more dilapidated. Now is the end of World War I. Although the war is about to end, the dead will never come back. In this case, there are few people on this street, and the only familiar store is the barbecue queue in the later generations. The famous Ichiraku ramen is nowhere to be seen. The business in various snack bars is not very good, which can also be seen from this that the current situation of Konoha is not very good. Compared with the prosperity of the later generations, Konoha today is in ruins. Uchiha Zenglyu walked on the dilapidated road, and the Uchiha clan emblem on his body made people frown slightly. This situation made him sigh. The reputation of Uchiha was not very good so early today, which must be related to the policy of the second generation Hokage. The Uchiha clan is a clan of love and a paranoid clan. As long as they lose love, they can open the Sharingan according to their talents. The most talented people can even open the Mangekyo Sharingan. But at the moment of opening, the opener will fall into his own world. The most representative ones are Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi. After witnessing the death of Rin, Uchiha Obito was so paranoid that he believed that the infinite moon reading could bring happiness to people, and he didn't care about killing his master's wife. And Uchiha Itachi experienced war and brainwashing, and finally witnessed the death of Shisui, which made him paranoid that the Uchiha clan would cause irreversible. The consequence is the annihilation of the clan. In order to prevent this situation, Tobirama Senju set up a guard team. On the one hand, it allows the Uchiha clan to live in peace, reduce fighting to reduce the fighting will of the Uchiha clan, and reduce the number of people who open their eyes. On the other hand, it is also understood that the Uchiha clan's paranoid character will make them ruthless law enforcers, which will cause reputational damage. Although there are big loopholes in the saying that you can become a Hokage only if you get the approval of everyone, it is not without reason. The Uchiha clan has a bad reputation and has lost the support of the grassroots, so naturally there will be no real Hokage. It must be said that Tobirama Senju's strategy is very superb, but only the Uchiha clan is so stubborn. If the Uchiha clan can restrain their paranoid character and use the guard team to build a good reputation. In this way, even if there is still no Uchiha clan Hokage, they can still occupy a place in the upper echelons. Being calculated without knowing it, seeing their own limitations but not repenting. Although the Uchiha clan is blessed by nature, most of the clan members are immersed in the glory of the clan and are self-contained. Isn't it another kind of bird in a cage? After a round of strolling, Uchiha Zenglyu stopped. The strange looks of the villagers made him lose the motivation to continue strolling. So he turned and walked towards the barbecue queue. This barbecue restaurant opened by Akimichi is also a famous dining place in Naruto. Sarutobi Asuma likes to bring Shikamaru and others to dine here, and Akimika's family who likes to eat can be regarded as a sign for this barbecue restaurant. As soon as he walked into the store, a smell of meat floated into Uchiha Zenglyu's nose, which made him appetite after not eating well during this period. The store is also different from the deserted streets. Many people in ninja costumes are having a lively dinner together. At a glance, there is only a little loli with golden hair who looks very familiar. Uchiha Zenglyu narrowed his eyes and walked to a nearby seat and sat down. After ordering the dishes, she pretended to look at the familiar figure casually. "Mom and Dad, are you leaving so soon? Isn't the war over?" Hearing this, the two adults smiled helplessly and answered the blonde girl's question with a doting voice. "Little Tsunade, Mom and Dad are from the Senju clan, and we must set an example." Before she finished speaking, Tsunade said with tears in her eyes. "No, I don't want it." Second grandpa said the same thing before, "He is a liar. He didn't come back, I hate you." After saying that, Tsunade ran out crying, and this sudden scene caught Tsunade's parents off guard. But the ninja's qualities allowed them to quickly catch up with Tsunade. The man was about to hug Tsunade, but was stopped by the woman. "Let little Tsunade vent. Uncle Tobirama's death made her very sad. We just need to follow behind." Tsunade's father thought it made sense. He nodded and followed Tsunade silently. Looking at Tsunade crying while running, their eyes were red. Sometimes adults always have to be stronger, otherwise who can children rely on? After listening to their conversation, Uchiha Zenglyu also confirmed that this was Tsunade when she was a child. What he didn't expect was that Tsunade had not been very strong since she was a child. Maybe something unacceptable happened later, so she put on a protective color. Tsunade's previous carefree and extremely irritable personality was just a disguise. And in the end, the death of her lover and brother tore through the last layer of defense in her heart, causing a medical ninja to suffer from hemophobia. This has to be said to be an irony. Chapter 3 Surprise. Tsunade is now just a stranger to Uchiha Zinglio, and has no relationship with her at all. Although he liked this character very much in his previous life, he still had to distinguish between reality and virtuality. Tsunade, as the granddaughter of the first and second generations, can be said to be the second generation of fire. If he rashly contacts her, he will get into trouble. Thinking of this, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. During this time, the waiter had already served all the dishes he ordered. Looking at the barbecue on the table, Uchiha Zinglio began to eat. From the beginning, he felt that his body was sending signals that he was eager to eat, so he ordered a table of food. Uchiha Zinglio guessed that it might be because of the AFK system. Although AFK can improve abilities, energy is still needed. He ate a full table of barbecue at a very fast speed. Uchiha Zinglio could even feel the peristalsis of his stomach and intestines, helping him to quickly digest food and replenish energy. He opened the system panel and took a look. The two skills he hung up were improving at twice the speed, which also verified his guess. It seems that replenishing energy can also increase the speed of the system's hang-up. If you want to maintain a fast hang-up speed in the future, you must replenish energy. However, Uchiha Zinglio was quite satisfied. After all, you can eat anything and not get fat, but you can become stronger faster. Where can you find such a good thing? This meal is not only delicious, but also makes him discover the new ability of the system, which makes him very satisfied. Check out. As soon as Uchiha Zinglio's voice fell, the boss handed him the bill in silence. The moment he saw the bill, Uchiha Zinglio's body froze for a while and wanted to cry. He knew that the barbecue would not be cheap because the group of people consuming around him were all ninjas, but he didn't expect it to cost more than 20,000 yuan for two. You should know that the income of an ordinary genin for a D-level mission is only 5,000 to 10,000, and this meal ate up the rewards of 4 D-level missions. However, he looked at the bill carefully and it was not considered that the boss cheated him. After all, the food he ordered was enough for 4 or 5 people. So although the price is a little expensive, it can be barely accepted. After all, it is just a normal meal, and the price per person is only 4,000 or 5,000, but it seems expensive because he eats a lot. However, after paying the bill and leaving the barbecue queue, Uchiha Zinglio decided to cook for himself in the future. If you want to keep the high-speed progress of the idle speed, sufficient food is indispensable. And the monthly pension of his parents is only 100,000 taels, which is not enough for him to eat for a week. Even if the millions of taels left by his parents are not enough for his annual expenses. It should be noted that most of the forests and rivers around Konoha are owned by someone. They are eaten up by the various families of Konoha, and the products in the forest are also prohibited for outsiders to pick at will. In the plot, the Nara clan to which Shikamaru belongs has a large forest for breeding medicinal deer. A large part of it has been converted into a training venue, which is open to the ninjas in the village. In the anime, Uzumaki Naruto can go out fishing for food, which may be agreed by the third generation. Otherwise, everyone knows that there are fish in the river, and you can get a lot of fish by setting a net, so how can the fish sellers sell them? Of course, the Uchiha also has its own forest, but it was turned into a training ground for the Uchiha by the militant faction in the clan. The animals living in it either died or left, so there was no game to catch. However, the village did not completely block this road, and it would be open for a period of time every year. But most of the people who took advantage of this were civilians, and few ninjas went there. If Uchiha Zinglio dared to go there for free, he was sure that he would not have a good time with the Uchiha clan. So if you want to get the products around Konoha for free, you can give up this idea. After returning home, Uchiha Zenglio picked up the ninjutsu scrolls scattered on the table and checked them again. These scrolls are 2 C-level ninjutsu, fire style, Great Fireball technique and fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. The remaining B-level ninjutsu, fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique, these are the inheritance left by the original parents. These 3 ninjutsu are almost standard for the Uchiha clan. The Great Fireball and the Phoenix Flower are learned by the Genin, and the Great Dragon Fire is learned by the Chunnin. As for why there is no chakra guidance technique, it may be too basic, and it will be taught both in the clan and in the ninja school. For Uchiha Zenglio, the existence of the autoplay system allows him to upgrade his abilities unconditionally. But this ability still requires his own learning or creation, otherwise the skills will not appear out of thin air. And compared to the abilities within the bloodline, this kind of ninjutsu scroll contains the knowledge of ninjutsu. He doesn't know yet that the system upgrade ability only allows him to improve his abilities, and whether the accompanying knowledge is improved together. So all this requires him to do experiments well in order to make better use of the system. Just when Uchiha Zenglio was thinking, a larger warm current passed through his body, making him squint his eyes unconsciously and enjoy it. This warm current came and went quickly, but after the warm current disappeared, he could feel that his body seemed to have become stronger. This made him thoughtful, and he opened the system panel casually with some surprise. Host, Uchiha Zenglio. Ability, 1 Megatama Sharingan, green, LV1, Uchiha Bloodline, green, LV2, Cooking, white. Hang up bar, 1 Megatama Sharingan, Uchiha Bloodline. Combat power, 5, a scum with a combat power of only 5. Although the system's complaints are still sharp, this can't hit Uchiha Zenglio's joyful heart. Just going out for a meal, the skills have been upgraded. Although sufficient nutrition can speed up the improvement of ability, this speed is already very fast. Moreover, the combat power has increased from 3 to 5, which seems to be not much, but if calculated by percentage, it has almost doubled. After being happy for a while, Uchiha Zenglio calmed down. He didn't expect the system to be so powerful, although it will be more and more difficult to upgrade in the future. But at this rate, he may be invincible before he graduates from the ninja school. The rapid increase in ability also made Uchiha Zenglio feel ambition. He lived in that peaceful country in his previous life. He had never experienced war and knew how beautiful peace was. So he also wanted to bring peace to this world that once brought him joy and moved him. Uchiha Zenglio wanted to become a Hokage, truly change this continent, let it run according to his will, and hang the so-called nobles and daimyo on the trees. Uchiha Zenglio thought about this grand goal in his heart, but the reality was cruel. He lay lazily on the tatami, turned over, scratched his head, sighed, and muttered to himself. It's too tiring to achieve this goal, I don't want to work. 996. Chapter 4 Harvest. There are too many things to do to achieve this ideal. 996 may not be enough, 007 is possible. This reminded Uchiha Zenglio of when Uzumaki Naruto was the 7th generation Hokage. He was so busy that he even used the shadow clone. Moreover, if he really did this, he would not only deal with the affairs of Konoha village. Thinking of this, the lazy Uchiha CEO shuddered. He was full of resentment towards Chijulai in his previous life, and he didn't want to be like this in this life. Is there any way to have the best of both worlds? Thinking about it, Uchiha CEO thought of what happened when he had just eaten. A flash of inspiration flashed through his mind. By the way, I can be a hands-off shopkeeper. Uchiha CEO wanted to be a Hokage, but didn't want to be tired, so he had to leave the work to others. For example, Tsunade, his first reaction was that Tsunade was the 5th generation Hokage and a capable talent. Although sometimes unreliable, but generally speaking, it was pretty good. Not to mention that there are people like Orochimaru who can create a sound village alone in the outside world. Konoha actually has a lot of talents, and each of the 3 ninjas can manage a ninja village. There are also White Fang, the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, Heitake Kakashi, and so on. So after becoming the Hokage, you can leave the trivial things to other people. An Uchiha Seiryu only needs to control the direction and use his strength to support this goal. Just like when the first Hokage Senjo Hashirama wanted to establish a ninja village, end the warring states period that lasted for thousands of years, and achieve peace in the ninja world. At that time, there must have been people who opposed this proposal because their interests were damaged, but was it useful? Under the joint efforts of Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama, who in the ninja world at that time dared to say no? Maybe he raised an objection on the first day, and committed suicide by being hit by dozens of kunai in the back on the second day. There was no need to bother the two of them to take action, because their own people would be destroyed. Susanoo Buddha, two people destroy Shikoku is not a joke. If you really dare to disagree with Senjo Hashirama's opinion, you are not afraid of forcing him to destroy the rest of the countries and eliminate the opponents, and then establish a ninja village. When the two strongest people in the world stand together, all opponents will shut up. What Uchiha Zenryu has to do is to be invincible and to fight against the country with one person. This is not difficult for him. The existence of the system has reserved the throne of heaven for him. It may only take a few years, or even faster, for the existence of the system to reach a point that no one can reach. Now the important thing is to publicize your own ideas and get others' recognition. Otherwise, even if you use invincible force to conquer the world, it is meaningless if no one comes to serve you. If he can't pull the three ninjas and Bai Fang and others into his team, he can't be a hands-off boss. Could it be that Uchiha Zenryu learns from Naruto and uses shadow clones to work overtime? This kind of life is not what he wants. Although this is not difficult for Uchiha Zenryu, things must be done, and the plan will progress. Think of throwing things to Bai Fang and the fourth generation in the future, while he is idle and talking about love with Tsunade. Uchiha Zenryu sat up straight and worked hard for a better life in the future. Picking up the scroll of the Great Fireball, he read it carefully. At this time, it was already dark. The lights in Uchiha Zenryu's house slowly lit up, telling of his efforts. Time passed quickly. Since the day when Uchiha Zenryu awakened his ambition and decided to become a Hokage, more than half a month has passed. During this period of time, Uchiha Zenryu never left the house except to buy food outside. On the one hand, he is an adult in his heart after all, and he can't play with children at all. On the other hand, there are no entertainment activities in Konoha now. Although there are some modern equipment, it is completely incomparable with the 21st century. And although the war is about to end, the dead are dead after all, and funerals can be seen everywhere. The whole Konoha is now in a sad atmosphere, and some small celebrations on weekdays have also been cancelled. These two reasons made Uchiha Zenryu lose interest in going out to play. However, he did not gain nothing during this period. Host, Uchiha Zenryu. Abilities, 1 Megatama Sharingan, Green, LV8, Uchiha Bloodline, Green, LV10, Fire Style. Great Fireball Technique, Green, Fire Style. Phoenix Flower Technique, Fire Style. Great Dragon Fire Technique, Cooking, White. Hang Up Column, 1 Megatama Sharingan, Uchiha Bloodline. Combat Power, 15, don't look at the breakthrough of 2 digits, it's still scum. First of all, there are 2 hang-up abilities, among which Uchiha Bloodline has been upgraded to LV10. As long as it breaks through a level, it can be upgraded to the blue level. I believe there will be a relatively large improvement at that time. The improvement of this skill not only makes his body stronger and more sensitive, but also improves his talent. The evidence is that Uchiha Zenryu quickly completed his studies, and he learned all 3 ninjutsu scrolls left by his parents within a week. Although these 3 ninjutsu are only roughly proficient and not very powerful when used, this does not prevent them from being used in the future. The improvement of his bloodline also improved his talent, making him more adept at learning ninjutsu. The improvement of talent also improved learning efficiency in disguise, and complemented the system. Naruto is also called the Legend of the Eyes and the Affairs of the Otsutsuki family. In this world, the purity of bloodline can really improve the upper limit of a ninja. So this kind of thing made Uchiha Zenryu happy for a while. The improvement of Sharingan is slower than bloodline. This may be because the food we usually eat strengthens the body, so the acceleration of the system is given to the bloodline, so it is a little slower. But it doesn't matter, this speed is already very fast. In his calculation, according to the current speed, Sharingan may be improved in half a month. But today, Uchiha Zenryu had to step out of his comfort zone and come to Konoha. Recalling what happened this morning, Uchiha Zenryu was still somewhat complacent. At that time, Uchiha Zenryu was resting, and a knock on the door woke him up. Along with the knock on the door, there was also a strange voice, and the owner of the voice sounded like a young man. "Is there anyone in the house? I am Uchiha Shien, and there is something in the clan to inform you." Hearing this, Uchiha Zenryu was a little confused. After all, he hadn't been out recently, and the parents of the original body didn't have any close friends, so how could someone from the clan come to see him? But he still opened the door. This is the Uchiha clan land. No one would be stupid enough to pretend to be Uchiha here to do bad things. Chapter 5 Uchiha Shien. "Excuse me, are you Uchiha Zenryu?" As soon as the door was opened, a young man looked at Uchiha Zenryu and asked directly. Uchiha Zenryu scratched his head and yawned, looking at the person in front of him in confusion. "Does the clan have anything to ask me?" Uchiha Shien was very polite, completely different from the average Uchiha, and a little familiar. He first indicated that this was not the place to talk, and after Uchiha Zenryu made way behind him, he walked into the house, as if he was the owner here. After walking into the house and sitting down, Uchiha Shien spoke. "It's like this, in order to respond to the policy of the second generation, the clan decided to let you go to the ninja school. Of course, we won't treat you unfairly. We will increase your clan pension by 100,000 taels per month, and when you graduate, we will give you a B-level ninjutsu. Yes, the current era is different from the future, and ninja schools are not optimistic. In the current era, the ninja clan still has the old ways, and the clan cultivates its own bloodline. The ninja school created by the second generation popularized education, broke the monopoly, and gave civilians a chance to change their fate. It's like a super school suddenly appeared in reality, but this school is a military school. When there is a war in the future, you will need to participate in the battle. If this opportunity appears in front of you, how will you choose? What's more, if the ninjas can't hold on the battlefield, these civilians can't protect themselves either. So although many civilian ninjas have no talent, they can only be middle and lower ninjas for life. But for them, this is already a class leap, and they are willing to enter the ninja school to study. Moreover, the people trained in the ninja school will pay more attention to teamwork than those trained by the ninja clan themselves. The teamwork here is not the simple cooperation of a few people, but a larger-scale group operation. If the strength of one person does not crush the rest, the strength of the team will always be greater than that of an individual. The ability of the ninja is indeed suitable for single-person actions. But on the battlefield, there are not so many special operations. If the front can't hold on, the front line will collapse directly. Could it be we have to wait until the enemy reaches Konoha before confronting him head-on? So the ninja clan will eventually let their clan members go to the ninja school to study, and then use their free time to teach them the secret techniques of their clan. This will achieve twice the result with half the effort and make people grow faster. In order to promote the ninja school system, the second generation even selected a few people from the ninja school graduates as direct descendants. The people who ate the first bite of the cake were the high-level people like Sarutobi Shimura in the future. In the era of Sarutobi Hiruzen, those who entered the ninja school were considered to be labeled as Hokage. So for the future of their own clan, no matter from which aspect, the ninja clan can only go to school obediently. As for what some old antiques said, ninja schools are training cannon fodder, which is not wrong. However, once the war comes, the people trained by your ninja clan are just cannon fodder. At that time, can you avoid the war and not let your clan members go to the battlefield? At that time, it is foreseeable that each ninja clan will fight against each other and be defeated one by one. Otherwise, other countries would not have followed Konoha's example and established ninja schools. Of course, they cannot see these now. They will only stubbornly believe that ninja schools are not as good as their own. Now, in order not to offend the Hokage, they will naturally respond to the Hokage's policy and arrange for some clansmen to enroll. Those who are arranged to join the ninja school are in a state of being half abandoned, so the family will give some compensation. The reason why it is called a state of half abandonment is that if you are not cultivated in the clan, you will naturally not have friendship with your peers. In the future, when the people of these families grow up, no matter what benefits they have, they will not think of you. So in the current era, entering the ninja school to study can be regarded as a signal that the family does not value it. Most of these arranged clansmen are orphans, because orphans have no backing and are easy to bully. In the final analysis, every world is like this, and persimmons will always find soft persimmons to pinch. But entering the ninja school is actually a good thing for Uchiha Zenryou, not to mention the various hidden benefits of entering the ninja school. Uchiha Zenryou was still worried about how to approach the talents in the plan, especially Tsunade. The relationship between Uchiha and Senju was not very good. If he went to Tsunade carelessly, he might be beaten by the Senju clan. The news brought by Uchiha Shien was like a pillow sent to someone who was sleepy. After all, according to the information in the anime, it can be confirmed that Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya will all enter the ninja school to study. And the Heitake clan where White Fang belongs is not a big clan. According to calculations, Heitake Sakumo should also be studying in the ninja school. For Uchiha Zenryou, joining the ninja school will give him the opportunity to contact these people openly. So he couldn't help but laugh when he heard Uchiha Shien's words. Not only did he provide a plan to implement his plan, but he also gave him generous compensation. The Uchiha clan members who used to dislike him also became kind at this moment. Uchiha Zenryou, who was holding back his inner joy and wanted to know if he could make up for it, said somewhat frustratedly, "Is the clan going to give up on me?" Uchiha Shien was a little flustered when he heard this, and he didn't look arrogant at all like the Uchiha clan. At this time, Uchiha Zenryou was only 6 years old. When a 6-year-old child looks at you pitifully in front of you, not to mention that you know he has just lost his best family, anyone with a conscience must feel uneasy, so Uchiha Shien hurriedly explained. "That's not the case. How could the family give up on you? You can come to the clan to study after school or on holidays. It won't have a big impact." These were naturally not what Uchiha Zenryou wanted. He looked at Uchiha Shien's flustered expression and decided to perform to the end. After making up his mind, his eyes suddenly turned red. He stood up and looked up at Uchiha Shien pitifully and asked, "Really? Can you give me a little more compensation? For example, can you give me some medical knowledge?" Uchiha Shien was even more panicked by his acting, and he agreed immediately. Really, I have some basic medical knowledge, I will compensate you personally, but what do you want these for?" Uchiha Shien calmed down a little and looked at Uchiha Zenryou with doubts. Uchiha Zenryou not only did not panic after hearing this, but acted even harder. "Uncle, I want to be a medical ninja and treat everyone, so that they will not die and can go home to reunite with their families." After saying this, Uchiha Zenryou's slightly red eyes slowly crossed 2 lines of tears, which made Uchiha Shien feel a little distressed. He walked up and touched Uchiha Zenryou's head, soothing him for a long time before speaking. "What a good child, don't worry, I will send you the medical knowledge in the evening." "Thank you, uncle." Hearing this, Uchiha CEO stopped crying, wiped his eyes, and thanked him with a twitch. Even the Oscar winner would give a thumbs up to this acting skill, saying that this little golden man should be awarded to Uchiha CEO. After a long while, seeing that Uchiha CEO had recovered, Uchiha Shien stood up and prepared to leave. When he reached the door, he turned around and looked at Uchiha CEO for a while, and didn't say anything else, just nodded to him and left. Uchiha CEO frowned, he felt that Uchiha Shien might have seen something, but he couldn't be sure. But he didn't continue to think deeply for a while. After all, it was not too much to ask for medical knowledge to learn. Even if his acting skills were seen through, at most he would be disgusted by Uchiha Shien. However, Uchiha CEO felt that Uchiha Shien, who did not appear in the original plot and had a different way of doing things and personality, would help his future plans. Chapter 6 Ninja School Assessment. As for what medical knowledge is needed for, it is naturally for future plans. It is very appropriate to use medical knowledge as an excuse to get close to Tsunade, and getting close to Tsunade will naturally get close to Jiraiya and Orochimaru. What Uchiha Zenglyu said to Uchiha Shien just now was not a lie. He made himself a very talented medical ninja in the early stage. Doing so will not only avoid unnecessary fights and reduce troubles, but also make the third generation and other senior officials relax their vigilance. An Uchiha with only medical talent will naturally be more reliable than an Uchiha with the talent of opening the Mangekyo. This can also get close to the talents in the plan. After all, the third generation also took a fancy to these people, and Tsunade and the other two were even accepted as his apprentices. Moreover, the AFK system can unconditionally improve the ability. If nothing unexpected happens, as long as he is AFK for a short time, his medical ability can surpass this era. A doctor who can save your life may be the only doctor who can save you. As for a doctor who is the best in the ninja world, no one will offend him unless there is a special reason, and he will be more respected. Uchiha Zenglyu walked on the streets of Konoha and saw many adults taking their children to the direction of the ninja school. Some children looked longingly, imagining their future ninja career, and excitedly pulled their parents' hands and kept moving forward. But his parents looked at their children with complicated faces, and some parents even regretted halfway and left with their children. After all, the casualty rate of ninjas is still very high, especially this ninja world war is even more cruel, and 6 out of 10 civilian ninjas died. Moreover, ninjas are also a high-income group. Even if they can only become a genin, their monthly income will be much higher than that of civilians. Entering the ninja school and becoming a ninja may be the fastest and fairest way for these civilians to cross the class. So for these parents, they hope that their children can enter the ninja school smoothly, but they are also worried about whether their children will be sacrificed in the future. Uchiha Zenglyu followed the crowd and soon saw a familiar building. The ninja school appeared in front of him. The ninja school at this time was no different from the later generations. On the red gate, a big word ninja was hung on it, and there was a sign next to it. Retracting his gaze, Uchiha Zenglyu slowly walked into the ninja school. As soon as he walked in, he could see a ninja in Konoha uniform, registering the children who came to register. And next to him, there was also a ninja who was maintaining order and reminding loudly. Go faster, the registered children should go to the playground inside to wait for the assessment, and parents should not go in. Uchiha Zenglyu wore the Uchiha clan emblem, so he naturally would not register with these civilians. His name had been registered in the clan and sent to the ninja school. Now as long as he passed the assessment, he would be divided into classes. This was also a small privilege of the ninja clan. Following the direction pointed by the ninja who maintained order, Uchiha Zenglyu came to the playground to prepare for the assessment. Hundreds of children gathered together on the playground, and the chattering sound broke the sky. Although there were many people and it was chaotic, Uchiha Zenglyu still recognized Tsunade in the noisy crowd at a glance. And next to Tsunade, there were several children from the Senju clan gathered together. They talked and laughed, and did not take the test seriously at all. After all, the entrance examination is nothing more than a physical fitness test, or a test of how fast the chakra is condensed. For the ninja clan, especially the Senju, there is definitely no lack of physical fitness. Even if you have not learned chakra guidance, you have heard of it. If you really have no talent, you will be screened out at birth. Not far from them, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were also waiting for the test. At this time, the three did not know each other, but in the future, they will be bound to each other and become close friends. In the end, the three will go on different paths because of their different ideas, but this one maybe there will be a different ending if Uchiha Zenglyu is here again. Just when Uchiha Zenglyu was still looking for familiar people, a loud whistle made him look over unconsciously. I saw a ninja with a scar on his face holding a whistle and walking towards here with a terrifying look. Stop making noise, the assessment will officially begin now. Gather now, form a team of 50 people to participate in the physical fitness assessment, whoever makes noise will go out and be disqualified from the exam. The terrifying face and threatening tone made the playground quiet suddenly, and some people unconsciously began to do it. Those children from the ninja clan were naturally not afraid, but there was no need to make trouble, so they also consciously cooperated. After a while, the messy playground became quiet, and the crowd automatically divided into teams of 50 people. Seeing this scene, the scarred ninja relaxed his expression, but still had a stern face. My name is Doki Satoshi, and I'm your examiner for today's physical test. Stand next to me and start the test on the track. He waved his hand and motioned for people to follow him. Let me tell you the standard. The basic qualification for admission is to run 10 laps in 10 minutes. Secondly, the faster you run, the higher your score will be, and the better your class placement will be. Let's get started. After the physical test, remember to go to the room behind me to take the chakra extraction test. It's quite simple, not difficult. But if you want to be in the same class with Tsunade, you still have to be careful not to hide too much. After hearing the test standards, Uchiha Zenglyu had a plan in mind. He would follow the first echelon later, otherwise he would not be able to enter the elite class. Just as he was thinking, a green figure caught his attention. A dark green jumpsuit, shiny hair, and shining teeth made many people look at him with strange eyes. Uchiha Zenglyu also showed a different look, but with a little surprise. I didn't expect that Might Dai would also enroll at this time. With a mortal body, he could compete with an external plug-in. The 8 gates of the ninjutsu, the Might Father and Son are really amazing. Then he saw Might Dai's poor performance. Although he was not at the bottom, he just barely completed the assessment. Uchiha Zenglyu was not surprised. Might Dai's talent was not good, otherwise he would not be an all-round genin in the future. In the future, he was able to beat the 7 ninja swordsmen to death or escape because of his 20 years of consistent training. However, today is also the first step of the plan. Konoha is really full of talents. We can't let the 3rd generation ruin everything. Then, it was Uchiha Zengyu's turn to test. He stretched his muscles and walked to the runway. Chapter 7 Encountering Uzumaki Mito. The sun gradually climbed to the highest point, and the hot sun shone on the earth, making people sweat. As time went by, the test of the ninja school soon ended. As the invigilator announced that the test results were out, a large group of people squeezed out of the test playground in a noisy manner. Uchiha Zenglyu naturally would not rush this time. He waited until everyone had almost dispersed before coming to the bulletin board of the ninja school. At this time, many people had gathered next to the bulletin board. Some people looked excited, while the children who were not on the list looked frustrated. As he expected, his name was on the enrollment list of the Elite Class 1. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade also entered the Elite Class 1, and only Might was in the ordinary class. This result was also in line with his expectations. Although Jiraiya and Orochimaru did not belong to the ninja clan, they were still very talented. There was no need to say much about Orochimaru. Although Jiraiya was a tail before signing with Myoboku Mountain, he was also the tail of the elite class. And he had a lot of chakra, so much that it was ridiculous, otherwise he would not be qualified to practice the sage mode. Looking at the sky, it was already noon, and it was too late to go back and prepare lunch. It just so happened that today he received a lot of compensation from the clan, so Uchiha Zingliu decided to indulge himself and go to barbecue for a good meal. He rushed to barbecue and opened the door curtain and walked in. As soon as Uchiha Zingliu walked into the store, the boss walked up to him with a smile on his face and ordered food for him. Last time he came here to eat, he spent more than a group of people, so the boss would naturally be very happy. Uchiha Zingliu ordered the food calmly. After all, he spent his own money, and he would only smile if it was free. There were many people in barbecue today, and the tables were full. Most of them came to celebrate their children's successful enrollment. At this moment, a young woman with blood-red hair tied in a bun walked into the store with Tsunade. "Grandma, I got into the best class, how are you going to reward me today?" Tsunade jumped to the side of Uzumaki Mito, and her happiness was self-evident. Obviously, Tsunade's grandmother, the young woman with red hair, is Uzumaki Mizuki. There is no doubt about it. Uzumaki Mito squatted down and gently touched Tsunade's head. Seeing that there were people sitting around, she felt a little distressed for a while. Then her eyes lit up, and she saw Uchiha CEO who was alone, and pointed at him and said, "Then I will introduce a handsome boy to you." After that, regardless of Tsunade's awkward expression, she took her to Uchiha CEO. "Handsome boy, do you mind sharing a table? Other places are full, how about I treat you this time?" Uchiha CEO, who was eating melons, suddenly felt numb, eating melons and becoming melons after all. It turns out that Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina in the future have such fierce personalities, they all learned from Uzumaki Mito. However, when he heard Uzumaki Mito say that he would treat them, his face suddenly turned from gloomy to sunny, and he smiled cheerfully. "Sure, beautiful big sister and cute little sister." Seeing Uchiha Zingliu's smile, Uzumaki Mito always felt that something was wrong, but she was very happy that Uchiha Zingliu called her beautiful sister. So she didn't care too much about this little problem, just treating her to a meal. This street was hers, and she was not interested in money. Pulling the reluctant Tsunade to sit opposite Uchiha Zingliu, Uzumaki Mito asked with some pity. "The handsome boy is also enrolled this year, which class is he in?" She saw that Uchiha Zingliu was so young, so he came here to eat alone. Combined with the war that just ended, it is likely that both parents of this child have died. So Uzumaki Mito naturally wouldn't touch this bad luck. After living for decades, she still has this wisdom. Uchiha Zingliu was looked at by Uzumaki Mito with a question mark on his face, but still answered her question. "I also enrolled this year and entered the elite class 1. Tsunade was also a little surprised at this time. She didn't expect that Uchiha Zingliu was in the same class with him. Although her friends didn't go to ordinary classes, they were all in the relatively poor elite class too. But she was still a little unhappy in her heart, and pouted her lips and said to Uzumaki Mito, "Grandma, look at the family emblem on him, he is from the Uchiha clan." Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito's expression suddenly changed, and said to Tsunade with a serious face, "This is your fault, Tsunade. I can understand that there are discordant voices in the clan. After all, we have fought with Uchiha for so long. But you can't, you are the granddaughter of Senjo Hashirama, and everyone will look at you. Uchiha is also a member of the village. You must accept Uchiha by example, otherwise your great-grandfather's lifelong wish will be ruined, right?" After saying that, Uzumaki Mito turned around and said to Uchiha Zingliu with an apology, "I'm sorry, Tsunade is still young, and these principles may not be understood very well. I see that you seem to like this restaurant very much. How about this, you don't have to pay for your meals in the future, and the bill will be kept by me." Tsunade, who was standing by, looked at Uzumaki Mito's serious expression. Although she didn't quite understand the reason, she still apologized to Uchiha CEO. "I'm sorry, please forgive my mistake." Looking at the two people, one big and one small, apologizing to him, Uchiha CEO said quickly, "It's okay, don't be so serious." These words naturally wouldn't make Uchiha CEO angry, not to mention that he was half abandoned by the Uchiha clan. His vision would not be limited by the clan, but he didn't expect Uzumaki Mito to have such a broad mind. Don't look at Uchiha standing alone in Konoha, as if he was extremely xenophobic and couldn't integrate well into the village. In fact, the real situation is just the opposite. It's that the village can't accommodate Uchiha, which will lead to a war between Uchiha and Konoha. The original intention of Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara to establish Konoha was to allow every child of the ninja clan to grow up healthily. Senjo Hashirama had this ideal, so he would not exclude Uchiha, and under his influence, no one would exclude the Uchiha clan. But later, he and Uchiha Madara went against each other. The battle between the two caused Senjo Hashirama to be seriously injured and died soon after. This directly caused Konoha to lose its ability to suppress the ninja world, and indirectly led to the arrival of the war. So Konoha inadvertently excluded the Uchiha clan. This was incompetent anger, but it was also understandable human nature. After all, so many people died in the Ninja World War, and the lovers, parents, or children of these dead people would naturally be angry with others. The anger in the village, the conspiracy of Senjo Tobirama and the arrogant character of the Uchiha themselves made this clan incompatible with the village. It was just that Uzumaki Mito, who should be angry with the Uchiha the most, chose to maintain the overall situation. This courage and magnanimity made Uchiha Zenglio look at him with admiration. Chapter 8 Uchiha Seiryu's Proposal. Seeing Uchiha Seiryu accept the apology, the atmosphere between the three of them eased. Is it true what the beautiful sister just said, that I can come here without paying in the future? Uzumaki Mito naturally wouldn't just talk nonsense. She nodded and said, of course it's true, but you can't come every day. Eating barbecue every day will make your nutrition unbalanced. This good thing suddenly came to him. Uchiha Zenglio was naturally very happy. But he had a plan, and an activity he saw in his previous life immediately made him think about it. Uchiha Zenglio was tangled at first, and after a long time he said reluctantly, although the unlimited meal tickets promised to me by the beautiful sister are very tempting, I have a proposal. I hope you can agree to it. His words aroused Uzumaki Mito's curiosity. She wanted to know what Uchiha Zenglio's proposal was, so she asked, what suggestions do you have, little friend? Tell me and let me hear if it can be realized. It's like this. Although I'm not rich, I can occasionally come to eat barbecue. But the children in the orphanage are not as lucky as me. It's better to give this opportunity to the children in the orphanage, and exchange the money for resources to donate to them. Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito was stunned for a moment and then deeply moved. Obviously, he did not expect Uchiha Seiryu to make such a suggestion. How did you come up with this proposal? What made you have this idea? Although he was very moved, Uzumaki Mito was still a little confused. How could such a young child have such an idea? Uchiha Seiryu had thought of the explanation early. Seeing Uzumaki Mito asked this, he said with a sad face. After my parents passed away some time ago, I actually wanted to go to an orphanage for a while. But when I really went to the orphanage and learned about it, I didn't have this idea. Life there is not good. The shortage of supplies makes the children there malnourished and look skinny. No one has a smile on their face. The whole orphanage is full of a depressing atmosphere. This makes me feel very uncomfortable, so I didn't go there. I thought, if we can get the people in the orphanage to have a meal together and have fun, maybe it will improve the depressing atmosphere there, and let the children eat something good to improve their nutrition. I have experienced the pain of losing my relatives, so I can understand the difficulties of those orphans. It is pitiful to have no relatives, and suffering cannot always fall on one person, so I came up with such an idea. Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito could no longer hold back her inner emotions, and stood up and looked at Uchiha Zenglio. Tsunade on the side also looked at him silently, feeling a little guilty for her prejudice just now. After a while, Uzumaki Mito, who was looking at him, walked to his side. She touched Uchiha Zenglio's head, with a kind smile on her face. What a good child, your proposal is accepted by your sister. And the things I just promised to give you will not be less, so come and eat with confidence in the future, this is what you deserve." At this time, Uzumaki Mito was really moved. Uchiha CEO's proposal gave her a different idea. She originally came here just because there was no empty seat, and Uchiha CEO's appearance was very lovable. So she came here to share a table to eat together, but she didn't expect to meet such a unique and kind Uchiha here. He is just a child who has just entered school, and his parents are gone, so his family conditions must not be very rich. Even in this predicament, he can still give his kindness to strangers, which is something that only very few people can do anywhere. It is precisely the truth, kindness, and beauty of these very few people that can most touch people's hearts and move people. Even Uzumaki Mito, a woman who has gone through war, fell under this beautiful humanity. If Uchiha CEO hadn't said this proposal, the three of them might have been familiar strangers after the meal. But after this proposal came out, Uzumaki Mito even wanted Uchiha CEO to be her grandson. For a moment, Uzumaki Mito looked at Uchiha CEO with a strange look in her eyes. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. At this moment, the dishes ordered by Uchiha CEO were served. The waiters came and went, and dishes were served to the table. As more and more barbecues were served, Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade became curious. When the last dish was served, the whole table was covered with barbecues. The barbecues on the table exuded an alluring aroma, and the translucent fruit platter made people want to take a bite. Tsunade swallowed her saliva when she saw so many dishes in front of her. She couldn't help but wonder if Uchiha CEO could finish them, so she asked, "Can you finish all the food you ordered? Do you want me to help you eat some? Wasting is not a good behavior." Uchiha Zinglyu heard this and said something calmly that surprised the two of them. "Don't get me wrong, I ordered all of these. I have a big appetite, so I can finish them all. Then..." He looked at Tsunade and continued, "But if you want to eat, you can eat together." Tsunade blushed a little when her little thoughts were exposed, but seeing the food in front of her disappear quickly in Uchiha Zinglyu's mouth, she let go of her embarrassment and joined the battle for food. Uzumaki Mito was also a little surprised when she saw Uchiha Zinglyu quickly finishing the food. He eats so much, could it be that the boy in front of him actually has the blood of the Akimichi family? However, watching the scene of the two children fighting, she couldn't help but lose her mind. Looking at the family emblem of Uchiha Zinglyu and the smile on Tsunade's face, she seemed to think of something. After a long while, Uzumaki Mito came back to her senses, and then said to Tsunade, who was fighting with Uchiha CEO for the barbecue, "Little Tsunade, why don't you let me adopt this child and let him live with us?" Uzumaki Mito's purpose of saying this is very simple. She wants to adopt the Uchiha orphan and send a signal of accepting the Uchiha through her own behavior, so that the village will no longer reject the Uchiha clan. As for why this person is Uchiha CEO, on the one hand, it is because of the proposal just now that Uzumaki Mito feels that he is very kind and a different Uchiha. On the other hand, it is also because she doesn't care what kind of talent the adopted child has. Even if he doesn't have a good ninja talent, he is just raising an idle person. It doesn't matter who the Uchiha orphan is, the attitude released by the adoption is the most important. So choose one that you like, which is more in line with your own wishes. Chapter 9 Uzumaki Mito sent an adoption invitation. Tsunade was fighting with Uchiha CEO for food, and was obviously a little unresponsive after hearing Mito's words. She was still young, so she naturally didn't understand the meaning of Uzumaki Mito's actions. But she thought about how she had just misunderstood Uchiha CEO's words and the kindness he showed. Then she turned her head and looked at Uchiha CEO's delicate features and sunny smile. For a moment, it seemed that she had misunderstood something, and Tsunade blushed and put down the barbecue she had just fought for. She sat back in her original position and murmured with a red face, I don't have any opinions, but I still have to ask the person involved about this matter." Uzumaki Mito had seen everything in her life, and she knew that Tsunade had misunderstood when she saw her actions. What she said just now might have made Tsunade think that Uchiha Seiryu was a child foster, so she reacted like this. This made her sigh in her heart for a while. Do such young children understand so much now? However, she did not expose Tsunade's little thoughts, but looked at Uchiha Xingliu and said, "Little Tsunade is right. I neglected the opinions of the parties involved. Then, little Xingliu, are you willing to come to me?" Uchiha Xingliu was a little surprised by Uzumaki Mito's sudden invitation, and then realized that Uzumaki Mito's invitation was not just for her, but might have other intentions. As a few people who just met, how could they adopt him for no reason? This move undoubtedly contains deep meaning. Although Uchiha Xingliu is sometimes lazy, it does not mean that he is stupid. There is not much description of this period in the original plot, so he does not guarantee whether there is such a lucky person in the past. But now that this good thing has fallen on his head, just agree directly. As long as he agrees to Uzumaki Mito's invitation, it will be beneficial to his future ideals or plans. So Uzumaki Mito's invitation was a bit sudden, but Uchiha CEO gave his answer after thinking for a while. But we just met and don't even know each other's names. Uzumaki Mito said apologetically. It's okay, I like you very much. It's not too late to tell me your name now. My name is Senja Mito, and the one next to me is my granddaughter. What's your name? Uzumaki Mito looked at Uchiha CEO expectantly, waiting for him to give the final answer. My name is Uchiha CEO, I'm Uchiha, can you really adopt me? Uzumaki Mito looked at Uchiha CEO's slightly expectant eyes and nodded with a smile. Seeing Uzumaki Mito nod, Uchiha CEO happily shouted to Tsunade, who was still shy. Great, then let's get along well in the future. Tsunade was stunned for a moment when she looked at the boy who seemed to be shining in front of her. She was still young and didn't quite understand what love was. But now, seeing Uchiha Seiryu's happy smile, she would also feel very happy. Yet. So Tsunade smiled widely and gave a positive answer. Uzumaki Mito on the side looked at the interaction of the two children with an anti-smile on her face. This reminded her of her relationship with Senjo Hashirama, although the two met through a blind date and were already very old when they met. But Hashirama Senjo was as dumb as a child, and everything was initiated by her. Whether it was dating or marriage, it was all initiated by her, and Hashirama Senjo was as dumb as a piece of wood. Today's Uzumaki Mito always recalled the past. When people get old, they always recall some beautiful memories of their youth, and even Uzumaki Mito is no exception. She touched the foreheads of the two children and whispered in a doting tone. Okay, this is a public place, don't make such a fuss. Even Uchiha Seiryu blushed a little, after all, his soul is not that of a child. It's understandable that Tsunade is so childish, but he himself actually made a fuss with Tsunade. But then Uchiha Seiryu pushed the responsibility to his body, and it must be the hormones in his body that affected him, which made him a little childish. In order to save some ground, or to avoid embarrassing himself, he asked innocently. By the way, my sister seemed to have said that she was Tsunade's grandmother, so how old is my sister this year? As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Xingliu felt a cold current blowing across his skin, giving him goosebumps. He looked stiffly at Uzumaki Mito, who had just smiled. Although she was still smiling at this moment, she was chilling. The whole person seemed to be immersed in the shadows, and her eyes also revealed boundless murderous intent. When Uchiha Xingliu finished this sentence, Tsunade slipped away on the pretext of going to the toilet. At this time, Uchiha Xingliu, who was isolated and helpless, had to pretend to be calm, swallowed his saliva and said, I just said it wrong, I was thinking if I could call you Sister Mito in the future. After hearing this, Uzumaki Mito turned from the rainstorm to the sunny side, and returned to her amiable appearance just now. The murderous aura and shadow just now disappeared like an illusion, and for a moment, Uchiha Xingliu seemed to be brighter than the sun. You can call me Sister Mito, and you can call me and Tsunade separately. Also, don't be so careless when you speak in the future. Uchiha Zenglio breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had escaped a disaster. It seems that no matter which world she is in, a woman's age is a taboo for her. At this moment, Tsunade ran back from somewhere, and after taking a look at Uzumaki Mito's current state, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Then she continued to eat barbecue as if nothing had happened, and Uchiha Zenglio, who was sitting next to her, was very angry. He didn't expect Tsunade to be so sneaky, disappearing when something happened, and he didn't even see how she slipped away. And she was so skilled in the business, and he knew at a glance that this kind of thing was not the first time it happened. This also gave him some bad premonitions about his future life with Uzumaki Mito. But he couldn't afford to offend Uzumaki Mito. How could a little Tsunade turn the world upside down? It just so happened that he was also very hungry, so Uchiha Seiryu began to retaliate against Tsunade for food. For a while, the shadows of chopsticks flew on the table, the amount of barbecued meat decreased rapidly, and the two of them were evenly matched. But neither of them dared to touch the barbecued meat in front of Uzumaki Mito's table, and it seemed that they would not get too crazy and offend the big boss. Time gradually passed in this playful atmosphere. As more and more people left the barbecue queue, the war between Tsunade and Uchiha Seiryu also ended. At this time, Tsunade was holding a big belly, obviously unwilling to lose to Uchiha Seiryu's hardcore result. She looked at Uchiha Seiryu's flat belly and showed an unwilling look. Although she had expected it, she was a little frustrated that she lost to Uchiha Seiryu in eating. Chapter 10 Plans cannot keep up with changes. After all, Tsunade is still a child, and it is normal for her to care about the outcome of such things. Uchiha Seiryu was stimulated by Tsunade, so he cooperated with Tsunade to complete this competition between children. Looking at Tsunade lying on the chair with her belly touched, Uchiha Seiryu gave her the final blow. Well, just eat until you are 70% full. If you eat too much, you will not digest it. After saying that, Uchiha Seiryu gave Tsunade a look to let her understand, and then said to Uzumaki Mito. Mito sister, I can't go to your place today. There are still many things in my house that have not been sorted out. So, I think I can go the day after tomorrow. Uzumaki Mito would naturally not disagree with this reasonable suggestion, and her decision was so hasty that there were only rooms for guests in Senjo's house. Leaving a day for buffer can also sort out a room for Uchiha Seiryu. Sure, I'll pick you up the day after tomorrow morning to go to the Hokage building to handle the formal procedures. Uchiha Seiryu stood up and bowed solemnly, then said with bright eyes. Thank you for adopting me, I will repay you no matter what. Uzumaki Mito smiled slightly, helped Uchiha Seiryu who was bent over, and then said to him. It's okay, I can adopt you. You are such a kind child, it will be my honor. Looking at the woman in front of him, Uchiha Zenglio knew that she didn't understand the meaning of his words. In fact, there are other meanings in Uchiha Zenglio's words, but she didn't hear it because of the unequal information. Uchiha Zenglio knew that Uzumaki Mito had other purposes for adopting him, but he didn't care, because adopting him did bring him benefits. A gentleman judges deeds instead of hearts, and there is no perfect person in the world. This world depends on how people do it, not on the purpose of doing so. Although some people judge by results, Uchiha Zenglio lives according to this bottom line. Although his proposal just now meant to use the orphanage, the result was that he allowed the orphanage to eat barbecue twice more every month. No matter how Uchiha Zenglio calculated in his heart, the result of his plan was good. Unlike the future Nabekage and the Sandaime, who said that they were for Konoha. But in fact, none of the things they did were beneficial to Konoha. If Konoha had not had a deep foundation, they would have destroyed it long ago. And Uzumaki Mito's adoption of Uchiha Seiryu brought him real benefits. For example, with Uzumaki Mito's protection in the future, his original plan can be changed. His AFK system still needs time to develop. Given Danzo's hatred for Uchiha, if he shows strong talent, maybe he will be secretly killed by Danzo in the name of the village before he grows up. In that case, no matter how glorious Uchiha Seiryu will be in the future, it will be nothing but a passing cloud. So his original plan was to become a ninja with only medical talent, and then implement the radical part of the plan when he can protect himself. But now it is different. Uzumaki Mito will formally adopt him and provide him with an umbrella of protection. With this umbrella of protection to protect him, it is enough time for him to grow in the early stage, so that he can carry out the plan earlier. So the repayment that Uchiha Zenglyu said was definitely not empty words. He would protect the Uzumaki clan in the future. This was also a way to repay Uzumaki Mito's kindness at this time. He was not the kind of person who only talked but did not do anything. After calling the boss to pay the bill, regardless of the boss's flattering smile, Uzumaki Mito took Tsunade and Uchiha Zenglyu out of the barbecue queue. The cold wind blew slightly, making the three people who had just eaten barbecue and felt a little stuffy look comfortable. Uzumaki Mito let go of the hand holding Uchiha Zenglyu, and slowly walked to him with Tsunade. Then it's settled. I'll come back to pick you up the day after tomorrow morning. Remember not to oversleep. Little Tsunade and I are leaving. You have to be careful when you go back alone. Do you understand? Uchiha Zenglyu nodded and waved his hand at the two of them. I know, don't worry, sister. This place is very close to my home. Then the three of them headed for home, and soon Uchiha Zenglyu saw his own house. When Uchiha Zenglyu walked to the door, a pile of books were neatly placed in front of the door. There was also a letter on it, and Uchiha Zenglyu picked it up and read it carefully. I knocked on the door for a long time, and no one opened the door, so I knew you hadn't come back yet. So I put the medical books at your door. Remember to read them well. Uchiha Tsunade. It was a very short letter, and Uchiha Zenglyu actually knew who wrote it before he finished reading it. After all, there were so many books in front of him, and there was no one else except Uchiha Shien who promised him. After carrying these books, Uchiha Zenglyu opened the door and walked back to his home. After arranging these medical knowledge in order, Uchiha Zenglyu recalled what happened today. First, he was told to enroll in the ninja school, and then he met the three ninjas and Might Guy when they were young in the ninja school. In the end, he was dramatically adopted by Uzumaki Mito. It was really one scene after another, and it was in line with the old saying, plans cannot keep up with changes. The original plan to slowly approach Tsunade and others after entering the ninja school was announced to be over before it even started. Now I have to think about what to do next. Medical knowledge still needs to be learned, and then the level can be raised through the autoplay system. But one's own strength is also very important, and there must always be a place for abilities that can improve strength. For a while, he was a little distressed. 2 autoplay positions were really not enough. I don't know when the system will unlock a new autoplay bar. But now he has a guess, whether the Uchiha bloodline skill already includes the Sharingan, so whether it will be repeated if it is hung like this. The Uchiha bloodline is now at the green level, and it is likely to be the Indra bloodline or the incomplete 6-path bloodline if it is upgraded to blue. Uchiha Zenglyu remembered that the Mangekyo opened by Indra was eternal from the beginning. Even before the Mangekyo was opened, the 3 Megatama could use the power of God, Susanoo. So if the Uchiha bloodline is upgraded, will it directly lead to the upgrade of the Sharingan? If it is really as Uchiha Zenglyu thought, he can save an idle bar to alleviate his current situation of insufficient skill bar. But this matter still needs to be experimented, so Uchiha Zenglyu opened the system and put the 1 Megatama Sharingan, green, on the idle bar. Then he put the ability of Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, green, on the idle bar. He wanted to verify his guess with actual actions. Chapter 11 Shinitsu. Today he ate a lot of high-nutrition food in the barbecue queue, and at this time, the Uchiha bloodline, green, has reached the edge of the upgrade of LV10. According to Uchiha Zenglyu's judgment on the idle speed of the idle system, by this time tomorrow, the ability of the Uchiha bloodline will almost be able to break through to the next level. At that time, it is time to verify whether the idea is correct. As for the medical skills, the medical knowledge that has just been obtained, it needs to be learned into an ability before it can be idle. Now there is an idle bar. Uchiha Zenglio put the great fireball technique on it first, so that it will not be wasted. After doing all this, Uchiha Zenglio walked to the table where medical books were piled and sat down. With so many books, it seems that it is not a simple thing to form medical knowledge. I originally wanted to get close to Tsunade and others in the ninja school, but I didn't expect it to be so smooth now, which makes me a little confused about how to proceed next. Looking at the piles of books, Uchiha Zenglio couldn't help but be distracted. The plan to get close to Tsunade has not started yet, but the goal has been achieved, which makes him happy and speechless. Uchiha Zenglio was adopted by Uzumaki Mito. As long as he doesn't do anything excessive and as long as Uzumaki Mito doesn't die, his life will be safe. Although Uzumaki Mito has not reached a reconciliation with the Nine Tails, her powerful sealing technique can forcibly extract the Nine Tails chakra to form the Nine Tails chakra mode. With Konoha's current combat power, even if they are tied together, they may not be able to defeat Uzumaki Mito. So on the surface, the third Hokage has the final say, but if Uzumaki Mito doesn't nod, he has no choice. This calmed Uchiha Seiryu's anxious heart. Although he said that he didn't want to work hard, the world of Naruto has never been peaceful. Although there was a long period of peace after the First World War, it doesn't mean that there were no fights. There must be all kinds of dirty things between the 5 major countries. For the profession of ninja, assassination and espionage activities are inevitable. Uchiha Seiryu is also an Uchiha after all, and he is not taken seriously, so he is afraid that he will be killed by someone in the early stage. Anyway, they have to assassinate, and assassinating an ignorant Uchiha who is not taken seriously will not be exposed in a short time and will be convenient for running away, and he can also give an explanation after returning to the ninja village. What's more, there was only a short interval of 3 or 4 years between the Second and Third World Wars in the ninja world, and then it lasted for more than 10 years before it ended. Just think about it, what kind of hell picture will such a long war be? So even if Uchiha Zenglio has an autoplay system, he still feels a little anxious. The autoplay speed of the current autoplay system is not slow, but the upper limit is also very important. If the ability defined in the system as color level is just the Sharingan upgraded to Mangekyo, then the system can be said to be useful but not much. But in fact, this is Uchiha Zenglio's own fantasy, and soon his urgency will be replaced by surprise. On the other side, Uzumaki Mito also brought Tsunade back to the Senju clan. Walking into the house with Tsunade, the maid will come forward to serve Uzumaki Mito. Seeing this posture, Uzumaki Mito is somewhat helpless. Chinatsu, I have said many times that I don't need you to serve me. I'm not that old yet. Don't look at Uzumaki Mito's appearance as a young girl now, in fact, she is over 50 years old. In the world of ninjas where the average age is only 20 or 30 years old, people in their 50s are already very rare. Uzumaki Mito can use the yin seal, which makes her look so young and beautiful. That won't do. As a maid, it's my duty to serve Mito-sama. Besides, I am very grateful to Mito-sama. Because of you, I can support my family. Shiharu said, and stubbornly served Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito's expression became even more helpless. Most of the maids in her house were girls who had no ninja talent and had difficult families. She also understood that these girls wanted to repay her, but Shiharu was the only one who was so stubborn. But then Uzumaki Mito seemed to have thought of something, and said to Shiharu, "Now I have something to trouble you. I will adopt a child in a few days. You clean up a room and follow Tsunade's specifications." Shiharu was not disturbed by this way of changing the subject. After helping Uzumaki Mito change her shoes and outer clothes, she spoke, "I understand. I will clean it up. Please rest assured, Mito-sama." The failure of Uzumaki Mito's little plan made Tsunade laugh secretly, but she had no expression on her face. "Chinatsu, don't serve me like this in the future. I'm not too old to move." And I always treat you as my own child. You don't have to be a maid here all the time. Although your talent is not the best I have ever seen, it can also be ranked in the top 10. As I said just now, although most of the maids in Uzumaki Mito's mansion are untalented, most of them mean that only Chinitsu has ninja talent. Chinitsu's family is a ninja family. Chinitsu inherited all the advantages of her parents and her ninja talent is extremely outstanding. In the First Ninja World War, Chinitsu's parents, as ninjas, naturally went to the battlefield. On the battlefield, Chinitsu's parents' team encountered a sneak attack by the Sand Ninja Puppet Army. Fortunately, they did not die on the spot like the other teammates, but unfortunately, the poisoning damaged their bodies. Not to mention continuing to become ninjas, they had to take expensive medicines all the time just to survive. Although her family had some assets before, it could not stop the bottomless pit. Just when Chinitsu was most desperate, Uzumaki Mito found her. Chinitsu still remembers that day when she wanted to buy medicine but had no money and was driven out by her boss. She hid in the corner and cried helplessly. Thinking of her parents who smiled at her with pain, Chinitsu cried even louder for a while. Chinitsu knew that if she didn't buy the medicine back today, she would become a person in the future. At this time, Uzumaki Mito found her crying in the corner and said to her the words that saved her. Flowers cannot be watered with tears. Only bright sunshine can bloom beautiful flowers. Little flower, no matter what difficulties you have, tell your sister, I will help you solve it. In this way, Uzumaki Mito has been paying for her medical expenses since then. It was also at that time that Chinitsu decided to repay Mito Uzumaki who saved her. Hearing Mito Uzumaki's words, Chinitsu recalled the past in just a moment. Chinitsu looked at Mito Uzumaki puffing up her cheeks in anger, and this childish way of expressing dissatisfaction made her smile. Leave the matter of ninja to others. I will always be by Mito-sama's side. Chapter 12 Ability Breakthrough. Mito Uzumaki looked at the smiling Chinitsu and knew that she could not convince her as before. She sighed and walked in front of Chinitsu, looked into her eyes and said, My time as an old woman has ended, but yours has just begun. Tell me when you figure it out later. Then Mito Uzumaki took Tsunade into the inner room, and Chinitsu left the place silently after seeing Mito Uzumaki walk away. Although Chinitsu was stubborn, she tried her best to do everything perfect for Mito-sama's requirements. She understood Mito Uzumaki's personality and knew that she was not a partial person. Even if it was just an adopted child, the treatment would not be bad. So when Mito asked her to clean up the house, she would do it according to Tsunade's treatment. After Mito took Tsunade into the inner room, he raised his hand and flicked Tsunade's forehead. It hurts? Tsunade covered her red forehead and looked at Mito Uzumaki with a puzzled look. Little Tsunade's ability to hold back laughter needs to be improved. She looked very funny with internal injuries just now. Tsunade felt a little guilty, but still said stubbornly, What? Grandma is so old and still cares about children. Before she finished speaking, Tsunade secretly cursed. She held her head with both hands and closed her eyes, waiting for the next storm. But after a while, it was still calm. Tsunade opened her eyes and saw Mito Uzumaki looking at her unhappily at this time. Okay, put your hands down. I have something serious to tell you. Hearing Uzumaki Mito say something to her, she felt that she had escaped a disaster, so she put down her hands and sat up straight. Today I adopted that child not for you to be a child son-in-law. Tsunade, as the leader of this generation of the Senjo lineage, you can't be so naive. Tell me, what other intentions do I have in adopting that child today? She can become the 5th generation Hokage, and sometimes she can be lazy and go out to drink, and she won't let the village have any problems. Tsunade's wisdom is unquestionable. Although she has just entered school, the cruelty of the ninja world will make children understand the truth of the world too early. At this time, Tsunade was reminded by Uzumaki Mito and woke up. Uchiha Zingliu is undoubtedly from the Uchiha clan, and he is an orphan. Is the purpose of Grandma adopting him because he is Uchiha? Uzumaki Mito looked at Tsunade with appreciation and praised. You are worthy of being my granddaughter. You are right, it is because he is from the Uchiha clan. Now the village excludes Uchiha. If this problem is not solved, it will leave big trouble for future generations. My taking the lead in adopting Uchiha will send a signal to the village and change the village's attitude towards Uchiha. The village is Hashirama's lifelong achievement. I can't let his hard work be destroyed. Just when Tsunade was a little happy about being praised, Uzumaki Mito changed the subject and said something that made Tsunade regret not running away just now. Since you are so smart, then learn sealing techniques with me this afternoon. Before she could be happy, Tsunade was sunk by Uzumaki Mito's words. Tsunade's talent is needless to say. She will be a powerful Hokage in the future. It will be no problem for her to learn simple sealing techniques. Why resist? It's because learning sealing techniques is boring, and many advanced sealing techniques are like heavenly books. What's more, there is a teacher with a bad temper. That teacher is your grandmother. If you can't learn, you will really be hung up by the diamond seal. Uzumaki Mito doesn't care about Tsunade's reaction. Learning sealing techniques is not to harm her. Besides, whether it's at barbecue or Chinitsu, Tsunade's performance has been seen by her. Tsunade thought it was over, but she didn't know that Uzumaki Mito was holding it in. Time passed in learning. The next morning, Uchiha Zinglio was awakened by the changes in his body. Uchiha Zinglio felt a strong force pouring into his body, as if thousands of thin ropes were stirring in his meridians. His breathing became steady and powerful, and his heartbeat quickened, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. The muscles of his whole body seemed to be injected with endless energy, and the tense feeling made him as excited as a bowstring. Uchiha could feel every subtle change in his muscles, bones, meridians and internal organs, and this feeling was like rebirth. At this moment, his eyes suddenly opened the Sharingan unconsciously. As a cool breeze passed through his eyes, his vision became more acute, and every breath and every tiny movement were captured by him. This change lasted for an hour before it stopped. The moment the change stopped, Uchiha Zinglio immediately opened the system panel. Host, Uchiha Zinglio. Skills, 2 Megatama Sharingan, green, LV9, Indra Bloodline Remnant, blue, LV1, Fire Style. Great Fireball Technique, green, Fire Style. Imperata Technique, green, Fire Style. Great Dragon Fire Technique, green, Cooking, white. Hang Up Bar, Sora, Indra Blood Residual, blue, LV1, 2 Megatama Sharingan, green, LV9. Combat Power, 150, Fast combat power increase means cheating, right? You are right, I did it. Tips: the host's ability is improved, combat power is only for reference, and it is not recommended to overtrust it. The system's complaints are still sharp, but there are also many changes. First of all, there is an additional hang-up bar, and Uchiha Zinglio put the item of Huo Ball in it without saying a word. Then there is an additional function, prompt. Although it seems nothing at first glance, Uchiha Zinglio feels the improvement of the system in it. In the past, the system was as rigid as a machine except for the complaints about combat power. And now there is a prompt function, which means that the system can also be upgraded. The upgrade of Bloodline ability also upgraded Uchiha Zinglio's Sharingan. Although it is still a green ability, it has changed from 1 Megatama to 2 Megatama. The level also changed from LV8 to LV9, and this change also made Uchiha Zinglio understand. Even if the ability has not broken through, the change in level will bring benefits to the ability. What makes Uchiha Zinglio even more excited is that the ability of the blue level alone has reached the level of Indra. According to this calculation, the Sharingan will become the Mangekyo Sharingan when it breaks through to the blue level, and it will become the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan when it reaches the purple level. Although the Uchiha is the descendant of Indra, each Uchiha has different talents. Indra's reincarnation is the best, and it is extremely difficult for other Uchiha to break through the Mangekyo. What's more, the eternal Mangekyo, a Mangekyo with no side effects, has been mentioned in the plot. Once Indra's Mangekyo is turned on, there is no side effect. So the world of Naruto is called the Otsutsuki family affairs and the legend of Eyes, and there is no problem at all. Chapter 13 Information from the System Prompt. Although the current Indra bloodline has a residual word, it also means that the current Uchiha Zenryu has the ability to open the Mangekyo without side effects. It is nothing more than spending some time to upgrade to another level and complete this residual word. According to the current system's idle ability, the orange ability can reach the 6 paths level. If this continues, Uchiha Zenryu will be able to become a god sooner or later. So even if it does not reach the upper limit of the system, there is no problem in the ninja continent. Hand. This discovery made Uchiha CEO happy for a while, and then he noticed the system prompt. It is easy to understand that combat power can only be used as a reference. Two people with the same ability, one with combat experience and the other without, must be the one with combat experience who survives in a fight to the death. Just like ordinary people encountering gangsters, the first reaction will definitely not be "I can kill them back." Being able to calm down and run away in the first time is considered beyond ordinary people. For example, Kaguya Otsutsuki, as the ancestor of Chakra and the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. Even such a powerful woman was caught by Naruto and Sasuke, and then sealed again with Chibaku Tensei. So whether you have combat experience or not will still play an important role in battles of the same level, and can even help you defeat strong enemies when you are at a disadvantage. The other meaning of this prompt is very obscure, but Uchiha CEO still saw it. Combat power is only for reference, that is, he has a misunderstanding now. Even if he has the 6 paths physique and his combat power is increased to thousands or tens of thousands, does that mean that Uchiha CEO is very strong? Of course, it is a good thing to have solid basic abilities, but how can you defend yourself from the enemy with only basic abilities? Your combat power is only the foundation. Without the right means, you cannot compete with people of the same realm with only the strength of your body. This made Uchiha Zenryu decide to improve his means of dealing with the enemy. In this regard, considering that he is of Uchiha blood, the first thing he thought of was fire. So now he puts the fire style. Great fireball technique in the newly appeared hang-up column. Besides, it is very inconvenient to have only the Sharingan and no other abilities even if you open the Mangekyo. Otherwise, you will open Susanoo to chop a genin when you meet him in the future. It is cool, but it is really unnecessary. Moreover, there are countless people in the world who play with fire. Although it sounds ordinary, the upper and lower limits are very high. The most convincing one is the Flame Emperor's fire to reduce inflammation, and the more embarrassing one is Ace in One Piece. So the ability of fire is ordinary, but it is really strong when it is strong. The most important thing is that it will be very handsome. Being strong or not is a matter of time, but being handsome or not is a matter of life. Uchiha Zenryu chose to have them all. Just looking at the 2 Megatama Sharingan, green, in the system, he felt that his eyes opened unconsciously. Then, without his preparation, an extra Megatama appeared. Looking at the label of the 3 Megatama Sharingan, green, LV10 on the system, Uchiha Zenryu silently gave the system a thumbs up. After dealing with the system's affairs, Uchiha Zenryu began to check the surroundings. He was suddenly awakened by the promotion of his ability. This was the first promotion of the system's ability, and he didn't know it would cause such a big commotion. The ability that had just been promoted made his chakra increase suddenly, and he couldn't control the sudden increase in power, and finally shook the bed down. Uchiha Zenryu scratched his head in distress. Now that the bed was broken by himself, where would he sleep in the future? Then he thought that Uzumaki Mito would formally adopt him tomorrow, and this bed could be used for one night, so he stopped thinking about this problem. At this moment, as if sensing something, Uchiha Zenryu suddenly jumped out of the bed. The chakra that was still not well controlled seemed to sense the will of the master, and suddenly burst out with an amazing sense of oppression. Uchiha Zenryu stared at the direction of the window and said loudly, "Who is it?" The next moment, Uchiha Xian walked out of the window and said with a wry smile. Misunderstood, I came here today to see if you need any help. It's just that I felt the huge chakra fluctuations here on the way here, and I was afraid that you would get into trouble, so I stood by the window to scout first. I didn't expect to cause your misunderstanding, it's my fault. Uchiha Xingliu did not relax his vigilance because of Uchiha Xian's appearance and words, but became more cautious. Did I ask you for anything yesterday? Transformation techniques still need to be guarded against. As for the option of opening the Sharingan for verification, Uchiha Xingliu has never thought about it. If Uchiha Xian is true, then the Sharingan issue will not be acceptable. Uchiha Xingliu dare not think about what will happen if the old stubborn people in the clan know that he opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan at the age of 6. Yesterday you asked me for a lot of medical books. There were only 2 of us at the scene. How about that? Can you prove that I didn't use the transformation technique? Hearing this, Uchiha Xingliu slightly let down his guard, but still looked at Uchiha Xian with some caution. Seeing Uchiha Xingliu's expression, Uchiha Xian was also helpless, knowing that what he did was not authentic. Although his starting point was good, he was worried that Uchiha Xingliu would get into trouble, but it was unacceptable to inquire about the owner's situation without permission. Thinking of Uchiha Xingliu's performance yesterday, he thought for a while and said, I haven't been here today. I will send you some fire escape ninjutsu later. Please accept my apology. But things are different now. You ignored me yesterday, but you are out of reach today. Although it was just a joke, Uchiha Xingliu no longer needs those corners. Being adopted by Uzumaki Mito means that most of the secrets of Senju will be open to him. Isn't the information of Senju Tobirama's ninjutsu good? Why pursue other small things? So Uchiha Xingliu can no longer use Uchiha Xian's apology. However, based on his impression of Uchiha Xian, this person may be of great use in the future. Uchiha Xian actually showed characteristics different from Uchiha yesterday, and for the Uchiha clan, this means that this person has the potential to open the Mangekyo. Chapter 14 Uchiha Governance. Uchiha Xian can also try his best to meet the requirements of his child, and he is not as arrogant and difficult to get along with as other Uchiha. Today's matter can be fooled, but he can apologize to himself at the first time. This incident further proves that Uchiha Xian is different from other Uchiha. Looking at the Uchiha with this characteristic in the original plot, Obito was a kind and silly boy before he opened the Mangekyo. Shisui and Itaki are also different from the arrogant clansmen. Shisui is really kind, while Itaki hides his arrogance in his heart. So unlike other Uchiha, they have a rich heart. Once they lose something, they will immediately get the power of the curse the Mangekyo Sharingan. If Uchiha Xian can really open the Mangekyo in the future, he will be a high-end talent anyway. Even if he really can't handle things, he can also be used as a high-end thug. I don't need your apology. How about you just consider this matter as something you owe me? Hearing this, Uchiha Xian's squinting eyes opened completely. He first glanced at Uchiha Xingliu, then looked at the collapsed bed and the messy surroundings. Combined with the chakra that Uchiha Xian had just felt, which was far more than that of a senior ninja. For a moment, he could no longer regard Uchiha Xingliu as a simple child. The interactions yesterday not only made Uchiha Xingliu understand Uchiha Xian a little. In fact, Uchiha Xian also had some doubts about Uchiha Xingliu through yesterday's conversation. He originally thought that it was because of the death of his parents that Uchiha Xingliu seemed a little mature. But what happened today made Uchiha Xian feel that things were not simple. However, today he had already violated the taboos between ninjas, and it would be too rude to continue to investigate further. So he took a deep look at Uchiha Xingliu and said slowly, "No problem, just consider it as you owe me one. Come to the guard team to find me in the future. I am the vice captain there. Speaking of which, I also have a daughter who is about the same age as you, and she will also enter the ninja school this year. Her name is Uchiha Chiji, please take good care of her in the future." Uchiha Zingliu was shocked by Uchiha Xian's words. He didn't even control his expression and looked at Uchiha Xian with surprise. Uchiha Zingliu really didn't expect that Uchiha Xian was actually Uchiha Chiji's father. As the developer of Izanami, Uchiha Chiji is also one of the few Uchiha who can open the Mangekyo. Her talent can be said to be higher than that of Shisui in later generations. She is truly the strongest illusion ninja. After all, a ninjutsu that forces you to change and brainwash, you can't escape if you don't change yourself. Just say whether it is the strongest illusion. Of course, this also brought bad news. When Uchiha's Hizi was in his teens, there was a civil war in Uchiha. This may be the reason why the Uchiha later did not live up to its name. The civil war seriously damaged the vitality of Uchiha. This was not good news for Uchiha Zingliu, who had long regarded Uchiha as a piece of cake. Internal friction was not what he wanted to see. But then Uchiha Zingliu thought that Uchiha's Hizi was the same age as him, and the civil war in Uchiha was still early, so he was not so worried. After all, by that time, Uchiha Zingliu had grown up. And the Uchiha who caused the civil war in Uchiha and used Izanagi for power would inevitably jump out by himself. At that time, whether to kill him or take him in as a dog, the problem could be solved. Uchiha Xian was a little strange. He didn't say anything strange. He just wanted Uchiha Zingliu to take care of his daughter. Why did he show surprise? But there were too many things that puzzled Uchiha Xian today, so he didn't care much about such a small matter. Uchiha Zingliu also came to his senses at this time, knowing that he had just acted too much, and said to make amends. Big brother looks so young, but he actually has a child. I am really surprised. Big brother is so good to me, just let me take care of your daughter. Uchiha Zingliu patted his chest as he spoke, and his appearance as a little adult made Uchiha Xian wonder if he was too sensitive. However, the purpose of coming here has been achieved, and he can go back, so he said goodbye. Since nothing happened here, Zingliu, I will leave. There are still many things in the clan that need me. Uchiha Zingliu did not try to stop Uchiha Xian from leaving, but there was something he still needed to tell him. He still needed to be told that Uzumaki Mito was going to adopt Uchiha Zingliu. Although by that time, everyone in the village would know about this matter, so as to achieve Uzumaki Mito's purpose. But telling Uchiha Xian about this matter in advance was also a way for him to prepare. After all, it was obvious that Uzumaki Mito's adoption of him would have an impact on the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan itself has many factions, and these factions will not have a common voice. For example, there is a man named Uchiha Setsuna. In the original plot, he even incited the Uchiha clan to rebel and cause trouble. In the end, he was arrested by the Umbu members sent by the second-generation Hokage and imprisoned in prison. This person is the representative of the Hawk faction. If there is a Hawk faction, there will of course be other factions. The Uchiha clan is not large in number, but there are many factions within the clan. Uchiha Zingliu reminded Uchiha Xian at this time, which is equivalent to showing goodwill to the faction behind him. Thinking of this, Uchiha Zingliu immediately walked out and grabbed Uchiha Xian. And Uchiha Xian looked at Uchiha Zingliu who was holding him, and was a little confused. Big brother, I will leave here tomorrow. Mito-sama has decided to adopt me, and will take me to the Hokage building to register tomorrow morning, so if you want to find me in the future, you have to go to Senju. Uchiha Xian was stunned, and three classic questions popped up in his mind for a while. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Am I not keeping up with the times? How come you were adopted by Uzumaki Mito in just one day? Are you the reincarnation of a succubus? Although this was just what Uchiha Xian thought in his heart, it was enough to prove his shock at the moment. You know, Uzumaki Mito was the wife of the first generation and the first generation of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Although she didn't have a high position in the village, everyone knew how the third generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen got to the top. If this person hadn't nodded, the candidate for the third generation would never have been Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a member of the Shadow Guard at the time, and no matter what he said, it was a serious dereliction of duty. Abandoning the shadow that they were supposed to protect and letting the shadow come to cover them, and this was just their words, with no evidence at all. If Uzumaki Mito hadn't known that Senjo Tobirama was indeed such a person, he wouldn't have believed what Sarutobi Hiruzen and others said. Finally, she rejected all the opinions and respected the wishes of Senjo Tobirama, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen the third Hokage. Chapter 15 Mangekyo Sharinan. And this matter also spread throughout the village. Although everyone did not say it, they all knew that Uzumaki Mito had the highest prestige in the village. And it was such a high-ranking figure who suddenly said that he wanted to adopt an orphan with no power and influence. How could it not be surprising? However, as a man who could become the deputy captain of the guard team, Uchiha Shien was still somewhat wise. So after being shocked, he also understood the intention of Uzumaki Mito's move, but this also made him more unable to see through Uchiha Zenglyu. There is no doubt that Uchiha Zenglyu's words just now were to remind Uchiha Shien of the meaning behind this matter, so that he could prepare early. This method is not like a 6-year-old child at all. Even if he is precocious, he is not so mature. He is very mature. As the person responsible for notifying Uchiha Zenglyu to enter, Uchiha Shien has of course read his information. The intelligence also records Uchiha Seiryu's performance from childhood to adulthood. After all, if he had performed well since childhood, he would not have been abandoned by the family. Moreover, his parents were just ordinary Chunnin, and they didn't even open the Sharinan. In such a family and environment, it is impossible to cultivate a genius like Uchiha Seiryu. Could it be? Uchiha Shien narrowed his eyes, thinking of the huge chakra just now, and had a guess for a while. The awakening of the Sharinan also changes a person's personality and strength, and Uchiha Shien's performance meets this standard. Combined with the death of Uchiha Seiryu's parents, Uchiha Shien thinks that he has opened the Sharinan. Uchiha Seiryu looked at Uchiha Shien and was stunned at first, and then after thinking, he looked a little funny with a look of sudden enlightenment. This kind of facial expression change is really wonderful, worthy of being a member of the Uchiha Three Heroes of Crazy Laughter. The expression changes are rich. As for whether what he said made Uchiha Shien guess what, he didn't care. When he reminded Uchiha Shien, he was prepared to be exposed a little. Whether it is the protection of Uzumaki Mito or the upcoming promotion of the Sharinan, his family now has the confidence to expose some unimportant things. What's wrong, big brother, why do you look silly? Uchiha Shien's old face flushed when he heard this, but he soon returned to calm. Although Uchiha Shien was sure that the kid in front of him was pretending to be young, the news he just received was indeed a favor, not to mention that there are more important things to do now. Thank you very much for Zenglyu's reminder, and I wish you a happy life with Lord Mito, but I need to leave first. Uchiha Shien's words were telling Uchiha Zenglyu that he agreed with Lord Mito's adoption of him. This also means that he will prepare in advance after he returns, and strive to make this matter go smoothly in the clan. After seeing Uchiha Zenglyu nod, Uchiha Shien left without saying a word. After he left, Uchiha Zenglyu stood up and changed his pajamas, looking at the messy bedroom and sighed. After all, this is where the original body has lived since childhood, so let's clean it up. Pick up the broom to sweep away the debris around, then pick up the collapsed furniture, and throw away the broken ones. After a while, the whole room became tidy. While cleaning the house, Uchiha Zenglyu also packed the things he needed to take away. In the middle of the room, Uchiha Zenglyu looked around and stood there silently. Original body, I am doing you justice by doing this. I will go to offer you a bouquet of flowers on the anniversary of my parents' death in the future. At this moment, the sound of water breaking through the shackles suddenly sounded in Uchiha Zenglyu's mind. Uchiha Zenglyu's Sharinan opened again unconsciously, and the three Megatama rotated wildly, and soon they became one. Unlike other kaleidoscopes, the kaleidoscope that appeared in Uchiha Zenryu's eyes at this time formed a vortex-shaped pattern with 3 megatama in the middle. Although this pattern is very similar to the pattern of the Samsara eye, it is also a red eye unique to the Sharingan, and there are also 3 megatama in it. The Mangekyo that Uchiha Ceo opened is very similar to Indra's, but it is different. Just as the name of the Mangekyo, there are basically no 2 identical Mangekyo. The opening of the Mangekyo also improved Uchiha Ceo's spiritual power. The chakra in his body was not so easy to control because of the improvement of the system ability in the morning. At this time, because of the sudden increase in spiritual power after the opening of the Mangekyo, the chakra directly boiled up. Fortunately, because of the morning incident, the room was very empty and Uchiha Ceo was standing in an empty place, so the result in the morning was not caused. However, even so, the ground was cracked by the violent chakra. At the same time, Uchiha Ceo suddenly had information about his eye technique in his mind. He closed the Sharingan and checked the information in his mind. The first is the power of God Susanoo, but because he has just opened the Mangekyo, he can only reach the skeleton stage now. The pupil technique of the left eye is Brahma, which has the ability to add the attributes of creation and destruction to the flame, and can also generate and control the flame. To explain Brahma's ability intuitively, first, the flame generated by the pupil technique is a white flame of 1500 degrees, which can freely control the created flame. The ability to control fire is not limited to the flame created by the pupil technique, but all flames can be controlled. The second point, the added creation attribute can increase the ability of Uchiha Zenryu's future fire escape to save people. The flame of this attribute will not only not burn people to death, but will heal injuries. The added destruction attribute is simple. If someone pretends to be a virtual person in front of him in the future, then Uchiha Zenryu's flame can teach him a lesson. The destruction attribute can destroy everything, including space. The pupil technique of the right eye is called Zalong, and its ability is much simpler than that of the left eye, controlling the speed of one's own time. The current maximum multiple is 2 times, for example, speeding up one's own time by 2 times, and watching the enemy's movements is like slow motion. These abilities also consume pupil power, but Uchiha Seiryo's Sharingan can slowly restore pupil power. But as long as it is not used up at once, it can be slowly restored over time. Of course, this ability is just icing on the cake for Uchiha Seiryo, and the auto-up system will sooner or later upgrade the Mangekyo to infinite pupil power. It should be noted that although the ability sounds powerful, it actually has its limitations. For example, the ability of Brahma to control fire, if the temperature of the flame exceeds 3000, it cannot be controlled, and can only interfere. Another example is the attribute of adding destruction. Although it can destroy space, it can only form small space cracks. Of course, the Sharingan can evolve into the Samsara eye, and these abilities will naturally improve with the promotion of the eyes. Chapter 16 Attack. The power of the Mangekyo is indeed powerful, not only the observation and illusion abilities are greatly improved. Even Uchiha Seiryo himself's chakra also ushered in a substantial increase. This feeling of power surge is really immersive, and the Uchiha 4 laughing heroes have a legitimate reason. Even Uchiha Zenryu was immersed in this feeling and lost his original vigilance. Earth escape. Earth flow wall. Thunder escape. Thunder ball. Along with the sound came changes in the surroundings. 4 earth walls suddenly appeared around Uchiha Zenryu and surrounded him, and thunder escape also fell from the sky with lightning speed. Although he lost his vigilance because he was too immersed, people knew everything in front of them, but the panic at this time had no effect. Moreover, who is the prey is not decided by the sneak attacker. Uchiha Zenryu just looked at the attacker indifferently, and his Mangekyo Sharingan quietly opened. Substantial chakras suddenly appeared around him. It seemed slow but actually fast to form a huge skeleton that wrapped him. It was the divine power that the Uchiha clan was proud of. Susanoo. Although Uchiha Zenryu didn't want to use this ability to hit a mosquito, he didn't have any other ninjutsu to defend himself now. He wasn't worried about whether this would be exposed. As long as he dealt with the mosquito quickly, there would be no witnesses. In this way, no matter what others said, there would be no evidence. It was said to be late, but it was fast. The lightning ball also hit the skeleton of Susanoo at this time. Just like an egg hitting a stone, the lightning ball disappeared into the air without causing any impact on Susanoo. The earth formation walls around also collapsed. Uchiha Zenglyu stood quietly in Susanoo and watched the fleeing figure not far away. The attackers cursed in their hearts at this time. They were spies of the Cloud Ninja. This place is remote enough, and it happens to be the edge of the Uchiha clan, just enough to avoid the pursuit of the Umbu. After all, not only are the patrols more intensive at the edge of Konoha, but there are also barriers wrapped around Konoha. It's darker here, and it's safer. They originally planned to exchange information quickly here and then leave. But there was a huge chakra reaction here, which frightened them. After hiding in the same place and waiting for a while without seeing anyone coming, they were ready to continue exchanging information. As a result, it appeared again for the second time. This made them think whether Konoha was conducting a secret experiment, so they made up their minds to find out. One person in front and one person in the back. If there is a trap in front, then sacrifice the person in front and let the person in the back take the information out. As a result, they came to the place where the chakra reaction occurred, and there was only an ordinary house. They hid beside the room to check, but they didn't expect to see the scene where Uchiha Zenglyu opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although because Uchiha Zenglyu's Mangekyo looked like 3 Megatama, the two people made a wrong judgment. But this did not prevent them from wanting to get rid of this genius for the village. Uchiha Zenglyu looked only 6 or 7 years old. He opened 3 Megatama at such a young age. Isn't he another Uchiha Madara in the future? Because of this, they, who were originally only responsible for intelligence work, unanimously made the idea of getting rid of Uchiha Seiryu. In fact, in their opinion, Uchiha Seiryu was just a child. How strong could he be? Although he opened the 3 Megatama, the shadow could be killed by a sneak attack without being prepared, let alone Uchiha Seiryu. So the scene that made them dumbfounded happened. Susanoo stood on the ground. In the current ninja world, Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara have only been gone for more than 10 years. As excellent ninjas who can be sent out as spies, they naturally know the sign of Uchiha Madara. That is why they fled without hesitation. They need to bring back the news that Konoha has seen the Mangekyo again, and as long as they bring it back, it will be a great achievement. The two people's escape routes are different. They both teleported all the way and fled a long distance in a short while. Escaped? Just as the two were thinking this, a ball of blazing white flame suddenly appeared around them. Before the two could scream, they were burned to charcoal in just a moment. Uchiha Zenglyu's Mangekyo was slowly rotating, watching the direction the two had left. As the two died, the flames did not disappear, and they continued to burn them to ashes. Uchiha Zenglyu watched the two being burned to ashes before closing the Mangekyo, and then it closed and opened, and it turned into the shape of 3 Megatama. At this moment, 3 figures appeared in front of Uchiha Zenglyu. Although Uchiha Zenglyu is a residential area, the noise is indeed a bit too much. These 3 people are the Umbu in the village, and the report from the barrier class forced them to come and investigate. They looked at each other, and the ruins caused by the ninjutsu in front of them made the 3 people know that a battle must have taken place here. But looking at the Uchiha clan emblem on Uchiha Zenglyu, they hesitated for a while. After a while, one of them walked up to Uchiha Zenglyu and said, "We are the Umbu, what happened here?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Uchiha guard also arrived at the scene. In this way, this is also the territory of the Uchiha, and it is a bit unreasonable for the guard to arrive later than the Umbu. This place is taken over by the Uchiha, you can leave. The Uchiha is so powerful now, and the duties of the guard in the village are highly overlapped with those of the Umbu. Otherwise, the Uchiha are not really stupid, and they will naturally not do things that have no benefits but only disadvantages. No matter what the plan is, there needs to be a bait, and the second generation will naturally not be reluctant. The duties of the Uchiha Guard are to maintain public order, ban crime, and also ban ninja crime and monitor criminals. The rights of the Umbu in the village were almost all abolished by the Uchiha Guard at this time. The Umbu without the second generation has no talents, so naturally it cannot compete with the Uchiha. Later, an Umbu named White Fang appeared, which made the proud Uchiha give up some of their rights. Until the Ninetales Rebellion, the village used the Ninetales eyes to show the Sharingan. Not only did they drive the Uchiha out of the clan, but they also took back most of the rights of the guard. At this time, the Uchiha can be said to be only one step away from extinction. But the future is the future. Now in Konoha, the Umbu is inferior to the guard. Although he knew that the clan members had good intentions, in the heart of Uchiha Zenglyo, his own plan was the most important. If he went to the clan today, the matter of the three Megatama would definitely not be concealed. With the personality of the Uchiha, it might affect the adoption of himself by Uzumaki Mito. At this point in time, although the Uchiha was strong, it could not be compared with Uzumaki Mito. And this sudden attack has become a foregone conclusion. Why not take this opportunity to test the attitude of the third generation towards the Uchiha now? After all, reality is not anime. Thinking of this, Uchiha Zenglyo said to the guards who came, "Thank you for your concern, but it is better to let the Hokage handle this matter." Uchiha Yan retorted with a proud face. "What are you talking about? This is a matter within our clan and has nothing to do with the Hokage. The glory of the Uchiha clan does not need the help of others, kid, you'd better follow me." Hearing this, looking at the threatening expression on Uchiha Yan's face, Uchiha Zenglyo knew that just talking would not move this person. "So, I'm sorry." Thinking of this, the three Megatama in Uchiha Zenglyo's eyes slowly turned, and the pressure of the upper-level Sharingan suddenly made Uchiha Yan overwhelmed. Although he did not open the Mangekyo, Uchiha Zenglyo's three Megatama have now opened up a qualitative gap with others. Under this pressure, Uchiha Yan unconsciously opened the Sharingan and struggled to barely support himself. He looked at the three Megatama in Uchiha Zenglyo's eyes, with a puzzled look on his face. How can this kid have such eye power? Although he was oppressed and couldn't speak, Uchiha Zenglyo still understood what the other party wanted to express. "Let me handle the matter involving me myself." After saying that, Uchiha Zenglyo closed his Sharingan, and Uchiha Yan also sat down on the ground with a sigh of relief. Uchiha Zenglyo turned around and walked in front of the Umbu, and said slowly, "Let's go, I will tell the Hokage about the details of this matter." The three Umbu looked at Uchiha Zenglyo in shock, and they didn't expect that the development of things would be so magical. Uchiha internal strife? However, I would also like to trouble you to help me find someone. The Umbu would certainly not refuse such a small matter of finding someone. Who do you need to find? Uzumaki Mito. Chapter 17 Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Seiryo finished speaking and stood there waiting for the Umbu's answer. The three Umbu exchanged glances for a while, and the Umbu who had just asked Uchiha Seiryo stood up. "I'll help you notify Lord Mito, and my colleagues will take you to Lord Hokage." Uchiha Seiryo nodded and said, "Okay, then let's go." Seeing that Uchiha Seiryo agreed, the Umbu who spoke gestured and left instantly. The remaining two took Uchiha Seiryo and walked in front to lead the way for him. After they left, Uchiha Yan recovered. He was so embarrassed in front of the Umbu that he gritted his teeth. That brat! But Uchiha Yan's reason told him that this matter was no longer something he could handle. The owner of the three Megatama Sharingan that can suppress him is actually such a young child. Everything just now also made Uchiha Zenglyo look like he trusted the Hokage more than the family. There are not many such geniuses in the Uchiha clan in the past 1,000 years, so we can't let the Hokage brainwash them. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yan got up. Regardless of his embarrassed appearance, he left here in a hurry. It was busy in the morning, and people were coming and going in the Hokage building. In the Hokage office on the top floor, the third Hokage was holding a pipe in one hand and puffing out smoke while watching his old friend's performance. Hiruzen, the Ninja World War has just come to an end. Now is the time when spies from all countries are active. The village cannot be without the route. My route has suffered heavy losses during this period. Not only do we need to replenish personnel, but we are also short of funds. As the Hokage, you must be responsible for the route. Allocate some of the personnel and funds of the Umbu to me. Everything I do is for the village. As a good friend of Sarutobi Hiruzen is not as cowardly as he will be in the future, so now he is undoubtedly on Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. But this does not prevent him from fighting for power. From the fact that he has always wanted to be a Hokage, it can be seen that Danzo is a person with a strong desire for power. The root is the result of Danzo's struggle. As a student of the second generation, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not as courageous as the second generation after all. Unable to bear all the sins, he needs to stand in the dark alone and bear all the infamy. At this time, Danzo appeared in front of him. As close friends, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo certainly know Danzo's character. At this time, they just needed a scapegoat, so the two of them were willing to fight and the route came into being. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath of his pipe and slowly exhaled. He looked at Danzo deeply and said, "No, the Umbu's personnel and funds will not be given to you. I allow you to recruit people freely, which is a great delegation of power. Since there are problems with personnel and funds, it is better to disband the route and integrate it into the Umbu. You have to understand that the route is the Umbu's internship base, not your Danzo's one-man show." Although Sarutobi Hiruzen needs a white glove, he also needs to pay attention to whether it will make Danzo have some thoughts that he shouldn't have. The young ninja is ambitious and ruthless, so naturally he will not delegate too much power to Danzo. As for Danzo's subsequent out-of-control and even sent people to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen, we have to talk about Sarutobi Hiruzen's story as the strongest Hokage. To summarize it simply, he spoke boldly in the first war, talked nonsense in the second war, and remained silent in the third war. After becoming Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen never went to the battlefield again. As Hokage, he did not participate in the Second Ninja World War, but only let his 3 apprentices enter this hell. If Hanzo had not given him a face, the 3 ninjas would have been gone at that time. And White Fang, who performed well in the Second Ninja World War, committed suicide under his acquiescence and was hit by public opinion. Even in the Third Ninja World War, Konoha, as the actual victorious country, did not receive the compensation it deserved. The direct result was that the third Hokage had to step down, and indirectly it also allowed the root to grow stronger. After all, a cowardly Hokage must have made many people dissatisfied, and Danzo was a representative of the Hawks. Regardless of whether his proposal to unify the 5 major countries can be realized, it can always attract people to join. But now is now, Sarutobi Hiruzen would be stupid to give power to Danzo. The young ninja hero is still very deterrent to Danzo. So although Danzo was furious and knew that it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who was criticizing him, he did not dare to refute. Just when he wanted to say something nice and ask Sarutobi Hiruzen to give him something, a knock on the door attracted the attention of the 2 people in the room. "Hokage, the Umbu raccoon and lizard brought an Uchiha child to see you, saying that there is something to report." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, thinking that the matter was not simple. According to common sense, generally speaking, things that do not involve the safety of Konoha are reported directly to the head of the Umbu. Otherwise, if you come to the Hokage for a small matter, you can't handle it even if you can clone the shadow. Since it involves Uchiha, it is not impossible to meet them. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Let them in." After saying that, looking at Danzo standing aside, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not drive him away. In his opinion, some small matters do not need to be avoided from old friends. Little did he know that Sarutobi Hiruzen would regret this decision immediately. Not long after Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, two came in with Uchiha Seiryu. Uchiha Seiryu looked up and saw that the current ninja hero and ninja world Nabe King were still very young. Now they are full of vigor and vitality, and they have real strength, and as the Hokage and the head of the root, both of them already have the aura of superiors. This feeling will make ordinary people restrained in front of them, but it is useless to Uchiha Seiryu who understands the truth of the ninja world. The truth of the ninja world, the bigger the fist, the harder the truth. When Hashirama Senju wants to do something, the whole world must listen to his voice. Now that Uchiha Seiryu has opened his Mangekyo Sharingan, he can not only win the two people in front of him, but also retreat calmly. With such strength, confidence will naturally appear. What's more, his backup will soon arrive, so naturally there is no need to kowtow to these two people. Tu walked up to Sarutobi Hiruzen, knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, Tanuki and Lizard greet the Hokage. About 20 minutes ago, a battle broke out at the edge of the Uchiha base. There were only the ruins of the house and this Uchiha Seiryu at the scene, and no trace of other ninjas was found. Hearing the words of the Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Seiryu who had just looked at him. Little friend, what is your name? Chapter 18 Conflict. Uchiha Seiryu. Sarutobi Hiruzen then asked. What happened there, can you tell me about it? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know Uchiha Seiryu's performance, so he naturally wouldn't embarrass a child. So his tone of voice became gentle, but this annoyed Danzo next to him. Danzo didn't inherit any advantages of the second generation, but there was one thing that could be said to be better than the master, that is, hatred for Uchiha. He snorted coldly, and said threateningly with a gloomy face. Little brat, tell us the truth honestly, otherwise it will be a betrayal of Konoha. Uchiha Zenglyu was dismissive of this. No wonder Danzo couldn't be the Hokage. The two of them were too different in how they treated people, and their emotional intelligence was not on the same level. Besides, with Danzo's face that looked unhappy with everyone, anyone would choose Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo's weaknesses are so easy to find, there is no need to be aggressive to poke his lungs. So Uchiha Zenglyu pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked innocently. I think this uncle is the Hokage, isn't it the Hokage who has the final say here? You. Enough, Danzo. This is the Hokage's office. Danzo was about to get angry, but was scolded by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if Danzo was unwilling to be scolded, he could only listen to the Hokage's words. He stared at Uchiha Seiryu with a gloomy face, hoping to oppress him in this way. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, walked to Uchiha Seiryu's side and raised his hand, wanting to touch his head. Uchiha Seiryu naturally would not let Sarutobi Hiruzen touch him, gently avoided his hand and said, Hokage-sama, let's talk about what just happened. Seeing him avoid him, Sarutobi Hiruzen withdrew his hand angrily, then pretended to be calm and picked up the pipe, took a puff and said, Well, talk about it. Uchiha Seiryu pondered for a moment and looked at the two in front of him. My 3 Megatama have been exposed, so it's better to make it clear directly, as long as there are other trump cards. Thinking of this, Uchiha Zenglyu said. Today, I encountered an assassination by spies while practicing in the room. After I repelled those spies, the arrived at the scene. The remaining ruins are where I fought with those spies, and it is also where I used to live. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very surprised to hear that Uchiha Zenglyu, who looked young, could actually repel the assassination of spies. You know, even if these spies are not Jonin, they can escape from the hands of Jonin. And Uchiha Zenglyu actually said that he repelled the spies, which means that he has the strength of an elite Chunnin. Just when he wanted to ask Uchiha Zenglyu how to repel the spies, Danzo on the side couldn't help it. Who are you kidding, kid? The spies in the ninja village are at least Chunnin, how can you repel them? Danzo slapped the table and sentenced Uchiha Zenglyu in the next sentence. I think you were let off the hook, so you betrayed the village by being their accomplice. Uchiha Seiryu was tired of Danzo's barking, and his 3 Megatama Sharingan opened instantly. Danzo had just been trying to force Uchiha Seiryu with his gaze, and now he saw these three Megatama. Even though Uchiha Seiryu doesn't know illusion yet, under the power of the Mangekyo pupil, the hallucination of the Sharingan is enough. Danzo felt that the blood-red three Megatama Sharingan was staring at him like the god of death, and the huge pressure made his heart seem to stop beating, and even his breathing stopped. Although all this happened in an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen still noticed chakra fluctuations. Seeing his old friend's appearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that he was under an illusion. Although he was a little shocked that an illusion could control Danzo in an instant, now was not the time to ask about it. But before he could say anything, Uchiha Seiryu closed his Sharingan and said, "I think Elder Danzo should know how I repelled the spies. If you still don't believe it, I can show you by demonstration." Although it was only a moment, Danzo still felt that he was saved when the three Megatama disappeared. What followed was a huge shame, a shame that made him angry. "Kid, you dare to openly attack the high-level officials of Konoha. You are betraying Konoha, Hiruzen, what are you waiting for? Let's join forces to take him down." Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a little hesitant at this time. The child with three Megatama was even as old as Tsunade. The person with such potential is still Uchiha. If left alone, he might be the next Uchiha Madara. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was hesitant, the door of the office was kicked open. Bang! The sudden loud noise attracted everyone's attention, and a woman with a bun walked in leisurely. "Enough! He's just a child. Monkey, you disappoint me today." The person who came was naturally Uzumaki Mito. In fact, she arrived when Uchiha Seiryu performed the Sharingan, and she also heard what Danzo said. She wanted to come in to stop Danzo at that time, but suddenly she wanted to know what kind of capacity Sarutobi Hiruzen would have, so she stopped outside the door and waited for Sarutobi Hiruzen's next treatment. As a Hokage, no matter how the people in the village arranged Uchiha, you can't make your position clear. Otherwise, this atmosphere will become more and more intense, and finally form an opposition situation. And just now Sarutobi Hiruzen did not stop Danzo immediately, but did not take the next step, which made her a little disappointed. Whether he was indecisive or agreed with Danzo's statement, it was a sign of distrust towards Uchiha. This also shows that Sarutobi Hiruzen is just as capable as Hokage. Even if the second generation said that Uchiha was evil, he would not target an Uchiha child so much, otherwise how could Uchiha Kagami become the second generation's apprentice? The second generation hated Uchiha, but he would also find a way to integrate Uchiha into Konoha instead of trying to exclude Uchiha. Just now, Danzo said that Uchiha Seiryu would become the next Uchiha Madara, but he was just afraid that his rights would be threatened. Uzumaki Mito's disappointed expression made Sarutobi Hiruzen a little sad. These words were all said by Danzo. Is it wrong for him to do nothing? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't figure it out. Just like a child needs praise from his parents, Sarutobi Hiruzen also wants Uzumaki Mito to always recognize him. But what happened today made Mito no longer recognize himself, which is not a good sign in any aspect. So Sarutobi Hiruzen made the remedy he thought was right. Chapter 19 You regret my shadow. My words count here. I apologize to you and hope you can forgive my behavior just now. Sarutobi Hiruzen's apology was very sincere, but Uchiha Seiryu was very disdainful, which made Uzumaki Mito even more disappointed. Since he was wrong, as a person in power, he can actually go his own way and make the mistake to the end. Those who are stubborn regardless of right or wrong are tyrants, but those who waver in their attitude and cannot make up their minds are undoubtedly incompetent. If Sarutobi Hiruzen could still support Danzo's opinion and take action against Uchiha Seiryu under the watchful eyes of Uzumaki Mito. Of course, Uchiha's problem may never be solved, but it can also make people see his decisiveness and can barely be a qualified leader. But now this kind of behavior of changing one's will without the courage to be influenced by others. It even made Mito Uzumaki regret and began to question whether her original decision was correct. Although this idea was extinguished by her in an instant, it was planted in Mito Uzumaki's heart like a seed, waiting for the moment of blossoming and bearing fruit. In fact, Uchiha CEO knew it since Mito Uzumaki arrived at the Hokage building. Otherwise, he would not be so radical. Otherwise, what would happen if he got out of control? This time, he not only met Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also Shimura Danzo. And his goal was achieved. Although he could not predict the sudden attack, he took this opportunity to understand the attitude of the third generation towards Uchiha. It was similar to the later generations, containing a kind of prejudice. And this prejudice, under the influence of Danzo, he would definitely take the path of rejecting Uchiha. This made Uchiha CEO understand that the two of them could not coexist. Now Mito Uzumaki can still suppress him, but one day he will become like he will in the future. Instead of waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to put a knife on his neck, it is better to kill him directly. After understanding this, he started his own operation. First, he angered Danzo and made him do irrational things. Once a person is in a state of anger, he will do things without thinking. Later, just as Uchiha CEO expected, Danzo still defined his behavior today without Sarutobi Hiruzen after being scolded. In order to explain how he repelled the attacker, the 3 Megatama Sharinan would definitely not be hidden, so it is better to give Danzo a head start. After that, whether it was Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uzumaki Mito's performance, it was within his expectations. It was a very simple alienation plan, and Sarutobi Hiruzen cooperated with Uchiha CEO to give him an award. Now that all of Uchiha CEO's goals have been achieved, he can also do the last thing. It doesn't matter, but I asked Sister Mito to come here for another reason. Uchiha CEO first responded to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, and then ran all the way to Uzumaki Mito. Sister Mito, my house was destroyed today, so can I go to your place today? Uchiha CEO's address made everyone present want to laugh, and the serious atmosphere just now disappeared with Uchiha CEO's 2 casual words. Mito, sister? The third generation and Danzo thought about it, and Uzumaki Mito was indeed capable of making a child call her sister. But someone who was old enough to be Uchiha CEO's grandmother was called sister, and they wanted to laugh when they thought of that scene. Even a person like Uzumaki Mito was a little anxious in front of so many people at this time. She stepped forward and hurriedly changed the subject. Since Xiao Xingliu has no place to live, and everyone is here today, let's do tomorrow's things in advance. I will adopt this child in the future, and the name does not need to be changed. She will be a companion to Tsunade in the future. Uzumaki Mito's 2 light words were as heavy as Mount Tai in the ears of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Uzumaki Mito's adoption of Uchiha Seiryu, both of them are old foxes, naturally they can see what this means. In their view, this behavior is a signal to release their own political signals, requiring them to change their policies. They have been targeting Uchiha openly and secretly, but now they want to change their usual behavior, which is a behavior that will hit their prestige. But it was Uzumaki Mito who did this, and they can only swallow this bitter result. Seeing that the 2 of them were silent, Uzumaki Mito didn't care. After all, she had made a decision and would do it to the end. In her opinion, adopting Uchiha Seiryu can effectively solve the problems of Uchiha and avoid possible civil unrest in the future. Just like Hashirama Senju can take action against his best friend Uchiha Madara. No matter who threatens the village, Uzumaki Mito can take action to deal with him without hesitation. If Sarutobi and others stop her and can't give a more effective solution, then change a Hokage. Incompetent people can only drag down the village. Since no one objects, then this matter is settled. After saying this, Uzumaki Mito took Uchiha Seiryu's hand and left without waiting for others to react. After she left for a while, there was a sound of smashing the table in the office. Hiruzen, you saw it all. That kid will definitely be a nuisance in the future. Leave it to me and I will definitely get rid of him for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen held the pipe but did not smoke it. He just quietly thought about Danzo's words. No, he has been adopted by Lord Mito. Now he has become a bridge. Whoever touches him is an enemy of Lord Mito. And not all Uchiha are bad. Jing is also a Uchiha. He has the will of fire. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Uchiha Seiryu could not be moved now. He has become a bridge of communication between the village and Uchiha. Whoever dares to reach out and destroy the bridge will be killed by Uzumaki Mito. But Danzo didn't care about these. He only heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's rebuttal and couldn't help but roared. "You will regret it, Hiruzen." In response to this, Sarutobi Hiruzen just said lightly, "Danzo, I am the Hokage." Danzo was so angry that he slammed the door and left. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the pipe again and started to smoke. For a moment, the smoke covered Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, allowing people to see clearly what he was thinking. Let's go back to more than 10 minutes ago, the Uchiha clan, the residence of the great elder Uchiha Setsuna. The embarrassed Uchiha Yan knocked on the door of the room with an anxious look. "Who is it?" "It's me, Uchiha Yan. I have an urgent matter to see the great elder." Hearing this, the door was opened instantly, and from it a man who looked like a butler came out. "In that case, I'll take you there." After saying that, the butler took a step and brought Uchiha Yan to where Uchiha Setsuna was. At this time, Uchiha Setsuna was drinking tea. He frowned unhappily at the disheveled Uchiha Yan. "What's the matter?" Uchiha Yan knelt on one knee and said solemnly, "Master Setsuna, I found a genius, a unique genius." Uchiha Setsuna thought it was a major event that made Uchiha Yan come directly to the door without regard for etiquette, but he didn't expect it to be just a small matter. Genius, the thing that Uchiha lacks the most is genius. Seeing his indifferent face, Uchiha Yan didn't care about any etiquette. He stood up and walked to Uchiha Setsuna and continued. "That kid looks only 6 or 7 years old, but he has already opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan." Uchiha Setsuna stood up and pulled Uchiha Yan up directly without paying attention to the overturned teacup. "What did you say?" Chapter 20 Uchiha's Meeting. Uchiha Setsuna lost control of his strength and pulled Uchiha Yan painfully. But he still endured the pain and said, "Today, when I was patrolling the clan land, I found a battle. When I arrived at the scene, I found that there was no trace of the enemy, only a kid standing there. After that, he was pressed to the ground by the 3 Magatama Sharingan, and he also left with the umbu." He hesitated for a moment. After all, it was a bit embarrassing to be defeated by a child. But he still knew the importance of the matter, so after hesitating, he told the whole story. Uchiha Setsuna was excited when he said it, and it was not until he heard that this genius had left with the umbu that he knew why Uchiha Yan came to inform him. What is the concept of a 3 Magatama eye at the age of 6 or 7? Uchiha has not had such a monster for thousands of years. It is an incredible genius to open the eyes at the age of 6 or 7, let alone a 3 Magatama Sharingan. With this kind of talent, Uchiha Setsuna did not believe that he could not open the Mangekyo when he grew up. So he could no longer bear it, and at the same time as notifying his subordinates to investigate the information of Uchiha Zinglyo, he also convened a meeting with his authority as the Great Elder. As a representative of the Hawk faction, Uchiha Setsuna was eager to take back sovereignty from the hands of the Senjo clan, and even incited the Uchiha clan to rebel. Unfortunately, he was imprisoned by the second generation before he succeeded, and he was released only after the second generation died in battle. The purpose is to appease the Uchiha clan so that the third Hokage can succeed smoothly. Ever since Uchiha Setsuna was locked up by the second generation, he has been thinking about why the Uchiha clan cannot be Hokage. In the end, he got the answer: the Uchiha clan is not strong enough. Although most of the Uchiha clans with 3 Magatama are elite Jonin, this strength is not enough to be Hokage. Uchiha Setsuna knows his limit, he can't open the Mangekyo. But now it's different, a seedling who can open the Mangekyo suddenly appeared in front of him. Like a drowning man, the appearance of Uchiha Seiryu is like the last straw, and Uchiha Setsuna will not give up. Master Setsuna, the information has been checked, and the clan leaders and elders have also arrived. Just when Uchiha Setsuna was imagining the future, his butler had come and finished everything he needed to do. Now everything is ready, just waiting for Uchiha Setsuna. He walked to the meeting room, opened the door and walked in. Before he sat down, a sarcastic voice sounded. Elder Setsuna is so arrogant. He notified us of something concerning the whole clan, but he was the last to arrive. It's really, tisk tisk. Uchiha Setsuna looked carefully and saw that it was the second elder Uchiha Aang, who he usually didn't get along with. Uchiha Setsuna was the representative of the Hawk faction, while Uchiha Aang was the representative of the Dove faction. As for the clan leader Uchiha Mingde who was sitting next to him, he didn't help either of them. If he encountered such ridicule at other times, Uchiha Setsuna would definitely quarrel with him, but today he had more important things to do. Uchiha Setsuna snorted coldly and ignored the second elder. Instead, he looked around and said slowly, "Today, I summoned you all because of something concerning the fate of the Uchiha clan." Seeing that Uchiha Setsuna ignored him and said it so seriously, Uchiha Aang didn't continue to ridicule him. "Today, my subordinate Uchiha Yan discovered a genius, the most talented person in Uchiha in 1,000 years. He took out the information he had just retrieved and passed it to everyone present. This information is about this genius, everyone can take a look." Uchiha Aang took it and saw the picture and name of Uchiha Xingliu on the first page of the information. "Uchiha Xingliu, I seem to have heard this name somewhere, let me think about it." Just when Uchiha Aang was still thinking about this familiar name, Uchiha Setsuna continued excitedly. "I couldn't believe it when I saw it. The information shows that this kid named Xingliu is actually the child of Chunnin. And he is only 6 years old this year. He has not received ninja education since he was a child. Now he has opened the 3 Megatama. We are all experienced people. I don't need to say much about what this talent means. The light of the Mangekyo will soon shine on Uchiha again." Hearing this, the whole conference room was boiling. Everyone lost their usual etiquette, and some people even cheered. "God bless Uchiha! 3 Megatama at the age of 6, the future Mangekyo. Uchiha will surely be glorious again. That's right, what Madara couldn't do during his time as chief, he will definitely lead us to take the throne of Hokage." When Uchiha Aang heard 6 years old, he remembered what Uchiha Shien said to him after he came back in the morning. A kid named Uchiha Seiryu, this child who was half abandoned by the family was picked by Uzumaki Mito and will be officially adopted tomorrow. Not good. Thinking of this, Uchiha Aang suddenly felt urgent and quickly looked through the information in his hand. As each item of the information matched, Uchiha Aang's heart sank. Even the dovish Uchiha knew the importance of the Mangekyo. At that time, he was still happy that Uzumaki Mito was willing to give Uchiha a chance and build a bridge of communication to alleviate the current situation of Uchiha being excluded. He didn't expect that the future Mangekyo would be abducted. And Uchiha Aang's strangeness naturally attracted the attention of other people at the meeting. Uchiha Setsuna also stopped his speech and looked at Uchiha Aang seriously. The quiet hall also brought Uchiha Aang back to his senses. Looking at the tribesmen around him who were watching him, he smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid there's something wrong with this matter. This child named Uchiha Seiryu has been favored by Lord Uzumaki Mito." Hearing Uchiha Aang's words, Uchiha Setsuna suddenly remembered that Uchiha Seiryu and Umbu had left. For a moment, he seemed to understand something, and he asked anxiously, "What does it mean to be favored by Uzumaki Mito? Explain it clearly." Uchiha Aang raised the information in his hand helplessly, pointed to the picture of Uchiha Seiryu and said, "This child told Shien and me this morning that he has been adopted by Lord Uzumaki Mito." Uchiha Aang's words were like a bomb, causing everyone present to explode. This is too much. How can someone take the Mangekyo away? I don't agree with this. Yes, let's go and settle accounts with that Mito woman. Just when everyone in the conference room was united in hatred, a sudden proposal made the conference room quiet again. Everyone looked at the person who made this proposal. Under the gaze of so many people, he sat back in his seat in disgrace and dared not mention this matter again. What's the difference between settling accounts with Uzumaki Mito and asking for a fight? Chapter 21 Temporary Rest of the Storm. After looking at this person with contempt, Uchiha Aang hesitated for a moment and still spoke. Everyone, let's forget about this matter. Hearing this, Uchiha Setsuna glared at him and said, Forget it? How can we just forget about it? Uchiha Seiryu has Uchiha blood, and we can't let him leave like this. Although Uchiha Aang didn't want Uchiha Seiryu to leave, this matter was almost settled. Besides, although opening the Sharingan at the age of 6 is a bit of a freak, it does not guarantee that he will definitely open the Mangekyo in the future. But Uzumaki Mito's adoption of him will definitely improve the current situation of Uchiha. Of course, Uchiha Aang did not know that Uchiha Seiryu had already opened the Mangekyo, otherwise he would regret it. Moreover, Uchiha Setsuna also contributed to Uchiha Seiryu's adoption. Thinking of this, Uchiha Aang continued. You may not know the current situation of this child, so I will say it clearly. Elder Setsuna also contributed to the adoption of this child. Uchiha Setsuna was stunned by this. He had never seen Uchiha Seiryu before, so how could he contribute to it? But before he could ask, Uchiha Aang explained the reason. Do you remember Uchiha Setsuna's proposal some time ago? To let some of the orphans in the clan go to ninja school. One of those orphans was Uchiha Seiryu, and Tsunade, the descendant of Senju, also entered the ninja school at the same time. I think it was at that time that they met, and finally Uchiha Seiryu was chosen by Uzumaki Mito and adopted. So, there is no room for maneuver in this matter. All those present were Uchiha people of status, and they understood that there was no room for maneuver in Uchiha Aang's words. Uchiha Seiryu was the abandoned part. Since he was abandoned, his attitude towards the family can be imagined. On the contrary, Uzumaki Mito was the one who helped in times of need. With these two completely different treatments, normal people would know who to choose. Uchiha Setsuna was blocked from saying what he wanted to say. It was not right to say it or not to say it. It was indeed he who proposed to let the orphans in the clan go to the ninja school, and he also understood the meaning. But there was no way. This was to compromise with the doves in the clan and to arrange their own people in the clan school. It is said that the doves let their children go to the ninja school, and they were not ashamed to show their favor to the Hokage. In fact, whether it is the dove Uchiha or the hawk Uchiha, their purpose is to make the clan develop better. It's just that the purpose is the same, but the paths to achieve the purpose are different. The doves are friendly factions, advocating to make friends with people in Konoha, and are recognized by most people in Konoha. Finally, under this trend, a Hokage belonging to Uchiha will naturally appear. The Hawks are very radical and advocate the use of a coup to remove the top leaders of Konoha and then elect an Uchiha Hokage. But it is precisely because of being too radical that the radicals have been suppressed in this era when there is not such a big conflict between Uchiha and Konoha. So many demands have to be discussed with the doves, so Uchiha Setsuna, who wants to achieve his goal, put forward such a suggestion that is beneficial to the doves. But who would have thought that there would be such a monster among those orphans? This made him feel very uncomfortable, with a kind of bitterness of shooting himself in the foot and not being able to say the bitterness. It's just a child anyway, there will be plenty of time and opportunities to bring him back in the future. Uchiha Setsuna couldn't afford to lose face in the end. As an Uchiha, he was very proud, not to mention that he was the great elder. So Uchiha Setsuna coughed, and after everyone around looked here, he gave a plan. Since things have developed to this point, why not take it slow? Uchiha Seiryu is still Uchiha no matter what. Even if it is Uzumaki Mito, she cannot understand the secret of Sharingan. Send someone to tell Uchiha Seiryu that if he wants the secret technique of Sharingan, he can just return to Uchiha. Such a compromise plan also made everyone present nod in agreement. It is too late to remedy the situation now. Moreover, as Uchiha, they believe that they know Uchiha best, and the power of Sharingan will make Uchiha Seiryu change his mind. Unfortunately, they all guessed wrong. Uchiha Seiryu's Mangekyo has been opened, and the system's plug-in is unreasonable. I guess when Uchiha Seiryu returns to Uchiha again, that will be the day when he becomes the boss of Uchiha. Since the main purpose of the meeting could not be achieved and a compromise was reached, the two groups of people who disliked each other left immediately as a matter of course. This meeting within the Uchiha clan ended in a whimper, but the storm had just begun. But no matter what, the name Uchiha Zenglyu has spread among the Uchiha high-level officials. And it won't be long before this name will spread to every corner of Konoha. Uchiha Aang had just returned to his residence, and before he sat down to rest, Uchiha Shien knocked on his door. "Come in." Hearing Uchiha Aang's words, Uchiha Shien pushed open the door, walked up to him respectfully and said, "Father, did this meeting go well?" Uchiha Aang nodded with satisfaction, satisfied with his son's etiquette. Although he was a dove, Uchiha Aang paid special attention to etiquette, even to the point of being strict. At home, even his own son is no exception. The meeting didn't go very smoothly. "The child you told me about is the purpose of this meeting. Your feeling is correct. This child not only opened the Sharingan, but also has 3 Megatama. Unfortunately, he has been adopted by Mito." As he said this, Uchiha Aang shook his head, feeling sorry for the loss of the genius in the clan, while Uchiha Shien on the side was a little surprised. Although he had long guessed that Uchiha Zenglyu had opened the Sharingan, he didn't expect it to be 3 Megatama. But it's meaningless to say these now. The person has been adopted away, and the adopter is still someone that Uchiha can't afford to offend. Having said that, such a genius just passed away like this. Is there really no action in the clan? So, Uchiha Shien asked. Then there is no remedial measure. Uchiha Aang chuckled and said. You know Uchiha Setsuna, who proposed to let the orphan enter. He is the one from the ninja school. It is easier to kill him than to make him lose face and apologize to Uchiha Seiryu. Uchiha Shien nodded in agreement after hearing this, and then the father and son smiled at each other. The two people who were talking did not notice that a small figure stood outside their door. Chapter 22 Uzumaki Mito's Trust. Uchiha Seiryu. Standing outside the door, Uchiha's Hizi listened to the genius in the mouths of his grandfather and father, muttering to himself. Then she glanced at the door unwillingly, as if she saw through the door and saw the two people. A Megatama slowly appeared in Uchiha's Hizi's eyes, and then disappeared. I don't know if it's because of insufficient chakra or because the emotional fluctuations did not meet the standard. This time, her Sharingan was not opened. But this also shows that Uchiha's Hizi is an out-and-out genius. However, after Uchiha's Hizi made such a fuss, the two people in the door also discovered her. As soon as Uchiha Shien opened the door, he saw Uchiha's Hizi pouting and looking at him with red eyes. He didn't need to think about it to know that his little princess heard the conversation just now and was jealous. When Uchiha Aang saw this scene, he quickly stood up and hugged Uchiha's Hizi. What's wrong with my little baby, who made you unhappy? Tell grandpa and see how I deal with him. Although Uchiha Aang attaches great importance to interests, there is only one exception, that is his granddaughter Uchiha Chiji. Uchiha Chiji lost her mother when she was young. In order to make up for this love, the whole family regards her as a princess. It is no exaggeration to say that since childhood, Uchiha Chiji has everything she wants. Ordinary people who are raised like this would have been lawless long ago. But Uchiha Chiji maintained a good attitude, not arrogant or impatient, which made people feel at ease. He was also very polite in dealing with people and behaved perfectly in front of outsiders. But the perfect Uchiha Chiji had a shortcoming, which was that he was more likely to get jealous and was a little jealous. Maybe this was related to the excessive care of Uchiha Aang and Uchiha Shien. The excessive love made Uchiha Chiji pay special attention to these two people. Uchiha Chiji buried his head in Uchiha Aang's arms and said in a muffled voice, "Is that Uchiha Xingqiu really that powerful? Is he more powerful than me?" Hearing this, Uchiha Aang looked at Uchiha Xian and told him to find a solution quickly. Uchiha Xian smiled bitterly after receiving this look, and didn't know how to get around it. Fortunately, Uchiha Ji's jealousy came and went quickly. She didn't wait for her grandfather and father to answer, and struggled to jump out of Uchiha Aang's arms. Unlike her tearful face just now, her face was full of ambition now. Uchiha Xingqiu is stronger now, but I will definitely surpass him in the future. I'm going to practice, call me when it's time to eat. After saying that, without waiting for the two to say anything, she ran away without a trace. The two people standing there were relieved. She is worthy of being my daughter, granddaughter. At the same time, Uzumaki Mito took Uchiha Seiryu to register and officially adopted him. And the news that she adopted Uchiha would spread throughout Konoha in just a few days. Uzumaki Mito took Uchiha Seiryu's hand and walked slowly on the way home. Uchiha Seiryu was hesitant to speak, not knowing why Mito didn't ask him anything. After walking for a long time, Uchiha Seiryu had already seen the Senju clan's land, and did not wait for Uzumaki Mito to ask. He could no longer bear it and let go of his hand, looking at Uzumaki Mito, who had stopped and asked, "Don't you have anything to ask me?" Uzumaki Mito turned around and looked at the boy in front of her, looking into his clear eyes, and slowly said, "Everyone has secrets that they don't want others to know. If you want to tell me something, you will tell me naturally." She smiled slightly and raised her hand to flick Uchiha Seiryu's forehead. Looking at Uchiha Seiryu, who covered his forehead in pain, she laughed even more happily. After a while, Uzumaki Mito stopped laughing and continued to say, "Do you know Hashirama's most regrettable thing?" Uchiha Xingqiu heard this and recalled the life of Senju Hashirama in Naruto. Witnessed the cruelty of the Warring States period, where children under 10 years old killed each other, and hell was everywhere. Met Uchiha Madara, and they came together because of the same ideas, but parted ways because of different ideals. Founded Konoha to distribute the tailed beasts, hoping to balance the 5 major countries and bring peace to this broken continent for a long time. Senju Hashirama had too many regrets. His brother could not grow up healthily, and fell forever in the Warring States period. Wanted peace, but gave the weapon to others with his own hands. His best friend Uchiha Madara, just because of different paths and ideals, fell in his own hands. For a moment, Uchiha Seiryu couldn't tell which one it was. And Uzumaki Mito didn't wait for Uchiha Seiryu to answer, and started telling the story by himself. Hashirama told me that the thing he regretted most in his life was that he didn't pull his best friend back to the right path. I still remember that day, the day when Hashirama buried Uchiha with his own hands. That day, Hashirama came back and fell in my arms. He was covered in wounds, and the healing ability of the seal couldn't heal the wounds. That was the first time I saw him so sad. He cried and said to me, "If Madara had been made Hokage from the beginning, we wouldn't have come to this day." He also said something like Madara was right, I had gone against my original intention. Really, Hashirama never cared about me so much. I'm a little angry when I say it. Uzumaki Mito puffed up his mouth angrily, but then fell silent. Uchiha Seiryu did not disturb Uzumaki Mito, knowing that she was thinking of sad things. Uzumaki Mito recovered after a while, touched Uchiha Seiryu's head and continued. After that, although Hashirama's physical injuries healed, his chakra was lifeless. This gave me an ominous premonition. Although Hashirama looked the same as before, I already knew the result. Sure enough, Hashirama left before Tsunade grew up, leaving me, an old woman, alone. After that, I understood a truth. When you trust someone, the person you trust also hopes that you can keep this original intention and always trust him. At this point, Uzumaki Mito looked into Uchiha Seiryu's clear eyes and said sincerely, "Child, can I trust you?" Uchiha Seiryu had never seen Uzumaki Mito's sincere feelings and words in his 2 lives. This sincere emotion undoubtedly touched him and touched his heart deeply. Of course, you can always trust me. As long as Sister Mito trusts me, I will never betray my original intention. At this moment, Uchiha Zenglyu has already recognized Uzumaki Mito in his heart. Although there are many inside stories in the story told by Uzumaki Mito that she doesn't know, this unconditional trust in him is real and undoubted. And in response to this heart, of course, there is also an equal trust. Chapter 23 Conversation. In the past, Uchiha Zenglyu, although the goal set was also to bring peace to the continent. But in his heart, there is more of a playful mentality of reaching the other world. Just like playing a game, there must be a main task to support the action. And Uzumaki Mito shocked him and made him truly understand what the so-called Hokage represents. The establishment of Konoha is not only the credit of Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama. Thousands of years of chaos have made everyone on this land yearn for peace. Once someone takes the lead, the flame of peace will be spread to every corner. Therefore, the establishment of Konoha can be said to be the credit of everyone in the Land of Fire, and Uzumaki Mito is no exception. Although limited by their own vision and the limitations of the times over the past 1,000 years, without the concept of a unified continent, true peace cannot be achieved. But compared to the chaotic warring states period, the ninja village era is already an improvement. If Uchiha Zenglyu looks at everything on this continent from a god's perspective, it would be too arrogant. The emergence of the ninja village can be regarded as the best system that people of that era could think of. Although the war between countries may be more cruel, it is a great improvement compared to the daily war situation in the warring states period. With the establishment of order, every weak person is a beneficiary. The Hokage is both the leader of the village and the umbrella for the weak. So if you want to be a Hokage, you must be recognized by the vast majority of people. Of course, you can also use absolute strength to overwhelm everyone, so no one will object. And Uchiha Zenglyu was an adult in his previous life, and he wanted it all. In fact, what moved Uchiha Seiryu was what Uzumaki Mito just said to him. These words were actually telling him one thing. She trusted Uchiha Seiryu. Even if he decided to become a Hokage in the future, Uzumaki Mito would still support him. This trust would not be affected by his status as an Uchiha. Uchiha Seiryu really didn't expect that Uzumaki Mito would be able to do this. Because no matter what, Senjo Hashirama died early under the influence of Uchiha Madara. Uzumaki Mito on the side looked at Uchiha Seiryu with a smile and said nothing more. Feeling a little uncomfortable under such a loving gaze, Uchiha Seiryu thought of his solemn look just now, and suddenly couldn't hold it back. Although his body is still small now, he was an adult in his previous life. He said excitedly he felt very embarrassed by what he said. It was as if he was back in the second year of junior high school, that second year period. The things he did and said during that period made him want to dig out a living room and 3 bedrooms with his toes and live in it every time he thought of it. But after being embarrassed for a while, he calmed down. Mito sister, don't you really want to know what just happened? Uzumaki Mito nodded and said. I still want to know, but I want Xiao Zenglyu to tell me. In fact, whether he was attacked or what happened to the Hokage, it was no longer a secret. So when he heard that Uzumaki Mito wanted to hear, Uchiha Zenglyu told it in full. But he was forced to stop before he said much. Because when he heard that Uchiha Zenglyu was attacked, Uzumaki Mito looked up and down at Uchiha Zenglyu without waiting for him to continue. Seeing that he was safe and sound, she was still not relieved, and continued to ask. You were attacked? You are not injured? Although he was interrupted, Uchiha Zenglyu still felt a warm current in his heart. People's subconscious reactions are very real, and Uzumaki Mito's performance undoubtedly proves that she is not lying. I'm fine. Although the attack came a little suddenly, you can't underestimate me, an Uchiha. As he said, Uchiha Zenglyu opened his Sharingan, then pointed at his eyes and continued. These eyes let me see the trajectory of the attack, and the fire escape I performed collided with the ninjutsu of the two attackers. After that, they probably left because they were afraid that someone would come. The two attackers are now nothing, so Uchiha Zenglyu can say whatever he wants. Attacker, if you say you open the Mangekyo, only ghosts will attack you. I have become a ghost? That's fine. Uzumaki Mito knew at the Hokage building that Uchiha Seiryu had a 3 Magatama Sharingan, but was still a little surprised to hear that he could use fire escape to repel the attacker. After all, judging from the strength that Uchiha Seiryu has shown now, ignoring the fact that he has no combat experience, he is no longer an ordinary jonin. This talent reminded Uzumaki Mito of a person, Uchiha Madara. But then she thought that Uchiha Seiryu was an orphan, and felt sorry for him for a while. She had heard that after Uchiha Izuna died at the hands of the second generation, the pair of Mangekyo was given to Uchiha Madara. And the changes in Uchiha Madara's eyes afterwards naturally could not escape the observation of Senjo Tobirama. Senjo Tobirama speculated about this change in the scroll for Uchiha. There must be a stronger eye above the Mangekyo, and this eye needs to be replaced by the eye of his brother. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why Uchiha Madara, who was about to go blind, suddenly regained his vision and greatly increased his strength. However, this point was quickly forgotten by Uzumaki Mito. She did not want Uchiha Seiryu to become a person who pursued power and hurt his relatives. Now that there is no brother, there is naturally no such temptation. Xiao Zenglyu is really amazing. At your age, I think even Uchiha Madara is not as good as you. Uchiha Seiryu scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly and said modestly. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes late in our family book. He is a late bloomer. I can't compare with him. Uzumaki Mito certainly knew this. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes in his teens, and then he made rapid progress all the way to become a strong man comparable to Senjo Hashirama. However, it is still necessary to praise. The repressive education is obviously not suitable for this humble child in front of him. Xiao Zenglyu is indeed very talented. You are the most talented person I have ever seen. In the future, my Tsunade will be in your hands. You have to teach her more. Uzumaki Mito's words reminded Uchiha Zenglyu of the fear of being dominated in the past. Other people's children, Uchiha Zenglyu made a grand debut. So he hurriedly said, "No, I will definitely take Tsunade with me to practice in the future." After saying that, without waiting for Uzumaki Mito to say anything else, he took her hand and started to move forward. Uzumaki Mito's actions made Uzumaki Mito laugh, but she still obeyed him. She took a few quick steps and took Uchiha Zenglyu's hand in turn. "Xiao Zenglyu, don't be so anxious. You don't even know where I live. Let me lead the way." Not long after that, they stopped in front of a beautiful courtyard. Chapter 24 Senjo Mansion. The courtyard in front of them is not big, and the overall style is Japanese. In this courtyard, there is a clean pool, the water is emerald green and clear, like a mirror. The moss and lotus flowers beside the pool present a picture of tranquility and harmony. The breeze blows through the bamboo forest in the courtyard, and the rustling sound seems to have entered a world far away from the hustle and bustle. Of course, although this courtyard is not luxurious, but it was much better than the one Uchiha Seiryu had lived in before. Before they walked in, Tsunade pushed open the door and ran in front of them, and Chinitsu followed in maid-style clothes. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Seiryu strangely, wondering why he came here today. Just when she wanted to ask, Uzumaki Mito had already spoken first. "Tsunade, did you master the sealing technique I taught you yesterday?" Hearing this, Tsunade shrank her neck unconsciously and shuddered. Sealing techniques are not easy to learn, and with less than a day, Tsunade naturally didn't learn it. She was just curious about what the Umbu had just told her grandmother, so she ran out to ask, but she didn't expect to fall into a trap. Looking at Uzumaki Mito's increasingly abnormal eyes, she couldn't help but scream and ran back to the room. Uzumaki Mito thought very simply, Today she saw such a genius Uchiha Seiryu. Although Tsunade's talent is not bad, it is far inferior to Uchiha Seiryu. It's okay that you are not as talented as others, but if you don't work hard, that's your problem. Thinking of Tsunade's usual lazy style, and even learning to gamble from Hashirama, Uzumaki Mito became more and more angry. The look in her eyes that wanted to kill someone could not be hidden, and Uchiha Seiryu on the side was a little gloating. At this moment, Shinichi stepped forward and interrupted Uzumaki Mito's idea of going berserk, temporarily saving Tsunade's little butt. Mito-sama, is this the young man you are going to adopt? Although she was still a little angry after being interrupted by Shinichi's spellcasting, Uzumaki Mito still answered Shinichi's question. Yes, this is Uchiha Seiryu, the child I want to adopt. Something has happened. I have completed the adoption procedures and he will move in today. Thank you, Shinichi. Please tidy up the room today. Shinichi seemed to have expected this change and reminded Uzumaki Mito. Master Seiryu's room was tidied yesterday and can be moved in at any time. Lord Mito, this is not a place to talk. Let's go in and talk. Uzumaki Mito also reacted. After nodding to Shinichi, he said to Uchiha Seiryu. Let's go in. This will be your home from now on. Home? It's a bit far away for me. Uchiha Seiryu said silently in his heart. He was also an orphan in his previous life. Although the dean treated him like his own child, the scattered love was destined to be incomplete. Thinking of this, Uchiha Seiryu looked at Uzumaki Mito and said. So Sister Mito is my family from now on. Uzumaki Mito was stunned by his sudden question, but then said with certainty. What are you thinking about, little Seiryu? The moment I adopted you, you became my family. Yes, Grandma Mito. Uchiha Seiryu was overwhelmed with emotions. The family affection that he had never had in his previous life until his death was obtained so easily in this life. The word grandma made Uzumaki Mito a little out of control, but looking at Uchiha Seiryu's slightly red eyes, he just said. Remember to call me sister in the future. He took Uchiha Seiryu into the courtyard, and Shinichi did not continue to follow them. My family was saved by Lord Mito. Lord Mito is really a kind person. Standing still, looking at the two people entering the room, Shinichi was also full of emotion in her heart. As soon as Uchiha Seiryu entered the room, he saw Tsunade holding a scroll and studying hard, and Uzumaki Mito nodded with satisfaction after seeing it. Whether it was really hard work or a show, Tsunade finally escaped at this moment. Sure enough, after Uzumaki Mito showed a satisfied expression, Uchiha Seiryu saw Tsunade and breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Tsunade, don't study for the time being. Xiao Xing will move in today. You can take him around. I have something else to do. Forget about lunch today. I will take you out to eat in the evening. After hearing this, Tsunade put down the scroll in her hand, ran to Uchiha Seiryu and pulled him out. I know, Grandma, I'll take him there now. Uchiha Seiryu was almost dragged down by her, wondering why Tsunade was so reckless when she was a child, and then saw Uzumaki Mito. Okay, the case is solved. Knowing that Uzumaki Mito still had things to do, Uchiha Seiryu followed Tsunade to visit the house. After a while, they walked through the entire courtyard, and Uchiha Seiryu also understood the general layout. There would be no need to go to the toilet and not be able to find the place you need. After visiting the courtyard, Tsunade took Uchiha Seiryu and continued to walk and talk. Sister Shiharu cleaned up your room last night. It's next to mine. I'll take you now. Go. Uchiha Zinglio followed Tsunade all the way, and soon, they came to two almost identical rooms. But one of them was very messy, with snacks, books and various sundries filling every corner of the room. Tsunade blushed when she saw it, and hurriedly stepped forward to close the door of this room. Then she whispered to Uchiha Zinglio. The one next to it is your room, I have to clean up the house and I won't accompany you. After saying that, Tsunade pulled the door and ran in quickly, then slammed the door shut. Uchiha Zenglio looked at Tsunade's performance and smiled, not caring. He was not much better when he was a child. Then he walked into the room assigned to him, and was relieved when he saw that everything he should have was there. After all, Uchiha Zenglio's original place had been almost destroyed, and the ninjutsu released by the two attackers was blocked by him with Susanoo. But the house was so lucky. The house collapsed, and the things inside were naturally damaged. He really didn't expect that he would be so unlucky that he was caught by spies even though he lived in such a remote place. As for why Uchiha Zenglio was so sure that he was a spy, he actually thought about this question. Before today, he was just a nobody, an orphan whose parents died. No matter how much the village leaders disliked Uchiha, they would not bother him. Now is also the time when the first war in the ninja world is about to end, and the espionage activities of various ninja villages can be said to have reached their peak. Combined with these, Uchiha Zenglio can be sure that it was the spy who attacked him, not someone else. Chapter 25 System Changes. But it's useless to say anything now that the incident has happened. Uchiha Zenglio took advantage of the situation and let Uzumaki Mito adopt him in advance, and also alienated the relationship between Uzumaki Mito, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo. Although this incident exposed part of his talent, it is not necessarily a bad thing. Since the low-key route is broken, then go high profile, and admiring the strong is also a common trait of people. The fact that he was 6 years old and had 3 Megatama and still repelled spies will definitely arouse some people's vigilance. But the civilians must think differently from them. The civilians think about whether there can be another Uchiha Madara-like figure to keep peace. As long as he continues to show genius in the future, this idea will deepen, and finally win a huge reputation for himself. With the support of many civilians, Uchiha has long been regarded as his own property in the ninja clan. Senjo has the support of Uzumaki Mito, so he will definitely stand on his side. Hyuga doesn't need to worry about it. A stubborn tribe that has been stubborn for thousands of years can only stop at the level of Kage even if a genius appears. There is no need to worry at all. As for other small and medium-sized ninja tribes, with the cooperation of Uchiha, Senju, and civilians, they will not raise any opposition. It can be said that with the current situation, as long as Uchiha Zenglio follows the plan, the Hokage is basically in his pocket. But as I said, he doesn't want to live a life of 996, so the plan still has to go on. The current plan is actually very smooth. Although it is due to luck, luck is also a kind of strength. Wait until the ninja school starts, and then influence the few people you like, and you can be at ease as a hands-off shopkeeper or a fun person in the future. Thinking of this, Uchiha Zenglio thought of being suddenly attacked after he opened the Mangekyo. He didn't know whether the system had changed, so he silently recited in his heart and opened the system panel. Host, Uchiha CEO. Skills, Mangekyo Sharinan, Blue, LV1, Indra Bloodline Remnant, Blue, LV2, Fire Style. Great Fireball Technique, Green, LV5, Fire Style. Imperata Technique, Green, LV2, Fire Style. Great Dragon Fire Technique, Green, LV1, Cooking, White. Hang Up Bar, Fire Style. Great Fireball Technique, Green, Indra Bloodline Remnant, Blue, LV2, Mangekyo Sharinan, Blue, LV1. Combat Power, 1288, turn it off, it's really boring. Tip 1, the host's Mangekyo ability is integrated into the Mangekyo Sharinan, and is not listed separately. Tip 2, the upgrade of the host's Mangekyo ability will affect the power and consumption of the pupil technique. Tip 3, when the host's combat power exceeds 1000, the hang-up system hang-up speed will increase. Looking at the 3 prompts in the system, Uchiha CEO had some enlightenment in his heart. First of all, the ability of the Mangekyo can no longer be automatically upgraded after the bloodline is upgraded as before. Because the Mangekyo contains 2 pupil techniques, occupying 1 idle bar is equivalent to hanging 3 abilities. Isn't this a system loophole? The second prompt also verifies this point. It must be a reminder from the system to let him not put the Mangekyo down on the idle bar. Moreover, bloodline abilities can indeed affect the promotion of Sharinon, but conversely, the promotion of Sharinon can also affect bloodline. These two are actually complementary to each other. Point 2 abilities are the most cost-effective. Tip 3 is very simple. The speed of hanging up has been upgraded. Green and lower skills will surely be promoted faster in the future. The Great Fireball proved this point. It was upgraded to level 5 in less than a day. Uchiha Zenglyu thought about it carefully. He did have a lot of experience in using the Great Fireball technique in his mind. The body also felt that he could use the Great Fireball very skillfully now. This way of transmitting knowledge to the mind silently made Uchiha Zenglyu very satisfied. Otherwise, he would suddenly have a severe headache during the battle in the future. How unfair it would be to die. As for why the promotion of Indra's bloodline ability caused such a big fuss, it was because the sudden surge of chakra affected him, not the influence of bloodline ability. Other abilities that did not hang up also upgraded 1 or 2 levels. This is because the Great Fireball is related to these ninjutsu, so it led to the upgrade of these abilities. But the most important thing is that the functions of the system are becoming more and more perfect, and even the prompts have become more. Uchiha Zenglyu had guessed this long ago, and the changes in the system this time have almost verified this guess. This system is not yet perfect, and it will improve along with the improvement of Uchiha Zenglyu's ability. The system had a prompt function last time, and this time it makes this function more useful and perfect. In the future, as Uchiha Zenglyu becomes stronger, the system will have more and more functions. Will there be a portal to let me travel to another world in the future? Thinking about the changes in the system, Uchiha Zenglyu silently complained in his heart. Just as he was complaining, the door was suddenly opened by Tsunade. She rushed to Uchiha Zenglyu with an excited face and said, "I just checked, Grandma has gone out, let's play together for a while." Uchiha Zenglyu was not interested in Tsunade's proposal and gave Tsunade a fatal blow. "Have you learned the sealing technique that Mito Grandma talked about? She will come back to take us to dinner in the evening, and she should check your progress." Tsunade was petrified when she heard this, and there was no reaction for a long time. Uchiha Zenglyu ignored her and prepared to find something to eat. He hadn't eaten since morning. Although lunch was approaching, he still wanted to find something to eat. Children sometimes have some privileges. Just as he was about to bypass the petrified Tsunade, a hand grabbed him. "I don't care. You have to play with me." As she said that, she took out a dice from somewhere and put it in front of Uchiha Zenglyu. Uchiha Zenglyu didn't want to trick her, but this was Tsunade when she was a child. Wouldn't it be a pity not to dig a hole for her? Tsunade was punished for not completing the practice of sealing techniques. "What does it have to do with me, Uchiha Zenglyu?" And although Uchiha Zenglyu knew the general situation in the courtyard, didn't the person in front of him have snacks? What's more, she has already taken out the dice, what else can it be but a gift? Tsunade's gambling luck is so good that those who understand it will understand it. So Uchiha Zenglyu no longer hesitated and said directly, "Do you want me to play this dice with you?" Tsunade nodded repeatedly after hearing this, and Uchiha Zenglyu saw that Tsunade had taken the bait, so he continued. "It's a bit boring not to bet on anything, but we are children." He pretended to think about it, and then his eyes lit up. Chapter 26 The world begins to change. "How about this, if I lose, I will help you cover up so that Grandma Mito doesn't punish you." Hearing this, Tsunade nodded even faster. "But if you lose, you have to give me your snacks. How about it, do you agree?" Tsunade's mind was full of Uchiha Zenglyu's words that he would cover up for her just now, so how could she pay attention to the following words? She quickly picked up the dice and said with a high-spirited face, "No problem, let's get started." It was soon time for lunch. Chixia looked for the two children in the courtyard for a while and didn't see them, so she came to their room. When she got here, Tsunade was lying on the ground with a gloomy face. This surprised Chixia, and she hurriedly stepped forward to help Tsunade up and wanted to ask her what happened. But no matter how Chixia asked, Tsunade didn't speak. Uchiha Zingliu knew that Chixia was looking for them to have lunch, and didn't want to waste time here, so he directly attacked Tsunade next to him. "It's nothing, I just lost all the snacks for this month." Tsunade was even more desperate when she heard it, and Chixia was crying and laughing. "It's okay, Tsunade-sama, you can tell me if you want to eat, I will make it for you." Tsunade was very moved, walked up to hug Shiharu, and made faces at Uchiha Seiryu. Uchiha Seiryu watched this scene from the side, and couldn't help coughing twice, reminding them that it was time to eat. After receiving the reminder, Shiharu let go of Tsunade, took the two to the restaurant and left. At this time, there were two adults, a man and a woman, sitting in the restaurant waiting for them. Tsunade ran over excitedly after seeing the two, and jumped into the man's arms. "Dad, why are you back? Didn't you say you were going to the front to fight?" Senju Yasuke hugged Tsunade and replied with a smile. "Then you have to thank Zingliu, because I came back because of him." And Senju Kingsu on the side also echoed. "Yes, we were all ready to leave, but Mom suddenly asked us not to leave yet. Later I found out that she wanted to adopt a child and needed our family to be present as witnesses. Thanks to him, we don't have to go back to the war." Uchiha Zingliu guessed when he saw Tsunade's performance that these two people should be her parents, and their subsequent words also showed that Uchiha Zingliu was right. And the meaning of their words also made Uchiha Zingliu think about it, her parents who seemed to have never been mentioned in the plot. If he guessed correctly, if it weren't for him, this battle would probably cause Tsunade's parents to be seriously injured and die early. "It seems that I have begun to flap my wings and changed many things." Thinking of this, Uchiha Zingliu suddenly felt that he had lost out. If he had known earlier, he would not have been soft-hearted and agreed to waive the snacks for a few months. After hearing her parents' explanation, Tsunade broke free from Senju Yasuke's arms and came to Uchiha Zingliu. Maybe in front of so many people, Tsunade was inevitably a little shy, blushing and whispering, "Thank you." Uchiha Zingliu immediately said after hearing, "If you want to thank me, why don't you waive the snacks just now?" Tsunade was so embarrassed that she swung a weak fist at Uchiha Zingliu. "No, you can't count what you promised me." The two people on the side watched the fight between the two with a smile, and reminded them to eat after a while. After dinner, the two stopped Uchiha Zingliu who wanted to leave. Tsunade returned to her room after seeing that there was nothing for her to do, ready to make up for the wasted time in the afternoon. Otherwise, Uzumaki Mito might hang her up to watch the sealing technique, and let her down when she finished watching. Thinking of this scene, Tsunade walked faster. Senju Yasuke looked at Tsunade who was running away and didn't care. He took out a scroll from behind and handed it to Uchiha Seiryu. "Seiryu-kun, Mito-sama asked me to give this thing to you. Please accept it." Uchiha Seiryu knew this kind of scroll. It was used to seal items. He had one. After taking the scroll, he asked, "What is sealed in it?" "The Senju family's ninjutsu collection, all of them." Uchiha Seiryu's pupils shrank. He didn't expect it to be such a thing. Although he was sure that he would not lack ninjutsu after being adopted, he really didn't expect Uzumaki Mito to dare to give him all his collections. But thinking of the conversation between the two this morning, it was not surprising. But it was still strange. Uchiha Seiryu didn't ask Uzumaki Mito for ninjutsu, so why did he suddenly give it to him? With this thought in mind, Uchiha Seiryu asked, "Can I ask why you gave it to me?" Senju Yasuke looked at him and said with emotion, "Mito said you are a rare genius in 1,000 years, and she doesn't know how to teach you. So let me give you all the ninjutsu, and you will decide your own future path. Of course, if you don't understand something, you can ask us." After knowing the strength that Uchiha Seiryu has now, Uzumaki Mito knew that he was not qualified to train him. Now is not the Warring States period. At that time, if you want to survive, you have to fight constantly. The pressure of survival will teach Uchiha Seiyuu everything he needs. After thinking about it, Uzumaki Mito decided to leave this choice to Uchiha Seiyuu himself, so this scroll came into his hands. Uchiha Seiyuu took this thing and realized that Uzumaki Mito really didn't just talk, he even gave him his family fortune. Seeing that he was a little touched, Senju Yasuke patted his shoulder and said, "Don't mind, each of us has seen this scroll, but whether you can learn it or not is up to you." Having said that, Uchiha Seiyuu was indeed very moved. If someone treats you well with all his heart, if you don't feel anything at all, then you are no different from a stone. Uzumaki Mito didn't need anything at this stage, he just wanted to see the village grow steadily, or his relatives would not get into trouble. No desire means no request. Uzumaki Mito in this state made Uchiha Seiyuu unable to think of any way to repay him for a while. But then he thought of Tsunade, and thought of how Uzumaki Mito was giving Tsunade a headache today. It goes without saying who Tsunade's personality resembles, but Tsunade now does behave a bit like a naughty child. As a descendant of Uzumaki Mito, there is no reason why she can't learn the diamond seal. Although this ninjutsu can only be used by the Uzumaki clan, it can be learned as a sealing technique. Tsunade has the prerequisite to learn this ninjutsu, the descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Chapter 27, Tricked Tsunade. The diamond seal is a ninjutsu with a strong sealing effect. Once an ordinary ninja is entangled, it is impossible to get rid of it. Moreover, for the tailed beasts, a nuclear weapon in the ninja world, the diamond seal also has a special attack skill. So this ninjutsu can make up for Tsunade's shortcomings in the future. In fact, Tsunade's talent is the strongest among the three ninjas, and even Orochimaru can't compare to her. Tsunade has been suffering from hemophobia and has been wasted for so many years, but her strength can still be maintained at the level of Kage. And from the 4 regulations she proposed about medical ninjas, it is likely that creation regeneration and the 100 healings technique were the ninjutsu she invented and mastered during the Third World War. Not only that, Tsunade also systematically sorted out the development of medical ninjas, which caused Konoha to reform this point. From all these, it can be seen that even if Tsunade's talent is not as good as Senju Tobirama, it is not far behind. The Senju clan's collection of ninjutsu will not leave Tsunade without learning materials, so what she lacks is not resources and talent, but a reason that allows her to settle down and study. Uchiha Zenglyu has thought about this. No matter how talented Tsunade is, she can't be as fast as him. As long as he is there, a silver carp effect will be formed. Even if Tsunade wanted to be lazy, Uzumaki Mito had no choice as she had an example to refer to. Hardship now, it will be better when you grow up. Uchiha Seiyuu almost laughed out loud when he thought of this seemingly true but ambiguous sentence. This sentence reminded him of what his high school teacher said in his previous life. Uchiha Seiyuu believed it at first, but when he went to college, he knew it was not the case at all. "Uncle Yasuke, although I have nothing to give back to you now, I can still urge Tsunade to study." As someone who has been on the battlefield, Senju Yasuke naturally knows that the more strength you have, the more chances of survival you have. So he couldn't object to Uchiha Seiyuu's words, but said happily, "Then I'll trouble you." Tsunade is lazy whenever she has time, which has always been a headache for us. Uchiha Seiyuu nodded, picked up the scroll in his hand and said, "Leave it to me with confidence, I will learn this scroll with Tsunade." Senju Yasuke patted Uchiha Seiyuu's shoulder and laughed. Uchiha Seiyuu's act of repaying kindness made him very satisfied. After all, no one wants to raise an ungrateful wolf. But he thought too much. Uzumaki Mito's vision of looking at people is much higher than his. When they were in the barbecue restaurant, Uzumaki Mito knew that Uchiha Seiyuu had a performance component, but his clear eyes were the real reason that moved Uzumaki Mito. Living in a peaceful world in his previous life, Uchiha Seiyuu did not have the anxiety and tyranny in the hearts of the people in the ninja world. When proposing to donate to the orphanage, Uchiha Seiyuu subconsciously showed an attitude that it should be so. It seemed that for him, doing good deeds was a matter of course. This kindness cannot be performed. After handing the scroll to Uchiha CEO, Senju Yasuke simply chatted with Uchiha CEO for a few words and left. Although he did not have to go to the battlefield, there were still many things he needed to do. Uchiha CEO brought the scroll to Tsunade's room and told her about studying the scroll together in the future. When Tsunade heard the news, she was confused and didn't understand how this happened to her. She had naturally seen this scroll, and she was rejected by her at that time, but she was finally fooled. Even Uzumaki Mito had no choice but to promise to wait until she was older before starting to study the contents of this scroll. So Tsunade was naturally unwilling to study obediently, and she saw her eyes turn and thought of an idea. "Hey, how about we make a bet? I'll agree to it if you win." Uchiha Zenglyu heard this and knew that Tsunade was going to give up again, so he naturally wouldn't let go. Uchiha Zenglyu knew Tsunade's character, and being tough would not work. Now after hearing what Tsunade said, he knew that she was going to give up again, so he naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. "No problem, my bet is your 1 month snacks. If you win once, I'll give them back to you. But if you lose once, you have to study hard for 3 days, how about that? Winning once will get you all the snacks." So Tsunade is naturally full of confidence, without any previous lessons. She has no idea of her luck in gambling. The worse she is, the more she likes to play. "Then let's get started, this time we'll compare the size." Tsunade picked up the dice and shook them, then slammed them on the ground. "I guess big," Tsunade said excitedly, and Uchiha Zenglyu smiled and said, "Since you guessed big, I'll guess small." Uchiha CEO didn't know how to lose when betting with Tsunade. The result was as he expected, it was Xiao. Tsunade was a little unwilling, and pestered Uchiha CEO to continue playing with her. Uchiha CEO naturally would not miss this opportunity, and the two hit it off and played until dark in the evening. An afternoon passed like this. Uzumaki Mito also came back. She walked to Tsunade's room and saw them playing dice. "Originally, I thought it was Tsunade who led Uchiha CEO astray, but then I was a little surprised by Tsunade's expression." Tsunade was extremely excited when playing these things before, but why did she look like she was about to cry this time? After seeing Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha CEO planned to take the initiative to prevent Tsunade from defaulting. "Grandma Mito, I have agreed with Tsunade that she will study hard for 3 days every time she loses. She has lost more than 100 times, so I'll count it as 100 times. Can I transfer this account to Mito-san? If Tsunade doesn't acknowledge it, can Mito-san take it?" Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito suddenly realized. She said, "Tsunade likes gambling so much, why does she have such an expression?" It turned out that she lost too much, and what she lost was not money, but time to study hard. Tsunade burst into tears when she heard this. She was really going to default on the debt, anyway, only the two of them knew the bet. But now it's impossible. Uchiha Seiryu gave the bill to Uzumaki Mito. She dared to blame Uchiha Seiryu, but she didn't dare to blame Uzumaki Mito. Thinking that she would have 300 days of darkness, Tsunade came over with grief and couldn't help crying. Although Tsunade cried very sadly, Uzumaki Mito didn't spoil Tsunade. She didn't like Tsunade's gambling in the first place, and let her lose a big loss once. Maybe she could correct her hobby in the future. And the bet was not money, but something good for Tsunade. Therefore, Uzumaki Mito will not only not sympathize with Tsunade, but will make Tsunade fulfill this bet seriously. Chapter 28 Ninja School opens. "Don't worry, Xiao Xing, I will supervise her well." Ignoring Tsunade's crying, Uzumaki Mito smiled and admitted the bet. Although Tsunade knew that she couldn't get away with it this time, she felt even more uncomfortable when she heard that Uzumaki Mito was really going to fulfill the bet seriously. This discomfort made her cry even louder. Tsunade hoped to awaken Uzumaki Mito's kindness in this way. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Mito didn't even look at her, but just nodded to Uchiha CEO in appreciation. And Uchiha CEO also responded to her with a smile, and for a while, the whole room was filled with a happy atmosphere. A world where only Tsunade was injured was born. Tsunade made a fuss for a while, but when she saw that it didn't work, she completely gave up. She just looked at Uchiha CEO with resentment all the way, as if she wanted to use this method to arouse his guilt. Unfortunately, until they started to have dinner together, Uchiha CEO didn't show any embarrassment. Tsunade was so angry that she could only compete with him in eating capacity at the table again. The silent confrontation between the two children also made this dinner full of laughter. Of course, in the end, Tsunade was defeated again. During the meal, Uzumaki Mito also told Uchiha Zenglyu and Tsunade that the ninja school would start classes in 3 days. Let them prepare early and don't forget the time to go to school. When Uchiha Zenglyu heard the news that the ninja school was about to start classes, a trace of expectation flashed in his eyes. After school starts, his plan will officially begin. Now among the 3 ninjas, Tsunade has been firmly controlled by him, and only Orochimaru and Jiraiya are left. And he can't just look at these 3 people, other talented people also need his attention. As long as these saplings are straightened, he can be an idle boss in the future. However, there is a sapling in front of him that needs to be corrected. Uchiha Seiryu looked at Tsunade with a playful look. Tsunade was thinking about what to do tomorrow, and when he looked at her like that, she suddenly felt like she was being stared at by something. She looked back in confusion, only to see Uchiha Seiryu and others discussing other things. She didn't think about it anymore, thinking it was just her illusion. Little did she know that what was waiting for her was the hell of studying. 3 years of simulating the college entrance examination for 5 years, let Tsunade feel the horror of tutoring. 3 days passed in a flash, and Tsunade was gritting her teeth and looking at Uchiha Seiryu, who was leading the way in front of her with red eyes. Just as Uchiha Seiryu expected, Tsunade wanted to have fun the day after the dinner. As a result, she was caught by Uzumaki Mito and brought back to fulfill the bet. During these 3 days, Tsunade never regretted why she had made such a bet with Uchiha Seiryu at that time. Of course, Uzumaki Mito was not so heartless that he asked Tsunade to study for 12 hours. It was just 5 or 6 hours a day. But for Tsunade, who had not experienced a big setback, it was also a big test. Uchiha Zenglyu was not idle during these 3 days. He first familiarized himself with the ability of his Mangekyo, and then practiced climbing trees and treading water. The growing chakra forced him to practice this aspect. Fortunately, I don't know whether it was because of Indra's bloodline or he was a genius. In 3 days, Uchiha Zenglyu completed the practice of climbing trees and treading water, and was able to control chakra skillfully. The new AFK speed of the AFK system also surprised him. In just 3 days, the fire style Great Fireball technique has reached level 10. As long as it is upgraded by 1 level, this ability can be promoted to blue. The Great Fireball he sprayed has also turned white, and the temperature has risen sharply. This also makes him look forward to what this ability will become after upgrading. At this moment, they are on the way to the ninja school. Originally, Uchiha Zenglyu wanted to take Tsunade with him, but he was already in this state as soon as he went out. Uchiha Zenglyu didn't care about Tsunade's anger. This is just a child's quarrel. In fact, they have been getting along quite happily for the past 3 days. Tsunade is not really ungrateful. She is just a little lazy, not stupid. She knows that Uchiha Zenglyu is using this method to help her improve her habits. And Uchiha Zenglyu has also practiced hard, and she has seen all of this. But knowing is knowing, and being unhappy is really unhappy. So Tsunade vents her dissatisfaction in this way, hoping that Uchiha Zenglyu will coax her. Unfortunately, Uchiha Zenglyu, who was a straight man in his previous life, how could he understand the mind of a little girl? Hearing the sound of Tsunade's teeth gritting, he thought she was going to bite him. So not only did he not stop to coax Tsunade, but he sped up and left. Let's go, or it will hurt if you get bit. Looking at Uchiha Zenglyu, who was about to run away in the blink of an eye, Tsunade was completely dumbfounded. In fact, Senju Yasuke wanted to send them to the ninja school today, but they all refused. At this point, the two of them even had the same reason for their refusal. We have grown up and can go to school by ourselves. So now that Uchiha Zinglyu ran away, Tsunade didn't care about being angry, and also quickened her pace to catch up. Uchiha Zinglyu saw Tsunade catching up, and thought she was really going to bite her. Without waiting for Tsunade to get close, she silently quickened her pace. Tsunade was watching Uchiha Zinglyu getting faster and faster from behind, and she had already started to roar in her heart. But in this situation, she had no choice but to speed up her pace. In this way, the two of them ran faster and faster, and they ran a few minutes instead of more than 10 minutes. Uchiha Zinglyu looked at Tsunade, who was panting and speechless behind him, and handed her a bottle of water. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him, picked up the water and drank it. It seems that Tsunade is really angry, otherwise, bite her? Just as he was hesitating to extend his hand for Tsunade to bite, Tsunade lightly punched him on the shoulder. I'm so tired, it's still early, why are you running? Uchiha Zinglyu knew he was wrong when he heard this. But at this time, even if he was a straight man, he knew he couldn't tell the truth. So he thought about it and thought of a bad reason. Running is good for your health, I'm exercising. It sounded like he was fooling people, but Tsunade could guess the real reason even if Uchiha Zinglyu didn't say it. So even though Zinglyu explained, it didn't prevent Tsunade from blackmailing him. After all, his answer was obviously a bit guilty. I don't believe it, Grandma asked you to bring me to school, and you almost left me behind. If you're not afraid that I'll tell Grandma, how about reducing the 99 bets by half? Chapter 29 Will of Fire, Brainwashing. Uchiha Zinglyu glanced at Tsunade with disdain and said to her. This matter is not a big deal. It is impossible to break the contract. Tsunade was still trying to bargain. But before she could say anything, Uchiha Zinglyu walked into the ninja school without looking back. Seeing Uchiha Zinglyu's performance, Tsunade knew that her idea was doomed. Tsunade sighed, extinguished her little thoughts, walked quickly to his side, and entered the school together. The two walked into the school and found that the teacher was organizing the freshmen to line up and stand on the playground, as if there was some activity. Before they asked, the teacher told them. It turned out that today was the freshmen's entrance ceremony, and the third Hokage would come to watch the ceremony and give a speech. Wow, it turns out that leaders in every world like to give speeches? Complaining about the third Hokage in his heart, Uchiha Zinglyu pulled Tsunade to the elite class and stood still. Fortunately, the ninjas were still able to move. After the students stood still, the third Hokage announced the start of the ceremony. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked to the front of the stage and began his will of fire. Uchiha Zinglyu looked around and found that there was another Uchiha in his class besides himself. What surprised him was that there was also one in Hyuga. It should be a branch family, like me, the one who was abandoned? A bird in a cage, this thing really hurts people. But Uchiha Zinglyu didn't know that while he was observing others, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also paying attention to him. After all, Uchiha, who opened the 3 Megatama at the age of 6, could control the existence of Danzo with just one look. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but pay attention to such a person. Moreover, Uchiha Zinglyu is now adopted by Mito. Since he cannot be eliminated in advance, he should find a way to make friends with him. The sacrifices in the first battle are not worthless. They are all heroes. Where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves sprout. This is the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech said a lot, but it ended with this brainwashing quote. There is nothing wrong with this sentence itself. Sacrificing oneself to illuminate future generations is indeed a great spirit. But this sentence was said by Sarutobi Hiruzen, so there is a problem. Among Konoha F4, only Danzo went to the battlefield in the later war. In this regard, it is no wonder that Danzo looked down on Sarutobi Hiruzen later and thought he was not as good as himself. The other 4 shadows went into battle with their subordinates. They were all the third generation of Hokage, and even died fighting for the future of the village. On the other hand, what did Sarutobi Hiruzen do? He said this but didn't make any sacrifices. Even when all the students of the ninja school went to the battlefield in the Third War, he didn't go to the battlefield. It's useless to say nice words, so in the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen was isolated and helpless when Orochimaru attacked, and no one came to save him. But this didn't prevent this sentence from being very touching in this culturally barren ninja world. After this sentence, all the children on the playground were so excited that they wanted to burn themselves immediately. Even Tsunade clenched her hands excitedly, as if she was going to give her heart to Konoha. Uchiha Seiryu didn't feel anything, and even made a 99 gesture to Tsunade to calm her down immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing on the stage, felt very satisfied when he saw this scene. Why does he come to give speeches every year? Is it because he has too much time? Of course, it is to plant seeds in the hearts of these children and make them lean towards him. The sentence that came up on a whim today had such an effect, which really exceeded his expectations. Although Uchiha Zenglyu, who he cared about the most, did not show the expression he wanted. But overall, he was still very satisfied. The goal was achieved, and Sarutobi Hiruzen returned the microphone to the host teacher. After flattering Sarutobi Hiruzen a few words, the host teacher announced that the freshman entrance ceremony was officially over. Let them wait for their homeroom teacher, who will take them to their class. And in front of their class, a familiar figure came here. I believe you still remember me, but it doesn't matter if you don't remember. I will introduce myself again. My name is Doki Satoshi, and I will be your future homeroom teacher. Please give me more advice. The teacher who recorded their physical test scores during the entrance examination has now become their homeroom teacher. Takechi didn't rush to take them to class. He waited until everyone on the playground had left before he spoke. Because we are the most elite class. I also checked the information and you all have chakra. So the first lesson is to exercise. Run around the playground 20 times. He changed his calm expression and went straight to then he roared. Combined with the scar on his face, he frightened most of the people present. Why are you still standing there? Do you think it's too little? Then 25 laps. Looking at the students standing there, Dokichi added 5 more laps for them. Now, all the students started to move. Dokichi also followed him and said as he ran. Chakra is a mixture of spiritual energy and physical energy. Spiritual energy varies from person to person, but a good body can improve your chakra. I don't care how other teachers teach, but in the future, as long as it's my class, you have to run 20 laps. Get it? As new students, they didn't even know each other's names, but they were asked to run laps by the teacher. Originally, they thought it was a show of strength from the teacher, just this time, but they didn't expect to run all the time. They paused and looked at Dokichi like a devil. Uchiha Zenglyu didn't comment. 20 laps was just a warm-up exercise for him. And what Dokichi said was not wrong, but it was not suitable for those geniuses. For example, Tsunade and him, they have strong blood, which also brings unique talents. Then there are civilian geniuses like Jiraiya, who are born with huge chakra. Being able to have huge chakra, on the other hand, Jiraiya's physical and mental strength are very good. So this teacher's teaching is only suitable for those ordinary people, and it can't help them improve at all. The result of the matter was just as Uchiha Zenglyu thought. Although most people couldn't help lying on the ground after running the lap. But a few people were just slightly out of breath, showing their unique physical talents. Uchiha Zenglyu looked at those people. Uchiha and Hinata naturally need not say much, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were also among them. But what surprised him was that there was actually one more person, a girl with glasses and brown hair. While Uchiha Zenglyu was looking around, others were also looking at him. If they were still a little out of breath after running, then Uchiha Zenglyu didn't even have any abnormality. This strong physique makes them feel inferior. Uchiha's Hilly looked at Uchiha Zingliu unwillingly, and a little bitterness rose in his heart. Chapter 30, Wish Come True, Is It Really Luck? Uchiha's Hilly is the person who will develop Izanami in the future and end the Uchiha civil strife. Now he has shown his outstanding talent. 3 days ago, the conversation between her father and grandfather made her very dissatisfied with Uchiha Zingliu. Today's physical test made her heart a little shaken. Although a physical side can't explain anything, Uchiha Zingliu's relaxed look makes people know at a glance that he has just warmed up. Uchiha's Hilly himself is not exhausted, but also sweating. The difference between the two is obvious. She also knows that Uchiha Zingliu has opened the 3 Megatama, which is also called the Copy Eye and the Illusion Eye. So in terms of ninjutsu and illusion, he is definitely not comparable. Nintagan was surpassed in all aspects. No matter how much Uchiha's Hizzy refused to accept it, the iron reality was in front of him. Uchiha Zingliu was stronger now. Uchiha's Hizzy's eyes dimmed for a moment, but then he cheered up. She believed that she would be able to surpass Uchiha Zingliu one day. At this time, Dokichi came over. Look at you, only a few people are qualified. You are the worst class I have ever taught. Get up, I will take you to the class. After that, he didn't care whether the students could stand up or not, and left as soon as he finished speaking. The students lying on the ground who didn't want to move, seeing Dokishi's unhesitating actions, could only wail and climb up. They climbed up with difficulty and followed him dejectedly. Dokishizi looked at the students who had not fallen behind, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but soon turned back to a serious expression. After a while, he brought the students to a classroom. After telling the students to find a seat and sit down, he stood on the podium and stopped talking. The students were intimidated by the majesty of teacher Dokichi, and soon all found seats and sat down. On the left of Uchiha Zingliu was Jiji, and on the right was Tsunade. He didn't know this Uchiha, and didn't expect her to come here and sit down. Dokichi looked at the students who had all sat down and said, "Today is the first day of school. You don't know each other. This class will let you get to know each other. Teacher, I'll go first. My name is Dokichi, a Konoha Chunnin. I like spicy food. My dream is to train you to become the pillars of Konoha. That's it. Use what I say as a template. Who will go first?" The students looked around, and none of them wanted to be the first to stand up and introduce themselves. Tsunade she didn't think so. When she heard what Dokichi said, she stood up immediately. "I'll go first. My name is Senju Tsunade. I like to eat snacks. My dream is to become the first female Hokage of Konoha." Dokichi applauded after hearing this and also affirmed Tsunade's dream. At this time, Uchiha Jiro also stood up. "My name is Uchiha Jiro. I like to eat ramen. My current dream is to surpass someone." As she said this, she glanced at Uchiha Zingliu. When Uchiha Zingliu heard her name, he was stunned. He didn't expect that the only woman who opened the Mangekyo in the anime was actually in the same class as him. Uchiha Jiro might have a higher talent than Itake. You can say that Itake's strength may be stronger than Jiro, but in terms of talent, she who invented Izanami to restrain Izanagi is undoubtedly stronger. Now this person is sitting next to him, as if he had come to his door. This made Uchiha Zingliu unable to do anything. Everything had gone too smoothly these days, which made him feel a little uneasy. Uchiha Zingliu planned to train talented people, and then Tsunade and Uchiha Jiji came up on their own. He planned to hide his strength and develop in a low-key manner, so Uzumaki Mito came to adopt him, so that he didn't have to worry too much about the accumulation in the early stage. All this was too smooth, smoother than Uchiha Zingliu expected. Is there really a problem? Uchiha Zingliu muttered in his heart, and then he thought of the great Toad Sage. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to test it. Thinking of the Six-Path Sage who had been watching the ninja world in the underworld, Uchiha Zingliu decided to try it to see if the Great Toad Sage's prediction was omnipotent. In fact, this test is very simple. Now that he has this butterfly, the future of the ninja world will change. After Jiraiya became the spokesperson of Myoboku Mountain, the great Toad Sage would give him a prophecy. If this prophecy is still the same as before, it means that the great Toad Sage is just so-so, and the Six Paths Sage is not as outrageous as imagined. On the contrary, if the prophecy changes, or even if Uchiha CEO is in the prophecy, it means that the Six Paths Sage is the heavenly path of the ninja world. He can really observe the future timeline. Thinking of this, Uchiha CEO almost broke out in a cold sweat. But on second thought, the possibility of the second one is very small. Because if the Six Paths Sage is really that strong, he should have been attacked the moment he crossed over. Otherwise, things in the future will definitely not follow the script of the Six Paths Sage, and it is hard to say whether Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke will be born. However, the necessary tests are still necessary. Uchiha CEO decided to help Jiraiya summon spirits to Myoboku Mountain as soon as possible. As for whether Jiraiya will not be able to reach Myoboku Mountain correctly, he is not worried about this. Rather than saying that Jiraiya is lucky to summon spirits to Myoboku Mountain, it is better to say that those toads summoned Jiraiya. Just like the big toad sage Gamamaru chose the Six Paths Sage, the spokesperson of this generation is Jiraiya. Only with this result, Jiraiya will be able to summon spirits to Myoboku Mountain. Otherwise, how could this 1 in 10 million probability be realized so coincidentally? The so-called coincidence is just a carefully designed coincidence. Just as he was thinking about how to fool Jiraiya, he suddenly felt his clothes being pulled. Uchiha Seiryō came back to his senses and looked around. Now everyone in the class was looking at him. Tsunade also rolled her eyes at him. She was the one who reminded Uchiha Seiryō just now. It seems that the whole class has finished introducing themselves and is waiting for me. Thinking of this, Uchiha Seiryō stood up and smiled embarrassedly. Sorry, I was distracted just now. My name is Uchiha Seiryō, I like spicy food, and my dream is... He glanced at Tsunade and continued. My dream is to become the man who is Hokage. This pause was very subtle, but except for Dakichi, all the people present were children, so naturally no one could understand. Moreover, the dream of becoming Hokage was too common, and more than half of the students in this class dreamed of this, so no one paid attention to this pause. But Dakichi came back to his senses, and his serious expression almost couldn't be held. He coughed quickly, and then looked at Uchiha Seiryō meaningfully. Okay, since the introductions have been completed, this class ends here, and we will take a 10-minute break. Chapter 31 So cute, he will cry for a long time if he is bullied. As Dakichi left, the students changed their just dying look and immediately returned to their best state. Then they all rushed to Uchiha Seiryō. In the past few days, the name Uchiha Seiryō has been widely known in Konoha. Whether it was being adopted by Uzumaki Mito or him forcing spies from other villages to retreat, his reputation as a genius spread like wildfire. Especially among children, his name can be said to make people hate him. Because he became the child of someone else's family in the mouths of Konoha parents. But in this cruel world, even children will unconsciously follow the footsteps of the strong. Even if Uchiha Zenglyu hid most of his strength, what he revealed was enough to sweep the ninja school. So as long as there were people with a little knowledge in the family, they all gathered around him and wanted to have a good relationship with him. Unfortunately, before Uchiha Zenglyu could feel happy, Tsunade forced most people away with a murderous look. For Tsunade, Uchiha Zenglyu was his playmate. The possessiveness of children is sometimes terrifying. The granddaughter of the first and second generations, this identity can be said to be the top in Konoha. So Tsunade began to protect Uchiha Zenglyu, and most people retreated. But there were also people who were not afraid of Tsunade, and Uchiha Chiji was one of them. She sat next to Uchiha Seiryō and could talk to him as soon as she turned around. She deliberately showed a proud expression, but her face slowly turned red. Uchiha Seiryō, although you are strong, I will definitely surpass you. Uchiha Seiryō looked at the poor acting girl in front of him speechlessly, and complained in his heart. The person you just said to surpass is me. Also, you are not like this at all. Why are you blushing? I didn't do anything. Just when he didn't know what to do, someone came to ease his embarrassment. When he was a child, Orochimaru was very handsome, and because of his excellent appearance, he was a little introverted. But the words of his parents before going to the battlefield still lingered in his ears. My child, you have great talent, but the battlefield is a place where there is no reason. The enemy will not let you go just because you are young. Talent that cannot be fulfilled is nothing. Remember what your parents said. Uchiha Seiryō is the teammate who can keep you alive. You must build a bond with him and strive to be in the same team when you graduate. Orochimaru's parents are not as talented as him, and they are only Chunnin in Konoha. Every time they go to the battlefield, they put their necks under the sickle of the god of death, risking their lives. So in order for their children not to be like themselves, they repeatedly told Orochimaru to have a better way out. So this scene happened. Orochimaru walked to Uchiha Seiryō and started an awkward chat. Seiryō-kun was distracted just now and should not recognize me. My name is Orochimaru. Please give me more advice in the future. Did Orochimaru come to the door too? Uchiha Zenglyu didn't know the inside story of Orochimaru's parents' instructions. Seeing Orochimaru coming to his door, he was more determined to test him. In fact, Uchiha Zenglyu thought too much. There is an old saying that when luck comes, heaven and earth will work together. Uchiha Zenglyu himself did not realize that his appearance had already set off a storm in Konoha. He still underestimated his influence. At the age of 6, he repelled the spies, and there were rumors that he had opened the 3 Magadama Sharinon. This talent is not the first in history, but it is also one of the best. At least Konoha has never seen a second one in the decades before and after the establishment of Konoha. In order not to repeat the same mistakes, let Uchiha Zenglyu become Hashirama Senju instead of Uchiha Madara. The people of Konoha even changed their minds and began to accept Uchiha. This also made Uchiha live a particularly easy life during this period. The whispers on the streets before were gone, and even buying things could be discounted. Such a good change also made Uchiha Seiryō accumulate reputation in the Uchiha clan without knowing it. Uzumaki Mito adopted Uchiha Seiryō, and many people completely let down their guard, hoping that he would become the second Senju Hashirama. In this way, Konoha can be peaceful for decades again. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen began to change his political intentions, Konoha no longer operated according to his ideas. The desire for peace is deeply imprinted on everyone in Konoha who was hurt by the war. This trend cannot be changed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. When a person sees a real hope, he will grab it at all costs. Uchiha Seiryō is that hope now. That is to say, Uchiha Seiryō is still young now, and according to rumors, he has not opened the Mangekyo. Otherwise, it is hard to say whether Sarutobi Hiruzen can sit firmly in his position now. Just like now, Orochimaru also wants to meet Uchiha Seiryō because of this trend. Uchiha Seiryō, who doesn't know the truth, is a little uneasy, but since Orochimaru has come to him, how can he refuse him? Scientific research geniuses are popular everywhere. Orochimaru Maru's words gave Uchiha Zenglyu a ladder to ease the embarrassment, and he would naturally slide down. My name is Uchiha Zenglyu, and it is my honor to be friends with you too. Please give me more advice in the future. Uchiha Hiryu also reacted. It was indeed difficult to respond to what he said just now. Who would say such words when they first met? Those who don't know would think it was a provocation. So she blushed even more and stammered. Yes, yes, yes. I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing just now. Uchiha Zenglyu smiled knowingly at Uchiha Hiryu, who showed his true character. Uchiha Hiryu looked so cute when he was shy. He would definitely cry for a long time if he was bullied. Tsunade watched the interaction between several people from the side. When she saw Uchiha Zenglyu's smile, she couldn't help shuddering. Uchiha's Hilio began to pray. After spending these few days together, Tsunade almost understood. Uchiha Zinglyu is a bad guy who likes to bully her. And every time he bullies her, he will show that smile just now. Uchiha's Hilio saw Tsunade's sympathetic eyes and was a little puzzled. Uchiha Zinglyu naturally saw this look, and he glanced at Tsunade, which scared her to pretend to be an ostrich and stop hinting. Tsunade didn't want to extend the bet to infinity. She still understood that it was better to let a friend die than to let the poor die. Seeing that Tsunade knew what was going on, Uchiha Zinglyu didn't want to bully her anymore. There was a target who could be bullied in front of him, so why bother to go far away? It doesn't matter, but Uchiha's Hilio just said that he wanted to surpass me, right? Uchiha's Hilio nodded a little confusedly. After getting her confirmation, Uchiha Zinglyu smiled and continued. If you go up to the podium and sing a song for me now, I will tell you the secret of my strength. Chapter 32. In a fit of anger, he opened the Sharingan. Uchiha's Hilio was stunned and then blushed. This condition was still very tempting to her. Uchiha Zinglyu and she were from the same clan, maybe this secret of becoming stronger would be very suitable for her. So although he was shy, after thinking for a while, Uchiha's Hilio nodded. Then he moved his feet and slowly walked towards the podium. Tsunade watched from the side. Although she knew that he was bullying Uchiha's Hilio, she was also very interested in the secret of becoming stronger in his mouth. If she did it, would you really tell her the secret? Uchiha Zinglyu nodded and said affirmatively. Of course, I am a person who is mainly honest. What secrets can Uchiha Zinglyu have in becoming stronger? It's nothing more than the system's automatic hang-up. The rest is no different from others. He bullied Uchiha's Hilly so much this time, in fact, he was verifying an experiment. Uchiha's Hilly was so shy when talking to people. Now asking her to sing in public is undoubtedly embarrassing her. After she completed the task with shyness, she was given an answer that could not satisfy her. Even some teasing answers, the emotional changes between them were huge. At that time, it depends on whether Uchiha's Hilly can open the Sharingan. If it can, it proves that the Sharingan does not have to lose love to open. Strong mental fluctuations can also open the Sharingan. Of course, Uchiha Zinglyu will apologize to Uchiha's Hilly after this. After all, joking is a joke only if both parties find it funny. As for why Uchiha Zinglyu didn't treat Tsunade like this? That's because Tsunade needs to change her bad habits and hobbies, not just a joke. At this moment, Uchiha's Hilyu overcame her shyness and fear and walked to the podium. Looking at the people below who were curiously looking at her, she simply closed her eyes and began to sing. You said that if you flap your wings, you will never come back. What you are looking at is the blue sky. Unlike Uchiha's Hilyu's shy appearance, her singing voice is beautiful. The noisy classroom gradually quieted down and began to listen to her singing. When Uchiha's Hilyu finished singing and opened his eyes again, everyone in the class was looking at her. This scene made her brain, who was already socially anxious, freeze directly. But then, thunderous applause woke her up. Uchiha Chiji opened her eyes, and the scene in front of her made her laugh unconsciously. In front of her, everyone was applauding her performance. This gave her courage, and she regained her confidence after being a little overwhelmed. Uchiha Chiji bowed and walked back to Uchiha Zinglyu. I've done it, now it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Uchiha Zinglyu was a little emotional, he didn't expect Uchiha's Hilyu to sing so well. This made his plan go bankrupt. Because now she is not only not shy, but full of confidence. But he still has to give it a try. My secret to becoming stronger is very simple. He paused for a moment, and the people around him who wanted to listen pricked up their ears. That is not to smoke or drink, go to bed at 11 o'clock in the evening, and sleep for 8 hours a day. Before going to bed, I must drink a glass of warm milk, then do 20 minutes of stretching exercises, go to bed, and fall asleep immediately. Sleep until dawn, never leave fatigue and stress until the next day. This is the secret of my becoming stronger. Uchiha Zengliu's so-called secret to becoming stronger made the eavesdroppers fall to their knees. Uchiha Zengliu felt that he was playing a trick on him, and his eyes were wide open with anger. When she thought about how she had just admired Uchiha Zengliu felt very uncomfortable. How could such a person who bullies classmates and has a bad personality be worthy of my admiration? This was the only thought left in Uchiha Zengliu's mind for a while. There is a saying, the more you endure, the angrier you get, the more you take a step back, the more you lose. Uchiha Zengliu was so excited that her chakra began to flow unconsciously in her body. Just when she was about to give Uchiha Zengliu a big blow, she saw the people around her looking at her in surprise. And Uchiha Zengliu, who made her so angry, looked at her with admiration, and then said to her, "Congratulations, Zengliu, your Sharingan is open." Uchiha Zengliu touched his eyes in surprise, and then took the small mirror handed by Tsunade and looked at it. After seeing a Megatama spinning around in his eyes, he smiled happily. Uchiha Zengliu was very moved. As expected of Uchiha, even without a huge emotional contrast, she opened the Sharingan. With this talent, it is no wonder that she can open the Mangekyo. And this also verifies Uchiha Zengliu's idea. Uchiha does not have to lose love to open his eyes, but enough emotional fluctuations are enough. It is even further speculated that if the spiritual power is strong enough, the Sharingan may awaken naturally. Of course, the possibility of this speculation is not high. Indra, the ancestor of Uchiha, also opened the Mangekyo under strong stimulation. So spiritual energy is more likely to be the premise of opening the eyes, rather than the condition of opening the eyes. As for why Uchiha Zengliu's Mangekyo awakened naturally, the idol system will not tell you the basic law of the ninja world. The verification of this speculation also gives Uchiha Zengliu a better bargaining chip to control the Uchiha clan in the future. Of course, now is not the time to say. Uchiha Zengliu also said sorry to Uchiha. Looking at Uchiha Zengliu, who was grinning with the mirror in his hand, Uchiha Zengliu smiled, walked up to her and took away the mirror. "Zengliu, I'm sorry for what happened just now. Actually, my way of becoming stronger is the same as yours, there's no difference. The only difference is that I might work harder." Uchiha Zengliu was actually a little bothered by what happened just now. But seeing that Uchiha Zengliu apologized so sincerely, and that she had opened the Sharingan because of a blessing in disguise, she was no longer prepared to blame him. And although Uchiha Zengliu was still young, he was not young at all. She felt that what Uchiha Zengliu did was not just a joke. But she was shallow and couldn't figure out why, so she decided to tell her grandfather after school. "It's okay, but next time Zengliu, don't joke like this." Uchiha Zengliu, who looked down on Uchiha Zengliu, naturally didn't know that she had a trick to call for help. At this time, he was quite happy that all his goals had been achieved. Then Orochimaru and Tsunade also joined the conversation. The emotions between children come and go quickly. Under Uchiha Zengliu's mature thinking, even Orochimaru forgot his parents' instructions and began to take Uchiha Zengliu seriously. He had few friends since he was a child, but in his heart he had already regarded Uchiha Zengliu as a friend. Chapter 32 The Four Kages Can Laugh When They Sleep. Jiraiya looked at them with some envy. Jiraiya, who has a personality similar to Uzumaki Naruto, has a limit to not knowing how to joke, not to mention that he has been very lustful since he was a child. This also makes him more annoying than Naruto, so naturally he has no friends. Uchiha Zengliu has actually been observing Jiraiya with his peripheral vision. Not only him, but also a girl with brown hair wearing glasses. Uchiha Zengliu remembers that during the physical test, this girl, the child, was also the last one to stand up. Seeing Jiraiya's envious expression at this time, I knew that Jiraiya was stable. So Uchiha Zengliu proposed to Tsunade and the other two. During the physical test just now, in addition to the four of us, there were two people who also persisted to the end. I will invite them as well. Tsunade and the others had no objection to this proposal. The strong live with the strong, and their performance in the physical test just now is the ticket to enter this small group now. Seeing that they all agreed, Uchiha Zenglyu walked towards Jiraiya and the girl with glasses and invited them. "Sorry, I was distracted when I introduced myself just now. Can the girl with white hair and brown hair and glasses come over? I want to meet you." Jiraiya pointed at himself with an unbelievable look on his face, and ran over happily after seeing Uchiha Zenglyu nod. The expression of joy and pride was beyond words. The girl was much quieter. After getting confirmation from Uchiha Seiryu, she just walked over quietly. It seemed like she had no other emotions. In fact, Uchiha Seiryu was still a little curious. He looked familiar with this girl, but he just couldn't remember her. According to her current performance, she would be an elite jonin at least, not to mention the level of Kage. What's more, she was a girl. Could she have died in the war in the future? As for the other people in the class, although they envied this group, they had nothing to say. Because these few people now were composed of the best performers just now. If you want to join them, you must be stronger than them. Jiraiya ran to Uchiha Seiryu and pretended to be calm and began to introduce himself. "My name is Jiraiya. I don't like to eat anything. I like beautiful big sisters and stealing, cough cough. My dream in the future is to become a Hokage." Tsunade and Uchiha Jiji immediately showed unhappy expressions after listening to his self-introduction. Although Jiraiya later realized that he couldn't say his hobby of peeping in public, anyone can guess this hobby in connection with what you said before. Uchiha Seiryu gave Jiraiya a thumbs up in his heart. When it comes to shamelessness, it has to be Jiraiya. Peeping is extremely disreputable no matter where you are. But Jiraiya has persisted for decades, which shows that he is shameless to the extreme. Uchiha Seiryu also hates his hobby. Men can be lustful, but they must have a bottom line. You can go to places of entertainment, but you can't do things like peeping. But Jiraiya's hobby is really hard to change. He is completely different from Tsunade's love of gambling. Tsunade later fell into gambling and couldn't extricate herself, probably because it could numb the pain in her heart. But when Jiraiya was peeping, Tsunade almost beat him to death. That's it, he still does this as usual, you can see how much he likes peeping. Combined with his shamelessness, it is extremely difficult to get Jiraiya to give up this thing. So Uchiha Seiryu had no good way to trap him for a while. Seeing that Tsunade and Jiji looked at Jiraiya with more and more unfriendly eyes, Uchiha Seiryu quickly interrupted. "Forget it, there is still one person who hasn't been introduced." Hearing this, Tsunade and the others temporarily let Jiraiya go. Jiraiya didn't feel like he had returned from the gate of hell at all, and he tried to talk to Orochimaru next to him with a happy face. "Hello everyone, my name is Yakushi Nono, I like to eat cakes, and my future dream is to become a Hokage." Yakushi Nono's self-introduction made Uchiha Seiryu suddenly realize. No wonder it looks familiar, it turned out to be her. Yakushi Nono is also a ninja with a title, and the walking priestess is talking about her. The ace spy of the root, who made great contributions to Konoha in the Second and Third World Wars. Her excellent spy ability earned her a title that many powerful ninjas did not have. This represents the fear of other ninja villages towards her, and is also a symbol of merit. Although the anime does not mention the strength of this ace, she is active in other ninja villages to obtain intelligence and escape unscathed. Her lowest strength is also a jonin, and this is the result of her being trained by a garbage organization like the Root. Otherwise, Yakushi Nono may not be able to step into the level of Kage. What's more, compared with her spy ability, her strength is irrelevant. This kind of natural public security talent makes her responsible for the security of Konoha. Which spy can escape safely? Unfortunately, such an excellent Konoha ninja still died in the hands of Danzo. The other 4 Kages probably wake up with a smile every day. With such a high-level person, Konoha will not be destroyed. And unlike civilian ninjas like Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Yakushi no no Yu has a surname. This means that there is a small ninja clan behind her. There is no way to know whether there are talents like her in it. It doesn't need to be too many, just a few, and with the cooperation of the Nara clan, they can support the internal affairs of Konoha. This made Uchiha Zenglio look at the pharmacist Nono with a bit of heat. Being looked at with such eyes, Nono felt a little uncomfortable for a while. Now she is not the walking priestess who makes people turn pale, but just a child who has just entered school. Seeing the embarrassment flashing across Nono's face, Uchiha Zenglio knew that he was a bit rude. But they didn't know each other before, which is hard to explain. Fortunately, the embarrassment between the two of them was not noticed by others, which also made them breathe a sigh of relief. Just at this time, Dokichi walked in from outside the door. Looking at the noisy classroom, he said with a dark face, "Little brats! Do you still want to run around? Hurry up and sit down and be quiet." All of a sudden, the lively classroom just now was as if it was stuck, and it instantly became quiet. Then the students quickly sat back in their seats. This relieved Dokikai's dark face, and he took out the textbook and said, "Let's start the class. Today I will explain to you the establishment of Konoha." But before he finished speaking, Jiraiya raised his hand and said, "But we don't have textbooks." Dokichi froze, slowly turned his head and asked, "Didn't I ask you to get it?" Seeing this scene, the students below couldn't help laughing. Chapter 33 The more you do, the more mistakes you make, and the less you do, the better. Just when Uchiha Zenglio was laughing and talking, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just returned to the Hokage building, had a headache. In the shinobi school, the sudden idea of the will of fire gave him a lot of inspiration. He was just about to come back to sort it out and use it as a lesson plan for the ninja school. Unexpectedly, he saw Danzo waiting for him there just after he walked into the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very worried about this close friend. Danzo's political level cannot be said to be non-existent, but he has no talent. Konoha's big and small families don't like him, and even hate him. Danzo's strength is not very strong. At his peak, he was just a weak cage. But he still likes to provoke others everywhere. The Pot King of the ninja world is not a false name. If it weren't for Sarutobi Hiruzen's protection and connivance, Danzo would have committed suicide by kunao. At this time, the Dark Ninja had been waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen for a long time, and his eyes lit up when he saw him come in. "Hiruzen, the wind in the village has changed now, and we can't just wait like this." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes condensed, and he picked up the pipe skillfully and began to puff. Of course he knew what Danzo was talking about. Sarutobi Hiruzen still remembers Uzumaki Mito's reminder that day. He was still hesitating whether to change his mind and reconcile the relationship between Uchiha and the village. But he didn't expect that in just 3 days, it would be 3 days. After Uzumaki Mito announced that he would adopt Uchiha Seiryu and told people about Seiryu's achievements, Konoha has undergone tremendous changes. People don't believe in Uchiha, but they believe in Uzumaki Mito's ability. They believe that Uzumaki Mito can lead Uchiha Seiryu on the right path. Since they choose to believe, many people in Konoha have made changes. The most intuitive is the attitude of the village towards the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha used to be hated by everyone, but now they have become popular. This also led to a surge in the Dove forces within the Uchiha clan, and their voice became even greater. Harmonious coexistence became the theme of Konoha and Uchiha for a while. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's previous policies are still proceeding normally, which has created a conflict. Facts have proved that Sarutobi Hiruzen does not have such great prestige. His policy was ignored. It just so happened that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dare to say that he would deal with Uchiha, so the people below just treated this policy as non-existent. He could become Hokage only because of the support of the Senjo headed by Uzumaki Mito. But now Uzumaki Mito has shown signs of supporting others, which has caused Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation to decline a lot. He has not been Hokage for long, and his control over the village is far less than that of Uzumaki Naruto. So what happened in the past 3 days has had a huge impact on his position as Hokage. So after hearing what Danzo said, Sarutobi Hiruzen also fell into hesitation. Danzo is not good at other things, but he knows Sarutobi Hiruzen very well. As soon as he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitate, he knew that his goal today was half achieved. Hiruzen, I know that the Uchiha Star Flow cannot move now. But just because he cannot move, it does not mean that others cannot move. The ninjas in the village are all fence-sitters. When you are strong, they will listen to you and do what you say. When you are weak, they will be ruthless to you. A stone in the well. It just so happens that my route is short of manpower. Give me the warrant, and I will ask for people from the small and medium-sized ninja clans to teach them a lesson. This matter can let others know that you are the Hokage, and it can also increase your own strength. How about it? Sarutobi Hiruzen originally thought that Danzo would say something high-sounding, but he didn't expect it to be the same old thing again, and Danzo even wanted to reach out to the ninja clan this time. But Danzo's last sentence touched him. Yes, I am the Hokage. Thinking this way, Sarutobi Hiruzen made a decision. He took out the Hokage's transfer order and signed his name. Then he threw it to the eagerly waiting Danzo. This is just once, there will be no next time. Danzo's goal was achieved at this time, but when he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen say this, he unconsciously refuted Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, you are too weak. Only appropriate beatings can maintain the majesty of the Hokage. As soon as he said this, he knew that he was too arrogant. Sure enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was dark, and he was obviously angry with Danzo. Danzo knew that he was in the wrong, so how could he be so confident when asking someone to do something for him? Minglu, kneel down, I beg you to do something. Fearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen would regret it, he pretended that nothing had happened and turned away. After Danzo left, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face returned to normal. After a long time of getting along, just like Danzo knew him, he also knew Danzo's character. He was not angry at all about what Danzo said just now. But as Danzo said, some people do need to be properly beaten, such as himself who said this. So Sarutobi Hiruzen and Dark Face, pretending to be angry, let Danzo know that some words cannot be said casually. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not unaware that Danzo's doing this will damage his reputation. But he really has no other choice. In the final analysis, the only people that Sarutobi Hiruzen can be sure of standing on his side are his Sarutobi clan and Danzo's Shimura clan. Even Inoshikacho may not necessarily stand on the same side with him. Now that Uzumaki Mito is still there and the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan have not disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen is restricted in the village, so now he wants to show the prestige of the Hokage and improve his own voice. Since he wants to show his prestige, it is a good way to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys with the ninja clan of the same camp. Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions are actually a bit of a replica of the White Fang incident. The same killing of the chicken to scare the monkeys, let the village know that he is the Hokage. However, the chicken in the future is White Fang, and now it is the ninja clan. But just like White Fang rebelled against him by committing suicide, if you want to kill the chicken, don't be afraid of splashing blood. What's more, it is not certain whether Sarutobi Hiruzen can withstand the backlash now. Sometimes, the more you do, the more mistakes you make. If you don't do anything, you won't make any mistakes. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time for the ninja school to finish school. After Uchiha CEO said goodbye to Tsunade and the others, he returned home leisurely. What happened on this day was too dreamy, making him feel like he was dreaming. Forget about Jiraiya, who is so carefree, but people with Orochimaru's personality would actually take the initiative to make friends with him. What surprised him even more was the unexpected gains, the walking priestess pharmacist Nono and Uchiha Chiji of the Mangekyo. If these people are well trained, they can compete with them, not to mention sweeping across the 4 countries. It can be said that 90% of the goal of the ninja school has been achieved at once, and the only thing left is Might Guy. Thinking of Might Guy, Uchiha CEO shook his head and decided not to disturb this person. Might Guy's talent is extremely poor, and his 8 gates are far inferior to Might Guy. His success is the result of decades of persistence. If you disturb him rashly, you might not see the red beast of Konoha. At this moment, Uchiha Zenglio felt that someone was following him. He checked calmly and found that it was Orochimaru. Chapter 34 Lang Jun was easy to fool when he was a child. Uchiha Zenglio stopped, and Tsunade was a little confused, not understanding what he was doing. The next moment, Orochimaru walked out from behind them. He hesitated for a while, but still said, "Zenglio Jun, I hope you can guide my practice, please agree to my unreasonable request." As he said, Orochimaru closed his eyes and bowed to Uchiha Zenglio fiercely. Following others privately is a very immoral thing. What's more, asking the person being followed to guide himself is even more unreasonable. But Orochimaru had no choice. He had just entered the ninja school to study, and he was not yet a student of Sarutobi Hiruzen in the future. His parents were just ordinary Chunnin, or a civilian ninja. The poor resources could not make him grow up at all. He originally hoped to learn from the teachers of the ninja school, but Takechi's guidance was obviously more basic. For Orochimaru, this was a waste of time. On the other hand, Uchiha Seiryu, except for being a member of the Uchiha clan, had basically the same conditions as him. But unlike him, Uchiha Seiryu already had strong strength before being adopted. Therefore, Orochimaru hoped that Uchiha Seiryu could guide him in the future. While he was waiting for the verdict, Uchiha Seiryu walked to his side and helped him up. "We are friends, and we can make progress together. There is no need for guidance. Is it convenient today? Why don't you stay at my house for the night and we will go to school together tomorrow?" Orochimaru was still a little dazed when he was helped up, and then Uchiha Seiryu's words made him stunned. It took him a while to react. The next moment, he was only 6 years old and was moved to tears. Uchiha Seiyu's words not only moved Orochimaru to tears. It also made him turn Uchiha Seiyu from a friend to a close friend in his heart. Sometimes, children's friendship is so simple and direct. As for why he is so good to Orochimaru, is there any need to say? Others don't know his talent, how can Uchiha Seiyu not know? It's just that the ninja school has just started, otherwise Orochimaru's talent would have attracted attention a long time ago. Not to mention Orochimaru's talent in learning ninjutsu, his scientific research ability alone is worth Uchiha Seiyu's investment in him. In the world of Naruto where blood is respected, only Orochimaru believes in science. If he didn't know the truth of this world, he might have been able to research the samsara eye. And Orochimaru was still quite kind before he turned evil. It can only be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo didn't care about it, and a good Hokage seedling was guided to turn evil. Uchiha Zenglio was stunned when he saw Orochimaru's tearful face. After all, in his impression, Orochimaru was perverted and ruthless. But looking at the little Orochimaru in front of him, he knew that this was his stereotype. In fact, the current Lang Jun is still very immature. Uchiha Zenglio patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. A man can only cry twice in his life, once when he is born, and once when his parents die. So, wipe your tears and let's go. Orochimaru wiped his eyes quickly after hearing this, then looked at Uchiha Zenglio and said seriously, "I understand, Zenglio-kun. I won't cry any more in the future." Tsunade watched their interaction from the side, and her head was full of question marks for a while. She didn't understand how the topic was brought up to men. Didn't Orochimaru ask Zenglio to guide his training? Besides, it was getting late now. Uchiha Zenglio was not afraid of Uzumaki Mito, but Tsunade couldn't bear it. So she interrupted the two people who were still trying to interact. "Zenglio, it's getting late, we should go back." Uchiha Zenglio looked at Tsunade who was a little anxious when he heard this, and he also understood her thoughts. Uzumaki Mito has been correcting Tsunade's character these days and has been very strict with her. He was scolded for coming back late, and Tsunade might have stayed up all night. Orochimaru was also discerning. Seeing Tsunade's anxious look, he knew that she was in a hurry to go home. So they looked at each other, and although they had known each other for a short time, they said together in tacit understanding, "Then let's go. X2. Then the two smiled at each other again. Tsunade walked quickly in front with a sense of relief, and Uchiha Zinglio wanted to laugh at her hurried look. But then he remembered the reason why Tsunade suffered, and he held back. After all, Tsunade was treated so well, and he couldn't help but interfere. If I laugh now, it would be a bit too much. I'll compensate Tsunade after a while. Thinking of this, Uchiha Seiyuu followed Tsunade with Orochimaru. Tsunade walked very fast, and they arrived at the Senju old house in a short while. Uzumaki Mito stood at the door, and Chinitsu was beside her. Tsunade saw her and ran over. "Grandma, I'm back on time." When Tsunade said this, she also emphasized the word on time. Uzumaki Mito smiled when she heard this. Tsunade's performance in the past few days really made her very satisfied. "Little Tsunade is very good. I'll let Seiyuu take you out to play in a few days and give you a day off." Uzumaki Mito still understood the principle of overcorrection. So he gave Tsunade a day off so that she could release some pressure and liberate her child's nature. Tsunade was almost happy after hearing this. Jump up. She came to Uchiha Zinglio with a bright smile, pulled his arm and said excitedly, "Did you hear it all? Grandma asked you to take me out to play." Uchiha Zinglio looked at the cute girl in front of him, touched her head and said, "I heard it. The school will be on vacation in a few days. I will take you out to play and give you a surprise." Hearing the surprise, Tsunade opened her eyes wide and said expectantly, "What is it, what is it, tell me?" Uchiha Zinglio crossed his hands and said pretentiously, "That won't work. Surprises can't be told to you in advance, otherwise what kind of surprise is it? Just keep this expectation in your heart, and you will know in a few days." Then he pointed at Orochimaru and continued, "Besides, there are guests now." Tsunade was a little embarrassed after hearing it. It was indeed a bit bad to let the guests wait. So she made way for Uchiha Zinglio to bring Orochimaru to Uzumaki Mito. "Mito Grandma, this is Orochimaru, a friend I met at the ninja school." Orochimaru looked at Uzumaki Mito, although he didn't know why Tsunade and Uchiha Seiyuu called this young woman Grandma. But his sixth sense told Orochimaru that they could call her Grandma, but you couldn't. So he spoke from the heart. "Hello, sister, my name is Orochimaru, and I'm Seiyuu and Tsunade's classmate." Chapter 35 Orochimaru's training policy is not simple. Orochimaru's sister made Uzumaki Mito smile. Then she glanced at Tsunade and Uchiha Seiyuu, and the meaning was very clear, wanting them to change their words. But she could only see them pretending that the scenery was beautiful and looking around. In fact, Uchiha Seiyuu had already praised Orochimaru in his heart. As expected of Orochimaru, you have the crisis perception of a snake at such a young age? Uzumaki Mito didn't bother too much about the address, and Uchiha Seiyuu made friends on the first day of school. Now that she has been brought back, she must treat her well. She squatted down to the same level as Orochimaru, looked at the somewhat nervous Orochimaru and said, "Hello, I am Tsunade and Zingliu's grandmother, and you are welcome to visit." Uzumaki Mito is a very gentle person as long as she does not lose her temper. Now this attitude of respecting others makes her seem more approachable. This effectively relieved Orochimaru's nervous mood. He looked at Uzumaki Mito, who was smiling very kindly in front of him, and whispered, "Then can I also call you Grandma?" Orochimaru has never seen any relatives other than his parents since he was a child. Although Uzumaki Mito's face does not look like an old man, his kind expression and demeanor are very similar to that of a grandmother. So Orochimaru showed his childish side in front of her. But Uzumaki Mito froze when she heard this, but looking at the cautious child in front of her, she couldn't say no. You are already an old woman, so don't do things that embarrass children in the future. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Mito suddenly felt relieved. No problem, you can call me Grandma in the future. Orochimaru's eyes lit up and he answered happily. Grandma. This time, Uzumaki Mito didn't bother with the name and smiled kindly. Uchiha Seiryu and Tsunade watched their interaction in surprise. They didn't expect Uzumaki Mito to give in on this point. Especially Tsunade, because she was taught a lot by Uzumaki Mito on this point. Now seeing Uzumaki Mito's transformation, she was confused for a while. But then Tsunade gave up thinking. This kind of thing is not bad, and there is no point in being entangled in this little thing. After communicating with each other, they walked into the Senjo mansion. Although Senjo Yasuke and his wife avoided going to the battlefield again, they were also very busy. The cause was that a certain Uzumaki clan member who was slacking off had been taking his own vacation, causing the affairs of the Senjo clan to pile up. So the two of them had no choice but to deal with it outside. When he first knew about this, Uchiha Zenryu exclaimed in his heart, "What a guy!" It turns out that Tsunade will leave things to Shizune to deal with in the future, and go out to drink by herself. This is all learned from you. Orochimaru followed them through the Senjo's house, and his eyes lit up when he saw the place for practice. His purpose was to want Uchiha Zenryu to guide him in practice. After seeing this place, he was a little unable to walk. Uchiha Zenryu saw him like this and knew what he was thinking. So he stopped and said to Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade, "Grandma, you and Tsunade go back first, I will take Orochimaru to practice here for a while." Practice is definitely a good thing, and Uzumaki Mito is also very happy with Uchiha Zenryu. Don't worry, knowing that he won't mess around. So she just nodded and left with Tsunade. After they left, Uchiha Zenryu looked at Orochimaru. He had no idea what this young version of Orochimaru was capable of now. So Uchiha Zenryu asked, "Orochimaru, what do you know now?" Orochimaru thought for a while before saying, "I have learned the chakra guidance technique and the three-body technique, and I also have a D-level great fireball technique. And I have mastered climbing trees and treading water." Uchiha Zenryu looked at Orochimaru with admiration. At the age of 6, he had already mastered everything that a genin had to learn. And this was only because of resources that Orochimaru was limited, not because he couldn't learn anything else. As one of the few geniuses in Naruto who had all the attributes, even the yin and yang attributes, his end point was just limited by the times. After Orochimaru reached the limit of his talent, he began to try to break through this limit. Whether it is Hashirama's cells or Sharingan, they are all his goals. Unfortunately, although the direction is right, the method is wrong. If he knew the truth of the world earlier, Orochimaru's achievements would definitely be beyond imagination. But he is still young now, and with Uchiha Seiryu as an outsider, who can tell clearly what will happen in the future? Retracting his scattered thoughts, Uchiha Seiryu asked, "So what do you want to learn now?" Orochimaru said without hesitation this time, "Seiryu-kun, my dream is to learn all ninjutsu. So no matter what Seiryu-kun teaches, I can do it." As he said this, he exuded strong self-confidence. As if to say, no matter what ninjutsu, I can learn it. Looking at Orochimaru like this, Uchiha Seiryu was a little embarrassed for a while. Although teaching ordinary ninjutsu to Orochimaru can directly improve his strength, but he always felt that doing so was a bit of a waste of Orochimaru's talent in scientific research. Then Uchiha Seiryu began to recall Orochimaru's performance in the anime, a series of snake ninjutsu, and even developed the eight-headed technique to fight against the tailed beasts. He also improved the second generation's impure world reincarnation and broke the seal of the ghouls. Thinking of this, Uchiha Seiryu suddenly understood. A tall building is built from the ground, and the foundation is very important. Ordinary attribute ninjutsu must be learned, but you can't know the reason without knowing the reason. After teaching Orochimaru ninjutsu, you can let him study the structure of ninjutsu. Why can this seal release ninjutsu? Can the seal step be omitted? Or can the A-level learning difficulty be improved to B-level or even C-level learning difficulty? If successful, more people can learn advanced ninjutsu and improve the strength of the village. These can be explored by Orochimaru, and it just happens to guide him in the direction of scientific research, killing two birds with one stone. As for whether the workload is heavy, this is not within the scope of Uchiha Seiu's thinking. After all, he paid for his knowledge, so he should get something in return. It is not advisable to pay blindly. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. After figuring out how to instruct Orochimaru, Uchiha Zenglyo looked at him expectantly and said slowly, "Orochimaru-kun, I just thought about it carefully for a while. I recognize your talent and want to formally train you. This is different from instructing you. Instructing you is a matter between you and me. But if I train you, I need to give you the collection of Senjo's ninjutsu. So, you have to pay something too. It's okay if you don't agree, but I can only instruct you on some ordinary knowledge." Chapter 36 Being fooled again and again, but it's different. Orochimaru also thought about it when he heard Uchiha Zenglyo say it so seriously. There is no free lunch in the world, so he can understand what Uchiha Zenglyo said. But this also involves Orochimaru's future, and he has to weigh the pros and cons. Uchiha Zenglyo gave them two choices. If they want something better, they have to pay something. But what this price is, Uchiha Zenglyo did not say. Thinking of this, Orochimaru asked a question. "Zenglyo-kun, I wonder what the price you are talking about is." Uchiha Zenglyo looked at Orochimaru, who became a little nervous and chuckled. "Don't be so nervous, I won't do this to you. As for the price I mentioned, it's also very simple. I paid knowledge, and I hope to gain knowledge. So, if you choose this path, what you have to pay is your experience in studying ninjutsu in the future." Hearing this, Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Uchiha Zenglyo was asked to obey orders in the future, just like the samurai in the story. "I choose the collection of Senju, and I will back up all the ninjutsu I researched in the future for you, how about it?" Knowledge for knowledge, very fair, so Orochimaru agreed to this condition. Uchiha Zenglyo was also very satisfied, although Orochimaru's ninjutsu experience was not very useful to him. But in the future, if he wants to improve Konoha's military strength, these things are undoubtedly very valuable. As for the results obtained by hanging up, of course, the high-level goods are only taught to his relatives. Uchiha Zenglyo is not a saint. Although he wants Konoha to be stronger, he will not harm his own interests. In this case, I still need to talk to Grandma about this matter. Let's go back to. There is no rush. Orochimaru nodded and agreed with him. So they returned to the house and found Uzumaki Mito, who was explaining the sealing technique to Tsunade. After Uchiha Seiyu told her his thoughts, she shook her hand nonchalantly and said, "Since this scroll has been given to you, it's up to you to decide how to deal with it." Uzumaki Mito still trusted Uchiha Seiyu unconditionally on this matter. Sometimes he even doubted himself, could it be that he was really possessed by a succubus when he traveled through time? In fact, he even forgot that Uzumaki Mito had an ability that only the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had, evil thought perception. This ability can distinguish people's malice, no matter how well you hide it, as long as you have hostility in your heart, it will be detected. Although the people in the village didn't say it, everyone would have unintentional evil thoughts when facing her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said to Uzumaki Kusuna, "Let the container be filled with love first." But Uchiha Seiyu didn't have this feeling at all. Uchiha Seiyu, who had no precautions or fear at all, just stood in front of her. People with abnormal bodies care most about other people's eyes. Uzumaki Mito can't avoid this. Combined with his eyes from the peaceful era, Uzumaki Mito actually believes in him more than he thought. As long as Uchiha Zenglyo doesn't betray the village, Uzumaki Mito will always support him unconditionally. At this moment, Tsunade made a face at them mischievously. Uzumaki Mito not only didn't stop them after seeing it, but thought for a while. Zinglio, take Tsunade and Orochimaru out to play together. Child, don't ask for too much. Hearing this good news suddenly, Tsunade first looked at Uzumaki Mito in disbelief. After getting her affirmation, Tsunade shouted happily. Long live Grandma, Grandma is the best. Then she jumped off her seat impatiently, ran to Uchiha Zinglio and looked at him expectantly with her bright eyes. Tsunade is already very cute, and now she is maliciously acting cute. Uchiha Seiryu can't stand it at all. It just so happens that he also feels that he has been too strict with Tsunade these days, so it's good to take her to play. So he said, "What do you want to play?" Tsunade heard this and blurted out without thinking. Gambling, I want to gamble twice. This made him and Uzumaki Mito speechless. They both don't like Tsunade's love of gambling. Fortunately, Uchiha Seiryu has made long-term preparations. Even if he can't change it, he will change Tsunade from a bad gambler to playing in moderation. Tsunade actually knows that they don't like her gambling, so she regretted it as soon as she said it. Just when she was about to change her mind and play other games, Uchiha Seiryu actually agreed. Okay, Orochimaru is here today, I'll take you to play a new type of gambling for 3 people. Hearing this, Tsunade was overjoyed. She really didn't expect Uchiha Seiryu to agree. As for Uzumaki Mito, she had seen all kinds of scenes. With a glance, she knew that Uchiha Seiryu was preparing to pit Tsunade again. Okay, it's settled, let's go. After that, Tsunade took the lead, and Uchiha Seiryu and Orochimaru fell behind. Uchiha Seiryu quietly approached Orochimaru and said, "Don't ask first, wait a while and you will grab the landlord first, and then don't grab it when there is a bet." Although Orochimaru didn't understand it, he still agreed to this request. At this time, Tsunade stopped and looked at them in confusion. "Are you guys discussing something?" Uchiha Seiryu laughed and said, "What a joke, what do you need to discuss about your luck? I just think it's better not to bet on anything this time, otherwise it's really too much for you." Tsunade couldn't stand this kind of provocation, and was about to open her mouth to refute, but she wanted Toto the scene of losing to Uchiha Zinglio. For a moment, he fell into hesitation. Uchiha Zinglio knew that the last experience would definitely make Tsunade hesitate, so this time he was going to change his routine. In the matter of landlord, even if Tsunade's luck was extremely bad, he could still lead her to win. Seeing the hope of winning, she would start to propose landlord with bets. At that time, it would be time to harvest Tsunade's leaks. So Uchiha Zinglio said, "We are playing a new type of game, so why not bet on anything at the beginning? Wait until you are familiar with it, and then you decide whether to bet or not, how about it?" At this time, Tsunade no longer hesitated and agreed. They came to Uchiha Zinglio's room, and he took out the poker cards that had been prepared long ago. After introducing the gameplay and rules, they started playing. Things were just as Uchiha Zinglio thought, and Orochimaru began to grab the landlord as he said. Although he was affected by Tsunade's bad luck, which led to him losing more than winning, he won a few times. This made Tsunade, who rarely won gambling, very excited. Now she was like a lamb walking into a spider web, not realizing the approach of danger. But she didn't know that she had come to the edge of the cliff, and one wrong step would make her head full of bags. She started to make bets without any idea, and made a bold statement to win back all the losses. Then, as planned, Orochimaru stopped competing for the landlord. Tsunade, however, became the landlord with a swell, and then became more silent with each bet. Just like that, half an hour later, the burned-out Tsunade fell to the ground. Chapter 37 The smile will not disappear, it will only shift. Tsunade, who was silent, pushed the cards in her hand away. She was deceived for another 300 days. If she still hasn't reacted now, it would be a bit too stupid. She is not deeply poisoned now, or she has not experienced so much pain. So once the excitement was over, she knew she had been fooled. And based on the last situation, she couldn't get away with it this time. For a moment, the mask of pain was on Tsunade's face. The smile will not disappear, it will only shift. Tsunade's excited smile half an hour ago had now shifted to Uchiha CEO's face. Her eyes were a little creepy, but Uchiha CEO couldn't help it. Tsunade's expressionless face still put some pressure on him. So Uchiha CEO argued. You know, as ninjas, we are strictly trained and will not laugh no matter how funny it is. Unless you can't help it. Ha 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 ha. After that, he couldn't help laughing out loud anymore. Tsunade saw him laughing so happily, and her face became more and more distorted. Orochimaru on the side didn't know the cause and effect of the matter. But the snake's intuition told him that it would be better not to wade into this muddy water at this time. Tsunade looked at the smile on Uchiha CEO's face and listened to the laughter getting louder and louder. She became more and more angry. The strange power of the ninjutsu she learned some time ago was used by some unknown reason. Crack! With a crisp sound, the bed they sat on for playing cards collapsed. Now it was Uchiha CEO's turn to be dumbfounded. This was his bed. Uchiha CEO was a little bit familiar with the bed when he slept. He finally got familiar with the new bed here in the past few days. Unexpectedly, the bed he just got familiar with was gone. This made the smile on Uchiha CEO's face slowly disappear. Tsunade didn't mean it. It was just that her emotions fluctuated too much, so she unconsciously used the unfamiliar ninjutsu. When she used it just now, she was shocked herself. Although she tried her best to control it at the first time, she still couldn't save Uchiha CEO's bed. Tsunade was a little embarrassed at first, but now seeing Uchiha CEO's frustrated look, the smile shifted to her face again. Tsunade opened her eyes wide and said innocently. You know, I've been practicing super strength recently, and I haven't mastered this ninjutsu very well. Uchiha CEO had no choice. It was even he who suggested that Tsunade practice super strength, and now he shot himself in the foot. It's just a bed, it's not a big deal. Bed, no one speaks for me. Thinking of this, Uchiha CEO sighed and stopped dwelling on this issue. He looked at Tsunade, who was smiling and narrowing her eyes, and said, Since you are not good at using this ninjutsu, then use it a few times for this bet, and it will be considered as extra training for you. How about it, I'll be good to you. Tsunade, who was originally happy, froze when she heard this. She didn't expect Uchiha CEO to use her words to shut her up. This blocked her way out, leaving her with no way to quibble. The practice of super strength requires not only the control of chakra, but also physical exercise. So practicing super strength is much more tiring than simply learning the sealing technique. After spending a few days together, Tsunade knew that Uchiha Zenglyu was harder than iron and would not easily change his decision. Especially when he was trying to trick her, Uchiha Zenglyu would create opportunities even if he didn't have any. So Tsunade didn't say anything to beg for mercy, but just kicked Uchiha Zenglyu angrily and said, No more playing, I'm going to practice super strength. Otherwise someone will use this as an excuse to trick me again. After saying that, Tsunade jumped off the collapsed bed, put on her shoes and ran away. Uchiha Zenglyu and Orochimaru looked at each other and saw speechless expressions in each other's eyes. Tsunade suggested playing the game, but now she left first. The remaining two of them were not interested in gambling. Uchiha Zenglyu put away the playing cards, took out the ninjutsu scroll and handed it to Orochimaru and said, Since you choose to exchange knowledge for knowledge, why not start now? This is the C-level and below ninjutsu scroll. I will give it to you now and you can learn it by yourself. After learning, write down your own research results and come to me to exchange for new ninjutsu, how about it? Orochimaru was a little excited. Although Uchiha Zenglyu said he wanted to train him, he didn't expect him to be so generous. In this era, or even in the era when the protagonist was born in the future, the biggest limitation for civilian ninjas is the lack of ninjutsu resources. Not to mention the secret technique, this kind of ninjutsu that can create a small or medium-sized family. Ordinary sea-level ninjutsu is not something that civilian ninjas can easily obtain. In the ninja school, you are only taught the 3 body techniques. Not everyone can have a jonin as a teacher when they are divided into teams. Being able to release sea-level ninjutsu means that one is already a qualified ordinary Chunnin. And now, Uchiha Seiyuu is sea-level at the first move, and he can exchange for more ninjutsu in the future. This made Orochimaru very excited, and he was also very grateful to Uchiha Seiyuu. He took the scroll and said, "Thank you very much, Seiyuu-kun, I will not let you down for your trust." Uchiha Seiyuu heard this and smiled indifferently and said, "Then when I become Hokage, you come to help me." The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Orochimaru kept Uchiha Seiyuu's words in mind. Uchiha Seiyuu didn't know that he had unknowingly recruited Orochimaru. After getting the new ninjutsu that he had been thinking about, Orochimaru started to learn it after chatting with Uchiha Seiyuu for a few words. Uchiha Seiyuu also picked up the sealing technique and started reading it. For a while, there was only the sound of flipping books in the room. Outside the courtyard, Tsunade was also practicing her super strength. The 3 children were always working towards their dreams. When you really devote yourself to studying, you will have a vague feeling of how fast time passes. While they were studying hard, Chinitsu not only prepared Orochimaru's guest room. Even the dinner was ready. She looked at Tsunade's hard work and felt a little dazed for a while. It was as if she saw Uzumaki Mito, teaching her ninjutsu. If I become a ninja, will I have a different life? Thinking of this, she quickly shook her head and shook off all these thoughts. Since I have decided to repay Mito-sama, I must keep my word. Thinking like this, Chixia calmed down, walked to Tsunade and said, "Tsunade-sama, dinner is ready." Stopping her practice, Tsunade pulled up Chixia's sleeves and said coquettishly, "Chixia sister, don't call me sir anymore. You watched me grow up, and grandma likes you very much. We all treat you as a family." Chixia did not refute, she had heard this many times. She just wiped the sweat off Tsunade's forehead and tidied up her hair that was messy because of practice. After tidying up everything and watching Tsunade become radiant and beautiful again, Chixia smiled lightly. "Let's go, Tsunade-sama." Chapter 38. After being quiet for too long, Uchiha Seiyuu decided to do something. When Chixia brought Tsunade to the restaurant, everyone was already there. Uzumaki Mito sat on the main seat, and the Senju Yasuke couple, who had been nowhere to be seen, sat next to her and talked happily. Orochimaru was asking Uchiha Seiyuu for advice. Tsunade happily ran over to her parents when she saw them, showing off the results of her training today. This happy scene made Chinitsu look good's smile. Uzumaki Mito saw Chinitsu standing there and said with a smile, "Little Chinitsu, come and sit too." Hearing this, Chinitsu shook her head and bowed and left. Uzumaki Mito saw that she was still like this, so he didn't force her. Over the years, no matter how Uzumaki Mito persuaded her, Chinitsu had always been asking for her. Some things still need to be figured out by the parties involved. Uzumaki Mito retracted these thoughts and said to Senju Yasuke, "Yuji, nothing has happened in the clan during this period of time, right?" When Senju Yasuke heard this, he seemed to have thought of something, and his face looked a little bad. But after hesitating for a while, he still said, "Mom, although nothing has happened to the Senju in Konoha during this period of time. But on the battlefield, the Senju sacrificed a lot. They knew they were defeated this time, so they attacked very frantically." Uzumaki Mito also knew about this, but he was also somewhat helpless. The last madness on the battlefield is nothing more than the final revenge of those whose relatives died in Konoha. The war is about to end. If you don't take revenge now, you don't know when you will have to wait. Uzumaki Mito is extremely powerful and is very good at sealing techniques. It can effectively support the battlefield and relieve the pressure on the Senju. But she is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If Uzumaki Mito appears on the front battlefield, then this war that is about to end will continue. As for other ninja clans, they will not give up their own people, but support others. Each has its own difficulties, and Uzumaki Mito will naturally not blame others. So she can only treat the relatives of those who sacrificed their clansmen well in Konoha. Uzumaki Mito looked a little lonely. The Senju clan lost too much in this war. Not only did the clan members suffer heavy losses, but many clan members who lived through the Warring States period also died. Even the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama fell before the dawn. Originally, they went to sign a peace treaty, but they didn't expect that the second-generation Raikage and Hokage would both die there. If it weren't for the Cloud Ninja fighting faction headed by Kinkaku and Ginkaku, this war might have ended long ago. Uzumaki Mito, who had no good solution, had to discuss with Senju Yasuke to give more compensation to the sacrificed clansmen. Uchiha Seiyuu listened to their conversation and fell into deep thought. The conversation between Uzumaki Mito and the two revealed a message. Although the war has come to an end, the number of Senju sacrificed has increased. This may be related to the quiet disappearance of Senju in the future. Uchiha Seiyuu was thinking, does he have any good ideas? He has read a lot about sealing techniques these days and has some understanding of sealing techniques. There is a way to seal ninjutsu in sealing techniques, and the detonating talisman is related to this. So, is it possible to seal the palm fairy technique and make it into first aid supplies to treat the wounded? Although it sounds simple, it is definitely difficult to do. After all, the age of ninjas has existed for thousands of years. If it was really that easy, this method would have replaced conventional ninja combat long ago. No need to make hand seals, just throw out the sealing technique during the battle, which is much more convenient than ninjutsu. So it's not that it's not needed, but that it can't be done. After thinking for a while, he moved his eyes to the autoplay system. Others can't do it, but it doesn't mean that Uchiha Zenglyu can't do it. According to the system's ability classification, it is estimated that as long as the sealing technique is autoplayed to blue, it can be done. As for the palm fairy technique, there are still people in Konoha who can perform this ability. There is no need for Uchiha Zenglyu to autoplay specifically. The Senju clan will be his helper in the future. Now reducing their casualties is considered to preserve the strength of his own people. And Uzumaki Mito is so good to him, even if he simply helps him, it's nothing. What's more, if the medical talisman is really created, it will also be good for Uchiha Zenglyu's reputation. Hey, take Kakashi created Reikari and became famous. Tsunade improved Konoha's medical system, allowing her to return to the position of the fifth Hokage after decades. Medical talisman can be seen as a product of the combination of the two. Once this cross-era product is released, the next generation of Hokage will basically be Uchiha Seiryu. Although he will be regarded as a thorn in the eyes of other ninja villages, he is not afraid. Uchiha Seiryu is not going to graduate early, and he still has 5 or 6 years to become a ninja. If he doesn't become a ninja, the Hokage in the village can't let him go on missions, and if he doesn't do missions, he won't encounter ambushes. And in the village, who can hide from Uzumaki Mito who has evil thoughts? Thinking of this, Uchiha Seiryu took the fire release from the system's idle bar and replaced it with the sealing technique, green, he learned in the past few days. The current idle speed of the system, the ability upgrade speed below blue is very fast, and it will take about 10 days to reach blue. Besides, the sealing technique is also very useful, and the ability to hang up is not a loss. Although Uchiha Zenglyu has made up his mind to help Uzumaki Mito, he has not yet made a decision, so he has not told them. He plans to give them a surprise after he is done. Uzumaki Mito has already finished talking about work with Senju Yasuke. Although these things give her a headache, it is time to eat. She suppressed her thoughts, then knocked on the table and said, "Today, Xiao Zenglyu brought a classmate back, let us welcome him." Hearing this, everyone present raised their drinks and welcomed Orochimaru. Orochimaru blushed a little at this scene, and after calming down for a while, he said, "Thank you, Grandma Mito, I'll have a drink first." He took the drink and drank it all. He looked like a little adult, and everyone couldn't help laughing. For a while, the room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. At the same time, at the home of Uchiha second elder, Uchiha Aang. The Uchiha elders and clan leaders, who had just gathered not long ago, gathered together again. Unlike the last time Uchiha Setsuna convened, this time it was the dovish Uchiha Aang who convened a gathering. Have we gathered too frequently these days? I was having dinner with my grandson, and they called me over again. What's the matter this time? I was also having dinner with my good granddaughter. If the matter is not important, I will beat Aang's shit and let him know that I am not a yes man who will come whenever I'm called. Chapter 39 Uchiha Aang, Thieves are not considered stealing. Uchiha Aang's face was dark when he heard this. Although it was a bit unkind to call people at dinner time, it was indeed a major event concerning Uchiha. Otherwise, he would not be so anxious. Seeing that they were getting more and more excited, they were almost going to beat him to the shit. Uchiha Aang coughed and said, I have a reason for calling this meeting this time. Everyone knows that although our Uchiha bloodline is famous in the ninja world, the difficulty of opening the eyes is obvious to all. The clansmen who have not opened the Sharingan are just ordinary people. At this time, Uchiha Setsuna interrupted him impatiently. Okay, what is the matter that makes you so anxious to summon us? Don't keep us in suspense. Just get to the point. Uchiha Aang, who was interrupted, didn't care. Or, compared with what he said next, being interrupted is nothing. Since Elder Setsuna is so impatient, I will just say it directly. The method of opening the Sharingan may have been confirmed. After saying this, the Uchiha present were a little confused. In fact, they all knew the method of opening the Sharingan. As long as their relatives and friends die, they can open the Sharingan. Even those with sufficient qualifications can open the Mangekyo in this way. But illusion cannot be used to achieve this goal, and the reason is unknown. But it must be a real death to open the Uchiha Sharingan. It is also for this reason that the second generation Hokage said that the Uchiha is a clan of love and a clan of curse. This is not a secret, although ordinary clan members don't know it. As high-level Uchiha people, they can access this information. Uchiha is just arrogant, but not stupid. Thousands of years are enough for them to draw this conclusion. So now Uchiha Aang suddenly said something that everyone knows, which made them a little stunned. Okay, you really want to be beaten to death by me? The next moment, a sturdy old man was seen moving his wrist and looking at Uchiha Aang with a sneer on his face. Just when he was about to start, the clan leader beside him stopped him. The clan leader was excited and asked in disbelief. The method you mentioned is not what we thought. Although Uchiha Aang was a little panicked when he was about to be beaten, he still tried to keep calm in order to maintain his image. The clan leader's question made him secretly relieved, and then nodded with a smile on his face. Uchiha Aang nodded and admitted the clan leader's question, which also set off the conference room. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. After a while, they all looked at Uchiha Aang in silence, hoping that he could give a specific explanation. This time, no one interrupted me, right? Seeing this scene, Uchiha first retorted to Uchiha Setsuna. Uchiha Setsuna heard this, his face was ashen, but he didn't say anything else. The matter with the Sharingan compared with the situation, he is insignificant. Not to mention scolding him, if what Uchiha Aang said is true, he can even be dismissed. Seeing that Uchiha Setsuna is so tactful, Uchiha Aang curled his lips, tooted, and began to explain. Today, my granddaughter Uchiha Chiji opened her Sharingan. And unlike the traditional way of opening her eyes, she was just stimulated by Uchiha Xingliu and opened her Sharingan. According to Chiji, Uchiha Xingliu deliberately stimulated her at that time. She felt something was wrong, so she came back and told me. Chiji didn't understand. How could I not understand? Maybe the previous guess was wrong. The opening of the Sharingan does not require the death of relatives and friends, but the drastic mood fluctuations when hearing the news. After saying that, Uchiha Aang calmed down and continued. With this guess, of course I have to confirm whether it is correct or not, otherwise it will be a false joy. I selected a few Uchiha with some talent and asked the special mourners in the clan to inform them of the news of their relative's sacrifice. When this news was notified, 3 of these people awakened their Sharingan on the spot. Everyone, this is a great discovery. Oh! After Uchiha Aang finished speaking, the crowd, who had been unable to hold back, cheered loudly. For a moment, the conference room became a sea of joy. The huge celebration sounded through the well-insulated room, allowing some sounds to be heard outside. After a while, they calmed down their excitement. Uchiha Aang's face was ruddy and he was in high spirits. The second possibility of opening the Sharingan made his prestige in the clan unparalleled for a while. Strictly speaking, this discovery should be made by Uchiha Zenglio. After all, Uchiha Ji could feel that he did it on purpose. Uchiha Aang could naturally see it, but who made him the first to bring it up? However, he, Uchiha Aang, would not be an ungrateful person. So after the meeting room calmed down, Uchiha Aang said, "I am just the one who summarized this answer. Uchiha Zenglio has made great contributions. The clan should also reward him, otherwise it will chill the hearts of others." Hearing this, the Uchiha nodded in agreement. The clan leader frowned, and for a moment he didn't know what to give. At this time, the man who just boasted that he would beat Uchiha Aang to death said, "Why not give him the secret book of the Sharingan? Since this kid can guess the secret of the Sharingan, maybe he can understand more things after seeing this secret book." This proposal was agreed by most people, except Uchiha Setsuna. He was still fantasizing about using this thing to attract Uchiha Zenglio for his own use. Unfortunately, although he was the great elder and the leader of the Hawk faction. But on this matter, he couldn't get the support of the Hawk faction. After all, giving the secret book to Uchiha Zenglio not only shows their sincerity, but also allows him to continue researching. Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, Uchiha Zenglio has researched the secret of opening the Mangekyo. Then these Uchiha with 3 Megatama will have a way forward. So under this trend, the voices of opposition disappeared like drops of water in the sea. After discussing how to reward Uchiha Zenglio, they continued to discuss how to open the eyes of more people in the clan. Now that the secret of opening the eyes is in hand, wouldn't it be a pity not to use it? Uchiha Aang said with a smirk. "Why not use the method I used in my experiment? I think it can be improved. For example, let one of his parents set up the morning hall, and tell him the news of his father's death when he returns. This will have a strong sense of reality, and maybe it will increase the number of people who can open their eyes a little bit." Chapter 40 Tsunade's Inner Uneasiness. Uchiha Aang's words made everyone present shudder. As the leader of the Dove faction, he usually treats his clan members in a friendly manner. I didn't expect that he, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would actually put forward this opinion. However, after careful consideration, everyone had to admit that this was a good plan. According to Uchiha Aang's words, it can be known that the opening of the Sharingan requires sufficient emotional fluctuations. What else can cause more intense emotional fluctuations than the sudden death of parents who have been living together day and night? Letting one of the parties act can better highlight the authenticity of the matter, and it is not easy to find flaws. Moreover, this routine will not be exposed after a few times, and the reason is also very simple. After being caught in the rain, of course you want to raise other people's umbrellas. This is how the Hogwarts sorting ceremony is preserved. So although the method is a little difficult to say, this kind of thing will only benefit your children and not harm them, it is still worth a try. Uchiha is also a clan of swift action, and they do things without procrastination. After the meeting, they began to select some people to do this. People still need to be selected, because blood ninjas also have blood disease. Young and incomplete bodies may be a burden if their eyes are opened too early. So it is better not to select children who are too young, just in case. They picked and chose, and selected a dozen lucky ones. The elders present joined the ranks of happiness after their consciences were condemned. They smiled at each other, with ill intentions. In the future, some parents bought cameras to record their children's social death moments. From then on, every child who opened the Sharingan had a dark history that was hard to look back on. Uchiha Zenglyo, who was eating, sneezed, attracting the concerned eyes of Uzumaki Mito. He waved his hand and said, "It's okay, my nose is just a little itchy." Although he said that, he didn't know why, but he felt a chill on his back. There was a feeling that he seemed to have taken a big blame. Uchiha Zenglyo looked at Orochimaru and said, "It's so late today, why don't you stay here tonight, and we'll go to school together tomorrow?" Orochimaru was eating, and after hearing this, he could only nod his head to express his agreement. Tsunade also came over at this time. She held up her face with both hands, opened her big eyes and said cutely, "Zenglyo, what exactly is the surprise you said you would give me in a few days?" Tsunade has been unable to play with children in the Senju clan because of her identity and personality since she was a child. In fact, Uchiha Zenglyo is her first friend. Except for her parents and grandmother, no one has ever given her the so-called surprise. Since the impatient Tsunade learned of the news, her heart has been itching like a bug crawling. She wanted to know what the surprise Uchiha Zenglyo was talking about was. Now seeing that Uchiha Zenglyo was in a good mood, Tsunade began to think. Although Tsunade was indeed very cute, Uchiha Zenglyo just laughed and continued to eat. Seeing that there was no follow-up, Tsunade was still unwilling to give up. She picked up the chopsticks, picked up a chicken leg and put it in Uchiha Zenglyo's bowl, saying flatteringly, "Brother Zenglyo, just tell me." Tsunade's sudden action gave Uchiha Zenglyo goosebumps. He was about to refuse again, but he saw Tsunade's slightly red eyes and expectant look. This pitiful look made Uchiha Zenglyo stunned. Uzumaki Mito thought of most of the effects of adopting Uchiha Zenglyo. But he ignored Tsunade's feelings. Tsunade was very happy that she had a good friend, but she also hated Uchiha CEO. She hated him for taking away her grandmother's love and the attention of her family. Especially Uzumaki Mito's different attitudes towards the two of them made her a little sad. As a child, Tsunade would not think about why Uzumaki Mito's attitude was different, but only cared about the results. The pressure of studying and the experience of being cheated again this afternoon were almost the last straw that broke the camel's back. Tsunade might not have done cute and pleasing things in the past, but now she did it because she felt uncomfortable. She did all this just to get some comfort from Uchiha CEO. Although Uchiha CEO didn't know what Tsunade was thinking, he knew that Tsunade's behavior was wrong. So, as if by magic, Uchiha CEO changed his words and said, "Okay, since Tsunade wants to know so much, then go out with me." He looked at Orochimaru with an apologetic look on his face. "Sorry, this is a surprise for Tsunade, I can't take you with me." Orochimaru shook his head and said, "How could it be, I have troubled you enough today, I am already satisfied." Tsunade wiped her eyes when she heard Uchiha Seiryu change his plan, and then responded with a bright smile. When Orochimaru finished speaking, Tsunade couldn't wait to pull Uchiha Seiryu away. After the adults in the restaurant communicated silently, Senju Yasuke quietly followed behind the two. After leaving the restaurant and coming outside, Tsunade stopped and turned around to wait for Uchiha Seiryu's next move. Uchiha Seiryu looked at Tsunade and smiled, then glanced at Senju Yasuke who was following behind, and said nothing. It is normal for two children to run out and wander around in the middle of the night with an adult following behind. What's more, one of them is a descendant of Senju, and the other is a genius who has recently become famous in the village. If I were a spy seeing these two people, I would also take a risk. Tsunade, have you seen fireworks? Hearing this, Tsunade was a little disappointed. Because she had seen a lot of fireworks. But she still cheered up and said, "I have seen it. Konoha will have fireworks shows every year during the festival. It is really beautiful." Seeing the disappointment flashing across Tsunade's face, Uchiha Zenglyo did not explain, but continued. "That's good, I will take you to see the fireworks." As he said, Uchiha Zenglyo carried Tsunade on his back and left in an instant. Holding Uchiha Zenglyo, Tsunade looked at the scene that was rapidly retreating around her and truly realized his strength. This strength and the time spent together made Tsunade feel at ease, and she unconsciously put her face on his back. Just like that, after a while, Tsunade felt that Uchiha Zenglyo had stopped. She opened her eyes and saw that they had reached the highest place in Konoha, Hokage Rock. "We're here, you can get down now." Hearing the muffled voice, Tsunade blushed and then pretended to be calm and jumped off Uchiha CEO's back. "Tsunade like this is silly and cute." Uchiha CEO chuckled, and instead of teasing Tsunade as before, he whispered, "Tsunade, have you ever seen yourself in the form of fireworks?" As soon as the voice fell, a huge ball of flame flew high into the sky. The next moment, a firework with Tsunade's smile pattern appeared in the sky above Konoha. It also shone in Tsunade's heart. Chapter 41 Uchiha CEO made a big move. At this moment, the sky was already dark. Night began to fall on Konoha, and the stars began to hang in the sky. With the first appearance of this smiling fireworks began to rise high into the sky. The gorgeous fireworks bloomed in the sky, like colorful flowers. Red like fireflies, blue like stars in the night sky, golden like sunlight falling on the earth. These dazzling sparks danced in the air, like elves dancing in the night sky, beautiful and magnificent. Tsunade was fascinated by the fireworks. She had never seen such a beautiful fireworks show. Especially the fireworks based on her, which made her unable to look away. Finally, the fireworks show reached its climax. The fireworks bloomed brilliantly, turning into a long colorful dragon, winding in the sky, emitting dazzling light. Finally, in Tsunade's reluctance, the fireworks slowly disappeared. And her bored heart also disappeared with the fireworks. The Umbu also arrived at this time. They wanted to ask them, but they were all stopped by Senju Yasuke. He smiled bitterly and began to explain, at least preventing Tsunade and Uchiha Zenglyo from being disturbed. Tsunade at this age did not understand what love was, but this scene had been deeply imprinted in her heart. Sooner or later, it will take root and sprout. Uchiha Zenglyo looked at Tsunade quietly, watching the light in her eyes again. This made him feel relieved. In Uchiha Zenglyo's previous life, he liked the character of Tsunade very much. Although reality and virtuality are always different, he also likes this little Tsunade now. Of course, it's just the kind of love for a sister. After all, Tsunade is too young now. No one can really fall in love with a 6-year-old child, right? This love may deteriorate in the future, but it is definitely not now. So seeing Tsunade's appearance just now made Uchiha Zenglyo very worried. Worrying that Tsunade would be influenced by himself, turning her from a cheerful and beautiful girl into a melancholy girl, that would be his sin. Fortunately, Tsunade has changed back now. Uchiha Zenglyo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Tsunade who had returned to her original appearance, thinking of Tsunade's expression of surprise and disappointment when she heard the fireworks. So he said teasingly, "How about this firework? Is it a surprise?" Hearing this, Tsunade, who was still immersed in the beauty of the fireworks, came back to her senses. Her face turned red, and then she suppressed her shyness and replied with a straight face, "Humph, you passed." After saying that, Tsunade turned around hurriedly to prevent Uchiha Zenglyo from seeing her blushing face. Uchiha Zenglyo knew that if he continued, he would be courting death. He smiled, stopped looking at Tsunade, and looked at Senju Yasuke. Senju Yasuke also noticed Uchiha Zenglyo's gaze, and he suddenly gave him a thumbs up while explaining to the Umbu. After a long while, Senju Yasuke fooled the Umbu. After making a gesture to Uchiha Zenglyo to go home, he disappeared, and it was unknown whether he left or hid in the dark. Tsunade also sorted out her shy heart. She looked at Uchiha Zenglyo with a curious look. After getting rid of the complicated but happy feeling just now, the smart IQ returned to Tsunade's body. So she is now very curious about how Uchiha Zenglyo released those fireworks that she has never seen before. You know, these fireworks even have their own patterns. So this aroused Tsunade's curiosity. Tsunade asked generously about something she was curious about. Zinglio, where did you get these fireworks? Where the fireworks came from, of course, can't be told to Tsunade. After all, this is the ability of Uchiha Zinglio Mangekyo de Bonshin, and it also adds the nature and form changes of fire escape. Fireworks of different colors are actually the flame color reactions of flames of different temperatures. Coupled with the ability of Mangekyo to control fire, various patterns are formed. These combinations have produced this fireworks show. This fireworks show is not just as simple as attracting the Umbu. Only Tsunade doesn't understand that the fireworks just now actually scared a lot of people. At that time, the third Hokage was working overtime in the office. He took out his pipe skillfully and was about to light it. The next second, a huge amount of chakra gathered in the sky above Konoha, forming fireworks. He was frightened by this sudden situation, his hand shook, and the matches he was holding fell to the ground. And it was not just the third Hokage. There were many similar situations in Konoha. Most of them were ninjas with certain perception abilities. As for why no one else came except the Umbu, it was thanks to Uzumaki Mito. With Kagura's heart, she knew at the first time that Uchiha Seiyuu had made a big move. So she put down the bowl in her hand and rushed to the Hokage building as quickly as possible. After explaining to Sarutobi Hiruzen, she conveyed it to everyone in Konoha village through the Hokage. The reason was this: it was a misunderstanding, and this was the fireworks that Uzumaki Mito-sama set off for Tsunade to play with. This lame excuse and perfunctory attitude are self-evident. The fireworks did not cause any damage except scaring some perceptive ninjas. People without perceptive abilities were very happy. Fireworks can only be seen during festivals at this time. So most people even thanked Uzumaki Mito. Thanked her for adding some festive atmosphere to the sad Konoha. Relieved the pain in people's hearts caused by the war. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not among the people thanked. As the shadow of a village, even if it was an excuse for the fireworks show, he had to be reported to. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, Uzumaki Mito's excuses undoubtedly showed that he was not taken seriously. But due to Uzumaki Mito's identity, majesty, and strength, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Although Uzumaki Mito did not think about it in this way. But the identity of the Ninetales Jinchuriki made him feel that Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him had increased his malice towards her. She frowned, looked at the expressionless Sarutobi in front of her, and sighed. Hiruzen, I was wrong this time. I apologize to you. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression eased a little, but the grudge in his heart did not diminish at all. This of course could not escape the perception of Uzumaki Mito. She wanted to ensure that the information of Uchiha Seiyuu was not leaked, so she took this matter on herself. Logically speaking, this matter was indeed wrong by Uchiha Seiyuu. But before the matter fermented, Uzumaki Mito explained it in time, and it did not cause any major impact in the end. As a Hokage, if Sarutobi Hiruzen is so petty, it would be the most terrible. Because he would be jealous of talented people and would not let the next generation take the throne. And it is not a good thing to have malice towards the village's Ninetales Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Mito felt a little sad at this time. She understood that the little monkey in the past would never come back. But what she didn't understand was that power is a weapon that distorts people. Although there are people who can maintain themselves in the face of power, Sarutobi Hiruzen is obviously not one of them. Chapter 42 Follow-up of Fireworks. Unlike Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade's place is full of joy. After Tsunade asked how the fireworks came from, Uchiha Seiyuu kept talking about other things. But in the end, Tsunade was still the better one. Uchiha Seiyuu looked helplessly at Tsunade, who was holding the corner of his clothes tightly, and raised his hands to pretend to be defeated. Okay, I'm defeated by you. How to make fireworks? I really can't tell you now. It's not good for you or me. How about this, let's make a promise. Tsunade's eyes lit up when she heard the promise. She had never made any promises with others before. Now she heard Uchiha CEO talking about the promise. After thinking for a while, she nodded and agreed. Seeing Tsunade nod, Uchiha Zingliu continued to speak. Then, if you haven't figured out the secret of fireworks after graduating from the ninja school, I will tell you. As compensation, I will take you to see it once a year, how about it? When Tsunade heard that she had to wait until she graduated from the ninja school to know, she hesitated for a while. But when she heard Uchiha Zingliu said that she could see it once a year, she nodded as fast as a chicken chasing rice. Uchiha Zingliu couldn't help but chuckle after seeing it. And this laugh also made Tsunade a little embarrassed, and she slowly stopped nodding. Her eyes wandered for a while, and then she whispered. Thank you, Zingliu. Uchiha Zingliu asked Tsunade what she was thanking him for. After all, even if he was a straight man, he knew that he shouldn't go to death at this time. He turned around and squatted down, motioning Tsunade to climb up, and they should go home. Tsunade's face flushed, but she got into the car obediently. Along the way, neither of them spoke. Or rather, what they wanted to say was already in each other's heart. The bond between the two was indestructible at this moment. When they returned to the Senju residence, Uzumaki Mito was sitting in the middle of the living room. Uchiha CEO couldn't help but shrink his head when he saw her. He didn't say anything before he did it, and the thing he did was actually quite big. A huge amount of chakra gathered in the sky above Konoha, and those who didn't know would think that someone had come to attack Konoha. Now he can return home safely instead of the Umbu interrogation room. Mostly because of Uzumaki Mito's efforts. Knowing that he had made a mistake, Uchiha CEO could only smile awkwardly at this time. Uzumaki Mito glanced at him unhappily, then looked at Tsunade behind Uchiha CEO, and could only sigh heavily. There is no other way, one is a biological child and the other is an adopted child. They are both my dearest ones, and I can't bear to do anything to them. Uzumaki Mito had to say earnestly. Zingliu, if you want to do something like this in the future, it's better to tell me in advance. I still have some prestige in Konoha, and it's easy to do if I report this in advance. Just this time, and never again, how about it? Uchiha Zingliu also turned into a chicken at this time, nodding his head. But then, he thought of something. After hesitating for a while, he still said. Then I will report, and there will be a fireworks show every year at this time in the future. Uzumaki Mito almost broke down after hearing this, but looking at Tsunade's expectant eyes next to her, she agreed. After that, she didn't say anything else, but let the two of them go to rest. Uzumaki Mito actually wanted to know how Uchiha Zingliu did it. The amount of chakra in the sky above Konoha is not something a child can possess. Compared with her own chakra, it is not inferior. What's more, the attainment of fire escape revealed by the fireworks is beyond reach. Even Uchiha Madara in those days was far behind Uchiha Seiryu. The fireworks formed by the flames have different shapes and temperatures. This attainment is simply not something that humans can accomplish. But since Uchiha Seiryu himself didn't say it, Uzumaki Mito wouldn't ask more, but continued to believe him. She thought very openly that the battle between ordinary ninjas is a battle between intelligence. Feijuan has an immortal body, and Asuma didn't know his intelligence, which led to his being pitted and killed. After getting the intelligence, Shikamaru directly completed the counter-attack. Jiraiya, the intelligence he spied out allowed Uzumaki Naruto to fight pain better and finally win. Of course, this is a duel between ordinary ninjas. Like Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama, each of them drove a Gundam that was taller than the other. You have his information. Can you deal with Susanoo, who is as tall as a mountain, or can you deal with the real Senju, who can catch the nine tails like a chicken? Although Uzumaki Mito didn't know how strong Uchiha Seiryu was. But keeping the secret of a ninjutsu for a ninja is also a protection for this ninja. And the best way to keep a secret is that only the person knows the secret. so, as long as Uchiha Seiryu doesn't make it public, she won't interfere. Uzumaki Mito's attitude also affected Senju Yasuke, so that he didn't ask more questions. This matter passed like a thunderstorm with little raindrops. The next morning, after Uchiha Seiryu and the other two had breakfast, they went to school together. When they arrived, they found that the classmates were discussing the fireworks last night and guessing who set them off. There were also some families with sensory ninjas who were whispering something there. Uchiha Seiryu and Tsunade looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. But they also tacitly did not join others to discuss the topic of fireworks. Orochimaru's pale face revealed a puzzled expression. Did I miss something? Why do I feel that there is something between them that is hidden from me? Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Jiraiya ran over familiarly and fought with Orochimaru. Physical fight, because Orochimaru overreacted and gave Jiraiya a shoulder throw. Then things developed into. Jiraiya launched a battle invitation, Jiraiya went up, and Jiraiya could not get up again. Uchiha Seiryu and Tsunade laughed at the sight. However, after the two of them finished, Uchiha Zenglyu went up to mediate. Okay, both of you are wrong, so stop making trouble. Orochimaru felt that what Uchiha Zenglyu said was correct. It was indeed his overreaction that he attacked Jiraiya. Then he apologized to Jiraiya. Jiraiya was still very unconvinced, but after hearing that Orochimaru apologized first, he also apologized awkwardly. What happened between the two of them made Uchiha Zenglyu feel emotional. If Uchiha Madara had not died, and the two of them did not have the blood of the descendants of Otsutsuki, the Ashura and Indra of this generation might be Orochimaru and Jiraiya. The relationship between the two of them is very similar to that of Sasuke and Naruto in the future. But it's a good thing it's not them, otherwise it would ruin a scientific research genius. Yakushi no also came early and sat in a more remote place, watching everything in the classroom. But seeing her vague eyes, her mind had already flown away to who knows where. The excitement is theirs, I have nothing. Yakushi no thought so and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 43 The Law of the Ninja World Taking the Blame. The Yakushi clan was the elder when the first generation founded Konoha. They were already few in number, and after experiencing the First Ninja World War, many sacrifices were made. Nono's parents were one of them. Fortunately, the small family has a strong sense of human touch. Nono, who became an orphan, grew up healthily under the care of other family members. She was grateful for the care of her clan members. But a small family is a small family. Apart from some medical knowledge, the Yakushi clan does not have a hidden ninjutsu inheritance. Yakushi no was also very motivated and was admitted to the most elite class of the ninja school. But she didn't expect that this move would bring her disaster. After getting the consent of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo first looked for such small families. Although these small families are not strong, the quality of their ninjas is much better than that of civilian ninjas. As an elite who was admitted to the first class, Yakushi Nanu naturally caught Danzo's eye at the first time. The Yakushi clan, who could not resist the order of the Hokage, could only give the decision to Yakushi Nanu himself. After school yesterday, Yakushi Nanu said goodbye to her classmates and went home happily. Then she saw the nightmare. Yakushi Nanu still remembers the man standing in the shadow. Shimura Danzo told Yakushi Nanu about the concept of the root, although he used a lot of high-sounding brainwashing words. But if Nanu is the future ace spy, she still sees through the darkness of the root. But before she could refuse, Danzo, who saw the resistance on Yakushi Nanu's face, spoke. He said the cruelest words in a calm tone. The root is short of manpower now. I got the order from the Hokage to summon you. But if you join, the Yakushi clan won't have to let other people join the root. She was kind and couldn't resist this condition. She didn't want to see the clan members who took care of her fall into darkness. In the multiple choice question, she put herself in the gun barrel. Danzo didn't care what she thought. After getting the answer from Yakushi no, he didn't rush to take her away directly. Instead, he issued the first order to observe Uchiha Zenglyu for a year, and then drop out if the grades were not good. During this year, Yakushi no had to slowly get worse grades, and finally reach the point of dropping out. The purpose of doing this is to allow no to be absorbed by the root without attracting attention. After all, a student who had just enrolled in the elite class suddenly dropped out, which would attract a lot of attention. Danzo was very optimistic about Yakushi no, and he didn't want to recruit no to cause unnecessary trouble and omissions. So, he came up with such a simple but convenient method. In order to make the best use of her, no and Uchiha Seiryu were in the same class and were allowed to collect intelligence. During this year, if Uchiha Seiryu had any unusual or intelligence, no would report it to Danzo in a timely manner. Report. This way, he can be prepared when dealing with Uchiha Seiryu in the future. No couldn't help but feel desperate when she thought about her bleak future. Although it was the path she chose, it was just a single choice question after all, and Danzo didn't give her any other possibilities. With Danzo's character, even if she didn't choose this time, in the future, there will be other threats waiting for no until she enters the route. Suddenly encountering such a change, no, who was only 6 years old, couldn't help but fantasize about the content of the storybook. She couldn't help thinking, if there was a prince to save her. At this moment, Uchiha Seiryu walked to no, who was distracted. He said hello, but didn't get a response, which made Uchiha Seiryu feel a little strange. Yesterday, their small group also knew each other. No was not the kind of impolite person, why didn't he respond to him? So Uchiha Seiryu looked at no, wanting to see what was going on. Then he saw her with a pale face and dark circles under her eyes. No's weak appearance stunned him. Following his gaze, Tsunade also looked at her. No's appearance made the outspoken Tsunade exclaim directly after seeing it. Then it attracted the attention of most people in the classroom, and everyone saw No's face. The children were still very innocent, and they saw that their classmates were not in a good state. They immediately squeezed together and began to care about No, are you okay? If you don't feel well, go to the medical room to see the teacher. Yes, we can take you there. Tsunade took action directly, and she walked forward to pull No to the medical room for a checkup. Looking at the concerned eyes around her, the eyes of the pharmacist No were red. But thinking of her own people, she still held back her tears and forced a smile. I'm fine, I just didn't sleep well last night, sorry for making everyone worried. The classmates looked at No's forced smile, although they were still a little worried, but gradually dispersed. After all, the person involved said that he was fine, and they were not well enough to force No to see a doctor. After everyone around dispersed, Uchiha Zenglyu frowned. He felt that the matter was not simple. Then according to the law of taking the blame, Uchiha Zenglyu locked Danzo at the first time. Although there was no evidence, Uchiha Zenglyu felt that this matter was inseparable from him. What's more, the pharmacist No originally joined Danzo's route and became his ace spy. Although I don't know the specific time, with Uchiha Zenglyu, this little butterfly. It is normal for the story to change. No is my future Minister of Public Security, how dare someone intercept him? Thinking that Danzo actually wanted to intercept him, Uchiha Zenglyu was a little angry. He had already made clear arrangements for Yakushi no, and he would definitely not let Danzo go. Moreover, Danzo's roots were not a good place. There were either brainwashed puppets or the seal of tongue trouble eradication planted in them. It can be seen that Danzo really used them as tools. Finally, and most importantly, the original intention of the first Hokage to establish Konoha was for the children to grow up healthily. Danzo dared to attack the child when Mito was not old enough to move. There are also many older generations who were attracted by the first generation's proposal and joined Konoha, but these people are still dying of old age. Is it you, Danzo, who is too proud, or is Uzumaki Mito unable to lift the sword? Danzo, you handed the sword to me yourself. Thinking of this, Uchiha Zenglio looked at Nono in front of him and said comfortingly, "Nono, we are companions. If there is anything that cannot be solved, you can tell us with confidence, we will help you." Nono's lips trembled slightly when she heard this. But in the end, she bit her lip and shook her head and said, "I really have nothing to do." Chapter 44 Danzo sent a knife, the gift is light but the sentiment is heavy. In Nono's cognition, the Hokage is the person with the most say in the village. Danzo took the Hokage's document and got the Hokage's consent. Even Uchiha Zenglio couldn't help her. Even in her mind, in order not to drag down others, she has decided to bear it alone. So after hesitating, Nono still didn't tell Uchiha Zenglio what happened. But it was precisely because of Nono's hesitation that Uchiha Zenglio knew that his guess was almost right. But since Nono doesn't want to say it, Uchiha Zenglio did not force it. Danzo's roots could not have targeted only Nono, there must be other victims. With the power of Senju, a few could be found with a casual search. In fact, if Danzo only summoned some graduated ninjas, it would definitely be in compliance with the procedures. But he used some means of coercion and inducement to attack the children of the ninja village. This touched the taboo of Konoha. Children are the bottom line of human beings in any world. Since Danzo has already taken action, Uchiha Zenglio feels that he must take measures immediately, so as not to cause unnecessary losses to the future of Konoha. Thinking of this, Uchiha Zenglio said to Tsunade, "Tsunade, I have something urgent to go back. Please ask for leave for me and Mr. Doki, please." Tsunade rolled her eyes and said, "You asked for leave on the second day of school. Aren't you afraid that the teacher will make things difficult for you?" Uchiha Zenglio smiled and did not answer Tsunade's question. For Uchiha Seiryu, Doki Kai's teaching method is not suitable for him. He actually goes to school to communicate with classmates and cultivate ties. When he reaches a certain level, he may skip classes with a bunch of people. At that time, Dokichi will definitely be unhappy with him. But the teacher of this class is naturally not a fool. Even if Dokichi is unhappy with him, as long as Uchiha Seiryu can keep up with his grades, he will turn a blind eye. So Uchiha Seiryu is not worried about what Tsunade said. He pointed at Nono and said, "Please, I really have something important to ask Grandma Mito, this matter is related to Nono." Although Tsunade didn't know why what Uchiha Seiryu said was related to Nono. But seeing that he said it so seriously, she knew that this matter was not small. So Tsunade also became serious and agreed to help Uchiha Seiryu ask for leave. And after seeing Tsunade nod, Uchiha Seiryu turned around and left. Nono, who witnessed everything, was moved, but she didn't know how to stop Uchiha Seiryu's actions. Just when she was hesitant, Uchiha Seiryu had already left. Seeing Uchiha Seiryu leaving, Nono hurriedly got up and wanted to chase him out to stop this. But as soon as she left her seat and walked to the door, Uchiha Seiryu's figure blurred and disappeared in an instant. Nono stretched out her hand and wanted to say something. Tsunade looked at Nono and walked to her to comfort her. "Don't be afraid, Seiryu won't do anything he's not sure of. What's more, my grandma is here. Nono is not the future shrine maiden. Although she is as kind as ever, her heart is not as strong as it will be in the future." Especially after seeing Uchiha Seiryu preparing to intervene in this matter, she finally couldn't stand it all and cried out. Nono's cry made Tsunade at a loss for a while, so she had to go forward and hug her gently. After leaving the classroom, Uchiha Seiryu used the instant body to hurry on his way. Compared to the slow ninja running, the instant body consumes more physical strength and chakra. But for Uchiha Seiryu, this consumption is not as fast as the recovery. The speed of the instant body is still very fast, not to mention that Uchiha Seiryu does not care about the consumption of the instant body. After a while, he returned to the Senju mansion. Uzumaki Mito was sitting in a chair basking in the sun and drinking tea. Seeing Uchiha Seiryu coming back, she was a little surprised, but not much. She knew that Uchiha Seiyuu was a sensible child, and he would not run back for no reason. Sure enough, the next moment, Uchiha Seiyuu said something that made her pupils shrink. "Grandma Mito, I suspect someone in the village is attacking the child." Uzumaki Mito stood up straight when he heard this. Those who survived the Warring States period all knew the cruelty of that era. Hatred and interests were intertwined on this land. In order to avenge other ninja clans, it was also to cut off the future hopes of other ninjas. Children born in the ninja clan would be assassinated at any time. And at the most critical moment of the ninja clan, as long as they could pick up the kunao. Children also need to go to the battlefield to sacrifice themselves. The Uzumaki clan of Uzumaki Mito was no exception. Many children were assassinated when they were very young. At that time, every pair of parents lived cautiously, fearing that their children would be gone the next day. Senjo Hashirama established Konoha so that children could grow up safely and adults would not have to worry. But now, Uchiha Seiyuu told him that someone had reached out to the child. This made Uzumaki Mito a little unbelievable at first, and then extremely angry. Looking at the eyes in front of Uzumaki Mito, whose face was livid, Uchiha Seiyuu continued. "There is a girl in our class who is suspected of being threatened." After that, Uchiha Seiyuu said no more. Uzumaki Mito is so smart that no matter how much she says, she will investigate it herself. So, it is better to let the truth speak. After all, Uchiha Seiyuu did not wrongly accuse Danzo, he really did it. Uzumaki Mito quickly got rid of the anger, then she took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Turning around, he said to Uchiha Seiyuu. "I will investigate this matter, don't make it public yet. Bring that girl back, and let her live with me during this period." Hearing this, Uchiha Seiyuu had no objection. He nodded, and then said, "Grandma, I've already asked for leave today. Why don't I go with you to check it out? I actually have some ideas." Uzumaki Mito looked at Uchiha Seiyuu in surprise, not understanding why he was so concerned. In fact, what she didn't know was that Uchiha Seiyuu had long wanted to deal with Danzo. If you were to say who Uchiha Seiyuu disliked the most in Naruto, it would definitely be Danzo. Now he not only has enough strength. The two major families of Konoha, Senju and Uchiha, can be said to be standing behind him. Now Danzo has put the knife in front of Uchiha Seiyuu again. If he doesn't deal with him, Uchiha Seiyuu himself feels sorry for this opportunity. Uzumaki Mito originally wanted to refuse. However, when he heard that he had an idea, Uzumaki Mito squinted his eyes and thought for a while, and then he said, "Okay, then come with me to the Hokage." Chapter 45 Just go with the flow. Since he had decided to take Uchiha Seiyuu with him, Uzumaki Mito was not vague. However, in order not to alert the enemy, Uzumaki Mito did not go to the Hokage building with a big fanfare. Instead, he prepared to make a private visit and secretly instruct the Hokage to investigate the situation. When Uchiha Seiyuu heard this idea from Uzumaki Mito, he exclaimed in his heart, "What a guy! You are asking someone to investigate himself, there is no way you can find out the result." However, he did not persuade Uzumaki Mito to change her method. Because so far, what Uchiha Seiyuu said about this matter is all speculation. Yakushi no did not speak, and there is no other evidence for the time being. And it is enough to just meet the Hokage, and after meeting him, you can determine the nature of this matter. The culprit is defined as a traitor who attacked the child. If this matter is handed over to Sarutobi Hiruzen to investigate, it is indeed possible that nothing can be found, or someone may take the blame. But it does not mean that only Sarutobi Hiruzen can find the culprit behind the scenes. With Uzumaki Mito's experience, after meeting the Hokage, she will definitely be able to detect that something is wrong. At that time, Uchiha Seiyuu will persuade her to ask the Uchiha guard to investigate this matter. Uzumaki Mito adopted Seiyuu, which is a signal of goodwill to Uchiha. The guard also has this responsibility, so Uchiha must be obliged to do this. Although the relationship between Uchiha and Danzo is not as irreconcilable as in later generations, it is definitely not good. Uchiha has good abilities, and with his secret reminders, he can quickly lock on to the target. Even if Danzo really did it perfectly. In Nono, Uchiha Seiryu has the confidence to let her tell the truth. Moreover, with Danzo's character and ability, he can't do this. So it's only a matter of time before Danzo is caught. By then, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen shields Danzo and wants to smooth things over, it will be impossible. Because the matter has been determined, and everyone in Konoha knows about it. Danzo will be skinned alive at the end of the tunnel. Uchiha Seiryu doesn't need to do much about the whole thing. Just go with the flow and wait for a while, and Danzo will be in a desperate situation. The Hokage building is as calm as ever. This is the second time Uchiha Seiryu has come here. Last time, the Umbu brought him here, and this time, Uzumaki Mito brought him here. It can only be said that the two are incomparable. As soon as Uzumaki Mito arrived here, the guarding ninja knew her purpose. Without even notifying her, he walked in front to lead the way for Uzumaki Mito. On the road, people who saw Uzumaki Mito would greet her. Even some female ninjas looked like they had seen their idol when they saw her. In this way, they arrived at the Hokage's office without any obstacles. The degree of smoothness was no different from returning home. This exaggerated performance made Uchiha Zenglyu smack his lips in amazement. No wonder the Senju clan and the Uzumaki Mito clan disappeared later, even Senju Nawaka died. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not that strong, and he could not suppress such a prestigious subordinate. If he didn't think of a way, Senju Nawaka might really be crowned emperor one day. Uzumaki Mito didn't care about Uchiha Seiryu's thoughts at this time, they had already met Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Uchiha Seiryu, and then came to her with a smile on his face. Mito-sama, what's the matter with you today? Feeling the increasingly clear malice from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uzumaki Mito's mood, which was already bad because of the child's matter, became even worse. She knew where Sarutobi Hiruzen's malice came from, because of Uchiha Seiryu. Seiryu has become the future star of Konoha, a bridge between the village and Uchiha. He is a famous genius child and the future pillar of Konoha. In Konoha, there were even voices that wanted Uchiha Seiryu to become the fourth generation. But in the end, because Uchiha Seiryu was too young, it was left unresolved. But this was completely unacceptable to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen is now in the rising period of ninja strength, and he has no plans to retire. Now seeing Uzumaki Mito bring Uchiha Seiryu together, he will naturally be dissatisfied. Feeling this malice, Uzumaki Mito smiled helplessly. She stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen for a while before speaking. Hiruzen, I really have something important to trouble you this time. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen put aside his little thoughts. With Uzumaki Mito's personality, important things are probably not small. The first war is not over yet, it would be bad if there is a problem with the Senju front. So he asked quickly. I don't know what happened, let Mito-sama come to me. Uzumaki Mito glanced at Uchiha Seiryu and motioned him to go up and talk. After all, it was Uchiha Seiryu who discovered the matter, so it would be more reasonable for him to say it. Uchiha Seiryu was not afraid of the stage. After getting the signal, he stepped forward and came to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, Hokage-sama, someone has touched the taboo of the village and attacked the children in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that there was no problem on the front line. But then when he heard that someone attacked the child, his mind immediately thought of his old friend. Then he thought of the warrant he gave him. In an instant, his back was wet. But as an old fox, Sarutobi Hiruzen still pretended to be angry and asked for information. Is the information accurate? Do you know who did it? Damn it, you dare to do such a rebellious thing, you really don't take me, the Hokage, seriously. Uchiha Zenglyu thought for a while and answered Sarutobi Hiruzen's question. The information is accurate, there is already a witness. But who it is, we haven't figured it out yet, so I asked the Hokage to send the Umbu to investigate. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt cold in his heart when he heard that there was a witness. Then he was happy when he heard that he didn't know who the mastermind was. Finally, when he learned that Uzumaki Mito came to him to ask him to find the mastermind, he was completely relieved. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't be sure whether it was Danzo who did it, based on his understanding of Danzo, he was almost certain. So when he heard that he was asked to investigate, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still very fortunate. This gave him the opportunity to operate, and at worst he could find someone to take the blame. However, then he thought of the witness, and his heart, which had just been put down, was slightly lifted again. No problem, I will order the Umbu to investigate with all their strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen pretended to be concerned and said slowly. Is the witness safe? Why not let me protect him? Uchiha Ceu almost sneered when he heard this. Leave it to you? Send a sheep into the tiger's mouth? But his acting skills are not bad, facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's seemingly casual question. Uchiha Ceu said with a smile. No need, this person has been protected by Grandma, don't bother Hokage. Uzumaki Mito on the side listened to their conversation, felt Sarutobi Hiruzen's fluctuating malice, and realized that something was wrong. Chapter 46 Sarutobi Hiruzen made his choice. Uzumaki Mito felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen was trying to trick Uchiha Ceu. Especially when it comes to witnesses, he was a little too eager. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Mito interrupted their conversation. Okay, now that we have made things clear, let's go back. She said that without waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to ask anything else, she took Uchiha Ceu's hand and turned away. At the door, Uzumaki Mito stopped and said meaningfully. Monkey, you are the Hokage. Don't let me down. The latter sentence was said by Uzumaki Mito to himself in his heart. The power of the Hokage is not for you to cover up criminals. Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance made her aware of the problem, and she was ready to find another way. If in the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not give her a qualified answer, then Uzumaki Mito would consider whether Sarutobi Hiruzen was really suitable to be the Hokage. He did not notice all this. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that the purpose of Uzumaki Mito's words was to remind him to investigate the results as soon as possible, to prevent more children from being persecuted. After saying this, Uzumaki Mito pulled Uchiha Ceu away without looking back. After they left, Sarutobi Hiruzen lit his pipe and began to smoke. Xiang, go call Danzo over. As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow flashed by. In the room that was empty just now, an Umbu knelt on one knee. He lowered his head and replied. Yes, I know. After seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen nod, he left in an instant to find Danzo. After a while, Danzo came to the Hokage with his gloomy face. Hiruzen, what do you want to talk to me about? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything, just stared at Danzo. Danzo felt a little uncomfortable, so he spoke. Who are the people your route has recruited recently? Danzo's pupils shrank after hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure. They are some ninja clan ninjas who have received foreign protectors. This is with your consent. Is there any problem? Sarutobi Hiruzen knew his best friend very well, although he just paused for less than a second. But he still knew that the person who attacked the child mentioned by Uzumaki Mito was Danzo. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer suppress his anger and grabbed Danzo's collar. You idiot, do you know that no one can save you if you attack the child? Now Mito already knows about this matter, and she has asked me to investigate. You are still pretending here, do you want to die, Danzo? At the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed Danzo away and pushed the stunned Danzo to the ground. Danzo was really stunned, he had just taken action for less than a day. And except for a few people he liked who were recruited by himself, all the people from the route went to recruit. How did the matter already reach Uzumaki Mito? Did everyone know about it? But he was not too stupid. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, he quickly climbed up and came to Sarutobi's side with a smile on his face. Since Mito has handed this matter over to you, I should be fine, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen also calmed down his emotions at this time, picked up his pipe and took a deep puff. He looked at the flattering Danzo next to him and said unhappily, "Tell me the truth, you attacked a few children." As soon as these words came out, Danzo's smile froze. He did not attack a few children, but all the children. Danzo was going to make the route into his own private land, so of course he had to pick the best ones. It was difficult to brainwash the adult ninjas of the ninja clan. Even if there was a seal of extermination of the root of tongue disaster, it could only prevent these ninjas from revealing the information of the root in him. It was impossible to make them devote themselves to him wholeheartedly. Moreover, those with good qualifications were already famous, and it was impossible to recruit them silently if they wanted to. Those with poor qualifications were not favored by Danzo, so he simply chose all children. Although this method was slow in effect, it had more benefits. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a bad feeling when he saw Danzo like this. He asked in disbelief, "You won't recruit all the children, will you?" Danzo was sweating, but still said stubbornly, "Yes, this is possible." Before he could finish, Sarutobi Hiruzen had kicked him out. Sarutobi Hiruzen was at his peak now, and this kick was in anger, which hurt Danzo badly. Danzo leaned against the wall, and his heavy breathing made people know that he was in great pain now. "Danzo! If you want to die, don't take me with you, return the warrant." Danzo coughed heavily twice, and then slowly said, "I will return the warrant, but some of the children have already reached the route. What should we do about this matter?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was annoyed and stopped smoking. He walked back and forth, hesitating in his heart. The third Hokage really didn't expect that Danzo could go so far. Things have developed to this point, even if someone is found to take the blame, it will be exposed, and those children are the best evidence. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is reluctant to deal with these children. After all, although Sarutobi Hiruzen is not capable enough and is greedy for power, he also loves Konoha. If Danzo had captured children from other villages, he would have dealt with them without saying a word. But these are all Konoha's children, the tender leaves of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen can't get over the psychological barrier of letting them wither here. Danzo doesn't have so many psychological burdens. He can set up a trap to let the mother and son kill each other, let alone such a small matter. So Danzo's meaning is to deal with these children immediately to eliminate the evidence. But seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitate, he can't disobey. Now his only savior is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Otherwise, given his crime, the lightest punishment would be life imprisonment, or even execution on the spot. After hesitating for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally made up his mind. For him, there are only two options now. One is to destroy the evidence, find someone to take the blame, and treat it as a conspiracy of another village. The other is to kill Danzo on the spot to prevent him from being implicated in this matter. After all, it was he who gave the warrant to Danzo. "Danzo, I leave it to you." After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked to the window and looked at Konoha outside the window, not knowing what he was thinking. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't let go of his friendship with Danzo after all, and chose him to give up those children. It's no wonder that Danzo assassinated him in the future. Anyway, he would be forgiven in the end. Danzo was overjoyed. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth after struggling to get up. After panting for a few times, he said, "Leave it to me, Sarutobi." After a period of silence, Uchiha CEO and the other two who left were still silent. Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but speak. "CEO, do you know something?" Chapter 47 The Uchiha clan joins the investigation. Uchiha CEO chuckled after hearing this. "How could it be? I just have someone I suspect." Uzumaki Mito thought about it for a while, and then seemed to think of something. "You mean, This matter is related to the people around Sarutobi. Uchiha CEO was not surprised that Uzumaki Mito could guess it. After all, there were some problems with Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance, and it was easy for people to guess it was him. As a Hokage, he didn't need to take action against the child. It would do him no good. Since it wasn't Sarutobi Hiruzen, he also showed something wrong. That means he has a candidate for the mastermind in his mind. This person must be related to Sarutobi Hiruzen, otherwise he would have captured that person just now. So Uchiha CEO nodded, and without keeping the secret, he said directly to Uzumaki Mito. I suspect it is Elder Danzo, he is the only one who meets the requirements in the village. I also heard that he created a new department called Root, and this war caused a lot of damage to his root. So Danzo has a motive to kidnap children to cultivate his own department. After hearing this, Uzumaki Mito's thoughts, which were originally a little confused, suddenly became clear. Then she regretted that she came to Sarutobi to prevent alerting the enemy, but she didn't expect it to be unnecessary. Although Uchiha CEO informed her of the news as soon as possible, there must be children who were taken. Now Uzumaki Mito's actions are undoubtedly pushing those children into the fire pit. Uchiha CEO saw Uzumaki Mito's sad expression and comforted her. Grandma Mito, don't worry, we still have time. Assuming that it was really done by Elder Danzo, he would definitely destroy the evidence as soon as he got the news. There is a time difference between the two. We can use the trick against him and send someone to keep an eye on Elder Danzo, so that we can rescue those children. After listening to Uzumaki Mito, he looked at Uchiha CEO carefully and said with some emotion. Sometimes I feel that you really don't look like a child, a little too mature. After she sighed, she was a little troubled. The Senju clan is now seriously short of manpower. No matter what, Danzo is not someone who can be kept an eye on by a Chunnin or Genin. The masters of the Senju clan are all on the front line. She can't give up the Senju front and let these people withdraw. It would be too conspicuous for her to go there herself, and it would be easier to be discovered if she used the transformation technique. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Mito looked at Uchiha Seiryu, hoping that he could give him an answer. Uchiha Seiryu had expected this. He pointed to his family emblem, then looked at Uzumaki Mito's expression of sudden enlightenment and said, Now the village there are not many people who can keep an eye on Danzo, but Uchiha must have a way. Only a small number of them are allowed to go to the battlefield. Most of the capable people were left behind on the grounds that the village needed a guard team, so. Uchiha Zinglyu wanted to continue talking, but Uzumaki Mito couldn't wait. She was afraid that if she was a step slower, she would kill those children. Uzumaki Mito couldn't wait to pull Uchiha Zinglyu away. They teleported all the way, and no one could find them while deliberately keeping hidden. After a while, the two rushed to Uchiha Ang's residence. At this time, Uchiha Ang was grabbing his remaining hair and handling official business. As the second elder of Uchiha and the leader of various factions, he had to carry out experiments on the Sharingan during this period. The increasing official business gave him a headache. Just as he grabbed another handful of hair and muttered to himself, he suddenly heard the sound of glass being knocked. He instantly became alert, opened his 3 Magatama Sharingan, and looked towards the place where the sound came from. After seeing who was coming, he breathed a sigh of relief. Uchiha Ang still knew Uzumaki Mito. And the change in Uchiha CEO's eyes made him completely let down his guard. Being able to open the 3 Magatama and following Uzumaki Mito was enough to prove their identities. Although he didn't know what they wanted to see him for, they would never hurt him. Uchiha Ang opened the window and let the two in. When Uzumaki Mito came in, he didn't have time to tidy up his messy hair because of the rush, and said directly, There is a very important thing in the village now, and we need the help of Uchiha. I need you to select a team of elites to monitor Danzo, Mito Minion, and Yudatan Koharu, can you do it? The matter concerns the life and death of the child, and Uzumaki Mito also took out the attitude of a strong woman at this time. And for safety, she even monitored the other two close friends of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Aang was very surprised. The three people that Uzumaki Mito asked him to monitor were all high-ranking officials of Konoha. This made him hesitate, but after taking a look at Uchiha Zenglyu, he nodded and said, "Mr. Mito, leave it to us Uchiha." Seeing that he agreed, Uzumaki Mito continued to say worriedly, "Time is urgent, you should arrange it now. This matter concerns the life and death of many children in the village. You must act quickly." Hearing that it was about the child, Uchiha Aang understood a little. Sure enough, the matter that made Uzumaki Mito so anxious must be not small. He actually dared to attack the children in the village, he was really not afraid of death. Then he was a little excited. Originally, Uchiha was restricted to the village, and he had no chance to strive for military merit and reputation. No one in the upper echelons would speak for Uchiha, and without military merit and reputation, no one in Uchiha could be promoted to the upper echelons. It was a bug that stuck Uchiha there. But now if this matter was successfully stopped by Uchiha and the child was saved, that reputation and merit would come faster than killing the enemy. So he said goodbye and left excitedly. Judging from his attitude, he cared more about this matter than Uzumaki Mito. Uchiha Zenglyu and Uzumaki Mito looked at each other and laughed. Uzumaki Mito also put down his heart at this time. As a veteran of the Warring States period, she knew the level of the Uchiha clan. Except for the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan beat up other ninja clans. Now that this matter has been handed over to the Uchiha clan, she can calm down and think carefully. This uncertain matter has been determined by Sarutobi Hiruzen. His words and performance inadvertently exposed a lot of information. The worst result has actually appeared. As the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not choose the right path, but instead protected the criminal. Although it is not certain that it is Danzo, all kinds of things are pointing to him. And if Danzo really went to kill the child, Sarutobi could not escape the blame. So Uzumaki Mito is thinking about who can act as the Hokage after the Hokage is dismissed. Or who can become the fourth generation Hokage. Chapter 48 People who break the situation often cannot see themselves. If things really develop to the worst, Sarutobi Hiruzen is undoubtedly not suitable to be the Hokage. But at this time, the Ninja World War has not ended yet. Changing the Hokage will have an impact on the village. If something unexpected happens on the battlefield, for example, other ninja villages think that Konoha has changed its leader and wants to continue the war, then she will be the sinner of the village. But if Sarutobi Hiruzen continues to be in power, doing such a rebellious thing will also shake the morale of the army. After all, the soldiers fought hard in the front, and when they returned home, they found that their children were gone. Who could bear this? If these people were not punished, it might cause rebellion. This dilemma made Uzumaki Mito hesitate. Then Uzumaki Mito laughed and shook her head. She had hesitated many times during this period of time today. This also made her sigh. Is there really no perfect way for some things? Uchiha Zenglyu knew the outcome of this war, and the 5 major countries could be said to have suffered losses. So much so that more than 10 years after this ninja war, the Second Ninja World War kicked off. And it was not the 5 major countries that kicked off the war, but the challenge initiated by Hanzo of the Rain Village. This shows that the 5 countries are actually at the end of their strength. It's just that they don't want to bear the compensation for defeat, so they continue the war and want to decide the winner. Now the war is over, it's nothing more than a lack of an opportunity to negotiate peace. As the wife of Hashirama Senju, Mito Uzumaki, who can forcibly extract the power of the 9 tails, has the ability and prestige to become this opportunity. As long as she can exercise the power of the cage and convene the 5 Cage Conference, this war can end immediately. So the person Mito Uzumaki is looking forward to is actually herself. Looking at Mito Uzumaki, who was thinking hard, Uchiha Seiyuu pulled her sleeve. When Mito Uzumaki came back to her senses and looked at him, he said, "Grandma Mito, why can't you be Hokage?" This sentence made Mito Uzumaki figure out the key to the matter. Yes, why can't she be Hokage? She didn't fight for the position of the third Hokage in the first place to avoid suspicion. Otherwise, the first, second and third generations are all Senju, which is really not good to say, and people will think that Konoha has the surname Senju. Second, it is to respect the last wish of Tobirama Senju. Third, Uzumaki Mito herself didn't want to be Hokage, she didn't have that idea. But now it's different, whether it's for the stability of the village or to end the war as soon as possible, she is an excellent candidate. Even if Uzumaki Mito herself doesn't want to be Hokage, this responsibility will make her change herself. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Mito smiled again, and then touched Uchiha Seiryu's head. Seiryu is right, but it hasn't come to this point yet. Let's give the Sandaime a little trust, maybe he can choose the right direction. Uchiha Seiryu didn't believe this from the bottom of his heart. Counting the bad things Danzo did later, spreading rumors to frame White Fang, secretly conducting human experiments, kidnapping children from the orphanage, colluding with Obito and Itachi to exterminate the Uchiha clan, and even assassinating the Hokage. Even in this way, Sarutobi Hiruzen can forgive him and let his roots grow again and again. In the end, the tail is too big to be removed, and his roots can still stir up trouble even after Danzo's death. So Uchiha Seiryu believed that this time Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely go down a road of no return. Uzumaki Mito looked at Uchiha Seiryu, who looked unconvinced, and said unhappily, "Okay, now the arrangements are basically in place. Is the witness you mentioned in a safe situation?" Uchiha Seiryu slapped his forehead and secretly reflected on himself for being a little careless. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know who the witness was. How could he not know that Danzo was the person he went to find? Then he hurriedly looked up and looked at the sky. They acted very quickly. The ninja school should not be over yet, and No was safe for the time being. But with Danzo's rude nature, he would definitely take action on the way home from school. So, Uchiha Seiryu was just like Uchiha Aang just now. As soon as he said goodbye, he had already gone far away. Uzumaki Mito laughed, but then she left too. She was going to prepare for the worst and prevent it before it happened. Uchiha Seiryu hurried to the ninja school, where they were in class. As soon as he walked to the door of the classroom, he heard Dakichi's roar. "You dare to ask for leave on the second day of school? Next time he comes, I will make him run 100 laps. No. Enough." Uchiha Seiryu smiled bitterly, but he still stood at the door and knocked on the door. Swish! The door opened at once, and Dakichi's ferocious face became even more terrifying after seeing Uchiha Seiryu. He chuckled and said in a gloomy tone, "Uchiha Seiryu, you are really good, kid, you dare to ask for leave on the second day." Uchiha Seiryu didn't care about Dakichi's threatening tone, because he was not important at this time. He looked into the classroom, and No was sitting there listlessly. This made Uchiha Seiryu relieved, although Danzo didn't dare to attack the ninja school. But what if he goes crazy and really does this? These teachers can't stop Gen's assassination. Chunnin. "Dakichi, there is an important matter that needs No and me to meet Lord Mito, please let us go." Uchiha Seiryu's formal tone made Dakichi's face change instantly. As a ninja who has been on the battlefield, he understood. If Uchiha Seiryu was not joking at this time, then something very important had really happened. He made way for the road and then said in a deep voice, "Do you need me to protect you?" Uchiha Seiryu shook his head, waved to No and Tsunade, then turned to Dakichi and said, "You can't help with your strength. Something important happened today. Let's give them a day off. You arrange for the teachers to send all the students home, and each one must be accompanied by a teacher. Do you understand?" Dakichi straightened his chest and said loudly, "Yes, I guarantee to complete the task." And Tsunade also brought No to Uchiha Seiryu's side. "You are in danger now. I will take both of you away. Don't resist." As he said that, he picked up Tsunade and motioned Nono to lie on his back. Tsunade screamed when she was picked up, but then she calmed down. Nono was a little hesitant, but seeing the scene of Uchiha Zingliu and what happened to her, it made her understand that what Uchiha Zingliu said was not an exaggeration. She was really in danger now. Nono didn't hesitate for long, and she lay on Uchiha Zingliu's back with a red face. Uchiha Zingliu didn't feel anything. Two little brats, nothing to ask for, what's the good feeling, he still felt uncomfortable. When the two were ready, he whispered to them to hold on tight, and then jumped away. After they left, Tokichi also began to arrange for the teachers to take the students home in an orderly manner. Chapter 49, Root Ninja A went up, and the Root Ninja could not rise again. As soon as Uchiha Zingliu left the ninja school, he felt that a small group of ninjas followed him. He frowned, and he really didn't expect Danzo to act so quickly. This indicated that the worst situation had already occurred, and Sarutobi Hiruzan's position as Hokage had come to an end. Uchiha Zingliu continued on his way without a sound, but secretly prepared for a fight. Just as he passed a more remote section of the road, the picture in front of him suddenly bloomed, and then instantly returned to its original state. And not far from him, a muffled groan came. Uchiha Zingliu looked closely and saw a masked man supporting a person who was standing unsteadily. At this time, there was a movement behind him, and someone blocked his way back. It must be said that this route was a bit misguided to use illusion to deal with Uchiha Zingliu. Although he has not yet learned the magic mirror heaven and earth rotation, this technique that specifically rebounds illusions. But the basic ability of the Mangekyo is enough to rebound ordinary illusions. Just as he was thinking, the root ninja who was rebounded by the illusion also recovered with the help of his companions. The two root ninjas who blocked the retreat also came out at this time and completed the encirclement of Uchiha Zingliu and others. Uchiha Zingliu chuckled, and then whispered to Tsunade and Nono. "Close your eyes, it will be over soon." As soon as the voice fell, the attack followed. Fire style. Great fireball technique. X2. Wind style. Big breakthrough. X2. Although it is difficult for the root to cultivate people at the first level of Kage, the tacit understanding is still good. At this time, they are in a team of two, one releasing fire style and the other releasing wind style. Although they have not reached the level of combined ninjutsu, they cooperate with each other and the power is extremely good. Their attacks hit the position of Uchiha Zingliu in the blink of an eye. After a violent explosion, smoke filled the air. Before the root could confirm the result, a skeleton-like arm swung a knife towards them. The pupils of three of them shrank, and without a scream, they were swept away by Susanoo. The remaining one reacted quickly and dodged the attack instantly when he realized something was wrong. He stood not far away, watching Susanoo slowly appear in the smoke, sweating coldly. Although the brainwashing of the root made him fearless, humans still tremble involuntarily when facing irresistible power. The root who escaped the disasters suppressed his inner resistance and prepared to continue the attack. But a very bad premonition suddenly surged into his heart. The temperature around him suddenly increased, and then a little white flame appeared. He stretched out his hand to seal and release the ninjutsu, but it was too late. The next second, Brahma's flames had rushed straight into the sky and burned him to charcoal. The air wave formed by the flames completely blew away the smoke. At this time, Uchiha Zingliu, Susanoo surrounded him, and the Mangekyo slowly opened in his eyes. Spin. Tsunade closed her eyes obediently, but Nono watched from behind until the end. She watched Uchiha Zingliu block the fatal attack for them and watched him deal with the trouble he had caused. The firelight hit his face, making his already handsome face look even more handsome. Nono stared at Uchiha Zingliu's profile infatuatedly. She had already fallen into despair, but she really waited for her prince. Uchiha Zingliu didn't pay much attention. After confirming that the attackers had been killed, he dispersed Susanoo and closed the Mangekyo. A lion needs to fight a rabbit with all his strength. He brought two burdens with him and had no combat experience. For safety reasons, he directly used his ultimate to wipe out the enemy. "You can open your eyes now. Are you all right?" Hearing the voice, Tsunade opened her eyes and asked. "I'm fine. How are you?" No also came back to his senses at this time. Although no one noticed her actions just now, she was a little embarrassed at this moment. She hugged Uchiha Zingliu tightly and whispered, "I'm fine too." Uchiha Zingliu felt his hand tightening and said quickly, "I didn't get hurt, no, don't use force." No became even more shy when he heard it, and his face was as red as an apple. But he still let go a little. Uchiha Zingliu, who was released, breathed a sigh of relief and complained secretly, "I didn't get hurt in the battle, but I was strangled by you, how unfair it would be for me." When he heard that both of them were fine, he said, "The noise just now was a bit loud. We are not safe here. We still have to continue on our way. You guys hurry up." After saying that, he sped up his speed and rushed to the Senju mansion without stopping. Fortunately, there was no attack next, and they returned to the Senju yard smoothly. Uzumaki Mito also returned here at this time, and Senju Yasuke and his wife were listening to her instructions. They watched Uchiha Seiryu come back, holding Tsunade in his arms and carrying a girl on his back. For a moment, their eyes looked a little strange. Especially when they saw Nono's expression when he looked at Uchiha Seiryu, it was even more wrong. But then Uchiha Seiryu's words made them forget about this little thought. "We have been attacked on the road." Uzumaki Mito sighed in disappointment when she heard this. In such a short time, someone has come to destroy the evidence. There are so many people who know about it, and it is a foregone conclusion that Sarutobi Hiruzen has a problem. Although Uzumaki Mito has a premonition in her heart, she still has hope. "I hope Sarutobi Hiruzen will not take this road of no return, and I hope he will not let her down." However, the cruel reality is often not as people wish. Uzumaki Mito cheered up after sighing for a while. Sadness and sighs can be left for later. Konoha now needs her to take charge of the overall situation. Senju Yasuke also understood the importance of the matter at this time. He looked at Mito and said, "Lord Mito, please tell me what to do next." Uzumaki Mito looked at her son with a resolute face in front of her, and was in a trance for a moment. The next second, her eyes changed, and she said in a deep voice, "Call the clan leaders and jonin of each family, I want to hold a jonin meeting." Senju Yasuke bowed his head and said yes, and then left with his wife. When he passed by Uchiha Zingliu, his expression changed. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say what he wanted to say. Uchiha Zingliu's talent, appearance, and character are all good, and he can be regarded as a descendant of a famous family. And his daughter Tsunade's eyes when looking at Uchiha Zingliu have always been wrong. Tsunade doesn't understand, but he can understand. How can a godson be as close as a son-in-law? Senju Yasuke originally regarded him as his own son-in-law. But now, another girl looked at him with a strange look. Will this boy have more peach blossoms in the future? Senju Yasuke thought about it and realized that this was really possible. So he wanted to say something to Uchiha Seiryu, but finally gave up. He just patted Uchiha Seiryu on the shoulder. After giving him a look to take care of himself, he left in an instant. Chapter 50 The storm about to begin. Eyes can't speak, and Uchiha Seiryu didn't understand Senju Yasuke's actions at all. He scratched his head and almost typed a on his head. Uzumaki Mito looked at this scene with a smile on her face, and the sigh in her heart was a little less. For her, both Uchiha Seiryu and Senju Yasuke were children. Now seeing their interesting interaction, it also swept away some of the haze in her heart. Uzumaki Mito walked in front of Uchiha Seiryu touching his head. He slowly said, "Is this child the witness you mentioned?" Uchiha Seiryu nodded, and Uzumaki Mito, who got the answer, turned to Nono. Looking at her nervous look, he smiled kindly and said, "Don't be nervous, I'm Uzumaki Mito, no one here can hurt you. Can you tell me your name?" Nono is an orphan, but she has heard of Uzumaki Mito. When her clansmen were gossiping, they talked about Uzumaki Mito, saying that she was the wife of the first generation. As the wife of the Hokage, she would definitely protect her and Uchiha Seiryū from harm. So her heart, which had been high since Uchiha Seiryū stood up for him, slowly fell to the ground. The nervous mood also dissipated a lot. Nono looked up at Uzumaki Mito, and finally turned around and looked at Uchiha Seiryū again. After thinking for a while, she spoke. "Mr. Mito, my name is Yakushi Nono, I can testify in court. But you have to ensure the safety of us, okay?" Hearing Nono's words, Uzumaki Mito smiled even more brightly. "They are my children, of course I will protect them, and you are no exception. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." Nono's eyes were moistened when he heard this, and then small golden beans fell one by one. This sentence "I'll take care of everything" completely broke her mental defense. She was still a child, and every time she encountered difficulties in the past, she hoped that there would be someone to protect her from the wind and rain. Not to mention this kind of thing that can affect her destiny. And Uzumaki Mito's words are telling her that I can become this big umbrella to protect her from the sun. This made her unable to control her inner emotions anymore, and she cried silently. Uzumaki Mito also knew the child's suffering, and did not say anything, but just quietly held her in his arms. Uzumaki Mito could not stop the sadness from happening, but she could give a warm embrace to make Nono no longer feel so uncomfortable. Tsunade pouted on the side, a little jealous. But she was also a sensible person, knowing that Nono was very uncomfortable now and needed comfort from others. After a while, Nono stopped crying. Uzumaki Mito gently patted Nono's back, and then let her go. Then he said to Uchiha Zengliu, who had been eating melons on the side. "Take Nono to tidy up, I will take you to the Jonin meeting later." Uchiha Zengliu pointed at himself in surprise and said, "I want to go too." Uzumaki Mito laughed and explained. "As the discoverer of this incident and the witness of the attack just now, you must go." Hearing this, Uchiha Zengliu was a bit of a muggle. He had done enough things today. If he continued like this, he felt that 996 was waving at him. But what Uzumaki Mito said was not wrong. Uchiha Zengliu discovered the incident and reported it to Uzumaki Mito. And he was a witness to the whole process of the whole incident. So it was most appropriate for him to explain what happened. Thinking of this, Uchiha Zengliu sighed for his own difficulties. He was only 6 years old, and he wanted to be lazy. What crime did he commit? This also made him more determined that he wanted to be a hands-off boss. Leave the work to others and disappear. Then watch others get angry and enjoy the pleasure of laziness. This is a win-win situation. Uchiha Zengliu wins twice. After sighing for a while, he returned to reality. After sighing, he listlessly pulled Nono to tidy up. Uzumaki Mito looked at him with amusement, and didn't know what to say for a while. Although Uchiha Zengliu was very diligent in learning and practicing during this period of time. But when it comes to other things, he will become more lazy. And she didn't say it, but she was actually preparing him as the next generation of Hokage. He could think of ways to solve several things that Uchiha Zengliu had experienced. There was no problem with his own strength. Whether it was this attack or the fireworks that appeared in the sky of Konoha last time, Uzumaki Mito still remembered them. This strength is totally abnormal. She even doubted whether Uchiha Seiryū had opened the Mangekyo. It was just that it was not confirmed, so Uzumaki Mito could not make a hasty judgment. As of now, Uchiha Seiryū is qualified to be Hokage in all aspects. The only problem is that he is too young. It is impossible for him to be Hokage, but he can be trained as the next generation. Do we have to wait until he comes of age? How about giving him the position of Hokage at the age of 14? Let him graduate now and let him be by my side to handle my official business, it seems not bad. In terms of slacking off, Uzumaki Mito is not to be outdone. Although the situation has basically been determined, the next generation or acting Hokage must be her. But before she became the Hokage, she was already thinking about how to slack off. Uchiha Madara came, and she had to be called the strongest slacker. People are different, and the position of Hokage can be said to be the highest symbol of power in Konoha. Some people are greedy for power for decades and are unwilling to let go, while others abandon it. At this time, Uchiha Zenglyu was washing Nono's face with Nono, and suddenly felt a strong chill. He looked around, but didn't find anything wrong. This made Uchiha Zenglyu blink his eyes and look dazed, not knowing what happened. But he didn't know that his dream of being a hands-off shopkeeper had not even begun, and it was about to be realized by others. But he was the one who was left behind. After thinking about it for a long time, he still didn't know the source of this chill, so Uchiha CEO simply gave up thinking about it. Nono had also finished packing at this time, so he took her back downstairs. After meeting up with Uzumaki Mito, they started to go to the Hokage building to settle the matter. Along the way, the streets that were usually crowded with people were also deserted. Only some ninjas who were going to attend the Jonin conference walked towards the Hokage building together. And when these Jonin saw Uzumaki Mito, they all saluted and greeted him. At this moment, a chubby ninja came to Uzumaki Mito and said, "Mitsudo-sama, what happened this time? Why did you suddenly call a meeting of the Jonin?" Uzumaki Mito looked at him, and then said with some emotion, "It's Tofu. Things may change this time." Chapter 51 The curtain opens. Akimichi Tofu's honest face was originally full of smiles. But as Uzumaki Mito finished speaking, his smile disappeared all of a sudden. Did something big happen? Uzumaki Mito looked at him, but instead of answering the question, he asked, "Are the village's defense measures still complete?" Hearing this, Akimichi Tofu realized the seriousness of the problem. Uzumaki Mito was asking him what would happen if there was a major change in the village. It was even so serious that it would cause unrest in Konoha and arouse the prying of others. He, the Jonin responsible for defending Konoha, needed him to prevent this. This moment may be the most severe moment since Akimichi Tofu was in charge of the defense of Konohagakure. Please rest assured, Mito-sama, all the defense measures of Konoha can stand the test. Uzumaki Mito nodded, and then answered his original question. Someone in the village attacked the child, and it was a high-ranking official of Konoha. But the most important thing is that the third generation is likely to be involved. Hearing this, Akimichi Tofu's face was full of surprise, and he looked at her in disbelief. He could not imagine that what he heard with his own ears was such shocking news. It was hard to believe that a high-ranking official attacked the child. Even the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, why was he involved in this matter? But Uzumaki Mito would not joke about such things. A meeting of Jonin had already been held, so there must be key evidence. Then, a person's face flashed through Akimichi Tofu's mind. "Danzo, is that you?" Thinking of this, although he found it difficult to accept for a while. As a member of the second-generation Shadow Guard, he had a good relationship with several other members of the Shadow Guard. Otherwise, the third generation would not have kept him in charge of the defense of the hidden village after he took office. If this incident is confirmed, he, as their friend, will be caught in the middle, neither side. Uzumaki Mito seemed to feel his difficulty and stepped forward to comfort him. "You don't need to express your opinion on this matter, you just need to witness it. It's getting late, let's walk faster." Then he turned around and pulled Uchiha Seiryu and Nono, speeding up his pace. Akimichi Tofu looked at the few people who were walking away, standing there, not knowing what he was thinking, his face kept changing. Then he exhaled heavily and walked towards the direction of the Hokage building. But the sound of his steps was no longer as brisk as before, but became heavier. When Uchiha Seiryu and others arrived at the meeting place, most people had arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the highest point, his face uncertain. The three people who had always stood behind him before, now only Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en were left. Danzo, but he has been nowhere to be seen. The suddenly convened Jonin meeting, Danzo was late, which gave him a bad premonition. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen felt more and more that something was wrong, the meeting began. Uzumaki Mito stood up, her expression serious and unsmiling, completely different from her usual self. She looked around, and under her gaze, the crowd that was just whispering quieted down. I convened this Jonin meeting, and the purpose of summoning you is also very simple. A high-ranking official attacked the children in the village, and he has already succeeded in getting some of them. As soon as the voice fell, the hot-tempered Jonin couldn't help but curse. Who is the one who has no pie to give birth to a son? We are fighting hard on the front line, and he is at the back. I'm going to beat him out of his shit, then beat him into his shit, and finally beat him with his shit. For a while, the whole meeting room was filled with dirty words. Uzumaki Mito frowned. She could understand these dirty words, but what made her frown was that she found that Danzo had not arrived yet. In contrast, the Uchiha clan leader and many Uchiha Jonin had not come yet. However, now that the meeting had begun, she could not leave, and could only trust the Uchiha. At this time, the explosive dirty words had been said almost, and those hot-tempered Jonin gradually calmed down. Enough, next I will let Uchiha Zingliu who discovered this matter tell the cause and effect. After saying that, Uzumaki Mito turned his head and glanced at Uchiha Zingliu, motioning him to come forward and explain the whole thing. Uchiha Zingliu sighed secretly, this overtime day is too hard. However, he still walked to the front and began to talk about what happened. From discovering that Nono, her classmate, was not right, she thought about whether someone had attacked her. Then he asked the Hokage for help, and finally was ambushed while protecting Nono. As Uchiha Seiryu was speaking, Nono joined in and confirmed that what he said was true. The people in the conference room became more and more silent as they listened. Because things started to get weird when it came to the Hokage. Especially when Uchiha Seiryu said at the end that they were attacked after they found the Hokage. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Hokage was involved in this matter. When the third Hokage saw Uchiha Seiryu come on stage to explain the situation, his face began to darken. After hearing the last part, he couldn't help it anymore, his emotions fluctuated violently, and he broke the pipe in his hand. The two people behind him also looked at the man in front of them in disbelief. They didn't want to believe that this man who had always dreamed of becoming a Hokage had done such a depraved thing. When Uchiha Seiryu finished speaking, everyone present was silent. Some people were afraid of offending the Hokage, but some were organizing their words. The next moment, the head of the Hyuga clan stood up, and with him were the heads of many small clans. I wonder if Lord Hokage has any explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless for a moment. If he said that only Uchiha Seiryu came to him at that time, he could still fool around. But at that time, it was Uzumaki Mito who brought him here, so he couldn't hide it. Uzumaki Mito would not lie about such things. Not only that, they also had witnesses. According to Nono, she could even identify Danzo, so how could he refute it? At this time, his heart was full of regret. Not only did he regret why he gave the warrant to Danzo, but he also regretted not listening to Danzo and getting rid of Uchiha Seiryu at that time. But Sarutobi Hiruzen had not given up yet. As long as it was not confirmed that he informed Danzo and asked him to silence him. Even if his position as Hokage was lost, he could be exempted from other punishments. But once it was confirmed, the lightest punishment would be life imprisonment. After all, attacking so many children, and the order to silence them, it would be a blessing to be alive. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while, and when he was about to start his argument, the door of the conference room was suddenly opened. Uchiha Aang walked in with his clothes disheveled and wounded. Chapter 52 The truth is revealed. Behind him, the other Uchiha walked in with wounds on their bodies. Everyone in the conference room looked over, and saw that the last Uchiha came in, dragging a disheveled figure. When that person looked up, everyone present took a breath of cold air. This person was Danzo Shimura, who did not attend the meeting. At this time, Danzo Shimura had long lost his former demeanor. Not only were his clothes torn, but even one of his arms was broken at the root. The wound, which had been simply treated, was still bleeding. His eyes were dull, and people could tell at a glance that he was controlled by an illusion. Uchiha Aang walked up to Uzumaki Mito and said loudly, "Mr. Mito, we have completed your mission. The children are safe and sound, and the culprit has been caught." Uzumaki Mito breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that the children were safe. But seeing that every Uchiha was injured, she asked with some concern, "Did you suffer any losses?" Uchiha Aang and the Uchiha behind him were silent when they heard this, but finally said, "Our clan leader was seriously injured in the battle against Danzo to protect the children. Although the injury was not serious enough to kill him, I'm afraid he won't be able to be a ninja anymore. In addition, we also encountered the desperate resistance of the root, and several clan members died in the battle. But fortunately, the children were fine except for being a little frightened." Uzumaki Mito was a little sad after hearing this. In her eyes, no matter whether it was the ninja of the root or the Uchiha, they should not be sacrificed in internal fighting. After sadness, anger followed. Angry that Danzo, as a high-ranking official in the village, would actually have thoughts about an innocent child. Angry that he already had solid evidence, but he still fought back desperately and dragged others into the water. Angry that Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage, would actually protect a guilty person. Finally, she was angry at herself for not knowing the right person and letting Sarutobi become the Hokage, which led to today's disaster. As the Ninetales Jinchuriki, the strongest person in Konoha today. Although Uzumaki Mito's power is not as strong as Hashirama's, it is not weak either. Chakra gushed out with the owner's unstable mood, forming a substantial ability that entangled Mito's body. When Mito was angry, everyone present felt that a disaster was coming, and even their bodies subconsciously tightened. Uchiha Seiryu was not affected at all. Although his chakra was not as good as Uzumaki Mito's, it was not far behind. He walked to the angry Mito and pulled her. With this tug, Uzumaki Mito reacted immediately, and the majestic chakra gradually dissipated. If the ground she was standing on had not cracked slightly, everything that had just happened would have seemed like a dream. Everyone in the conference room looked at Uzumaki Mito with lingering fear. Being able to become the vessel of the Ninetales means that Uzumaki Mito has a lot of chakra. Ninjas with a lot of chakra are generally not weak. In the past, these jonin only knew that Uzumaki Mito was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. Just the momentum when he was angry made them feel unmatched. At this time, Uzumaki Mito had sorted out her emotions. Now she wanted to solve this matter thoroughly. Just like Senjo Hashirama, she would not let go of anyone who destroyed the village, no matter who it was. She walked in front of Danzo, looked at his lifeless eyes, and said thoughtfully, "Has he been controlled by the illusion?" Uchiha Aang was also surprised by Mito's strength. Now hearing her question, he quickly answered, "Yes, but Danzo's strength is not weak. Our illusion can only make him stop resisting. We can't use illusion to make him confess everything." Uzumaki Mito nodded, indicating that he knew. Then she didn't see her making a seal, and the seals instantly swept Danzo's body. The next moment, it disappeared again. After doing all this, Uzumaki Mito turned his head and looked at Uchiha Aang, who was a little shocked, and said, "I have sealed his chakra, can I do it now?" Uchiha Aang nodded dully, and then shuddered. In the blink of an eye, the chakra of an elite ninja was sealed. It can't be said to be so terrifying, I can only take a breath. No matter what you say in the future, you must not offend this woman. Uchiha Aang muttered to himself, and came to Danzo, opened his Sharingan and looked him in the eye. After confirming that Danzo had been hypnotized, he signaled to Uzumaki Mito that it was time to start. Uzumaki Mito looked at this disciple of Tobirama, was silent for a while and said, "Have you attacked the children in the village? What is the reason for you to do so?" Although Danzo had been hypnotized, his strength was still strong. When he heard this question that was almost about life and death, he struggled with a hideous look on his face. Uzumaki Mito was not in a hurry. A ninja with sealed chakra, no matter how strong he was, could not withstand the hypnosis of the Sharingan. Sure enough, after a while, Danzo's face returned to calm. He slowly opened his mouth and said the answer to the question. Yes, those orphans can be used by me, and it is their honor to contribute to Konoha. As soon as the voice fell, the whole conference room was in an uproar. You really deserve to die. Dying 1,000 times is not enough. We joined Konoha so that our families and children would not be like the warring states. Bulletin Baoxi, what are you doing? Execute him. Yes, execute him. XN. As soon as these words came out, the noisy voices in the conference room suddenly unified, and the voices of executing Danzo gathered together. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already slumped in his chair when he saw Danzo being escorted in. He knew that he was doomed this time. Now the neat sound of execution in the conference room made him think of his own end. Amidst the cheers, the head fell to the ground. Uzumaki Mito was terribly calm at this time. She was not affected by the sound, slapped the table heavily, and said loudly, "Quiet, there are still questions to ask." When everyone heard that there were still questions to ask, they immediately quieted down. Uzumaki Mito saw that the situation was restored, and continued to ask Danzo. How did you manage to be almost unnoticed? How did you know that the plan was exposed in the end? Danzo probably knew he was doomed, so he didn't put up any resistance this time. I only attack orphans without families, or families that are not eligible to attend the Jonin conference. Sarutobi gave me the Hokage's warrant, and these people dared not resist the Hokage's orders. In the end, it was Sarutobi who notified me that the plan had failed. Contrary to the noise just now, Danzo's words this time made the conference room as quiet as if no one was there. Although it was expected that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen would be involved. But he didn't expect that he could be an accomplice. The Jonin present fell into hesitation for a while. Chapter 53 The End of Sarutobi. The Jonin and the clan leaders may have concerns, but Uzumaki Mito has no such idea. After hearing Danzo's words, her sharp eyes turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to say something at this time, but he didn't know how to say it. Danzo had said everything, and the ironclad facts were already in front of him. Whatever he said now would be wrong. Looking at the disappointment in Uzumaki Mito's eyes, he couldn't help but think of what she had said a few times before. Little monkey, don't let me down. Monkey, you are the Hokage. His body trembled, and he finally understood that Uzumaki Mito had been giving him opportunities from the beginning to the end. He was blinded by power and walked step by step to an irreversible point. After figuring it out, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled bitterly. He thought he would give everything for the village, but he didn't expect that one day he would end up as a criminal. He took off the Hokage's hat and put it aside. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he walked step by step to the side of Danzo and walked to the position of the prisoner. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his best friend who was in a state of embarrassment in front of him, and all his resentment disappeared. As a Hokage, he is undoubtedly unqualified. In the future, Konoha will become weaker and weaker under his leadership. No matter in which aspect, Sarutobi Hiruzen has more faults than merits. But Sarutobi Hiruzen undoubtedly loves the village, so now everything is settled. He can't resist or even kill people in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around, looking at the angry and disappointed eyes of the senior ninjas, and couldn't help but lower his eyes. Is this all over? Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of Uchiha Seiryu and the first time he met this kid. He also thought of how he was influenced by him, either indirectly or directly, and how he came to this point step by step. A strong sense of unwillingness surged in his heart. At this moment, he seemed to understand why Mr. Tobirama always called the Uchiha an evil clan. For the sake of the village, this kid must not be left. With his blood boiling, Sarutobi Hiruzen made the idea of taking Uchiha Seiryu away even if he sacrificed himself. He secretly made a few seals and wanted to release ninjutsu. But he underestimated Uzumaki Mito. When she saw Sarutobi Hiruzen walking to the judgment seat, she thought he was going to surrender and let down her guard. But when she felt the sudden increase of evil thoughts in Sarutobi Hiruzen, she reacted. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen finished the seal, her diamond seal bound him. But in the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen still released this ninjutsu. Shiki Fusion. Uzumaki Mito was shocked. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, he knew that this technique was a vicious sealing technique that would kill both parties. The essence of this god of death is a sealing technique. It can even capture souls, let alone chakra. Uzumaki Mito, who recognized this technique, was about to quickly retract the diamond seal, but saw Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly standing still without moving, and the invisible god of death behind him was slowly dissipating. The Uchiha clan. He looked at Uchiha Seiryu with a shocked face. When Uzumaki Mito interrogated Danzo, Uchiha Seiryu thought that he had nothing to do. So he just watched the show from the side, but he didn't expect that the melon would be eaten on his head the next second. When Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to take action, he felt a strong killing intent coming towards him. He secretly opened the Mangekyo, released a small-scale flame with destructive properties, and burned through the space around Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen performed the Shiki Fusion and wanted to take him away, the gap in space tore Sarutobi Hiruzen's body apart, and he was killed in an instant. If it was normal, Sarutobi Hiruzen would also be able to detect it in advance. At present, Uchiha Seiryu's Mangekyo still needs some time to burn through space. So this technique can injure Sarutobi Hiruzen, but it is impossible to kill him directly. But now his brain is swept by all kinds of emotions, and he can no longer think and fight calmly. He lost his original vigilance, so he was taken away by Uchiha Seiryu. For Uchiha Seiryu, Sarutobi Hiruzen's life and death were irrelevant. But if he attacked me and wanted to take me with him, then don't blame him for being ruthless. It's slow to say, but everything was over in a few seconds. The Jonin only saw Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly perform a technique called Shiki Fusion, and then Uzumaki Mito controlled him with a golden chain. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped. The death god summoned by Shiki Fusion is invisible to others except the caster and the captured person. Moreover, Uchiha Seiryu's method is quite secretive, and he used a small space crack to complete the killing. So except for Uchiha, who felt a pupil power far beyond the 3 Megatama, even Mito didn't notice that Sarutobi Hiruzen was dead. The strength of this pupil power is undoubtedly a realm that can only be reached by the Mangekyo. That's why the Uchiha present were looking at the source of this I power, Uchiha Seiryu. And with the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the chakra in his body gradually disappeared. Uzumaki Mito, who possessed the Kagura Heart Eye, still noticed the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen. She was shocked, and she didn't know what emotion was lingering in her heart. She and Sarutobi Hiruzen had a good relationship, otherwise she wouldn't support him to become Hokage. Although she knew that Sarutobi would not escape death this time, she was still a little sad when she really faced it. But she also understood that this was not the time to be sad. Sarutobi Hiruzen's death was a fact, and the next step was to deal with the mess left behind. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Mito suppressed her emotions. Then she glanced at Uchiha Seiryu, who was pretending to know nothing. Even without the Sharingan, she could guess that Uchiha Seiryu had opened the Mangekyo. But she had to keep this news a secret for him, otherwise there would be an endless stream of assassins in the future. The Kages of the other 4 countries would not want another Uchiha Madara to appear. Once the news of Uchiha Seiryu's 6-year-old Mangekyo was exposed, even if he was able to protect himself. But even if there was a glimmer of hope, the other countries would strangle him to death in the cradle. Fortunately, the people present did not understand what had just happened. Otherwise, with so many people, she would not be able to prevent the news from leaking out. It was normal for Sarutobi Hiruzen to be tied up by Mito's Congo seal and unable to move. But he did not say a word, which made the people present realize that something was wrong. More and more people were whispering. Uzumaki Mito understood that he could not wait any longer. She controlled the chains to lay the dead Sarutobi Hiruzen flat, took a deep breath and said, "Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead." Chapter 54 The New Generation of Hokage Candidates. Before the conference room exploded, Uzumaki Mito continued. Sarutobi Hiruzen performed the Shiki Fusion, which is a ninjutsu that kills both parties. I can't hold back. Although everyone present had some guesses, and Uzumaki Mito also explained. But when they really heard about the death of the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, they still couldn't help but show a horrified expression. Especially Mito Kato and Udaten Koharu. After Uzumaki Mito finished speaking, they no longer cared about their attitude as consultants. They ran to Sarutobi Hiruzen and looked at him sadly. They didn't expect that their best friend who had gone through difficulties with them would fall in the position of Hokage. A generation of ninja heroes, it ended before it even began. But they couldn't blame Uzumaki Mito. Not to mention their lack of status, just look at the situation just now. Sarutobi Hiruzen released ninjutsu in public, trying to attack Uchiha Seiryu. Uzumaki Mito's behavior of stopping him was legitimate defense, reasonable and legal. Not to mention said that Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a participant in the kidnapping of the child. Udaten Koharu opened her mouth to say something, but Mito Kato and shook his head at her. He turned around and looked at Uzumaki Mito and said, "Mito-sama, since the chief criminal Sarutobi Hiruzen has been executed, let us deal with his body." Uzumaki Mito naturally agreed to this request. When a person dies, it is like a light going out. No matter how great the sin is, after a person dies, he will follow him into the underworld. It will only leave a bad reputation for thousands of years. After seeing Uzumaki Mito agree, the two of them hugged Sarutobi Hiruzen's body and left silently under the gaze of everyone. They didn't want to watch this meeting anymore. Danzo was also their friend, and he would not be able to escape death next. The death of a close friend had already made them very sad, and they couldn't watch Danzo die here with their own eyes. But they couldn't change this ending, so they chose to escape. After they left, Uzumaki Mito sighed again. This was the nth time she sighed today. The Hokage was originally there to protect the village, but now he has been turned into a person who harms the village by Sarutobi Hiruzen. This made Uzumaki Mito understand that only a good leader can drive the development of the village. Thinking of this, she looked at Uchiha Seiryu. Will he be the captain of the new era? Can he take the village further? Forget it, there is enough time to give me an answer to this question. Uzumaki Mito looked at Danzo, the source of all evil. She looked at everyone and continued to preside over the meeting. Let's vote on the handling of Shimura Danzo according to the previous rules. After that, she signaled the people next to her to vote. Although the people present were shocked by Sarutobi Hiruzen's sudden death. But when they heard that they had to vote to decide on the handling of Danzo, they all participated one by one. After all, no one wants to go on a mission and come back home with a child gone. This is an act that violates the bottom line and is an unforgivable sin. After a while, the voting ended. With the completion of the statistics, the vote to execute Danzo was passed with 100%. Uzumaki Mito was not surprised by this result. She looked at Uchiha Aang and said, "Leave it to you." Uchiha Aang nodded gratefully, then grinned and walked out of the meeting room with Danzo. In the process of arresting Danzo, even their clan leader was seriously injured. Now that they can kill Danzo, it can be regarded as revenge for them. With the end of the trial of the two chief criminals, the meeting was not over. Now that the Hokage has been lost, Konoha urgently needs a new leader. Everyone is discussing this matter, and as time goes by, most people look at Uzumaki Mito. As the wife of the first generation and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mito also has a high prestige in the village, not to mention her strength. Just a few small mistakes just now can show that she is stronger than the third generation. So no matter from which aspect, she is suitable to inherit this position. Although Uzumaki Mito doesn't really want to be Hokage in her heart. But in front of the village, her own thoughts are not so important. The feeling of shouldering a heavy burden is that 1,000 people are all looking forward to every word you say. Looking at the expectant eyes of these people, Uzumaki Mito knew that she had to take up this burden. She slowly walked to the middle and said loudly, "Konoha now needs a new Hokage to lead Konoha to move forward. Let me start, I propose myself." These senior ninjas originally wanted Uzumaki Mito to stand up and take on this important task. So after Uzumaki Mito finished speaking, they all nodded in agreement. Although some ninja clans also want to compete for the position of Hokage, such as Hyuga, they have this idea. They believed that although they could not call themselves the #1 ninja clan in Konoha, they were still very strong. But looking at Uzumaki Mito on the stage, they still extinguished their little thoughts. Becoming a Hokage does have many benefits, but if Konoha is damaged, people may be gone. Judging from Uzumaki Mito's performance today, he was merciless. And judging from the current situation in the conference room, Uzumaki Mito is the popular choice. Uzumaki Mito waited for a long time, but no one else came out to run for the election. She stood there, not knowing what she was doing. Perhaps, she remembered Hashirama Senju. After a long while, when the people below were talking about it, Uzumaki Mito came back to his senses and said, "In this case, let me lead you all forward. Nara Shikaku, please inform the daimyo and tell him that the third-generation Hokage of Konoha unfortunately died of illness. I will temporarily take over the position of Hokage now." Hearing Uzumaki Mito's words, a man with a pineapple hairdo and a vest stood up. "Yes, Mito-sama." After saying that, Nara Shikaku muttered, "It's troublesome," which attracted the people around him to look at him frequently. Uzumaki Mito ignored him, and the people of the Nara clan all have this character. Although they said it was troublesome, they did things very well. In name, the Hokage still needs to be selected by the daimyo. But now the affairs of the third Hokage are developing too fast, and Konoha has almost selected the next generation at the same time. This will definitely cause dissatisfaction among the daimyo. Although the candidate is Uzumaki Mito, which will reduce this dissatisfaction to the extreme, it still requires a smart person to deal with it. So Uzumaki Mito is relieved to hand this difficult task to Nara. After dealing with the affairs of the daimyo, she continued. In order to ensure the stability of Konoha, the affairs of the third Hokage should not be mentioned for the time being, and we will unify the caliber in the future and say that he died of illness. Wait until the affairs of the daimyo are confirmed, and then announce it to the villagers. That's all for today, adjourn the meeting. Everything is over, and the meeting is finally over. Sometimes, the ship of the old era can also carry the future. Chapter 55 Madara, Hashirama, I am right. Uzumaki Mito took Uchiha Seiryu and Nono and returned to the Senjo mansion. Along the way, Nono looked at Uzumaki Mito with shining eyes. Uchiha Seiryu recognized this kind of eyes, which was the same as the star-chasing group he had seen before. Nono obviously regarded Uzumaki Mito as his idol. Uzumaki Mito couldn't stand this kind of eyes. Although someone had targeted her before, it was not so direct. So after returning to the mansion, she left alone because she had something to do. Uchiha Seiryu didn't find Nono's behavior strange. After all, Uzumaki Mito saved her from danger. In addition to the performance during the meeting, it would be strange if Nono didn't have this kind of behavior. But Uchiha Seiryu didn't notice that Nono was secretly watching him when he wasn't paying attention. Sometimes, his face would unconsciously turn red as he watched. Uzumaki Mito was certainly the key figure in solving the problem, but Uchiha Seiryu was the prince in Nono's heart. Whether it was the first time he discovered that something was wrong with her, or protecting her from being silenced. All these actions of Uchiha Seiryu left a heavy mark in her heart. Although the hero saves the beauty, it is indeed very useful. Tsunade had also arrived at this time. She looked at the two of them in confusion, always feeling that something bad had happened. At the same time, thousands of miles away in the Iron Kingdom, in a huge underground cave, a figure sat inside with his eyes closed in contemplation. Boss Madara! Boss Madara! You can never imagine what happened in Konoha? Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, and the samsara eye flashed in his eyes. Obviously, he has not yet successfully opened these two eyes of God. Then he looked at Baizetsu, who was running over, and said expressionlessly, "What happened in Konoha?" Baizetsu ran to Uchiha Madara with excitement, and shouted loudly, "The third generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, I saw his body with my own eyes." Hearing this, Uchiha Madara was slightly surprised. Although in his eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen is just a bigger ant. But in today's ninja world, there are only a handful of people who can kill him. Who killed him? How did he die? Baizetsu heard this and said "Ah," tilted his head, and made a natural speech. "I don't know, I only saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's body." Hearing this, even Uchiha Madara felt helpless. He rubbed his temples and said in a deep voice, "Tell me everything you know." As if sensing Uchiha Madara's impatience, White Zetsu told him everything he knew. This White Zetsu was sent by Uchiha Madara to monitor Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uzumaki Mito will participate in today's meeting, so it didn't dare to follow in. It only saw Sarutobi Hiruzen go in for a short while before being carried out by two people. Then it found that Sarutobi Hiruzen was dead. After hearing everything, Uchiha Madara was helpless. Because it was his order to let White Zetsu go around Uzumaki Mito. Uchiha Madara understood that Uzumaki Mito, this woman, had extremely terrifying perception. He would like to call her the strongest. So in order to prevent her from finding out, he made this decision. Forget it, it's not time to start the plan yet, the samsara eye still needs time. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara ignored the chattering White Zetsu and closed his eyes again. For Uchiha Madara, the only goal of his life now is the Moon Eye project. And for this plan, he needs the samsara eye to meet the necessary conditions for achieving the goal. The opening of the Moon Eye requires the samsara eye as the first condition. Now he has not yet completed the samsara eye. So as long as the ninja world does not undergo earth-shaking changes, the rest of the things are not as important as the samsara eye in his heart. Hashirama, I will prove that I am right. Time is like flowing water, and it passes by in a blink of an eye. It has been nearly a month since Sarutobi Hiruzen's death. The news of the third generation was finally revealed. Just as Uzumaki Mito thought at the beginning, Konoha was still unstable for a while after the news was exposed. The sudden death of the Hokage made the villagers feel a little uneasy. Fortunately, under the leadership of Uzumaki Mito, these anxieties did not turn into reality. On the front battlefield, the other four countries fell into silence. They stopped fighting as if they had a telepathic connection and sent a signal for peace. Uzumaki Mito's reputation is much more useful than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if he doesn't show off his talent, the reputation of the Ninetales Jinchuriki alone is enough to scare people away. Because the seal is not good and they can't compare with the Uzumaki clan, their own Jinchuriki can only be a one-time killer. And at the moment when Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama died, who can stop the Ninetales-tailed beast ball? So they didn't dare to force Konoha. Otherwise, if they really forced Uzumaki Mito to the battlefield and hit them a few times, they would really be overwhelmed. The daimyo has also agreed that Uzumaki Mito will be the fourth generation Hokage, and he also rushed to Konoha today. Above the Konoha building, Uzumaki Mito was wearing the costume of the Hokage, and the cape with the fourth Hokage's tattoo on the back was fluttering in the wind. She walked to the edge of the platform, looked at the villagers gathered downstairs, took a deep breath, and announced loudly, "From now on, I, Uzumaki Mito, will lead you as the fourth Hokage." As Uzumaki Mito's voice fell, the crowd below also fell into a sea of joy. Uchiha Seiyuu was muttering in his heart, "I don't know who has been sighing at home these days, and talking about not wanting to go to work every day." Then he looked at Shinichi standing next to Uzumaki Mito, with gratitude in his eyes. During the time when Uzumaki Mito was temporarily acting as Hokage, she originally wanted Uchiha Seiyuu to do something. What happened before made Uzumaki Mito understand that Uchiha Seiyuu was a talented person. Talented people should not be let go. Uzumaki Mito didn't care how old he was, he just wanted to catch him. And this also means that Uchiha Seiyuu is being trained as a Hokage. But who is Uchiha Seiyuu? He originally wanted to be a hands-off boss, and now he wants him to be a backer for others. Isn't that killing him? Fortunately, at this time, Chinitsu stood up. Before this, Uchiha Seiyuu only knew that Chinitsu had the talent to be a ninja. But he didn't expect that her ability as an assistant was even better. She handled the documents that Uzumaki Mito missed due to laziness very well. Under the handling of the two of them, the work of the Hokage can actually get off work on time every day. This also made Uzumaki Mito give up the idea of catching Uchiha Seiyuu and saved his life. Thank you for Chinitsu's great kindness, I will definitely let you be the Hokage assistant in the future. Chapter 56 The system finally appeared again. Of course, Uchiha Seiyuu was not idle this month, and he learned a lot of skills. The medical talisman that he had envisioned was also successfully produced by him. Just wait for Uzumaki Mito to become Hokage, and then give this as a gift to surprise her. Moreover, this month Uchiha Seiyuu also supplemented the lack of skills and learned a lot of skills. In the world of Naruto, strong bloodline means strong talent, and it is not just talk. The autoplay system also brought him a surprise. Although after the skill is upgraded to blue, the autoplay speed of skills at this level is not as fast as before. But the skills below blue have become faster. Uchiha Seiyuu looked at his own panel in the system and fell into deep thought. Host, Uchiha Seiyuu. Chakra attribute, all attributes. Skills, Mangekyo Sharingan, blue, LV3, Indra Bloodline Residue, blue, LV5, Flame Escape Mastery, blue, LV1, Sealing Mastery, blue, LV1, Ninjutsu Scroll Making, blue, LV1, Medical Ability Mastery, blue, LV1, 5 Elements Escape Below Level B Mastery, green, Medicinal Food Mastery, green, LV1 Hang Up Bar, Flame Release Mastery, blue, LV1, Indra Bloodline Remnant, blue, LV5, Mangekyo Sharingan, blue, LV3. Combat Power, 3888 Super Shadow, I, Uchiha Seiyuu, can be where I am today, all thanks to my own efforts. 0 to 200 is Chunnin, 200 to 500 is Chunnin, 500, 1000 is Jonin, 1000 to 3000 is Shadow level, 3000 is Super Shadow level, is 6 Paths level. Please unlock more combat power to learn about the subsequent levels. Tip 1. The host's Mangekyo ability is integrated into the Mangekyo Sharingan, and no separate list is made. Tip 2. When the host's combat power exceeds 3000, the system opens the combat power classification function. Tip 3. Every time the host's ability breaks through to the next level, an hang-up bar will be added, and the current hang-up bar, 3. Tip 4. When the host breaks through the combat power level, the hang-up speed below the current highest ability level can be increased, which is currently green and below. Tip 5. As the host's ability is improved, the hang-up system will continue to add functions. In this month, the hang-up system has a total of 4 blue skills. The fireball can be directly hung up to become a flame escape, which is beyond Uchiha Zengliu's expectations. Flame escape is the blood stain sublimated from the fire attribute, but the system is so unreasonable that it is directly hung up. This also gives Uchiha Zengliu a conventional means of dealing with the enemy. And Uchiha Zengliu has a hunch that the mastery level of this flame escape is too low. Otherwise, he can teach this skill to others. Because of the system's hang-up, he also mastered a lot of knowledge about this skill. So, when the mastery level of flame escape is high, he can replicate this skill on others. But the premise is that this person has fire chakra and must learn to change the nature. The sealing technique is indeed a plug-in level ninjutsu of Naruto, and mastering it has reached the System Blue rating. This month, the sealing technique can be said to have occupied a hang-up bar, and Uchiha Xingliu also learned a lot by himself, otherwise he would not have reached the blue level. This also made him realize that even if the ability is of the same level, there is a difference between the upper and lower levels. However, the hard work is worth it. The mastery of the flame escape only allows Uchiha Xingliu's combat power to reach more than 2000. After the sealing technique broke through the blue level, it directly made him the level of Super Shadow. Uchiha Xingliu can now do what Uzumaki Mito did in the conference room. And after the breakthrough, the ability of ninjutsu scroll making, green, appeared. In the subsequent hang-up, ninjutsu scroll making, green, quickly completed the promotion. Green ninjutsu scroll making can only make ninjutsu scrolls below B level, while blue ones are below A. Of course, this skill can also be taught to others. But this prerequisite is probably something that only Uzumaki Mito can learn. Of course, making a medical talisman is not that difficult. The difficulty of learning one thing is, of course, much simpler than learning everything. So there will not be a distressing situation where only Uchiha CEO can make this kind of thing. As for the medical ability, blue, when Uchiha CEO was preparing to make a medical talisman, he found that many medical ninjutsu did not appear. After all, the first medical ninja in the ninja world is still a little kid now. So it is reasonable that many medical skills did not appear. But it was hard for Uchiha CEO, who asked him to replace the Mangekyo Sharinan on the hang-up bar with a medical ninjutsu. It was not until the medical skill reached blue that it was changed back. However, in general, this skill is worth the money. Not only does it complete many medical skills, but it also adds a lot of medical ninjutsu suitable for genin to learn. Don't think that everyone will know the palm fairy technique in the future, but you have to see who uses this skill. In fact, the difficulty of the palm immortal technique is as high as A level, which is not something that ordinary people can learn. But Uchiha Xingliu's medical ability is proficient, and this skill is split. Not only does it greatly reduce the difficulty of learning, but it can also be used by multiple people in cooperation. The technique of fine injury extraction, which was later invented by Tsunade, was not used by many people in the ninja world at that time. But in the medical ability proficiency, there is a way for several people to cooperate with each other and use this ninjutsu. Moreover, the prerequisite for learning is different from the above skills, and the learning cost is very low. As long as you are a normal graduating ninja, you can learn it after a period of study. It can be said that if Uchiha Xingliu wants to, there will be no future Tsunade. He is the new generation of the first medical ninja in the ninja world. In fact, during this month, Uchiha Xingliu also thought about directly learning the handsome and powerful technique of Flying Thunder God. As a result, after getting it, he was silent. Because Flying Thunder God requires a very proficient sealing technique to learn, so he had no choice but to hang up the sealing technique first. Of course, now that he has mastered the art of sealing, he can already learn this skill. I believe that it won't be long before this ability will appear in his skill column. What made Uchiha Xingliu fall into thought were still those few prompts. First of all, his current level was clarified. It also told him clearly that the system is continuously evolving. Not only can it evolve, but there will be more and more functions in the future. And how to increase the skill column and how to improve the hang-up speed were all clearly told to Uchiha Xingliu. It is much better than the previous Riddler system. However, the system's combat power evaluation still wants Uchiha Xingliu to complain. He wondered if the system also read novels. Just when Uchiha Xingliu was thinking deeply, Tsunade quietly pulled him. This pull brought him back to reality. Then Uchiha Xingliu looked at Tsunade with some doubts. He was just distracted for a while, why did he pull himself? The next moment, a voice without any ups and downs sounded beside Uchiha CEO. Xiao Xingliu, what did I just say, can you repeat it again? Chapter 57 Meeting the Daimyo. Uchiha CEO stiffly turned his head little by little. Uzumaki Mito, who was just giving a speech, had stood behind him without knowing when, looking at him expressionlessly. Uchiha CEO laughed dryly and swallowed his saliva. "Mito grandma, you were so handsome just now." Ouch! Before Uchiha CEO finished speaking, Uzumaki Mito had already finished the action of knocking his head. Uchiha CEO was not annoyed after being knocked. Uzumaki Mito actually didn't use much force, he just pretended to cry out in pain. He touched the place where he was knocked, and smiled foolishly to fool it. Uzumaki Mito rolled his eyes at Uchiha CEO, then said, "Okay, stop pretending. I'll tell you what I just said again, and you have to listen carefully this time. Uchiha Ang came to me just now, and they want you to go to their place. Of course, if you don't want to go, I can also help you refuse." Uchiha CEO also straightened his attitude when he heard Uzumaki Mito talking about business. He didn't feel strange when he heard that the Uchiha clan wanted him to go. After all, when he attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen, other people might not have discovered anything about the power of the Mangekyo, but the Uchiha clan would definitely not be able to hide it. Even the Hyuga clan might have noticed something was wrong. But there is one good thing about the Hyuga clan: they don't meddle in other people's business. As for the fact that the Hyuga clan said that they were the first ninja clan in Konoha in the future, that was only after the disappearance of the Senju and the Uchiha clan was excluded. There are some points that make Uchiha CEO strange. That is why Uchiha could endure for so long before asking Uzumaki Mito to tell Uchiha Seiryu that he needed to go back to the clan. This is what Uchiha Seiryu can't figure out. And there is another point that he needs to pay attention to. Uchiha Madara sent White Zetsu to keep an eye on Uchiha, although he doesn't know when it started. But now there must be a shadow of White Zetsu in the Uchiha clan. He knows that this kind of surveillance is definitely not as good as in the future. After all, Uzumaki Mito's humanoid radar is still in Konoha, even White Zetsu has to stay away from her. But secrets are no longer secrets if they are known by the second person. There were quite a few Uchiha at the meeting at that time, so many people knew that he had opened the Mangekyo. So he had to prepare for the worst, and it was very likely that he would be targeted by Madara. After all, an Uchiha who opened the Mangekyo is already a very good chess piece. Of course, Uchiha Seiryu is not afraid of Madara now. Madara's Samsara eye has not yet emerged, which requires him to use a lot of chakra to nurture it. In addition to the age problem, his strength is not at its peak. Uchiha Madara does not know Uzumaki Mito's yin seal. The peak period of a ninja is only so long. Once old, it will inevitably decline in strength. This also applies to Uchiha Madara. Although the super shadow Uchiha Zinglyu is not sure to defeat the current Uchiha Madara, he can still escape calmly. Besides, Uzumaki Mito is not a vegetarian. If Uchiha Madara really dares to come, Uchiha Zinglyu will dare to cooperate with Uzumaki Mito to let him stay here forever. But now Uchiha Zinglyu has no time to go to the Uchiha clan for the time being, he still has important things to give to Uzumaki Mito. "Grandma Mito, I have something to give you. Consider it a gift for becoming the Hokage." As he spoke, Uchiha Seiryu took out a stack of paper-like talismans from somewhere and handed them to Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito looked at the densely packed spells on the talisman. As a master of sealing techniques, she also became interested for a while. After carefully examining it for a while, she only saw that this thing was somewhat similar to the detonating talisman. Then, she had a flash of inspiration, and her hand holding the talisman trembled, and she looked at Uchiha Zinglyu in disbelief. "Is there a ninjutsu sealed in this thing?" Uchiha Zinglyu looked at the shocked Uzumaki Mito in front of him, deliberately showed an admiring expression, and said, "Grandma is worthy of being an expert in sealing techniques, you can see it all." "Yes, this thing is a ninjutsu scroll. Not only that, it also seals the palm fairy technique. When using it, just activate the chakra, and then stick the talisman on the injured part, and it can be used automatically." Uzumaki Mito looked at the talisman in his hand with admiration. This epoch-making thing was made by a 6-year-old child just like that. This even made her think that she was dreaming. But after being amazed, she seemed to think of something. Picking up the talisman in her hand, she asked, "Xingliu, is this thing difficult to make?" Uchiha Xingliu smiled and shook his head, saying, "Not difficult, the difficulty of making this thing is similar to that of the detonating talisman, but it requires the cooperation of ninjas who can hold fairy arts." Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito could no longer suppress his inner joy. With this kind of thing, the death rate of ninjas on missions will decrease in the future. "Xingliu, you really gave me an incredible thing." Uzumaki Mito praised Uchiha Xingliu repeatedly, and a wave of praise and combos made him a little overwhelmed. After a long while, Uzumaki Mito pulled up Uchiha Seiryu and Tsunade, and then said to Chinitsu who had been standing by, "Little Chinitsu, go and inform the director of Konoha Hospital and the head of the sealing department, and tell them that I have something to talk to them about. By the way, let them come back in the afternoon. I don't have time for the time being." After that, Uzumaki Mito took them to the Hokage building in a hurry. Uzumaki Mito's move made Uchiha Seiryu's head full of question marks. After all, medical talismans, which can immediately increase Konoha's strength and reduce casualties, should be the most important thing. How can he not be anxious? And after arriving at the Hokage building, his question was answered. The daimyo was waiting for them here. "Mito sister, long time no see, you are still so young, a ninja, really enviable." Uzumaki Mito smiled slightly, not paying attention to the meaning of the daimyo's words. After all, how could she answer such a question? Ninjas are not omnipotent. The reason she can stay young is also due to the yin seal. So she pulled Tsunade and Uchiha Seiryu to the front and said, "Daimyo, you are joking. You are still as charming as the last time we met. These two are my granddaughter Tsunade and grandson Uchiha Seiryu. I brought them here this time because I need the daimyo's consent." The daimyo opened his eyes slightly, glanced at the two of them, and chuckled. "I wonder if Sister Mito needs me for anything." Uzumaki Mito took out a contract from her arms and handed it to the daimyo, then said slowly, "At the beginning, Hashirama and your father had an agreement that Konoha was established in the Land of Fire and would help you, the daimyo, resist invasions from other countries. But if we resist, you, the daimyo, will have to reimburse Konoha's losses in full. Now that the Ninja World War is about to end, one wonder when the daimyo's reimbursement money can be transferred." Chapter 58 What a Hokage Should Look Like. As soon as Uzumaki Mito finished speaking, the smile on the daimyo's face froze there. For the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the war between the ninja villages actually has little impact on him. Most of the daimyo of the 5 major countries and even other small countries are related by blood. Even if the ninja village of their own country loses, it is only a loss of face in front of the other winners, and there will be no other losses. But face is just face, and money is a real thing. And war is fought for money, and Konoha has suffered a lot of losses in this war. If the daimyo has to bear all the expenses, he will have to eat dirt next year. But there is no way. This contract was indeed signed by his father that year. At that time, Konoha had 2 gods in the world, which could be said to suppress the world. They could establish Konoha in the Land of Fire or not in the Land of Fire. In order to stabilize them, the previous daimyo made many concessions and signed many such things. It was very generous when signing. After all, the previous daimyo would not have thought that these 2 people would kill each other, causing Konoha to lose its umbrella so quickly. The daimyo knew that the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen could still be fooled, but Uzumaki Mito would not talk nonsense to you. If I had known that the envoy was coming, why did I have to come here to join in the fun? Thinking of this, the daimyo's face remained expressionless, but he still wanted to make a final struggle. The 4th Hokage is joking, it is a contract between the previous daimyo and has nothing to do with me. Uzumaki Mito heard this and looked at the daimyo for a while with a half-smile. He looked at him until his forehead was sweating, and then he slowly said, I heard that the country of whirlpools has beautiful scenery, with clear water and mountains, and is very suitable for ninjas to live in. After saying this, the daimyo sweated even more. Although the outcome of the war did not have much impact on the daimyo, it would be different if there was Konoha or not. Times have changed. A country without ninjas cannot defend its own territory. Even if Konoha lost the war, as long as it was not destroyed all at once, the fire country would lose at most a little territory and a share of ninja tasks. But if the fire country did not have Konoha, it would be eroded the next day and only the capital would be left. At that time, he would not have time to cry. So what Uzumaki Mito said really hit his life. The daimyo laughed, seemingly generous, but in fact painfully said. But what the fourth generation said makes sense. The previous daimyo is also a daimyo. The most important thing for a person is to have integrity. I will have someone deliver the losses of Konoha this time. It's getting late now. I'll leave first. Having been blackmailed for a large sum of money, the daimyo was afraid that something might happen, so he prepared to leave. But before he could stand up, Uzumaki Mito took out a contract from somewhere and said, "Wait a minute, I have one more thing to do." The previous daimyo also promised to give the descendants of me and Hashirama an actual noble title. I wonder if the daimyo knows about this? The daimyo, who had just stood up, stopped when he heard this. He lost the smile he had just pretended to have, and looked at Uzumaki Mito with a livid face. Uchiha Seiyuu, who was watching from the side, exclaimed, "What a guy!" He was still thinking about what was more important than the medical talisman, but he didn't expect that there really was one. The more money, the better. Konoha must be short of money after the war. The pensions and rewards for ninjas must be paid in full, otherwise, the next time there is a war, you can just see if anyone will go and that's it. Uzumaki Mito's set of one set after another made Uchiha Seiyuu very satisfied. Unlike the third generation Hokage, Uzumaki Mito was really tough when he was Hokage. She just lacked the words paying money on the daimyo's forehead. But what she said afterwards made Uchiha Seiyuu understand why he and Tsunade came to see the daimyo. Unlike the joy in Uchiha Seiyuu's heart, the daimyo of the Land of Fire was really angry this time. For him, the actual fiefdom of a noble is actually nothing. But there is a saying, "I can give, but you can't rob." Uzumaki Mito's strength made him feel the crisis. The Land of Whirlpools is a country founded by the Uzumaki clan. If they dare to ask for nobles today, will they dare to ask for the position of daimyo tomorrow? This made him think too much. Uzumaki Mito's idea is very simple. Whether it is to go to the daimyo to reimburse the war expenses, or to let Uchiha Seiyuu or Tsunade become nobles. Just want to use this to send a signal to the outside world. The Land of Fire will fully support Konoha, and Konoha has the ability and confidence to continue fighting. Although the fighting on the battlefield has stopped strangely, no one can guarantee that peace will come. Although Uzumaki Mito is very strong, he has not yet reached the point of dominating the world. What if the other four countries are worried about Uzumaki Mito and unite the strong forces? Even if they are not united, Konoha will be in trouble. It will also restore peace to the village that was somewhat turbulent due to the sudden death of the third Hokage. As for the daimyo's idea, is it important? The Uzumaki clan can establish a country, as a strong woman of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Mito has no respect for the daimyo that others have. She is even more dismissive of the idea that the daimyo is the descendant of God. For her, if this daimyo is disobedient, she can just change the daimyo. Perhaps sensing Uzumaki Mito's idea, the daimyo's face slowly returned to calm. In that case, let the fourth Hokage decide everything. After you decide who will be the leader, you can come to the hotel and tell me. I am not feeling well, so I will take my leave first. The daimyo said and left without looking back. Uzumaki Mito didn't take out another contract this time. After all, she couldn't force people. After the daimyo left, she looked at Tsunade who was stunned and Uchiha Seiyuu who was enjoying the melon. Who of you two will be the noble? Uchiha CEO said bluntly. Give it to Tsunade, I don't need this kind of thing. Besides, Tsunade-ji is so nice. Tsunade also came back to her senses at this time. She was really shocked just now. The image of Uzumaki Mito in Tsunade's eyes was broken all of a sudden today. Such a domineering Uzumaki Mito really opened her eyes. After hearing what Uchiha CEO said, Tsunade felt a little happy in her heart. He said my name is nice. However, Tsunade, who was a little proud, did not show it in reality. Instead, she snorted and said, if he doesn't want it, I don't want it either. I want to be a Hokage like my grandmother in the future, and I don't want to be a noble. Uzumaki Mito looked at Tsunade with a smile. For her, Tsunade was someone she had watched grow up. She knew Tsunade's personality very well. So she knew that Tsunade had actually accepted it, but her personality made her stubborn. Uchiha CEO didn't think so much, he really didn't care about this kind of thing. After all, in the future, he might hang up many nobles. So the two of them didn't say anything, just looked at Tsunade quietly. Tsunade felt uncomfortable being stared at by the two men. After a while of being hesitant, she finally obeyed her heart. She glanced at the two men, lowered her head and whispered, I'll listen to my grandma. Princess Tsunade is really nice. Chapter 59. Do you want a wife or not? Although Tsunade said it in a low voice, the two people present heard it. After they smiled at each other, Uzumaki Mito said to Uchiha Seiryu, you should go to Uchiha quickly. It's not easy for them to wait so long to come to you. Uchiha Seiryu nodded after hearing it. Everything was done. Now he did have time. Today is the day when Uzumaki Mito becomes Hokage, and the ninja school has a day off. In fact, in this month, he went to school with a shadow clone after a week. What Dakichi taught were all dry goods, which were very useful for ordinary ninjas. But it was obviously not suitable for Uchiha Seiryu. For him, it would be better to read the scroll of Senju and study the notes of Tobirama. As for the few people in his plan, Orochimaru, like him, used the shadow clone to replace school after learning it. The real body sometimes practices on his own, or discusses ninjutsu knowledge with Uchiha Seiryu. Nono is worthy of being a spy who will be named in the future, with a very friendly personality. Not only did he get along well with his classmates in this month, but even Uzumaki Mito didn't know how to give her a strategy and agreed to let Nono live in the Senju mansion. Unfortunately, her talent is not as good as Orochimaru, and she needs the real body to go to school. What Uchiha Seiryu couldn't understand was that every time he split his clone and went to school with Nono, she would look at him with strange eyes. Jiraiya, Uchiha Seiryu also had a plan. He planned to guide Jiraiya to Miyaboku Mountain in a while to find his opportunity. Miyaboku Mountain is Jiraiya's best teacher. Letting him go in advance will not only help Jiraiya grow better. It will also let Uchiha CEO know whether the prophecy of the Great Toad Sage is omnipotent. And this month Uchiha CEO also inquired about White Fang's news and learned that he had graduated. This made him a little regretful. But then Uchiha CEO thought of Heitake Sakumo's own character and decided not to interfere with White Fang's growth. Although Heitake Sakumo is a strong man, he is actually very loyal. He knew that the rumors were problematic, but he did not resist Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, and only used suicide to express his dissatisfaction. Of course, White Fang's character may also be related to his family heritage. The Heitake family used to be a samurai family. This may have affected Heitake Sakumo's character and made him dare not oppose his lord, the Hokage. So as long as Uchiha CEO becomes Hokage in the future, White Fang will naturally be his loyal subordinate. Moreover, White Fang will be able to become a ninja of the same level as Kage in the future. For him who has no bloodline, this is almost his limit. So there is no need for Uchiha CEO to interfere with White Fang. Tsunade has changed a lot in this month, and she doesn't ask for a holiday. She completes her training silently every day, and asks Uchiha Seiyuu for advice when she has time. Even her favorite gambling is just a taste, which makes Uchiha Seiyuu look at her with new eyes. Everything is going well, and Uchiha Seiyuu has a comfortable month. Now Uchiha needs him to go, which is just a small matter for him. He also went to see what the situation is in the Uchiha clan now. So after saying goodbye to Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade, he came all the way to Uchiha Aang's residence. Yes, the current head of the Uchiha clan is Uchiha Aang. The previous head of the Uchiha clan was seriously injured by Danzo, can no longer be a ninja. In addition to Uzumaki Mito's promotion and his contribution in the Danzo incident, the village's attitude towards Uchiha changed immediately, which also made the Uchiha doves completely prevail. Uchiha Aang became the new leader of Uchiha. When Uchiha Xingliu arrived here, Uchiha Aang and Uchiha Xian had been waiting for a long time. For them, although Uchiha Xingliu was just a child, this child opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. No one knows the power of Mangekyo better than the Uchiha. In the history of Uchiha, every owner of Mangekyo is one of the strongest. Although Uchiha Xingliu is a child, he can no longer be treated simply as a child. So when they saw Uchiha Xingliu, they had already lined up to welcome him. Uchiha Aang walked up to him and said with a smile on his face, "Xingliu-kun, welcome back to Uchiha, let's go in and talk." After he saw Uchiha Xingliu nod, he led him all the way to the reception room. After the servants put down some food and tea for the reception and left, Uchiha Aang continued, "I won't beat around the bush. I asked Xingliu-kun to come back this time just to ask you one thing. The symbol of Uchiha's power, the Mangekyo Sharingan, has Xingliu-kun opened it?" Uchiha Aang was direct, and Uchiha Xingliu was no exception. This clan is described as people with high emotional intelligence, sometimes they are quite straightforward. So he didn't say anything, and the next second, the sealing technique began to cover the entire room. Uchiha Aang looked at him in shock and lost his voice for a while. After all, an Uchiha is so good at sealing techniques, which clan are you from? Moreover, it has only been a month or two since Uzumaki Mito adopted Uchiha Seiryu. This sealing technique gave Uchiha Aang the feeling that it was stronger than Uzumaki Mito's. Uchiha Xian, who had been silent behind him, looked at Uchiha Seiryu vigilantly. But the next second, the things they dreamed of appeared in front of them. A pair of kaleidoscopes that looked like the eyes of reincarnation were opened by Uchiha Seiryu. Looking at the small figure in front of them, they were all a little absent-minded for a while. Distracted by the shock brought by Uchiha Seiryu, who had never been seen before and might never be seen again. After confirming that the sealing technique completely covered the room, Uchiha Seiryu opened the kaleidoscope. After all, it was fireproof, theft-proof, and Uchiha Madara-proof. He did not have the perception of Uzumaki Mito, and he did not want anyone else to know about the conversation that followed. Looking at the two people who were in a trance, Uchiha Xingliu coughed lightly and said, "I have indeed opened the Mangekyo. I wonder if Chief Aang has anything to say." The two were pulled back by this cough, and then heard what Uchiha Xingliu said. Uchiha Aang didn't know what to say. Although Aang had thought of Uchiha Xingliu opening the Mangekyo before he came. But when it really came to the moment of confirmation, he still didn't know what to say. Let Uchiha Xingliu return to Uchiha? Or give him the chief of the clan? In the end, Uchiha Aang's mind turned quickly, and he didn't know what happened, so he said a sentence that made Uchiha Xingliu cough. "Do you want a wife?" Chapter 60 Conversation. Uchiha Xingliu almost popped his eyes out when he heard this. He is only 6 years old, and you are talking to him about a wife. Isn't it a bit too early? After Uchiha Aang finished speaking, he felt that it made sense. Although I was shocked to say something at first after seeing Uchiha Seiryu's Mangekyo, I didn't say it out loud. But it would be great if Uchiha Seiryu had such a strong talent to find a wife first. Not only can his excellent bloodline be passed down, it can also allow Uchiha Seiryu, who has already changed his camp, to move his camp slightly towards Uchiha. Uchiha Aang thought that his granddaughter Uchiha Ji was a good candidate for a wife, so he said directly, "Seiryu-kun, my Ji has always admired you, why don't you two look around?" Uchiha Seiryu closed his Sharingan and rolled his eyes, saying unhappily, "I'm only 6 years old, I'm not in a hurry at all. And Ji is in the same class as me, so don't lie with your eyes open." Uchiha Aang still smiled when he heard this, and didn't feel uncomfortable at all. "Oh, you two are in the same class, so this is fate. Since we are so destined, how about getting engaged first?" Uchiha Xingliu no longer wanted to care about Uchiha Aang. His current goal is to sell governance to Uchiha Xingliu. No matter whatever he said, Uchiha Aang would lead him in this direction. However, there was another person present, Uchiha Xian. Although he was also shocked by Uchiha Xingliu's talent, his thinking was not as fast as Uchiha Aang's. Uchiha Xian first brewed a cup of tea for Uchiha Xingliu, gave an apologetic expression, and walked to Aang's side and said, "Father, we have something important to discuss now, please calm down." Hearing this, Uchiha Aang finally calmed down. Thinking of his impolite behavior just now, he quickly drank tea to cover up his embarrassment. For a while, several people in the room fell into a weird awkward situation. In the end, it was Uchiha Xingliu who broke the awkwardness. He put down the tea in his hand, looked at the two people opposite him, and slowly said, "I think Chief Aang asked me to come here to introduce me to a wife. If there is anything, please speak directly." Uchiha Aang looked at the boy in front of him with a slightly complicated look. If it weren't for the fact that his head and face looked like a child, who would believe that the person in front of him was a child? He first added tea to Uchiha Xingliu, and then said, "Although Xingliu-kun has opened the Mangekyo, do you know? Anyone who opens this eye will eventually become blind." Uchiha Xingliu certainly knew this information. Although he had no way to get another pair of blood relatives Mangekyo to turn him into an eternal Mangekyo. But his autoplay system can also eliminate this disadvantage, so Uchiha Xingliu is not worried about this problem at all. Uchiha Aang naturally didn't know what the person sitting opposite him was thinking. According to his thinking, after learning this news, Uchiha Xingliu would panic for a while no matter how mature he was. No one can accept losing his sight after getting the power of the Mangekyo. Uchiha Aang was waiting for Uchiha Xingliu to respond, but he obviously didn't expect that Uchiha Xingliu had already understood the solution. He couldn't wait for a reply, so he couldn't help asking, "Aren't you worried, Xingliu? You are only 6 years old this year. If you continue like this, you may be blind before you reach adulthood." Hearing this, Uchiha Xingliu glanced at him and said lightly, "Don't worry about it, Patriarch Aang. I'll take care of my own affairs. If there is nothing else, I'll leave." After saying that, he tidied his clothes and stood up. Just as he was about to remove the seal and leave, Uchiha Aang finally told his purpose. "Xingliu, haven't you ever thought about becoming a Hokage?" As soon as these words came out, Uchiha Xingliu stopped moving. In fact, before coming here, he had thought that the purpose of Uchiha looking for him was probably to make him the Hokage. After all, a Hokage belonging to Uchiha can greatly satisfy the inner need for glory of this clan. So after knowing that he is likely to open the Mangekyo, the first goal will naturally be the position of Hokage. Although Uchiha Xingliu's future goal is also this, he wants more. He doesn't want the Uchiha who becomes the Hokage, but the Hokage accepts the Uchiha. The two concepts cannot be confused. Uchiha Xingliu turned around and looked at Uchiha Aang, who said this. At this time, he had the demeanor of a clan leader. "If Xingliu is willing to get engaged to my granddaughter, the Uchiha clan will fully support you to become the Hokage." Hearing this, Uchiha Xingliu laughed, and even laughed out loud. Uchiha Aang frowned, and the hand holding the teacup clenched. Because he heard disdain and ridicule in this laughter. Sure enough, the next moment he heard what Uchiha Xingliu said, which made him lose his mind. What gave you the illusion that I need your support to become Hokage? What gave you the confidence that you think I will be controlled by you? As soon as he finished speaking, the terrifying chakra gushed out, forming an air wave that blew away everything around him. The ground under his feet also cracked like a spider web, and a strong pressure fell on Uchiha Aang and the other person. The instinct of the creatures was warning them, and every cell in the body was shouting, "Stay away from the person in front of them." Uchiha Aang couldn't imagine that this short boy in front of him could give him such a feeling. At this moment, he remembered whether he underestimated Uchiha Zenglio. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, who was executed by him, were tripped by the person in front of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was killed silently by him in front of everyone. If they were not from the same clan, they would not have discovered it. He not only accomplished what Uchiha wanted to accomplish, but also accomplished it better. Even the experiment of opening the Sharingan in the Uchiha clan was related to Uchiha Seiryu. Now Uchiha Aang recalled his own behavior, which was really stupid. At first, he wanted to use the secret of Mangekyou's blindness to control him. After that plan failed, he tempted him with the position of Hokage. But he never thought that Uchiha Seiryu actually didn't need the help of Uchiha at all. It was the Uchiha clan that needed Uchiha Seiryu. The Uchiha clan was originally a clan that admired the strong, and such people were worthy of their following. After figuring out everything, Uchiha Aang's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. He walked in front of Uchiha Seiryu, who was laughing wildly, knelt on one knee and said, "Master Seiryu, the Uchiha in the future will always support you." Chapter 61, A New Plan for Opening the Eyes. Uchiha Seiryu looked at the scene in front of him and retracted the chakra that enveloped his whole body. He knew that his goal had been achieved. Uchiha Aang came to him for a purpose. And he was willing to take the risk of being targeted by Uchiha Madara to come to Uchiha. Naturally, he also had his own purpose. Although the Uchiha clan has been criticized in various ways, in fact, this clan is just a little arrogant sometimes. The inner pride makes them unforgiving. But as long as you get his approval, he will really treat you as a close friend. This clan is not like others. If they get their approval, they will really dare to go to the people they recognize when something happens. And the Uchiha, who was famous in the Warring States period, was not in vain. One-on-one, must escape. This is the affirmation of the Uchiha clan by the ninja world, which was forged by the blood of the enemy. So Uchiha Zenglio certainly hopes that this power can be used for himself. And now, his goal has been achieved. He said to Uchiha Aang, who was kneeling on one knee with his head down, "Can you represent Uchiha?" Uchiha Aang raised his head, looked at the person in front of him who had put his life on the line, and said, "I am the representative of the doves of the Uchiha clan, and I am also the clan leader of the clan. I can represent Uchiha." Uchiha Shien was hesitant to speak, wanting to say something but not wanting to offend his father. Uchiha Zenglio grinned and did not comment on Aang's answer. Although he was not very clear about the current situation of Uchiha, he knew Uchiha Setsuna. With this person, it is unlikely that Uchiha will have only one voice. However, since Uchiha Aang said so, Uchiha Zenglio believed it. If there is a problem in the future, the person who made the promise at this time will be responsible. I'm curious. Uchiha Madara was stronger than me at that time. Why didn't you choose him, but chose me now? After all, I'm just a child and can't bring anything to you at the moment. Why do you want to bet on me? Uchiha Shien heard this and looked at his father. He also wanted to know the answer to this question. Uchiha Aang chuckled and said slowly, "Although Madara-sama founded Konoha with the first generation, the village only respects Hashirama-sama, and only respects Madara-sama. Hashirama became the first generation because of the expectations of the village. Madara-sama has no chance of becoming Hokage. He does not have this talent. When Madara-sama wanted to take the clan away, all countries had already completed the creation of ninja villages. Wherever we go, we are grabbing other people's cake. In addition, the tribesmen's desire for peace and the uncertainty of the future, so they did not go with Madara-sama. At this point, Uchiha Aang stood up, walked in front of Uchiha Zenglyu, and looked into his eyes. "And you, Zenglyu-kun, you are very different. You are not gifted, but a strong man who has fulfilled your talent. And you have the highest chance of becoming the next Hokage. Because the whole village is expecting you to become the next Senjo Hashirama and protect Konoha for decades. Besides, it's not that you don't have anything to give us, but you have already given it." Hearing this, Uchiha Zenglyu was a little confused. Did he give anything to Uchiha? He himself didn't know about it. Uchiha Aang saw his doubts, and then told him what happened in the Uchiha clan after Uchiha Ji opened his eyes. Uchiha Zenglyu nodded in understanding after hearing it, and then silently made a note of Ji in his heart. When talking about how to design the eye-opening plan, Uchiha Aang saw that he seemed to be quite interested in this, so he chatted a few more words. These 2 extra sentences gave Uchiha's eye-opening plan a new way to play. Because Uchiha Zenglyu proposed that it doesn't have to be the sadness of the death of parents or relatives, it can also be other emotions. For example, fear. Some Uchiha who are afraid of ghosts can let others dress up as ghosts to scare him. Then take a camera to take pictures and prepare for the second hand. If he still doesn't open his eyes, expose his social death scene back and forth. This is the emotion of anger. Uchiha Shien looked at the 2 people who were talking more and more excitedly with the eyes of a devil. Especially when they were talking excitedly, they also laughed, which made him get goosebumps all over the floor. Time passed slowly in the conversation of several people. When it was afternoon, Uchiha Zenglyu stopped with a sense of unsatisfaction when he thought of his own things. Looking at the person in front of him who was dozens of years older than him but had similar interests, he could not help but sigh. "I didn't expect that Chief Aang also had such great talent, but I have something to do today, let's talk next time." Uchiha Aang was also very satisfied. Since he had decided to bet his life on Uchiha Zenglyu, he naturally hoped to get closer to him. Now that the 2 of them have a common topic in this regard, they can barely be considered confidants. But even if they are confidants, they are still not as close as relatives. Thinking of this, Uchiha Aang's original idea came up again. He looked at Uchiha Zenglyu who was retracting the seal and said, "Zenglyu-jun, what do you think of my original proposal?" Uchiha Zenglyu was busy retracting the seal. When he suddenly heard this, he didn't think much about it, but answered subconsciously. "What proposal?" "Oh, it's an engagement proposal. My family's governance is also very good. Why don't we become relatives?" Uchiha Zenglyu had just retracted all the seals at this time and put his mind back. After hearing what Uchiha Aang said, he couldn't help but tilt his head, and then looked at him with a black line in his mind. Why did he get back to this topic again? Is he really a genius? Can he get back to this topic? He shook his head, shaking off this idea, and also revealed his refusal attitude. "No, I am just classmates with Jizi for now, let's talk about the future later. I prefer free love, it's consensual, so forget it." Uchiha Aang actually knew that this thing would not work when he shook his head. But he was still a little disappointed when he really heard it with his own ears. But he didn't force it. It would be best if he agreed, and he wouldn't lose anything if he didn't agree. And Uchiha Zenglyu, who had basically achieved everything and basically achieved his goal, naturally said goodbye. After he left, Uchiha Shien came to Uchiha Aang and said, "Does my father think so highly of Zenglyu?" Uchiha Aang smiled contemptuously and patted the back of his head with a snap. Then, in the puzzled eyes of Uchiha Shien, he said, "What if I am your father? Maybe Zenglyu will surpass Madara-sama in the future." Then, he did not explain to him why he would surpass Uchiha Madara. Just like that, with his confused expression, Aang strode away. The rating of my book suddenly came out, only 6.5, suddenly I feel like I have to send it. Chapter 62 The Same Family. On the other side, Uchiha Zenglyu came to the Hokage building after lunch and found Uzumaki Mito. At this time, she was discussing something with the two of them. Seeing Uchiha CEO coming in, her eyes lit up and she said to the person in front of her, "This is the creator of the medical talisman I told you about, Uchiha CEO. If you have any questions, you can ask him. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first." After saying that, Uzumaki Mito didn't even look at the strange expressions of the people present, and walked out openly. When passing by CEO, she gave him a look that asked him to behave well. He looked so bloody that he turned into Hinata. But he felt something was wrong the next second. There were two fiery sights coming towards him after Uzumaki Mito finished speaking. The heads of the sealing department and the medical department looked at him enthusiastically, as if they were looking at their lover. In a fierce debate, the two people refused to give in to each other. Finally, they decided to walk in front of Uchiha CEO together and introduce themselves to him. The head of the seal department is a member of the Uzumaki clan who came to Konoha with Uzumaki Mito. His name is Uzumaki Nori, and he is of the same generation as Mito. The head of the medical department is a member of the Senju clan, and he is also of the same generation as Mito. His name is Senju Keiho. After they introduced themselves, they ignored everything else and started asking questions about Uchiha Seiryu's medical talisman. Although Uchiha Seiryu came for this, he was still a little overwhelmed by the constant questions from these two people. Now he finally understood why Uzumaki Mito wanted to run away at the beginning. At this moment, he felt Shiharu's pain. So he started directly. Uchiha Zenglyu waved his hand, interrupting the chattering of the two people in front of him. Then he took out a scroll from his arms, put it on the table, and said to the two people who were somewhat puzzled, "This is the production process of the medical talisman. You can discuss it by yourselves. I have something to do, so I will leave first." After that, Uchiha Zenglyu in front of the two people disappeared with a bang. When he decided to start, he had already replaced himself with a shadow clone and then quietly slipped away. With his current strength, it is easy to do this. This operation made them stunned by Uchiha Zenglyu's operation, staring at each other. After a while, Uzumaki Nori broke the silence. He sighed and said, "He has the same personality as Mito. He makes all kinds of excuses when something happens." Chiho Keiho echoed, "That's right. We are indeed a family. Will Tsunade be like this in the future?" As they spoke, they looked at each other again and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. But since everyone had run away, they had no choice but to pick up the scroll and read it. This reading fascinated them and made them forget everything else. After leaving his shadow clone and running away, Uchiha Seiryu had nowhere to go, so he returned to the Chihu mansion. When he walked into the yard, Mito Uzumaki was sitting there, drinking tea and basking in the sun, looking very comfortable. Tsunade and Nono were also here at this time. They were practicing separately. But Shiharu, who had always been with Mito Uzumaki, was not here. As for where, Uchiha CEO knew the answer without thinking. It is impossible for the Hokage to have nothing to do. Since the Hokage does not do anything, someone has to do it. Could this person be anyone other than Chinitsu? Uchiha CEO thought of this and mourned for Chinitsu for 0.1 second. Then he walked to the side of Uzumaki Mito, took a chair and sat on it. Then he skillfully picked up the teacup and poured a cup, and drank it slowly. Uzumaki Mito glanced at him with the corner of her eyes, wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't say it because she didn't have enough confidence. After all, she herself has been yo-yoing, so how can she not let others run away? Since they are of the same nature, naturally there is no confidence to blame Uchiha CEO. After understanding this, Uzumaki Mito gave up thinking. With this time, it is better to enjoy life more. For a while, both of them lazily enjoyed the afternoon sun bath, squinting their eyes and drinking tea. Tsunade and Nono looked at this scene strangely. Especially Tsunade, who was practicing super strength. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, and always felt a little unbalanced in her heart. Think about it, you are in military training, standing in military posture, sweating under the scorching sun. Suddenly someone in front of you took a watermelon popsicle and opened a parasol, enjoying it slowly in front of you. Especially if you came in a group, how do you feel? She hadn't been beaten for a month, and the more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Her eyes rolled, as if she thought of something. Tsunade stopped practicing, ran to Uzumaki Mito and said, "Grandma, I have been practicing super strength for so long, but I haven't realized the key points. I need someone to guide me. Grandma, can you practice with me, okay?" Uzumaki Mito's squinting eyes widened a little, looking at Tsunade, who was acting coquettishly, and smiled. She knew that Tsunade was unwilling and wanted to ask someone to help her. If it was before, she really couldn't refuse this request. After all, it's her own child who wants to work hard and make progress. As an elder, can you not agree? But now, isn't there someone who can guide Tsunade? Thinking of this, Uzumaki Mito looked at Uchiha Seiyuu beside her. Uchiha Seiyuu actually knew what Tsunade was going to do when Tsunade just spoke. But this is the world of ninjas. What made Tsunade have the illusion that she can't have a shadow clone? So Uzumaki Mito just looked at him, and a shadow clone appeared with a bang. Really, if you don't want to let the clone go, no one will speak for the clone. And after the removal, you still have to experience these experiences again. Uchiha Seiyuu's shadow clone has appeared, and he began to complain about the original body. Of course, although he said so, he still honestly guided Tsunade's training. Although Tsunade was a little disappointed when she saw Uchiha Seiyuu's shadow clone. But she was not completely disappointed, and her goal was achieved. Just like the shadow clone said, the clone's experience will be transmitted back to the original body after disappearing, so this can be considered a success. Uchiha Seiyuu certainly knew the characteristics of the shadow clone, but he knew what it was for. Tsunade's move was an open conspiracy, and there was no solution at all. There was the shadow of Senjo Tobirama. So in order to prevent this from happening again in the future, he has already installed the shadow clone in the system. Nono looked at their interaction with some envy, and was a little tempted, but finally gave up the idea. After all, she was still an outsider, not as close as they were. But the next moment, she was practicing and suddenly felt that the sunlight in front of her was blocked. Nono looked up and saw Uchiha Seiyuu in front of her, smiling at her. Chapter 63 The Storm is Rising Again. Uzumaki Mito looked at Uchiha Seiyuu next to her with strange eyes. She has experienced everything since she was a child. She has never seen this scene before. If Senjo Hashirama had this emotional intelligence, she would not be able to stop other swarms. If Senjo Hashirama was not too simple, stupid, maybe there was only Madara in his heart, Uzumaki Mito would not be able to stop those women who came to her automatically. In fact, she was overthinking. Uchiha Seiyuu didn't have such emotional intelligence at all. He just felt that he had already suffered so much, so it was better to treat everyone equally. So he simply split 2 clones, one for each person, which was fair. After doing all this, Uchiha Seiyuu calmly drank tea again. This scene made Uzumaki Mito's eyelids jump, and he felt that he was lazier than himself. Just when they thought that the afternoon would pass like this, Chinitsu and an Umbu ran over in a hurry. "Mito-sama, there is an urgent report." Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito changed her lazy look just now. The moment she stood up, she looked at the 2 people who came with sharp eyes. Chinitsu took out a document, handed it to Uzumaki Mito and said, "There is intelligence that the cages of other countries had private contacts in the previous month, but the specific content has not been discovered. And today, an envoy came to Konoha and conveyed the idea of the other 4 cages to hold a 5-cage meeting. This document is the formal invitation from the 4 cages." Uzumaki Mito didn't say anything after listening, but just opened the document in his hand and read it carefully. The more he looked at her, the more cautious she became. Then, she said to Chinitsu, It seems that we have to hold another Jonin meeting. Chinitsu, please go and call all the Jonin who are still in the ninja village. Chinitsu also understood the importance of the matter. She nodded and left with the Umbu who came with her. Uzumaki Mito looked at Uchiha Seiryu who came to her side at this time. After thinking about it, she decided to ask his opinion. After all, he had many good suggestions in the previous incidents. So Uzumaki Mito didn't treat him as a simple child. Seiryu, the 4 cages want to negotiate, and the location is in the Iron Country. What do you think about this? When Uchiha Seiryu first heard about the peace talks, he thought it was possible to try. But when he heard that the location was in the Iron Country, he said without thinking. You can negotiate, but you have to choose the location yourself, not the Iron Country. Uchiha Madara is very likely hiding in the Iron Country now. If Uzumaki Mito goes, what if Madara thinks this is an opportunity to recover the 9 tails and kill the other 4 cages at the same time? Uchiha Seiryu doesn't dare to think about what kind of chaos the ninja world will be in by then. Even if he goes with them, he may accidentally hurt the other 4 cages. That's not a peace talk, but a war. Although he is not afraid, time is on his side. In a few years, it will be smooth sailing. Why should we cause unnecessary sacrifices and troubles now? Uzumaki Mito saw that he was so decisive, and she also thought of something. It was during the peace talks that Tobirama Senja was ambushed by Kinkaku and Ginkaku, and finally died for the future of Konoha. And now there is intelligence that the other 4 cage are in private contact. If they were given the address to choose again, it would be too unsafe. Although she had a wrong idea, she agreed with this proposal. So Uzumaki Mito nodded and agreed with Uchiha Seiryu's statement. Uchiha Seiryu breathed a sigh of relief after seeing her nod. Then he fell into thinking, this time the peace talks must be negotiated. The specific division of interests must be negotiated on the spot. And he, a 6-year-old child, is definitely not suitable for such an occasion. So this time, Uzumaki Mito should not bring him to the peace talks. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a brilliant idea. So Uchiha Seiryu continued. I remember that Master Tobirama created the Chunnin exam to assess whether genin is qualified to be promoted to Chunnin. The purpose of the peace talks is definitely to divide the interests. It is better to let strength speak for itself. Unite the 5 villages and hold this Chunnin exam together, and then divide the benefits according to the results of the exam. In this way, no matter what the result is, the other villages will have nothing to say. Uzumaki Mito's eyes lit up when she heard this. Indeed, as Uchiha Zenglyu said, this method is not only fair, but also acceptable to other villages. Let strength speak for itself. If they are not satisfied, they can only accept this fact. If they can't beat others, they will naturally get less benefits, which is very fair. So, she gently touched Zengliu's forehead and praised. Xiao Zengliu is really smart, and the suggestions he put forward are very good. I will put them forward at the meeting. After that, she glanced at Tsunade and Nono who were still practicing, and then said. They will be handed over to you. Don't worry, Grandma Mito. After getting Zengliu's answer, Uzumaki Mito left. And Uchiha Zenglyu naturally returned to his original position and basked in the sun. But not long after, he slapped his forehead and said regretfully. It's bad, I got myself into trouble. Uchiha Seiyu's idea of jointly holding the Chunnin exam to distribute the benefits is a good one. But time was tight just now, and he forgot to think deeply about it, but now he thought of it. Since this activity determines the distribution of benefits, it must be very important. And in order to ensure that their village can win, each cage must send the strongest people of the younger generation to participate. Even if the Jonin participates in this exam, it is not too much. Others don't know, how can Uzumaki Mito not know? At this time, the strongest of the younger generation of Konoha is the 6-year-old Uchiha Seiyu. Therefore, Uzumaki Mito must use it as insurance. This is also the reason why Uchiha Seiyu just regretted it. Sure enough, capable people have to work overtime everywhere. For a while, Uchiha Seiyuu sighed, and Tsunade on the side was very happy. She thought it was her strategy that made Uchiha Seiyuu look like this now. Little did she know that Uchiha Seiyuu's clone had already made a note of her when he saw how happy she was. Time passed quickly, and after dinner, Uzumaki Mito finally came back. After eating the meal that Chinitsu left for her, Uzumaki Mito found Uchiha Seiyuu and talked to him about the content of the meeting. First of all, the proposal that Konoha should choose the site for the 5-Kage conference was agreed by all the staff. After all, the lesson of Senju Tobirama was still before his eyes. Secondly, the plan for the Chunnin exam he proposed was also recognized by most people. And the meeting was held so late, and it was also to discuss the candidates for the exam. Uzumaki Mito's purpose of looking for him was also for this, she wanted him to be the backup person. Chapter 64 Negotiation. Although it is still early to jointly hold the Chunnin exam, and the 5-Kage conference has not yet been held. But the theme of this meeting is peace talks. Uzumaki Mito's appearance on the stage has made the other ninja villages hesitate. Inviting her to participate in the peace talks this time is proof. What's more, the news that the daimyo gave money and reputation has not yet spread. When this news spreads, the major countries will be even less willing to fight with Konoha. At that time, a plan to solve the distribution of benefits will be needed. And this relatively fair exam can still be accepted by the major ninja villages. After all, the young people of Konoha's current generation are not as unsolvable as the older generation. Although Uzumaki Mito believes in the new generation of her village. But for the absolute victory of Konoha, she thought of Uchiha Zingliu. Although the specific strength of Uchiha Zingliu is still unknown, it can be confirmed that he will not be weaker than the shadow. So, naturally, Uchiha Zingliu was pitted by his own suggestion. Uzumaki Mito looked at Uchiha Zingliu, who looked like he had no desire to live, and couldn't help laughing. Don't worry, you don't have to play, just as an insurance. Uzumaki Mito paused and took out a scroll from somewhere. This scroll was half a person's height. Uzumaki Mito picked it up and placed it in front of him and continued. I wanted to wait until you grow up before giving it to you. But you are so strong now, I think this thing should be usable. Zingliu, have you heard of immortals? When Uchiha Zingliu heard this, he knew what Uzumaki Mito took out. It should be the spiritual scroll of the Wet Bone Forest, one of the 3 holy places. However, although Uchiha Zingliu knew about this thing, it did not prevent him from shaking his head to deny it. His previous experience could not have allowed him to know this thing. Strength can be explained by talent, but he couldn't explain this secret. Uzumaki Mito was not surprised to see him shaking his head. After all, this was something only a few people knew. So, she began to tell Uchiha Seiyuu and unveiled the mystery of the immortals for him. Zingliu, do you know that this world is extremely vast? There are 3 holy places on this continent. And each holy place is led by an immortal. They are the Slug Immortal, the Great Toad Immortal and the White Snake Immortal. These immortals have lived for more than 1,000 years, and their strength is unfathomable and difficult to estimate. These holy places are where people learn the Sage Mode. It was only after Hashirama learned the Sage Mode that he was able to sweep the world and be unmatched. This is the spiritual scroll of the Slug Immortal's holy place, the Wet Bone Forest. Now I'm giving this thing to you, and I hope you can also master the Sage Mode. Uzumaki Mito's voice was full of expectations for Uchiha Seiyuu. She took a deep breath, as if to pour out all the memories in her heart. However, Uchiha Seiyuu was not particularly interested in the Sage Mode. Because he already had the autoplay system, a way to improve his strength. But considering that this was someone else's good intention, and that he might use this scroll in his plan, he still accepted it. When Uzumaki Mito saw him accept it, his face was full of relief. She believed that with Uchiha Seiyuu's talent, he would definitely be able to learn the Sage Mode. In this way, even if his future strength could not surpass Hashirama, it would be enough to protect Konoha. Then, Uzumaki Mito continued to explain the matters about the Chunnin exam. She suggested that Uchiha Seiryu use a disguised identity to participate in the exam. If Konoha's contestants are outstanding and can deal with it smoothly, he only needs to watch the battle from the sidelines, eat melons and watch the show, and finally give up. However, if an emergency occurs and someone needs to step up, Uchiha Seiryu must appear in time and stabilize the situation. Uchiha Seiryu naturally agreed to Uzumaki Mito's proposal. He felt that it was not troublesome to just save the situation at the critical moment. And he felt that the possibility of this happening was very low. Speaking of the guarantee to reduce this possibility, it was Heitake Sakumo, also known as White Fang. Although he had just graduated, his reputation had spread throughout Konoha. Even before he graduated, he was already a little genius in the eyes of Konoha. The Chunnin joint exam would definitely not be held immediately. Because the 5 nations would not act rashly, they would definitely not miss this opportunity to promote the village. So this incident would be delayed for at least half a year. And this period of time was enough for White Fang's strength to reach a higher level. As long as the other 4 Kage did not send special contestants such as Jinchuriki, White Fang should be able to easily deal with others and win. At that time, this place in the competition would be just a VIP viewing position. Just when Uzumaki Mito thought that things had been arranged and was ready to leave, Uchiha Zenglyu suddenly asked, "Can Tsunade sign this scroll?" Uzumaki Mito stopped her steps and turned around to answer, "Of course, but you have to remind her to do what she can and not to overconsume chakra to practice summoning. And, this scroll is like Senjo's collection. Since it has been handed over to you, you have the right to decide where it goes." After saying that, she left without waiting for Uchiha Zenglyu's response. Uchiha Zenglyu nodded silently. This feeling of being trusted is like a warm current, which fills his heart with joy and determination. He knows that this is a recognition of his strength and an expectation for his future. He will also respond to this expectation with practical actions. Time flies. It has been half a month since the invitation from the 4 Shadows to attend the 5 Shadows meeting was received. During this half-month, the location of the 5 Shadows meeting was finally confirmed after repeated discussions and consultations. As the representative of Konoha village, Uzumaki Mito was ready to go to the meeting place. During this period, Uchiha Seiryu initially mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Although there were some pre-swings and post-swings when using this technique, and the chakra consumed was also quite huge, he was indeed able to use it freely. This breakthrough achievement made him find Uzumaki Mito on purpose the day before she left. When Uchiha Seiryu handed the shuriken engraved with the Flying Thunder God seal to Uzumaki Mito, a hint of surprise and joy flashed in her eyes. She knew clearly what this shuriken represented. With it, this meeting was guaranteed, and Uchiha Seiryu's growth it is also more exciting. Uzumaki Mito was full of emotion. She knew that Uchiha Seiryu was growing fast. But it was still amazing that he learned Flying Thunder God so quickly. Chapter 65 Guiding /Jiraiya. In fact, Uchiha Seiryu himself was surprised that he could learn Flying Thunder God so quickly. Although his sealing technique has met the prerequisites for learning Flying Thunder God, this technique requires more than just the ability of sealing technique. Extensive spatial perception and affinity for space are essential. Without this perception ability, you cannot perceive the existence of Flying Thunder God seal, which means that this technique is impossible for you to master. Without sufficient spatial affinity, when you travel through space, you may not be able to ensure that you can appear at your destination intact. These factors set a high threshold for learning Flying Thunder God. But fortunately, Uchiha Seiryu has these necessary talents and abilities. He guessed that it might be the blood of the Otsutsuki that gave him a weak spatial ability, and the time travel also enhanced his talent. Otherwise, he would not have been able to learn and use Flying Thunder God in such a short time. However, Uchiha Seiryu was not too entangled. After all, the result was good. On this day, Uchiha Seiryu showed unusual behavior. He did not use the shadow clone technique to go to school as usual, but chose to go to the ninja school with Tsunade and Nono. This change surprised Tsunade very much, and she showed an incredible expression on her face. Uchiha Ceo shrugged nonchalantly, thinking it was just a trivial matter. In fact, he originally planned to let a group of people skip classes together. After all, Doki Satoshi's teaching was obviously not suitable for geniuses like them. But considering that this might cause unnecessary trouble and misunderstanding, he finally did not do so. Of course, it was only temporarily not done. For example, today, he was going to take a group of people to skip classes together to implement the plan of guiding Jiraiya. On the way to the ninja school, Uchiha Ceo had a great time chatting with Tsunade and Nono. They talked about the latest ninja news, interesting things in the school, and each other's growth experience. CEO found that it was nice to do this occasionally. As they talked and laughed, the ninja school was already in sight. The three of them walked into the classroom, and when they looked closely, Orochimaru and Jiraiya had already arrived. Jiraiya was talking to Orochimaru cordially, and it was unknown what they were talking about. This scene made Uchiha Ceo sigh. It is worthy of being a famous bond in Naruto. But it just so happened that they were all here, and the plan could be implemented. Thinking of this, Uchiha Ceo walked up to them with Tsunade and Nono. "What are you doing?" Hearing Uchiha Ceo's voice, Orochimaru's eyes lit up. He looked at Jiraiya with a bit of disdain, then broke free from Jiraiya's embrace and said, "Jiraiya has been pestering me to teach him some ninjutsu. You know, all my ninjutsu are given by you, and I won't show them to others without your permission. But Jiraiya is too stubborn and keeps pestering me." Orochimaru said helplessly, looking very embarrassed. Jiraiya scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and he said a little embarrassedly, "I can't help it, the teacher refused to teach me ninjutsu, saying that it's not the right time yet. I just think that Orochimaru seems to have mastered many ninjutsu, so I want to ask him for a lesson." Uchiha Zengliu's eyes lit up after hearing this. This is simply a pillow for someone who is sleepy. This situation is just right for him to implement his plan. He looked at Jiraiya, who was a little shy, and said, "Although Orochimaru has some ninjutsu, these are all obtained by exchanging his own things with me, so I can't teach you casually. However, I can take you to practice together. Your current foundation is not very solid, and you need to work harder. Are you willing to join us?" Jiraiya's eyes flashed with joy after hearing this, and he nodded without hesitation to express his willingness. Seeing Jiraiya nod, Uchiha Zengliu secretly said that he had taken the bait. He looked at several people and said slowly, "In this case, let's practice together today. Anyway, Dakichi's teaching method is not very helpful to us." Hearing this, several people nodded in agreement. The first few months of the opening of the ninja school have been enough for geniuses to widen the gap with most people. But the teacher will not speed up the progress because of a few people, otherwise most people will not be able to keep up. So now the teacher's teaching is a waste of time for them. In the original story, the three ninjas graduated at the age of 6, instead of still studying in the ninja school like now. All this, of course, is because of Uchiha Ceo. For the three ninjas, Uchiha Ceo was so strong that he did not choose to graduate. And how could they graduate when there was still a big gap between them and CEO? Seeing that everyone agreed, Uchiha Ceo took them to the training ground of Senju. Orochimaru was still the same. After getting the new ninjutsu scroll given to him by Uchiha Ceo, he went to study it alone. Tsunade and Nono originally wanted to practice alone, but were stopped by Uchiha Ceo. "Today, I'll give you a good thing." As he said that, he took out the summoning scroll of the wet bone forest. After spreading the scroll, the names of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Ceo were listed. In the puzzled eyes of the two, he explained, "This is a summoning scroll. After signing your name, you can use the summoning technique to summon a summoned beast to help you fight. You sign first, and I will teach you how to use the summoning technique after signing." After hearing his explanation, Tsunade and No also showed a look of understanding. They have heard of the summoning technique. They also believe in Uchiha Zenglyu and believe that he will not harm them. So the two signed their names on the scroll one after another. After the two signed, Uchiha Zenglyu also began to teach them how to use the summoning technique. Soon, they successfully used it. Although the summoned slugs were smaller than each other, it was also a successful start. Jiraiya was more and more envious, so after writing down the seal of the summoning technique, he also began to try. And this attempt seemed to start the turn of fate. With a bang, Jiraiya disappeared on the spot. After seeing Jiraiya disappear, several people were all stunned. They had never seen a scene where they could make themselves disappear by practicing ninjutsu. Jiraiya was their good friend after all. They were a little worried when he suddenly disappeared. Uchiha Zenglyu was not worried at all. He knew that Jiraiya had already reached the place where his fate would change. So after comforting several people, he began to wait. Waiting for the information that Jiraiya would bring back after his return. Chapter 66 Jiraiya's Wonderful Experiences. Different from Uchiha Zenglyu's calm waiting. Jiraiya was in a panic, full of worries and uneasiness. He just tried to use this ninjutsu just to satisfy his addiction. But he didn't expect that as soon as he used it, he felt an irresistible force that suddenly pulled him into the space-time channel. At that moment, Jiraiya felt that his body was instantly sucked by a powerful vortex. Then the surrounding scene became blurred, and all the sounds around him disappeared. Only his rapid heartbeat echoed in his ears. He was horrified to find that he could not control his body, as if he had lost his freedom. The wonderful experience of traveling through time and space made Jiraiya feel dizzy and nauseous. He didn't know where he would be sent, nor did he know if he could return to his original world. A moment could be a long time, and Jiraiya couldn't tell how much time had passed. He appeared in Myoboku Mountain in a trance. When Jiraiya came back to his senses, the scene in front of him made him stunned again. At this time, he was in a dense forest, and the trees in the forest were particularly tall. Their branches and leaves swayed in the sun, as if greeting every passerby. And in this forest, there would be some clear streams passing from time to time. The gurgling stream reflected the surrounding green grass and trees, which seemed particularly peaceful and beautiful. Jiraiya looked up and saw a magnificent waterfall on the distant mountain peak, like an inverted Milky Way, rushing down. The water of the waterfall splashed on the rocks, splashing layers of mist. Under the sunlight, the mist shone with brilliant light. Just as he was immersed in this scenery he had never seen before, a fart voice suddenly came from his feet. "Hey, who are you? How did you get here?" This woke Jiraiya up, and as a ninja, he quickly moved away from where he had just stood. After doing all this, he lowered his head and looked at the place where the voice came from. I saw a small, dark brown toad staring at him. Seeing that Jiraiya was slow to answer him, but instead looked alert, the toad curled his lips disdainfully and said, "Human, answer my question." Jiraiya saw the toad talking, opened his mouth for a moment, and then shouted, "Ah! Toad become a spirit." Hearing this, several well characters suddenly appeared on Gamabunta's face. All the toads in Myoboku Mountain want to become immortals. Suddenly, they heard someone say that they are monsters, and naturally they were angry. The more it thought about it, the angrier it got. The next moment, it jumped up and hit Jiraiya. And this unexpected attack also knocked Jiraiya to the ground, and he looked at it with a confused face. After venting his anger, Gamabunta calmed down a little. Just when it wanted to continue asking Jiraiya something, it saw an old toad appeared next to it. "Okay, Bunta, the master wants to see this human." The appearance of this toad made Gamabunta's face change immediately. The face that had just been unkind to Jiraiya now looked at the old toad in front of him with respect. "Sage Fukazaku, why are you here?" Fukazaku sage laughed and explained. "The master just woke up and asked me to come here to pick up a guest." Hearing this, Wen Tai was shocked and pointed at Jiraiya, who was lying on the ground, and said, "It can't be him." Jiraiya was even more confused at this time, and he couldn't help but point at himself and looked at Fukazaku Sage in confusion. Fukazaku Sage was made to laugh at Jiraiya's funny actions. But after laughing, he still confirmed the idea of one man and one toad. It walked in front of Jiraiya and pulled him up. Then Fukazaku Sage led Jiraiya to the place where the big toad sage was. On the way, Fukazaku Sage briefly introduced to him where this place was. When he learned that Jiraiya arrived here through the summoning technique, Fukazaku Sage sighed and then told Jiraiya, "In the future, if you don't sign a summoning beast, it's best not to use this technique. You are lucky this time, otherwise I don't know where it would have gone." Then, it briefly told Jiraiya some knowledge about summoning beasts, which made Jiraiya more and more excited. He knew that he had encountered a place that he could not ask for. Because Fukazaku said that there are 3 sacred places for summoning beasts, and this is one of them, Myoboku Mountain. So when he was about to reach the destination, Jiraiya made a request to Fukazaku. "Fukazaku, can I also sign the summoning scroll of Myoboku Mountain?" Fukazaku did not answer Jiraiya immediately after hearing this request. He just looked at him deeply and pushed open the door to the destination. "You can only make a decision after you meet the master." After saying that, it took Jiraiya in. As soon as Jiraiya entered the room, he saw a huge orange toad sitting on a stone chair. The toad looked very old, and its skin was wrinkled. There was a string of Buddhist beads around its neck, with a lavender cat's eye in the middle, and the word oil written on it. There was also a doctoral hat on his head. At this time, the toad was dozing off, nodding his head. Shenron Fukazaku walked up to him and said loudly, "Master, the person you want is here." Fukazaku knew the personality of the toad sage very well. If the voice was not loud, it would not wake him up at all. So this time, he used all his strength. And this voice did not disappoint him, waking up the big toad sage. Seeing that it was about to wake up, Fukazaku waved to Jiraiya, signaling him to come over. When Jiraiya walked here, the big toad sage finally opened his eyes. He looked at the man and the toad in front of him in confusion, and said in a voice that was not awake yet, "Who are you?" For a moment, the scene fell into an awkward situation. "Are you old and confused? This is Fukazaku, don't you recognize it?" Shima Sage stood aside, holding his forehead with a headache, his face full of helplessness. "Oh, it's Fukazaku, what's the matter with you?" This question immediately put on a mask of pain for the 2 immortals. Fukazaku covered his chest, which was about to have a heart attack, and coughed and said, "Master, you asked me to pick up a guest, remember?" Hearing this, the great toad immortal nodded with a look of realization and looked at Jiraiya on the side. Then, as if he was lost in memories, he said in an erratic tone, "Child, I saw some fragments of your future. You will have a disciple in the future, who will bring great changes to the ninja world. And one day, you will be forced to make a major decision. And this choice will lead to your apprentice's choice, whether to bring peace to the world, or it is a complete destruction." Thanks to all the book friends for their support and rewards, which have increased the rating of this book. Save my life, this chapter is considered an extra chapter, thank you again Orts. Chapter 67 The Magic of the Great Toad Sage. The words of the Great Toad Sage, like the sound of an ancient bell, echoed in Jiraiya's ears. For Jiraiya, who was only 6 years old, he had not experienced the cruelty of war and had not yet deeply understood the heaviness of life. Therefore, those words about fate and choice were just some vague concepts to him. However, Jiraiya did not completely ignore these words. On the contrary, he listened attentively. Although he could not fully understand, he could also feel the importance and deep meaning of them. He knew that the words of the great toad sage were telling him that he had some special power. His choices and actions may affect the fate of others. And for him at this age, Child of Destiny is undoubtedly an extremely cool word. It represents a mysterious power, a power that can influence the world. Although he didn't understand what this meant, he could feel that he seemed to have been given some important mission. So, although these words were still a little vague to him, he chose to remember them in his heart. He believed that as he grew older and gained experience, he would gradually understand the true meaning of these words. At the same time, after the great Toad Sage said those words, some doubts also surged in his heart. He felt that Jiraiya seemed to come to Myoboku Mountain too early this time. Yes, this time, the great Toad Sage's ability to predict was not groundless. As a sage, he has a strong ability to predict and can accidentally see what he has experienced in other worlds in his dreams. These other worlds are different from the time and space nodes where he is, so he can understand some key events common to the world. He had foreseen that Jiraiya would definitely come to Myoboku Mountain by chance, and that Naruto, the child of destiny, would definitely be born. However, he had never seen Jiraiya come to Myoboku Mountain at such a young age. This strange situation made the great Toad Sage feel a little uneasy. He began to wonder if there were some unknown factors affecting all this. Thinking of this, the great Toad Sage slightly opened his vicissitudes eyes, looked at Jiraiya, and asked softly, "Little Jiraiya, how did you get here?" Jiraiya was embarrassed when he heard this question. He answered hesitantly, "I was summoned here when I was practicing summoning. I didn't know that I couldn't use summoning like this." Hearing this answer, the great Toad Sage couldn't help but feel relieved. Although Jiraiya's arrival was not at the scheduled time, but the cause and result of the incident were exactly the same, which made him put down the worry he had just mentioned. At this time, Jiraiya seemed to think of something. He suddenly shouted and asked in confusion, "Ah, I haven't said my name yet, how do you know my name?" Hearing this, Shima Sage held his forehead, sighed and said, "The master just told you what will happen in the future, how could he not know your name?" Jiraiya stopped talking immediately after hearing this. He scratched his head awkwardly and covered his discomfort with a dry laugh. After clarifying Jiraiya's situation, the great Toad Sage felt relieved and then fell into a drowsy state again. Just when he was about to fall asleep completely, he suddenly said, "Jiraiya is the teacher of the child of destiny, he can sign a contract with Myoboku Mountain. Fukazaku, give him the scroll." Upon hearing this instruction, Fukazaku immediately took out a scroll from his arms and handed it to Jiraiya. Jiraiya took the scroll, his heart full of anticipation and excitement. He knew that the thing he had been thinking about was in his hands. After the great Toad Sage finished speaking, he did not wait for their response and immediately fell into a deep sleep. This light-speed sleep made several people feel helpless and their heads were full of black lines. They looked at the great Toad Sage who fell into sleep, and couldn't help but sigh at the unique character of this sage. At this time, Fukazaku gently patted Jiraiya's shoulder, indicating that he could leave. Jiraiya nodded, carefully picked up the scroll, and followed Fukazaku out of the great Toad Sage's cave. After leaving the cave, Fukazaku said to Jiraiya, "This scroll is the spiritual scroll of Myoboku Mountain. You can sign your name on it now." Jiraiya's eyes flashed with excitement after hearing this. Then under the guidance of the sage Fukazaku, and solemnly signed his name on the scroll. After completing all this, Fukazaku walked up to Jiraiya and told him, "Young man, if you encounter difficulties in the future, you can communicate with us through this scroll. Now, you should go back." Jiraiya was still immersed in the excitement just now. After hearing Fukazaku's words, he gradually came back to his senses. When he was about to ask Fukazaku how to go back, he suddenly felt a familiar pulling feeling. The next moment, Jiraiya only had time to leave a sentence, come back and disappeared again. After a familiar feeling, Jiraiya's consciousness returned to the training ground of Senju. He opened his eyes and immediately saw Uchiha Zenryu and several companions surrounding him. They showed strange expressions on their faces. This strange look made Jiraiya feel a little uneasy, and a sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. He immediately stood up and asked nervously, "What's wrong?" Why are you all looking at me like this? Several people looked at each other and shook their heads to deny, as if to indicate that nothing was wrong with him. In the end, it was Orochimaru who answered Jiraiya's doubts. You are really brave. You dare to practice summoning like this. Aren't you afraid that you will never come back? Jiraiya was stunned by Orochimaru's words. Only then did he understand that the way they looked at him was to look at a fool who didn't know how to live or die. Jiraiya felt his face quickly turn red, and he retorted in anger. Not knowing can't be considered stupid. I don't know what's wrong. Can ninja things be considered stupid? Then there were some words like I don't blame those who don't know and how can I know if you don't tell me? Everyone laughed, and the surroundings were suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. After the noise, before Uchiha Zenglyu could talk to Jiraiya, he began to talk about his bizarre experience. As the details he described gradually unfolded, Tsunade and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes and reveal a trace of disbelief. He used the summoning technique recklessly, and after being summoned, he actually encountered Mount Myaboku, one of the 3 sacred places for summoned beasts. In the end, he even signed a contract with it. This made everyone marvel at his luck. Chapter 68 The 5 Cage Talks begin. Uchiha Ceo also expressed his surprise like everyone else, but in his heart he was listening carefully to Jiraiya's experience. When he heard the prophecy of the Great Toad Sage, Uchiha Ceo finally let go of his guard. He understood that the ability to predict must have limitations. But the most feared thing is the Great Toad Sage and the Six Paths Sage, as powerful and terrifying as described in some fan works. If that were the case, everything Uchiha Ceo did would be just a passing cloud and could not change his fate. But now, since he was not mentioned in the prophecy at all, it proved that they were not as powerful as imagined. At least, they could not predict and change everything. Unable to maintain the normal development of this world like the way of heaven. In this case, outsiders like Uchiha Zenglyu may have an impact on them and change the original plot. Therefore, Uchiha Zenglyu gradually calmed down, and he realized that he didn't have to worry too much and be on guard. He could continue to pursue his goals and explore this world. At this moment, Jiraiya's noisy voice interrupted Uchiha Zenglyu's thoughts. It turned out that after telling his own experience, he couldn't help but want to show everyone the summoning contract he signed. He excitedly formed the seal of the summoning technique, then slapped the ground and shouted. Haha, look at Uncle Jiraiya! Summoning technique! With a bang sound, a puff of smoke appeared. After the smoke dissipated, a tadpole appeared in the summoning array of the summoning technique. Everyone saw this scene, looked at each other, and then laughed. Uchiha Zenglyu couldn't help laughing. After that, he began to instruct Jiraiya in his training, as a reward for the information he brought to him. Others also began to practice. At the same time, Uzumaki Mito and others who had been traveling continuously finally arrived at the location of the 5-cage meeting. At this time, the cages of the other 4 countries had already arrived, and only Uzumaki Mito arrived the latest. Since everyone was here, ninjas were not the main ones to procrastinate. So, the second 5-cage meeting in the ninja world officially began. Compared to the first time, the 5 cages this time changed a lot of faces. The first Ninja World War was the Ninja War with the most cage deaths. The second Raikage and the Hokage were ambushed by Kinkaku and Ginkaku, and both died there. The second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage, all died in the fight. Only the second generation Kaze Cage Shaman was the only second generation who was still alive. It can be said that although this war was not as cruel as the later ones, all the people who died were high-level officials. When the meeting began, the cages of various countries took their seats one by one, with serious and earnest expressions on their faces. They all knew that this meeting would determine the direction of the ninja world in the future. Therefore, everyone participated in it very cautiously and seriously. After a while of silence in the seat, it was finally Uzumaki Mito who broke the silence. She looked at the cages and said, "Everyone, the 5-cage meeting is not for us to sit here and stare blankly. She paused and continued. We all know that this war needs to end at this time. We can't fight anymore. The Hokage shaman, who was sitting next to Uzumaki Mito, nodded, indicating that he agreed with her opinion. Then, shaman said, "That's right, since we have decided to sit at the negotiation table, it means that we have all tacitly agreed to this. So, let's put an end to this war. Hokage has a bad temper." Hearing this, he slammed the table and said loudly, "You are talking nonsense. If it ends like this, what will happen to our second generation?" He was killed when he was negotiating with the Hokage. Although Uzumaki Mito knew that the Cloud Ninja was shameless, after all, a ninja village like a gangster, how righteous can you make him be? But she has never seen such a scene where the villain complained first. Let's not talk about the ambush that killed the second generation Senju Tobirama there. Just say that the ambushers were from their Cloud Ninja village. She hasn't sought revenge on them yet, but the Hokage dared to turn the tables. This really made her unable to react for a while and fell into silence. Of course, if she knew that the Cloud Ninja would kidnap Hinata under the slogan of peace talks in the future. If it fails, it is not surprising that they will wrongly accuse Hyaga of killing the messenger. As the Hokage finished speaking, the third Mizukage and the third Tsuchikage Onoki also started arguing. Their cages died together in a fight. This kind of hatred is obviously not something that can be resolved by sitting down and talking. The meeting, which was just as calm as water, suddenly became as suffocating as solidified air. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito's anger finally broke out. Her eyes became as sharp as knives, flashing with a sharp light, staring straight at the third Hokage. "Third Hokage, do you want to confuse right and wrong?" Uzumaki Mito's voice was cold and firm, revealing an unshakable determination. Golden chakra gradually formed on her body, as if she was bathed in a violent flame, which was daunting. For Uzumaki Mito, the death of Senju Tobirama has always been like a thorn in her heart. Senju Tobirama was killed during the peace talks. How could she accept such an outcome? Originally, she could endure it for the sake of the overall situation. But the remarks of the third Hokage made her anger erupt like a volcano. The murderer was not only from the Cloud Village, but what was even more unacceptable was that the third Hokage actually wrongly accused the second generation. This kind of behavior of reversing black and white and confusing the audience made Uzumaki Mito unable to suppress her inner anger. She was ready to fight the third Hokage and seek justice for Senju Tobirama. Seeing that Uzumaki Mito was ready for battle, the third Hokage did not hesitate to start refining chakra. He knew the powerful strength of Uzumaki Mito and did not dare to be careless. At this tense moment, Uchiha Aang's eyes suddenly lit up and turned into the shape of Uchiha Star Flow Kaleidoscope. Then, a ball of violent flames burst out from his eyes, pierced through the void, and then dissipated into the air. Although this flame was short-lived, it made everyone present feel terrified. I saw that where the terrifying flame had just passed, a series of tiny black marks slowly healed. Everyone present was not an easy person. The weakest ones were all elite Jonin, and naturally they could tell at a glance that the black lines were space cracks. Several shadows who had seen the horror of Uchiha Madara couldn't help but tremble in their hearts at this moment. They remembered the nightmare, and now, this terrifying power appeared again. Chapter 69 5 Shadows Meeting. Although it is not decades later, Uchiha Madara's name is still well known in the current ninja world. And his eyes are different from those of ordinary Uchiha, and of course he has an extraordinary reputation. The eyes that Uchiha Aang just appeared in his eyes are undoubtedly the same kaleidoscope as Uchiha Madara. These eyes are different from ordinary Uchiha eyes. They have unique abilities and characteristics. Point. This is also one of the most well-known characteristics of Uchiha Madara during his lifetime. When these eyes appeared in Uchiha Aang's eyes, everyone present instantly became calm. They knew that the power of these eyes was definitely not something that ordinary people could contend with. Especially those who had witnessed Uchiha Madara's natural power. Onoki, his body trembled unconsciously. Fortunately, the rest of the people did not notice these details. They were all attracted by Uchiha Aang and looked at him vigilantly, so they naturally had no energy to pay attention to such small details. This also allowed Onoki and others to save their face and not embarrass themselves in front of everyone. After all, as a shadow, you can die in battle, but you must never flee without a fight. When Uchiha Aang just showed the Mangekyo, Uzumaki Mito was only surprised for a moment, and then she regained her calm. She knew that this pair of Mangekyo was not Uchiha Aang's eyes, but Uchiha Xingliu's. In fact, her judgment was correct. The ability of this pair of Mangekyo is exactly Uchiha Seiu's eye technique, Brahma. In this 5-cage meeting, in order to ensure the safety of Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha Seiyuu made many preparations. He not only used the obvious strategy of flying Thunder God Kunao to prevent Uchiha Madara from suddenly attacking, but also sealed his eye technique in Uchiha Aang's eyes through the transcription seal. The trigger condition of the left eye is when Uzumaki Mito is about to fight. This is Uchiha Seiyu's speculation that this meeting may not be so peaceful. After all, in the 5-cage meeting in later generations, there was not even a war at that time, and the 5 cages were incompatible with each other, let alone now. Therefore, the biggest role of this eye is to give other cages a warning, so that they can calm down and listen to others' opinions. Uchiha Seiyu believes that in this era, the same Mangekyo as Uchiha Madara can calm most people down. The left eye has a transcription seal, and of course the right eye also has one. Unlike the left eye, the right eye is also sealed with Brahma, but it is of healing attribute, and the triggering condition is that Uzumaki Mito is injured. When both seals are triggered, Uchiha Seiyu will quickly rush to the scene through Flying Thunder God. Because both seals are triggered, it means that Uzumaki Mito is already injured. At this point in time, in addition to Uchiha Madara, the only thing that can hurt Uzumaki Mito is the rest of the cages joining together to deal with her. When this happens, although it is not the right time, Uchiha Seiyu does not mind letting the other 4 countries change a cage. Recreate the situation where Uchiha Madara intimidates the entire ninja world. Fortunately, the sudden appearance of the Mangekyo made the rest of the cages return to their initial calm posture. Even the Raikage, who had just shown an attitude of fighting when he wanted to, sat back in his original position. Although the Raikages of all generations are rough, they are actually rough and delicate. In fact, even if Uchiha Seiyu's Mangekyo did not appear, he would not have fought with Uzumaki Mito. He just said this matter first in order to gain more benefits in the talks. After all, as Uzumaki Mito said, the second Hokage was killed by the Cloud Ninja during the peace talks with the Raikage. The Cloud Ninja was inherently at fault in this matter, and it would be very disadvantageous for them if it was revealed during the negotiations. Most people might have acquiesced in this, but the third Raikage chose the second way. That is, to say this matter first, to reverse black and white, to muddy the water, so that Uzumaki Mito could not use this matter to make the Cloud Ninja give in. After all, you lost a cage, and his Cloud Ninja village also lost one. The third Raikage knew this very well, so he planned to make a fuss about this matter at the beginning of the meeting. But he failed to gain anything, and Uchiha Seiyu had already predicted that the 4 cages would make trouble. The direct show of power made them alert, and at the same time, it also weakened Konoha psychologically. After all, one Ninetales Jinchuriki was strong enough, and now there was a Mangekyo. And the ability of the Mangekyo was this kind of fire that could cut through space. If this ability was used for sneak attacks, none of the 4 cages present dared to say that they could dodge it. If they couldn't beat him, they could only talk to him nicely. Uchiha Seiyu's move directly brought the talks that were about to explode back to the negotiation table. Uzumaki Mito could naturally think clearly about these things. Some things were bottom lines that could not be easily touched. So she took a deep breath and asked the third Raikage in a steady tone. What you just said, was it an opinion expressed as a cage, or your personal opinion? The third Raikage looked at Uzumaki Mito's serious face and instantly realized that he might have touched the other party's bottom line. He knew in his heart that as a shadow, his words and actions represented the attitude and position of the entire village. Although the words he just said were intended to protect the interests of the village. But he did not consider Uzumaki Mito's feelings at all, which led to the current situation. However, as a shadow, he also had to maintain his dignity and honor. It was indeed embarrassing and humiliating for him to give in so easily. However, when he thought of the heart-pounding Mangekyo ability, the flame that could directly cut through space, he couldn't help but feel awe in his heart. As the third-generation Hokage, he was most proud of his indestructible defense and unparalleled attack ability. However, this unreasonable flame ability that directly cuts through space seemed to exist specifically to restrain his defense. Moreover, Uchiha's 3 Megatama Sharingan can greatly enhance dynamic vision, not to mention the Mangekyo. So his speed could not be brought into play, which made him understand. If he went to the battlefield for a life-and-death duel, he would probably die under these eyes. And the Cloud Ninja lost him, and now that the next generation has not grown up, even if the rest of the village will not stand by and watch. But it is unrealistic for them to face the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the Mangekyo. The village can't stop such a natural disaster at all. Therefore, after a psychological struggle, he gritted his teeth and said in a muffled voice, "I said it personally, sorry." Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito snorted coldly, dissipated the layer of golden chakra protection on his body, and calmly sat back in his original position. Chapter 70 The war is over. At this time, the second-generation Kazekage shaman stood up to make peace. His tone was calm and steady. "Everyone, we are not here to settle personal grudges, but to discuss how to end this war. The pain and destruction caused by the war are already deep enough, and now it is time to end it." The third Mizukage followed up his words and nodded. "Yes, the Kazekage is right. We need to formulate a reasonable charter to end this war." After the third Mizukage finished speaking, everyone nodded. They understood that although the countries did not get what they wanted in the war, the village could no longer support it. If they continued to fight, the village might be disbanded before they won on the battlefield. Especially the Sand Ninja, they were already poor. Originally, they wanted to rely on this Ninja World War to gain enough benefits to develop the village, but now they are getting poorer and poorer. The reason why Shaman was able to become the second Kazekage. On the one hand, it was because of his previous achievements in battle, and on the other hand, it was because he developed the skills of puppetry and sand manipulation. The development of puppetry gave hope to the impoverished sand ninjas, who needed time to recover and develop their village. Therefore, he would naturally agree to stop the war now so as to focus on reconstruction and development. As for the Rock Ninja and the Mist Ninja, that battle not only killed their shadows, but also took away many of their companions in the village. Now they need to lick their wounds and wait for a better opportunity. At this time, the Hokage seemed to have thought of something, and said with bright eyes, "In this war, Konoha's losses seem to be quite small, and hasn't Konoha always claimed to be the strongest? Why not let Lord Hokage make some sacrifices and support our small countries?" The Hokage's words were undoubtedly directed at Konoha. Whether it was for the use of the village or to save face for himself, pushing Konoha to the center of the vortex was an effective strategy. And it must be said that these words were indeed quite effective. Although Uchiha Zenryu's Mangekyo shocked them, it brought benefits as well as disadvantages. The words of the Hokage, coupled with the current overpowering strength of Konoha, made the other four countries have signs of uniting. The remaining Hokages who were still discussing stopped discussing after hearing the words of the Hokage. They looked at the fourth Hokage, Uzumaki Mito, with malicious eyes. But Uzumaki Mito seemed not to see their malicious eyes, and poured a cup of tea calmly and tasted it. Her expression and actions surprised everyone present. They thought she would react violently, but they didn't expect her to be so calm. But this did not make them give up forcing Uzumaki Mito. Compared with the benefits in hand, nothing else matters. However, Uzumaki Mito was not affected by their eyes. She still tasted the tea calmly, as if she was enjoying this moment. Her calmness and confidence surprised everyone present. However, just when they began to doubt, Uzumaki Mito put down the teacup in her hand. She took a deep breath and then said slowly, "If you want me to give in, it's not impossible." She paused and looked at when the other cage heard this, their expressions became somewhat expectant, and they continued. "I propose that we hold a Chunnin joint exam, and use the results of this exam to fairly distribute the benefits of each country. Don't you want to get more? Then win the final victory of this exam, otherwise go back to develop honestly." Uzumaki Mito's words stunned everyone present. They didn't expect her to make such a suggestion. However, after thinking carefully, this suggestion is feasible. Distributing benefits through exam results can not only avoid direct conflicts, but also allow others to see the strength of the ninja village, so as to receive more tasks. However, this suggestion is not so easy to implement. They need to believe in the new generation of ninjas in their village, and need to see their strength and potential. Moreover, if the new generation of ninjas in Konoha is indeed very outstanding, then Uzumaki Mito's concession will bring greater benefits. Everyone present began to think, and they began to recall the new generation of ninjas in Konoha. Then it was confirmed that there are some geniuses in Konoha now. However, these geniuses have not yet opened up a gap with the new generation of their own village, and they are confident of winning. So, after some thinking and discussion, they agreed to Uzumaki Mito's proposal. They decided to use the Chunnin joint exam to fairly distribute the benefits of each country. After the proposal was passed, the 5 began to discuss the location of the exam. If the reporting location is in their own village, it will definitely bring a lot of benefits to the village. Even the contestants have a home advantage. But in the end, this location was still given to Konoha. Because Uzumaki Mito has made a compromise in their eyes, they also have to make certain concessions. Giving the venue to Konoha is a concession from the other cage. Since the core issue has been resolved, there are only some other trivial matters left. After discussing these things, the 5 conference also came to an end, and the cages of various countries set off on their return journey. After the meeting, Uzumaki Mito immediately asked the people accompanying him to notify the Konoha ninjas on the front line. She knew that the war was over for them and it was time for them to go home. After the news spread, the ninjas of Konoha were excited. They hugged each other, and some even cried with joy. At this moment, they could finally put down the fatigue and pressure of the war and return to their familiar home. Not long after, the news spread throughout Konoha. The villagers learned that the war was over and the ninjas of Konoha were about to return triumphantly, and the whole village was boiling. When Uzumaki Mito returned to Konoha, the streets and alleys were crowded with people who came to welcome her. They waved flags, set off fireworks, beat gongs and drums, and celebrated this moment enthusiastically. Uzumaki Mito felt a little unworthy. The war was able to end this time thanks to the Konoha ninjas who fought desperately. In Uzumaki Mito's mind, she only participated in the negotiations as a Hokage. Uchiha CEO was also in the crowd at this time. He looked at Uzumaki Mito's face and knew what she was thinking. But she didn't think that if it weren't for her superior strength and the strength after becoming Hokage, this war might continue for a while before it ends. And the people who died during this period were actually saved by Uzumaki Mito. Especially, Orochimaru's parents. Uchiha CEO looked aside, and Orochimaru was looking happy. He stood in the team of wounded at this time, showing a childishness that Uchiha CEO had never seen before. Chapter 71 Fate is like a boomerang. Snakes are cold-blooded creatures, but even so, they still yearn for warmth. This truth is vividly reflected in Orochimaru. On weekdays, Orochimaru always appears in front of everyone with a mature and stable image. But on this special night, he changed his previous image and showed a childishness that he had never seen before. His face was filled with a bright smile, and he talked to his parents cordially, as if he wanted to tell them everything that had happened in the past period of time. In the original history, Orochimaru's change began with the death of his parents in that war. In front of his parents' tombstone, he found the shed skin of a white snake, which was rarely seen at ordinary times. At this time, the third Hokage also comforted Orochimaru and said, his parents have been reborn somewhere. So the death of his parents and the shedding of the white snake's skin had a profound impact on Orochimaru. After that, the shedding of the white snake's skin has always been regarded as a lucky thing by him, and it also laid the foundation for his later snake ninjutsu. Orochimaru also started to move towards darkness from here, but deep in his heart, he still retained a trace of love for life and expectations for the future. But then the death of Rope Tree and the guidance of Danzo made him walk into darkness completely. And now, this kind of thing will not happen anymore. Orochimaru's parents did not die in the war, he has embarked on another completely different path. This made Uchiha Zenglyu a little dazed. It turned out that he had changed so many things unknowingly. Uchiha Zenglyu got rid of the two troubles right away, which gave Konoha a new vitality. Even if he is not counted, as long as Konoha is given a certain amount of time to develop, Konoha can completely fight for alone. But at this moment, Uchiha Zenglyu suddenly found that Orochimaru's face was overcast and his expression became extremely ugly. He couldn't help but feel a little strange in his heart, because Orochimaru was always able to remain calm and composed, and rarely had such emotional out of control. However, what surprised him even more was that Orochimaru's parents were comforting him instead. But this kind of comfort seemed to have no effect on Orochimaru, and his face became more and more ugly. Orochimaru began to look around, as if looking for someone. When his eyes fell on Uchiha Zenglyu, his eyes suddenly lit up and he trotted to him. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Zenglyu as if he was looking at a life-saving straw, and said with a hint of hope, "Zenglyu-kun, I have something I want to ask you for help. As long as you help me, I can agree to any conditions." After hearing this, Uchiha Zenglyu couldn't help but feel a little confused. He looked thoughtfully at the location of Orochimaru's parents. They were standing with the wounded and looked at this side with a wry smile. This made him understand why Orochimaru was so anxious. Sure enough, Orochimaru then explained the whole thing to Uchiha Zenglyu. It turned out that although his parents did not die in the war, they were infected with the new toxin of the Sand Ninja. Although they were lucky to be rescued, this toxin greatly reduced the lifespan of their cells. In other words, they don't have a few years left to live now. And Orochimaru's request was to hope that Uchiha Zenglyu could ask the Senju clan if there was a solution. He understood what Orochimaru's request meant, but he also knew that this problem might not be solved. If the Senju clan really had the technology to solve the problem of cell lifespan, then the ending of the Senju clan could only be the two options of extermination and unification of the world. After all, this technology solves the problem of immortality, and once it is known, it will become the enemy of the world. However, the Senju clan did not have the situation of extermination or unification of the world, which means that they do not have this technology. Although the Senju clan has no solution, Uchiha Zenglyu does have a plan. He can seal Orochimaru's parents and stop the countdown of their lives. But this method is only a temporary solution, and being sealed is equivalent to death. But Uchiha Zenglyu felt it necessary to tell Orochimaru about this plan. He looked at Orochimaru's anxious and helpless eyes, and couldn't help feeling a little pity in his heart. He knew that Orochimaru needed a solution to relieve his anxiety and helplessness at this time, even if this solution was not a long-term solution. So, Uchiha Zenglyu said, "Actually, I have a way to help you." Orochimaru immediately raised his head and looked at Uchiha Zenglyu with a glimmer of hope. Uchiha Zenglyu continued, "It is to seal them up and put them into a state of suspended animation. This will prolong their lives." After listening to this, Orochimaru fell into deep thought. He looked at Uchiha Zenglyu in front of him with a tangled face, and couldn't help feeling a little contradictory in his heart. He knew that this plan was not a perfect solution, but it was also a feasible option for now. Finally, Orochimaru bowed deeply and said, "Thank you very much, Zenglyu-kun, but I can't answer you the answer to this question now." He shook his head with a wry smile, and then said, "I need to consult with my parents before I can give you an answer." Uchiha Zenglio waved his hand and said indifferently. It's okay, you don't have to worry so much, it's up to you to decide whether to use this plan or not. Uchiha Zenglio looked at Orochimaru's back as he left, and couldn't help feeling a little weird in his heart. He realized that although Orochimaru's fate had changed because of his intervention, some things still seemed to be unable to escape the arrangement of fate. Now because his parents' cells were poisoned and damaged, Orochimaru would most likely still embark on the path of biological research in the future. This made Uchiha Zenglio feel that fate was still a very wonderful thing. Maybe one day, the boomerang you threw out will turn back and hit between the eyebrows. But if you say that this kind of thing is really unchangeable, it is not necessarily true. Because Uchiha Zenglio is sure that as long as he puts the medical ability on, he will definitely be able to solve the damaged cells of Orochimaru's parents. But the current ability is enough to use, and Blood and Sharingan are the first choice for Onhook. He is not a saint, what he needs is Orochimaru's ability in the future, not his parents. So Uchiha Zenglio can't do such selfless things. Being able to provide a sealing solution is already the limit of what he can do as a friend. Uzumaki Mito also noticed the movement here at this time, and she signaled to Uchiha Zenglio to let him gather at the Hokage building. After seeing this, although Uchiha Zenglio didn't know what Uzumaki Mito wanted to ask him for, he still nodded in agreement. Chapter 72 The Changing Examination. When Uchiha Zenglio arrived at the Hokage building, Uzumaki Mito had just arrived. The constant rushing on the road these days and the open and secret struggles in the meeting made her face exhausted. But as soon as she saw Uchiha Zenglio, she became energetic and didn't want to make him worry. Zenglio, thanks to you this time. Uzumaki Mito sighed. Otherwise, this meeting might not have ended so smoothly. Uchiha Zenglio smiled slightly, and did not take credit for himself, but motioned her to continue. Uzumaki Mito told him in detail what happened in the Five Shadows meeting. Through her narration, Uchiha Zenglio learned that a series of complicated things happened in the Five Shadows meeting. Although there were some twists and turns, the final result was satisfactory. Uzumaki Mito now has an unprecedented trust in Uchiha Zenglio. She knows Uchiha Zenglio's ability and strength. In a series of previous events, he also showed wisdom and decisiveness far beyond his peers. Although he is young, his decision on things and his own strength can make people look at him with admiration. In Uzumaki Mito's opinion, Uchiha CEO is a suitable candidate who can shoulder the heavy responsibility of Hokage. Therefore, now she will consult Uchiha CEO for some important decisions that affect the future direction of the village. I hope to find a better plan from his opinions and suggestions. After listening to Uzumaki Mito's description, Uchiha CEO was a little confused. Things have been completed according to the established plan, why did Uzumaki Mito still ask him to come? As if seeing his doubts, Uzumaki Mito said. Although things are going smoothly, the location of the jointly held Chunnin exam is also chosen in Konoha, but in this exam, the ninjas of the other 4 countries may join forces first to eliminate Konoha. In fact, Uzumaki Mito gradually figured out this situation after the 5-Kage conference. She observed that the cages of the other 4 villages showed signs of unity during the meeting. This may be because Konoha's strength is too strong at the current stage, which has aroused their vigilance and concern. After all, before this, Uzumaki Mito basically did not show up as the Ninetales Jinchuriki. And this time she suddenly became the Hokage, and Uchiha Aang's eyes also showed the Mangekyo Sharingan. These things will inevitably touch their sensitive lines. It also made her realize that in this exam, the other villages are likely to eliminate Konoha first. After all, if Konoha can be eliminated first, then Konoha will not only lose the qualification to compete for interests, but also lose its own interests. This will greatly restrict the development of Konoha, and at the same time provide better opportunities for other villages. After hearing this, Uchiha Zenglio pondered for a moment, and agreed with Uzumaki Mito's statement in his heart, and understood why she was looking for him. In the original plan, he only needed to watch the show from the side and make the final insurance. However, the situation has changed now. If the other 4 countries really join forces, even White Fang will find it difficult to resist. After all, although White Fang is gifted, he is not invincible. Sure enough, Uzumaki Mito then revealed his thoughts. She hoped that Uchiha Seiryu could formally participate in this exam and suppress the players from other ninja villages with his strength. Hearing this request, Uchiha Seiryu rolled his eyes helplessly, but he still agreed to this request. Deep in his heart, he had already anticipated that the participants of this exam were not ordinary ninjas. Even if the Jinchuriki appeared, he would not be surprised. But he knew in his heart that this was impossible. Because at this time, there is no Jinchuriki who can use the power of the tailed beasts at will in the future. Maybe it has something to do with the Uzumaki clan not being destroyed? Thinking of this, Uchiha Seiryu couldn't help but look at Uzumaki Mito a few more times. In his impression, Konoha village watched the alliance the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, which was indeed a bit outrageous. Perhaps because of some strange emotions in his eyes, Uzumaki Mito felt a little confused and touched her face unconsciously. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with her appearance, she patted Uchiha Seiyu's forehead with some dissatisfaction. Uchiha Seiyu felt a little embarrassed by being patted like this, and could only smile awkwardly. The matter was over, and just as he was about to say goodbye and leave, Uzumaki Mito asked him for another commission. Xiao Xingliu, if possible, teach me a lesson about the Cloud Ninja in this exam. Uchiha Seiyu certainly understood why Uzumaki Mito said that. Uzumaki Mito had told him exactly what happened in the meeting. Hearing the anger and determination revealed in Uzumaki Mito's tone, he couldn't help but feel a chill. It seems that even if you are a Hokage, a woman is still a woman. He thought silently in his heart. However, for such a small matter, Uchiha Xingliu still agreed easily. Seeing him agree so readily, Uzumaki Mito seemed to think of something, and her face quickly changed to a look of watching a play. She stared at Uchiha Xingliu and said slowly, "Don't leave in a hurry. I have another private matter to find you." The smile on her face became more and more obvious, as if she was waiting to see Uchiha Xingliu's reaction. "Uchiha Ang contacted me. He intends to let you get engaged to his granddaughter. How about it, are you interested?" Hearing this, Uchiha Xingliu suddenly understood why Uchiha's Hilly had run away as soon as he saw him during this period of time. Even if he was shy, it wouldn't be to this extent. It turned out that everything was because of the old guy Uchiha Ang who was behind the scenes. With Uchiha's Hilly's personality, knowing that his grandfather wanted to marry him, of course he would run away shyly. This made Uchiha Xingliu feel a little itchy, and he secretly decided that he must give Uchiha Ang a big gift in return if he had the chance. Looking at the changing expressions on his face, Uzumaki Mito nodded with satisfaction. As a woman, although she did not feel Uchiha Xingliu's malice in her perception, but her sixth sense still made her feel that Uchiha Xingliu was plotting against him in his heart. Now she felt very satisfied to see Uchiha Xingliu's fun. In addition, she did not lie. These days, Uchiha Ang, as her guard, has been talking about this matter beside her. Therefore, speaking out about this matter now not only fulfills other people's commissions, but also satisfies her inner desires. Why not do this win-win situation? As for whether this matter will affect Tsunade's future relationship with him, in her opinion, matters such as feelings should be handled by the parties themselves. However, this little brat can really provoke girls. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Mito narrowed his eyes and sighed slightly. Chapter 73 Preparation for Repaying a Favor. After leaving the Hokage building, Uchiha Xingliu was obsessed with Uchiha Ang's behavior. Although his initial intention was just to become a relative of himself, this behavior did make him fall into a big trap, which made Uchiha Xingliu very concerned. In addition, Uchiha Ang went to Uzumaki Mito to propose marriage to his granddaughter, which simply did not treat Tsunade as a human being. Uchiha Xingliu did not have no ideas about the choice of future partners. He learned that in this era, the system of monogamy was acceptable, and it was also possible to marry multiple wives. But how to achieve this goal depends on one's own ability. And he is still very young now, so this kind of worry can be put aside for the time being. He believes that as time goes by, some things will develop naturally. Therefore, he decided to let things go and let things go naturally. But Uchiha Aang's behavior did interfere with this aspect. It was normal for Uchiha Xingliu to feel unhappy. At this time, his eyes turned, as if he thought of something, and he laughed. Uchiha Aang, who was chatting and laughing with his granddaughter, felt his scalp tingling, but he didn't care and continued to talk and laugh with Zhizi. After all, Uchiha Aang hadn't seen Zhizi for such a long time, and he still missed her. It has been several days since Uzumaki Mito returned to Konoha, and the smoke of war is slowly dissipating. Some front-line teams have returned to Konoha, making this once slightly deserted village full of lively atmosphere again. In the past few days, Uchiha Xingliu silently observed Uchiha Zhizi's every move. Uchiha Zhizi is usually a shy girl. Always treat the people around with a cautious attitude. Everything. Like a fledgling fawn, full of curiosity and fear of the unknown world. Whenever Uchiha Xingliu looked at him, she always responded with shyness and awe flashing in her big eyes. Uchiha Xingliu understood that this shyness of Zhili was largely caused by Uchiha Aang. He was too keen on arranging the future for Zhili, but never took her feelings into consideration. Otherwise, even if Zhili's personality was introverted, he would not stay away from him, let alone make simple contacts so difficult. He must have said something to Zhili, otherwise this situation would not have happened. In fact, it was just as Uchiha Xingliu thought. Because he opened the Mangekyo at this age, Uchiha Aang cared about his bloodline. He believed that as long as Uchiha Xingliu married Zhiliu, his future children would definitely inherit their talents. Moreover, Uchiha Xingliu managed to get rid of the third generation and others. As Zhili's husband, this kind of talent and scheming was not considered unfair to her. But he did love Zhiliu and told her everything about Uchiha Xingliu. When Uchiha Xingliu knew that Uchiha Xingliu had opened the Mangekyo, her view of Uchiha Xingliu changed profoundly. She used to think that as long as she worked hard enough, she could catch up with him. And before, they were just classmates or partners. But now her grandfather suddenly told her that Uchiha Xingliu would be her husband in the future. This change was too sudden, and she, who was already introverted and shy, had the idea of running away. Of course, now Uchiha Xingliu has figured out this fact, and of course he will not sit idly by. He is not Naruto, so instead of hesitating, he might as well choose to punch directly. So, when the class was about to start at the ninja school that day, Uchiha Xingliu pulled Uchiha Zhiliu without saying anything. Without giving her a chance to refute, he directly asked him to join his skipping team. Although Uchiha Zhizi was a little confused when he was pulled up again, he didn't know what he thought when he saw who was pulling him. In the end, he chose to remain silent. She lowered her head, with a faint blush on her cheeks, and even her neck turned red like an apple. Tsunade and Nono looked at this scene with a strange look on their faces, but finally just followed. Jiraiya looked at the four-person team in front with admiration, and said in his heart that it was too fierce. But in this situation, he could only helplessly watch their backs as they went away. Because he didn't know how to use shadow clones, he couldn't be lazy like others and skip classes and get full marks in exams. But Orochimaru didn't come today. He accompanied his parents to Konoha Hospital. For him, his parents' affairs are the most important thing now. Although his parents have been sentenced by the doctors, for him, as long as there is a little hope, he doesn't want to give up. On the other side, Uchiha Xingliu brought Zhizi all the way to the practice field, and then let go of Zhizi's hand. He whispered in Uchiha Zhiliu's ear before Tsunade and the others arrived. Zhiliu, you don't want the news that your grandfather wants you to get engaged to me to spread, right? Zhiliu was still shy because Xingliu suddenly spoke in her ear. But when she heard this, her mind was like an explosion, a blank. Some people panic when facing difficulties, but Uchiha's Hiryu is the opposite. After a brief confusion, she became calmer. She pushed Uchiha Xingliu away and said lightly, "Xingliu, what are you talking about? I don't know anything about this." Uchiha Xingliu was a little surprised to see Hiryu suddenly calm down. But this did not affect his plan. He smiled and said, "Hiryu, you don't need to deny it. As long as you do me a favor, I promise that this news will not spread." Hearing this, Hiryu's heart was lifted. She knew that a new way of opening the eyes had appeared in the clan recently, and this way was proposed by the person in front of her. The effect is good, but it is quite useless. As if he saw her worry, he said again, "Don't worry, helping me won't hurt anyone." Uchiha Xingliu's promise did not convince Hiryu. But looking at the man in front of her who might be her husband in the future, her face turned red, and she nodded and agreed. Uchiha Xingliu looked at Hiryu who blushed again and nodded secretly. This is the Uchiha's Hiryu he knows. The one who was so calm just now made him feel a little strange. Then he told Uchiha's Hiryu about his plan, which surprised Hiryu. After a while, Tsunade and Nono also came over. Originally still curious, the two people you were talking to Hiryu about came closer and heard his plan. Then Tsunade was excited and asked to join. And Nono saw that several people had joined the plan, so she hesitated for a while and agreed to the action. Chapter 74 Repaying a Favor begins. At this time, Uchiha Aang was sitting in a spacious and bright living room at home. The sunlight shone on him through the window, adding a touch of warmth to him. He was wearing comfortable home clothes, slippers on his feet, and holding a cup of freshly brewed hot tea in his hand. The cup of tea exuded a faint fragrance, which made him feel relaxed and happy. This time he accompanied Uzumaki Mito to attend the Five Shadow Conference, which brought great prestige to Uchiha. Not to mention, Uzumaki Mito also brought news of the end of the war at this meeting. This made the Uchiha clan also benefit from this wave of prestige. Therefore, during this period, the work of the guard team can be said to be quite smooth. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and felt the fragrance of tea filling his nose. At this moment, he forgot all his worries and felt as if he was in a peaceful and harmonious world. Just as he was immersed in this leisure and comfort, there was a violent knock at the door. Before he could scold, Uchiha Shien opened the door and rushed in with Tsunade and Nono. The moment he saw him, Uchiha Shien said with red eyes and choked, "Dad, something went wrong with the governance." This sentence exploded in Uchiha Aang's mind like a bomb. It made his originally quiet mind instantly chaotic, with all kinds of emotions, memories, and thoughts mixed together, as if a storm was raging. Uchiha Aang felt his heartbeat speed up, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. But he still tried to stay calm, control his trembling body, and said, "Jizi, what happened to her?" Uchiha Shien opened his mouth after hearing this, and didn't know what to say. Finally, Tsunade stood up to explain. Jizi's classmate was kidnapped by a group of spies and is now confronting Xingliu. Xingliu asked us to inform you, hurry up and rush over with us. Perhaps it was because of concern, or perhaps so many people came together, which made the authenticity of this matter greatly increased. After hearing this, Uchiha Aang hurriedly stood up and rushed to the scene with them. But he didn't think that in front of Uchiha Xingliu who had a mangekyo, who could kidnap Jizi. He didn't notice that a small camera was recording his every move. When Uchiha Aang arrived at the scene, he could hardly believe what he saw. Uchiha Jizi was kidnapped by a group of people, and the leader even pointed a kunai at her neck. And Xingliu was standing opposite them with a frown on his face, confronting them. This scene made him feel very shocked and frightened. He felt his body trembling, and his heart was full of anger and worry. Uchiha Aang couldn't imagine the scene of losing his governance. That picture kept flashing in his mind, making him feel heartbroken. He didn't know what to do, so he could only anxiously think about countermeasures, hoping that he could come up with some way to save the governance. At this time, Uchiha Xingliu said, "I agree to let you go, but you have to let go of the girl in your hand." His voice was firm and powerful, giving Uchiha Aang a glimmer of hope. The man in the lead looked no different from an ordinary Konoha villager, and it was impossible to tell that he was a spy from another village. After hearing Xingliu's words, he laughed and said sarcastically, "Do you think I'm stupid? If I let her go, I'll be beheaded in the next second. Now there are two choices, either we die with this kid, or let's take her away from the fire country." After the spy's sarcastic words fell, Uchiha Aang suddenly felt his mind go blank. He knew in his heart that either of these two choices would mean death for Uchiha's Hilio. The first choice was to die immediately, and the second choice was to save her life temporarily, but after leaving the fire country, her safety would be completely unguaranteed. For Uchiha's Hilio, death may be the best gift. Uchiha Xingliu's subsequent fierce reaction made Uchiha Aang's heart sink to the bottom. "Impossible. Let's Hilio go immediately." Sure enough, after Uchiha Xingliu shouted this, the spy on the opposite side instantly became crazy. He laughed wildly, no longer trying to hide it, and stabbed the hostage with the kunao in his hand. At this moment, Uchiha Aang saw the kunao about to pierce into the hostage's body, and the pain in his heart almost made him crazy. He didn't understand why he had always the wise Uchiha Xingliu would become so impulsive and stupid at this critical moment. He didn't understand why things were progressing so quickly. But he didn't have time to blame Xingliu, so he could only mobilize his fastest speed in his life and rush out in an instant, trying to interrupt it all. However, it seemed too late. In the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, he clearly saw the kunao penetrate into Zhili's body little by little. But the next second, a figure that even the Sharingan couldn't see clearly flashed by. The person who just held Zhili hostage flew out directly, and the two people behind him also lost their lives silently. Uchiha Aang hurried forward to pick up Zhili, and he looked at his granddaughter in his arms nervously. She slowly opened her eyes and opened her mouth to say something. But the next second, large streams of blood gushed out of her mouth, instantly dyeing Uchiha Aang's arms red, and also blocking her words. The bright red color made Uchiha Aang panic. He hurriedly checked where Zhi was injured, but something happened that made him despair. A deep knife mark was imprinted on Zhi's heart. This fatal internal injury could not be restored even by medical ninjas. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Uchiha Aang hugged Zhi tightly, his heart was broken. His Sharingan spun rapidly, blood and tears slowly flowed from the corners of his eyes, and the shape of a kaleidoscope slowly formed in his eyes. "My Zhi, my child, ah!" Just when he was heartbroken and wanted to cry, Zhi in his arms suddenly disappeared with a bang. This scene that interrupted the chanting made Uchiha Aang stunned. The next moment, there were dense whistling sounds around, which were only made when using the instant body technique. Chief Aang is worthy of being the chief of the Uchiha clan. He has played a leading role. That's right, he is worthy of being the chief of the clan. He is so generous. Puchi! What are you laughing at? Is there anything funny? Didn't you see the chief open the manjikyo? Everyone, applaud for me. No, I just remembered something funny. My wife is pregnant. Ha ha ha, really? Then my wife is pregnant too. Chapter 75. Do you think this is over? Uchiha Aang felt that these voices were particularly sharp, like needles piercing his ears, but like a flash of lightning, instantly pulling him back from fantasy to reality. However, at this moment, he would rather be unconscious. He mechanically raised his head and looked around, only to see that he was surrounded by Uchiha clan members, and their eyes were focused on him. He glanced at the crowd stiffly, and even his mortal enemy Uchiha Setsuna was standing in the crowd. At this time, Uchiha Setsuna's face was intertwined with complex emotions. He stared at Uchiha Aang with envy and relief in his eyes. Uchiha Setsuna's envy was beyond words. He had been eager to open the Manjikyo Sharingan for a long time, and now, Uchiha Aang, who really didn't get along with him, opened the Manjikyo. He secretly lamented his bad luck in his heart. Why didn't he open the Mangekyo Sharinon? However, he was very fortunate because it was not him who faced such an embarrassing situation today. He glanced at Uchiha Aang with gloating, secretly laughing at his bad luck in his heart. Uchiha Aang was like an ignorant little bird, falling into the trap of a cunning fox without noticing. He stood stiffly in the middle of the crowd, facing the gaze of everyone, and felt his face getting hot. Looking at the tribesmen around him, Uchiha Aang suddenly flashed a bad memory in his mind, and his face couldn't help but turn pale again. He opened his mouth tremblingly, hoping for the best, and asked in a tentative tone, "You didn't record it?" His words immediately attracted the attention of the tribesmen. They exchanged glances, as if communicating with a tacit signal. "We weren't here at the beginning, how could we record it?" Is Chief Aang a little confused? A tribesman came forward with a smile on his face and shook his head gently. "Yes, we just arrived, how could we record it for you? Don't worry, it's not us." Another tribesman walked to Uchiha Aang's side and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Uchiha Aang heaved a long sigh of relief when he heard this. Although he had died in front of the tribesmen, as long as he didn't record it, he had room to be stubborn. He secretly rejoiced in his heart, feeling that he had escaped from a crisis. However, in the next second, hell seemed to suddenly come to him. His son, Uchiha Shien, walked out of the crowd with a smug smile on his face. "Fortunately, I have not humiliated you. I recorded it very completely this time." Uchiha Shien raised the video equipment in his hand and shook it gently. "I believe that this video will help study the opening of the Mangekyo. We need to discuss it carefully." Uchiha Shien's words echoed in Uchiha Aang's ears, like a heavy hammer, instantly smashing his luck. Looking at Uchiha Shien with his back to him, Uchiha Aang's eyes instantly turned red. Suddenly, his figure turned into a residual image like a gust of wind, and instantly came to Uchiha Shien's side. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the video equipment in Uchiha Shien's hand with lightning speed. "Got it." Uchiha Aang thought so, and the moment his hand touched the equipment, the video recorder suddenly disappeared in Uchiha Shien's hand. All this process was said slowly, but in fact it only happened in a short moment. In the eyes of others, they could only see Uchiha Aang's figure instantly moved to the side of Uchiha Shien, and stretched out his hand to take the camera. However, what was confusing was that the camera seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, and it was nowhere to be found. Why is Chief Aang so anxious? Let me keep this camera first. Just when Uchiha Aang was full of doubts and at a loss, a familiar voice came from the crowd. I saw Uchiha Xingliu walk out from the onlookers on the side. There was a smug smile on his face, and a cunning light in his eyes. He raised the video equipment in his hand and smiled provocatively at Uchiha Aang. When Uchiha Aang saw this scene, he understood it instantly. All this was planned by Uchiha Xingliu. But what puzzled him was that he had not offended Uchiha Xingliu. Why did he target him so much? Uchiha Xingliu saw his expression and knew what he was thinking. Of course, he would not explain it to Uchiha Aang. When Uchiha Aang knew that he asked Zhili to help him, he should understand that he had overstepped his authority. Uchiha Zhili was his granddaughter, and he could arrange it however he wanted, but Uchiha Xingliu was not his junior. Whether in name or in strength, Uchiha Aang is Uchiha Xingliu's subordinate. Although Uchiha Xingliu can understand his heart, he hopes to tie himself to the Uchiha chariot completely. But there are things that I won't give you, and you can't make your own decisions. So he planned what happened today to give Uchiha Aang a warning. His plan is also very simple to say, that is, to pretend to be a spy to kidnap Zhizi, and finally let Zhizi die in front of him. Of course, these spies and Uchiha Zhizi are all his shadow clones. And the reason why he asked Uchiha Zhizi for help is also very simple. The actors are already in place, and naturally there needs to be an audience present. He asked Uchiha Zhizi to persuade Uchiha Shien, and then convey the message to other Uchiha clan members through Uchiha Shien. Although Tsunade and Nono joined temporarily, they also added more realism to the play, making Uchiha Aang more easily deceived. In order to prevent Uchiha Aang from seeing the flaw, Uchiha Xingliu took quick action the moment he arrived. He dealt with the spy like a quick knife, killing Zhi in front of him, and leaving Uchiha Aang no time to react. Although all this was a warning, Uchiha Xingliu also wanted to see if he, as Zhi's grandfather, could open the Mangekyo. So he made a second-hand preparation, which was a video recorder. If Uchiha Aang did not open the Mangekyo, Uchiha Xingliu planned to play this scene in the Uchiha clan on a loop. Fortunately, Uchiha Aang opened the Mangekyo at the critical moment and saved himself. Thinking of this, Uchiha Xingliu clicked his tongue unhappily. But it doesn't matter, he still has a third-hand preparation. As Uchiha Xian said just now, this play allowed Uchiha Aang to open the Mangekyo, which has a high research value. It is worth learning for every Uchiha who wants to open the Mangekyo. Therefore, Uchiha Xingliu took the camera away before Uchiha Aang. He held the camera with a smile on his face, but Uchiha Aang felt a chill in his heart. It is worth celebrating that Chief Aang can open the Mangekyo, especially this camera that records this moment. This record is not only necessary for research, but also allows people to know the moment when Chief Aang opened the Mangekyo handsomely. Why don't we go back and hold a celebration banquet to let others see how the Uchiha chief opens the Mangekyo? Chapter 76 The End of the Incident. Uchiha Xingliu's words were like a heavy hammer hitting Uchiha Aang's heart, instantly plunging him into the abyss of despair. His face was as pale as paper, his eyes were flickering, and the reflected kaleidoscope was spinning wildly. His heartbeat was also accelerating, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. At this moment, he understood why those Uchiha who had been tricked by him in the past looked at him with complicated eyes. The joy of opening his eyes and the discomfort of social death intertwined, bringing him an indescribable experience. He stood there, his body trembling slightly, as fragile as a fallen leaf in the wind. Uchiha Aang took a deep breath and tried to calm his excited emotions. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to suppress this complex emotion. Looking at Uchiha Aang, who had experienced countless changes in his expression, Uchiha Xingliu understood that things should stop here. Things should not be done too much. This time's incident was enough for him to remember. He gently let go of the video recorder in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. Okay, don't worry, I'm just joking with you. As soon as the voice fell, the video recorder that had just fallen to the ground was instantly burned by a burst of flames. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Aang finally relaxed. However, the half-smile on Uchiha Xingliu's face made him feel nervous again. He began to realize that the video recorder just now might not be real. All this might just be a way for Uchiha Xingliu to give him a way out. However, does he have any choice? He can only accept this result and regard this incident as a joke. Haha, so that's it, it's just a joke, it doesn't matter, how could I care? He forced a smile, then turned his head to look at Uchiha Xian and a group of Uchiha. He couldn't do anything to Uchiha Xingliu, but it didn't mean he couldn't do anything to others, especially Uchiha Xian, a filial son. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, and his eyes fell on the Uchiha, making them feel as if their hearts were pierced by cold arrows. Uchiha Xian endured his gaze, and a sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. His eyes began to wander, and he dared not look Uchiha Aang in the face. The cold sweat on his forehead slowly seeped out, slid down his cheeks, and melted into his collar. Other Uchiha also felt this tense atmosphere. They began to swallow their saliva nervously, and their eyes wandered around. Well, isn't my wife going to give birth? I'm leaving first. Oh, yes, my wife is also going to give birth, I'm leaving first. Let's go together, let's go together. These Uchiha knew Uchiha Aang's situation very well. After all, there were more than 1 or 2 people in the clan who opened their eyes like this. They had seen the anger of Uchiha after opening their eyes like this, and they didn't want to be the object of venting. So, after finding some untenable reasons, they all slipped away. Even Uchiha Setsuna, who had always had a tense relationship with Uchiha Aang, did not stay. After all, the current Uchiha Aang was no longer something he could handle. Uchiha Setsuna didn't want to be beaten by him, especially when he had already opened the Mangekyo. If he was beaten, he would have nowhere to complain. These people could escape, but Uchiha Shien couldn't. He sighed helplessly and prepared to face the coming storm. He barely maintained a smile on his face, but there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Such an Aang reminded him of the fear of being dominated by his father when he was a child. And Uchiha Xingliu disappeared the moment Uchiha Aang turned around. In fact, in his plan, Nono and Tsunade were originally going to bring Uchiha Aang, and Uchiha Shien was arranged to go to the Hokage to report the matter. In this way, Uchiha Shien had an excuse to say that he didn't know about this. But for some reason, Uchiha Shien had to follow to see the excitement. Since he wanted to have fun, Uchiha Xingliu would not stop him. As for whether he would become someone else's fun, that was not something Uchiha Xingliu could control. After the crowd dispersed, Uchiha Aang instantly put away his smile, his face was as gloomy as if a storm was coming. He slowly pulled out his belt and walked towards Uchiha Shien. Uchiha Shien looked at his father who was getting closer and closer, trying to awaken his father's love. "Father, look at you! Mangekyo Sharinan, don't you dream of opening it?" Hearing this, Uchiha Aang sneered and raised the thing in his hand. "Ah!" A shrill scream resounded through the forest, making the Uchiha who had just left shudder. Then he ran faster. It is said that after this incident, the Uchiha did not see Uchiha Shien for a whole month. And every Uchiha who opened his eyes in this way in the future had a videotape that was not in his hand. After this incident, Uchiha Aang no longer interfered with governance, which made governance return to the truant group. Just occasionally watching Uchiha Xingliu, there will be a look that Uchiha Xingliu can't understand. In this regard, he just scratched his head and put it aside. After a period of careful consideration, Orochimaru still found Uchiha Xingliu. Asked him to seal his parents. After he found a way to save his parents, he would lift the seal to save his parents' lives. Orochimaru thought very clearly that if he wanted to take this path, he would need more resources than all the ninjutsu he had learned before. So, he wanted to join the senjutsu system in exchange for the required resources. Orochimaru is a real genius. Although he only spent a period of time studying ninjutsu, he has successfully transformed several ninjutsu. He changed the C-level Great Fireball technique and turned it into an E-level Fireball technique. Although the power has decreased, the difficulty of learning has been greatly reduced, which is equivalent to the three-body technique. After being known by Uzumaki Mito, he sent his several transformed E-level ninjutsu to the ninja school. Like the three-body technique, it was included in the scope of the exam. With this achievement, Orochimaru successfully joined the Senju department and exchanged for a lot of resources. Since then, Orochimaru's path has begun to enter the field of biology. Uchiha Seiryu didn't care. He believed that Orochimaru could make achievements in any field. Moreover, Orochimaru was allowed to enter biological research so early. Who knows if he can make a cracked version of Sage Mode for him in the future. Jiraiya has begun to accept the guidance of Sage Fukazaku during this period, and he has made rapid progress. Judging from this posture, he should be much stronger than him in the original work. As for Nono and Tsunade, they learned medical ninjutsu under the guidance of Uchiha Seiryu. In this way, everyone in the skipping group will have a bright future. Chapter 77 Approaching the New Year. Everyone has their own ideals, so everyone is firmly moving towards their own life path. Uchiha Seiryu and others are like this, moving forward step by step. Their footsteps left traces on the training ground of Konoha, which were the marks they had taken on the road to becoming more powerful ninjas. Time flies, and the years are like songs. Inadvertently, time slips through your fingers like fine sand and passes away quietly. Unknowingly, it is almost the new year, and the jointly held Chunnin exam will be held after the new year. These two events together make Konoha very lively. The new year is coming, and the end of the war has made the villagers start preparing for the celebration early. People are talking about it in the streets and alleys, all filled with joy and expectation. In a corner of the ninja school, Uchiha Zinglio and his truant team are waiting for the results of the final exam. Teacher Dakichi stood in the classroom of the ninja school, his face was ashen, like a dark cloud pressing down on his head. His eyes were like sharp swords, staring closely at the leader of the truant team Uchiha Zinglio. His fists trembled slightly, highlighting that his inner anger was being suppressed with difficulty. However, when his eyes turned to Uchiha Seiryo's test scores, his expression eased a little. He frowned and sighed, with a hint of helplessness and recognition in his tone. Uchiha Seiryo, although you often skip classes, you got full marks in this exam. It seems that you still have some strength. After hearing this, Uchiha Seiryo raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile. He calmly said to teacher Dokichi, "This is all because of your good teaching." Dokikai's face, which had just eased, darkened again in an instant, and he seemed to be somewhat unwilling to accept this explanation. In Dokikai's mind, a student like Uchiha Seiryo, who often skipped classes, was able to get full marks in the exam, and then praised his teaching in person, which was undoubtedly a kind of irony in his eyes. But to his surprise, Uchiha Seiryo did not mean to stop. Although the teaching is very basic, it is essential knowledge for ninjas. I am very grateful for your efforts, teacher. Uchiha Zinglio continued. His eyes revealed sincerity and frankness, as if he saw through the doubts and uneasiness in Dakichi's heart. Dakichi was stunned for a moment, and he understood what Uchiha Zinglio meant. Perhaps he, an ordinary ninja, could not help those talented students to improve, but his teaching could help most students. He remembered his original intention, which was just to give these children more self-protection power in the future. Now that his goal has been achieved, what else is there to worry about? At this moment, Dakichi felt relieved. He smiled and nodded, accepting Uchiha Zinglio's thanks and praise. When I skip class next year, please be more generous, teacher. However, just when he felt satisfied in his heart, Uchiha Zinglio's words came again, and the black line returned to his face. But watching Uchiha Zinglio running away, he showed a helpless and doting smile on his face. This kid. He shook his head, his smile full of warmth and tolerance. It's great to be young. After Uchiha Zinglio and his team reunited, they walked on the way home together. Now, except for Jiraiya and Uchiha Chiji, the rest of the truant team have moved to the Senju clan. At this time, Orochimaru squeezed over a little embarrassedly. His fair face showed a trace of redness, and his eyes revealed a little embarrassment and expectation. He bit his lip, hesitated for a moment, and finally whispered his request. Zinglio-jun, can you help me unseal my parents one day before the new year? I want to celebrate the new year with them. Orochimaru's voice was very low, and he felt that his words made the air around him seem to solidify for a moment. He knew that his request was a bit excessive. After all, he had not done any substantial help for Uchiha CEO. He felt a sense of apology in his heart, feeling like a burden who only wanted to take. However, Uchiha CEO did not show any dissatisfaction. He glanced at Orochimaru lightly, with a smile in his eyes. For him, this was just a matter of effort, a problem that could be solved in a few seconds. And he also knew that Orochimaru was not useless, but he had not realized it yet. The several E-level attribute ninjutsu he invented were as difficult as the three-body technique, and consumed very little chakra. Even the genin could use it several times, which greatly improved the strength of Konoha genin. This made Uchiha CEO, who regarded Konoha as his own thing, very satisfied with him. So Uchiha CEO waved his hand and said easily, "No problem, it's a small matter. If you come to me that day, I will help you unseal it." Hearing this, Orochimaru showed gratitude on his face. He lowered his head to hide his inner excitement, and said in a trembling voice, "Thank you, Zinglio-kun." At this time, Jiraiya came over happily. He rubbed his hands and said with a grin, Xingliu, can you let me? Uchiha Xingliu glanced at him and interrupted. No. The smile on Jiraiya's face froze instantly, and he replaced it with a pleading expression, clasping his hands together, as if praying to Buddha, and muttering. Xingliu, just promise me, I am your good friend. Uchiha Xingliu rolled his eyes at him and smiled knowingly. Of course he knew what Jiraiya wanted to do, it was nothing more than wanting to spend the new year with him at his home. However, he was not a nanny who existed to take care of these little friends. Although he wanted to make these little friends his right-hand men in the future, it did not mean that he had to accommodate all their needs. Orochimaru's matter was a piece of cake, but Jiraiya's request was not. Uchiha CEO waved his hand and said impatiently. No, this is a matter of principle. After that, he left Jiraiya and turned to look at Uchiha Jiro. Wouldn't it be nice to attend the celebration with a few cute girls? Why add Jiraiya to be a light bulb? Jiro, do you have any plans for the new year? Although Uchiha Jiro has gradually become accustomed to the existence of Uchiha CEO, he is still a little shy when he is suddenly asked. She lowered her head, a blush appeared on her face, and she said softly. No special arrangements. Uchiha Xingliu smiled after hearing this. How about we go to the festival together tonight? Of course, it's Nono, Tsunade, and me, a total of 4 people. I have already told them, do you want to come? Chapter 78 The system appears again. Uchiha Xingliu raised his head and met Uchiha Xingliu's gaze, with a glimmer in his eyes that he didn't even notice. It was a light full of expectation and joy, like a bright star, attracting attention. She bit her lower lip lightly, and a shy smile appeared on her face. Then she nodded and said in a weak voice. Okay. Her voice was very soft, but Uchiha Xingliu heard it clearly. Uchiha Xingliu looked at her with a smile, and he admired Xingliu very much. Although she was very shy now, she was actually very strong inside. Just then, Tsunade came over. She watched the interaction between Uchiha Xingliu and Uchiha Xingliu, and for some reason she felt a little uncomfortable. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and a trace of doubt and dissatisfaction flashed in her eyes. Then she snorted proudly, turned around and left at a quick pace. Seeing this, Uchiha Xingliu turned around and smiled apologetically at Yuri, then said. Then it's settled, I'll come to see you that day. After that, he also left quickly. Jiraiya smacked his lips and whispered. Love over friendship. Having said that, his eyes revealed a kind of envy. When Uchiha Xingliu caught up with Tsunade, he found that she was no longer angry. Her anger seemed to come and go quickly. Tsunade turned back to her original appearance, lively and naughty. She took Uchiha Xingliu's hand and said coquettishly. Xingliu, do you have a New Year's gift? Her voice was full of expectation and joy. Uchiha Xingliu looked at her and couldn't help feeling a little funny. He knew that Tsunade was actually a very simple person, sometimes willful, sometimes naughty. She had not experienced the pain in the future, and her heart was very kind and warm. Thinking of this, he smiled and said. Of course, I have been ready for a long time. Tsunade heard this and showed a happy expression on her face. She quickly asked. What is the gift? Can you give it to me now? Uchiha Xingliu said nothing more, but secretly opened the system and checked his own panel. Host, Uchiha CEO. Skills, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Purple, LV7, Indra Bloodline, Purple, LV7, Teleport, Purple, LV3, Flame Release Mastery, Blue, LV10, Wood Release Mastery, Blue, LV10, Sealing Technique Mastery, Blue, LV1, Ninjutsu Scroll Making, Blue, LV1, Medical Skill Mastery, Blue, LV1, Alchemy, Blue, LV1, Green and below abilities can be expanded with one click. Hang Up Bar, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Purple, LV7, Indra Bloodline, Purple, LV7, Teleport, Purple, LV3, Flame Release Mastery, Blue, LV10. Combat Power, 9999 Super Shadow, I won't pretend anymore, I'm going to show my cards. 0 to 200 is Chunnin, 200 to 500 is Chunnin, 500, 1000 is Jonin, 1000 to 3000 is Kage, 3000 is Super Kage, is 6 paths, is Atsutsuki Tentails Pillariki. Please unlock more combat power to learn about the subsequent levels. Current world, Naruto. Plot change, completely different, hang-up speed plus 100%. No change plus 0%, some change plus 30%, major change plus 70%, completely different plus 100%. Tip 1. The host is detected to break through to the next level, and the hang-up bar increases by 1. The current hang-up bar, 4. Tip 2. The improvement and promotion of the hang-up ability are affected to a certain extent by the host's thoughts. Tip 3. The host is detected to be about to break through the 6 paths combat power, and the novice benefits and hang-up speed plus 100%. Tip 4. The host is detected to have completely changed the plot, and new functions appear. Tip 5. The system will open the world gate function after the host meets the conditions. Tip 6. As the host's ability improves, the autoplay system will continue to add functions. Now that the new year is approaching, it has been half a year since the 5Kage conference. The system's prompts made Uchiha Zenglyu understand some things. Judging from some of the system's comments, this system should have a mentally retarded AI. As for why it is mentally retarded, for example, the system actually has novice benefits, and he doesn't even know about this thing. Then the AI doesn't remind him, what is this if not mentally retarded? The intelligence of this system cannot be said to be useless, it can only be said to be useless at all, if it is used. The functions of the system depend on his own exploration, but fortunately the prompts give a lot of things. Then the novice benefits are over, and fortunately the emergence of new functions has made up for this acceleration. And the previous speculation has become a reality, this system can really travel through the world. The world gate is a thing that is used to travel through the world. Although I don't even know what the conditions are now, it is two concepts to have it but not be able to use it and not have it. There was another tip that made him think, that is the second tip, the ability to hang up will be affected by the host. This made him look at the alchemy ability. The ability of alchemy only appeared after the cooking skill was upgraded to blue. Uchiha Zenglyu had tried it. Although this ability is very useful, it is not as strong as expected. After all, it is only a blue ability. But with the addition of medical ability, he really made some very fantasy-style things. Beauty pills and blood purification pills, these two things don't match the style of Naruto. Beauty pills, as the name suggests, can keep people young, this is nothing good said. But the blood purification pill, which seems to be used for monsters, is not too useful in Naruto. After all, the Atsutsuki family is not as famous as it is said to be. This thing will definitely be very useful to Tsunade and the others. He was still worried that his strength improved too fast and his friends were too out of touch. This thing came very timely. And the rest of Uchiha Seiu's abilities have also been improved a lot. For example, teleportation is obtained from the Flying Thunder God technique, which allows him to teleport at will within a range of 10 kilometers. But if it exceeds, coordinates are still needed to assist. Uchiha Seiyu was not disappointed, after all, it was only purple level teleportation. The appearance of wood release is the result of his fusion of the 3 attribute ninjutsu of earth, water, and yang after he has been idle to blue. Now, except for the lack of fairy arts, he can really cosplay a wave of Senjo Hashirama. The most important thing is that this ability, like before, has a way of practice in his mind. The prerequisites for cultivation are not high, as long as you have the 3 attributes of water, earth, and yang. Of course, the cultivation knowledge clearly states that although wood release is a bloodline elimination of the 3 attributes, the strength of wood release depends entirely on the individual. Thinking of this, he took out the long-prepared cultivation scroll with a strange look on his face and handed it to Tsunade. There was nothing else, he was very curious. After Tsunade's cultivation, will it only be used to build houses like Yamato? Chapter 79 Wood Release Cultivation Scroll. Tsunade took the scroll handed over by Uchiha Zenglyu, raised her eyebrows slightly, and a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. She gently opened the scroll, only to see that it was densely written with words. She looked up at Uchiha Zenglyu, her expression revealed a questioning meaning, and said, "What is this? It looks very advanced." There was a gleam of curiosity in her eyes, and she was full of desire to explore this mysterious scroll. This scroll was the first gift Uchiha Zenglyu officially gave her, and it must be very precious. She couldn't help but feel a little bit of anticipation and nervousness in her heart, as if she was opening an unknown treasure chest. Uchiha Zenglyu looked at Tsunade's expression and couldn't help but feel a little funny in his heart. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said with a mysterious smile, "This is a scroll for practicing wood release. How about it? Are you satisfied?" His eyes revealed a kind of expectation, as if waiting for Tsunade's reaction. After hearing that this was a scroll for practicing wood release, Tsunade's eyes suddenly widened and looked at him in disbelief. Her reaction made Uchiha Zenglyu nod with satisfaction in his heart, which was exactly the expression he wanted to see. However, he also understood why Tsunade had such a strong reaction. In the general perception of the ninja world, wood release is a kind of blood limit. This special ability can usually only be passed on through blood. Therefore, for most people, mastering wood release is almost an unattainable dream. However, this scroll broke this inherent cognition. It carries a possibility that allows non-bloodline people to master wood release. No wonder Tsunade has such an incredible expression, it is like opening a door to a new world. At this time, Tsunade suddenly pulled Uchiha Seiryu's hand and ran towards the direction of Senjo's house. Her heart was full of excitement and expectation. Although she couldn't understand this scroll for a while, she knew that as long as she returned home and gave it to Uzumaki Mito, she would be able to get the answer. Tsunade's hands were clenched tightly, as if she was going to sweat in her palms. No stood behind, watching Tsunade and Uchiha Seiryu running hand in hand, and a faint envy surged in her heart. She knew that she also wanted to ask Uchiha Seiryu for a gift. But after hesitating for a long time, she still didn't dare to ask for anything. She is an orphan and is still living under someone else's roof. Although Uzumaki Mito and the people in the courtyard liked her very much, her previous experience as an orphan made her too sensible and restrained. So at this moment, she just suppressed her thoughts in her heart. Tsunade led him all the way, and soon ran to the destination and found Uzumaki Mito. At this time, Uzumaki Mito was lazily lying on a bench, enjoying the sun. There was a trace of satisfaction and relaxation on her face, as if she had forgotten the troubles of the world. And the Shiharu who had been by her side before she became Hokage. At this time, she was not by her side. I think he went to deal with her affairs again. Tsunade took Uchiha Seiryu and walked quickly to her, and said anxiously, "Grandma Mito, look, this is a gift from Uchiha Seiryu." Her tone was full of a hint of excitement, and expectation made Uzumaki Mito curiously open his eyes. "This is the scroll for practicing wood release." Hearing Tsunade's words, Uzumaki Mito immediately stood up from the chair. She took the scroll handed over by Tsunade and examined it carefully. Uchiha Seiryu stood quietly by the side, without stopping Uzumaki Mito's actions. He knew the value of this scroll and what it represented. In fact, although this scroll can allow people to practice wood release according to the above steps, it is not much different from other attribute ninjutsu. The strength of the power depends on the person using the escape technique. Just like Hashirama Senju can pacify the troubled times, while Yamato can only be used to build houses. This difference does not come from the escape technique itself, but from the strength of the user. Tsunade, as the grandchild of Hashirama Senju, has the blood of Uzumaki and Senju flowing in her veins, so her blood talent is naturally good. In the future, she will reach the level of Kage, which is enough to prove her potential. That wood release training scroll, plus the bloodline pill prepared by Uchiha Seiryu, may really allow Tsunade to reproduce the style of Senjo Hashirama. However, for others, they do not have these unique conditions. They are lucky to reach Yamato's level. After all, Yamato's experience is special. He once fused with Senjo Hashirama's cells and successfully survived. This itself shows his uniqueness and his specialness. Because, except for those who are born with 3 attributes, others who want to practice the scroll need to practice 3 attributes first. And the practice process of these 3 attributes will cost them a lot of time and energy. In the end, they found that such efforts are not as practical as specializing in one attribute. Even the senior ninjas only started the practice of the second attribute after years of practice. Therefore, for those who are not talented, they may not learn it until they die if they try such a path. Uchiha Seiryu believes that Uzumaki Mito can also understand such a simple truth. Sure enough, after she finished reading the scroll, her brows furrowed, and her eyes revealed deep thoughts. Then, she looked at Uchiha Seiryu with a strange look on her face. In her opinion, the author who could give such a detailed scroll on practicing wood release should have mastered wood release. And Uchiha Seiryu had already opened the Mangekyo Sharinan. She originally thought that Uchiha Seiryu could only reach the level of Uchiha Madara at most, but now, the abilities of wood release and Mangekyo Sharinan have been concentrated in the same person. Thinking of this, a picture flashed through Uzumaki Mito's mind, making her face even stranger. In the picture, Susanoo was wearing the true thousand hands, and Uchiha Seiryu stood on the head of the Buddha, roaming the battlefield with a wild laugh. Uchiha Seiryu didn't know the picture flashing in Uzumaki Mito's mind, but he felt that her sight was a little strange, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. He felt that Uzumaki Mito might be thinking about something not quite right, so he decided to step forward and interrupt her thoughts. He smiled and said, "Grandma Mito, this scroll is my New Year's gift to Tsunade. What do you think? Not bad, right?" His tone revealed confidence and complacency, as if he was very satisfied with his gift. His voice made the image of Uchiha Seiryu's laughter in Uzumaki Mito's mind dissipate a lot. Just looking at the face in front of her, she couldn't help but want to laugh. After all, Seiryu's laughter in her mind just now was a bit too devilish. But as a woman, when she heard about the gift, her IQ instantly increased by 100. Seeing her eyes light up, Uchiha Seiryu inexplicably felt something was wrong. Before he could make the next move, Uzumaki Mito asked, "Little Seiryu, where is my gift?" Chapter 80 Cleaning Up White Zetsu. Uchiha Seiryu secretly groaned in his heart. He knew he had made a wrong move. However, it was too late now. He had indeed forgotten to prepare a gift for Uzumaki Mito. Now he could only force a smile and said, "Grandma Mito, isn't it the new year yet? When it comes, I will definitely prepare a gift for you." This reason certainly couldn't deceive Uzumaki Mito. She could see Uchiha Seiryu's embarrassment and helplessness at a glance. But what made Uchiha Seiryu relieved was that Uzumaki Mito didn't continue to ask. She glanced at Uchiha Seiryu and smiled indifferently. Then she turned her head and continued to look at the scroll in her hand, and seemed to have a strong interest in the scroll. After a while, Uzumaki Mito returned the scroll to Tsunade and said solemnly, "You must keep this scroll well and don't let others know. Do you understand?" Looking at Uzumaki Mito's expression, Tsunade understood that this scroll could indeed practice wood release, which made her extremely excited. Asking her not to let others see it was also to protect her safety. Otherwise, if someone took the risk to grab the scroll, Tsunade was not as strong as Uchiha Seiryu. She nodded excitedly, took the scroll and immediately ran to Uchiha Seiryu's side. Because she was too excited, her face became red, and she looked at Uchiha Seiryu with gratitude and said, "Thank you, Seiryu. I am very satisfied with this New Year's gift." Uchiha Seiryu smiled indifferently and gently touched Tsunade's head, which made her face even redder. "It's nothing to me." Uchiha Seiryu said so. When Tsunade heard this, she shook her head seriously and said, "This may not mean anything to you, but for me, this is the most precious thing." Hearing Tsunade's words, Uchiha Zinglio looked into her eyes, and Tsunade also looked into his eyes. At this moment, the strange feeling that had been in Tsunade's heart before resurfaced. Uzumaki Mito was smiling like an ant, and this scene made her, a bystander, very happy to watch. However, at this romantic moment, the steel-straight man Uchiha Zinglio did not continue to talk to Tsunade. He suddenly turned around and said to Nono, who looked envious, "Nono, I haven't prepared your New Year's gift yet, but I will definitely give it to you on New Year's Day." This move caused various psychological fluctuations in the three women present. Of course, Nono looked at Uchiha Zinglio happily, while Uzumaki Mito looked at him like a fool. Tsunade pouted directly, snorted coldly, and ran back to her room. His straight man behavior directly broke the romantic atmosphere just now, but this did not prevent Uzumaki Mito from eating melons. Uchiha Zinglio was a little confused about this. He shook his head and did not understand the reason. He did not know how to read minds, so this sudden romantic scene made him a little unresponsive. So, he did not pay too much attention to what was going on with Tsunade. After all, sometimes women are really elusive. Uchiha Zinglio continued to say to Nono, "Your gift is also a scroll of secret techniques. Look forward to it." That's right, his gift to Nono was also a practice scroll. As a ninja who can learn the palm fairy technique in the future, Nono must have a talent for illusion. Being able to learn the palm fairy technique means that she has a very good talent in controlling chakra. Therefore, the illusion that also requires this chakra control is also suitable for Nono. In addition to her talent in espionage, she is absolutely the best at understanding people's hearts. Therefore, Uchiha Zinglio felt that illusion was very suitable for Nono. He planned to learn an illusion and put it on the idle bar, and then teach it to Nono after it was idle to blue. Although the idle system's speed of hanging up purple is not as fast as before, the speed below blue will be very fast. And the prompt also shows that to a certain extent, he can affect the ability after promotion. Therefore, he speculated that if the illusion is hung up to blue, there is a high probability that the ability of 5 senses hypnosis will appear. Of course, the ability of blue may not be so strong, but it is enough for Nono. Nono was originally immersed in the joy of Uchiha Zinglio's gift to her. Her rosy lips slightly raised, and her eyes flashed with anticipation. When she heard that the gifts he was going to give to Tsunade and Nono were the same secret scrolls, Nono's joy was beyond words. Her eyes were full of surprise and touching, as if the whole world was lit up at this moment. But it can only be said that Uchiha Zinglio is worthy of being a steel-straight man. After he finished saying this, he left in the puzzled eyes of the two. The reason why Uchiha Zinglio chose to leave was because he did have important things to deal with. Since his 3 abilities were upgraded to purple, he began to vaguely sense the white Zetsu lurking in Konoha village. And today, he can clearly sense how many white Zetsu there are in Konoha village. As thought before, there are the most white Zetsu in Uchiha, but there are fewer in other places. Especially the Senju clan land and the Hokage building, plus some streets. Uchiha Zinglio thought carefully, these places are all frequented by Uzumaki Mito. Although the white Zetsu no longer has much impact on him after these places no longer exist. But how can you let others snore beside your bed? Therefore, Uchiha Zinglio decided to completely clean up these white Zetsu. Considering that the mayfly technique of these white Zetsu can allow them to escape quickly, Uchiha Zinglio decided to let all of them go to the white Zetsu. Go all out. Come to think of it, I haven't used my full strength yet. Uchiha Zinglio smiled self-deprecatingly and closed his eyes. When he opened it again, the Mangekyo had already appeared in his eye sockets. At the same time, 3 white Zetsu were monitoring the basement of Uchiha Chiji's house. Uchiha Madara's plan needed a spokesperson. So he had long been eyeing the Uchiha and investigating talented people. Uchiha Chiji was the object of her observation. After Uchiha Aang opened the Mangekyo, he paid more attention to this family. Uchiha Eng, Uchiha Shien, Uchiha Chiji, each of these three had a white Zetsu lying in ambush beside them. At this time, the three white Zetsu were discussing something underground. The master asked me to monitor this little girl, but she just goes to school and practices every day, and does nothing else. Yes, the old man I monitor just drinks tea and handles official business every day, and beats his son when he has nothing to do. Why are you saying this? By the way, do you know what it feels like to poop? A white Zetsu asked me this question, and I also want to know. Before he finished speaking, the next second, all the white Zetsu in Konoha lost their lives instantly. Uchiha Eng and Uzumaki Mito looked in a direction with shock on their faces. There is the location of Uchiha Seiryu. Chapter 81. The protagonist who is about to stand on the stage. Uchiha Seiryu stood in place, and the kaleidoscope in his eyes was like a rotating universe, as if swallowing everything around him. In that moment just now, he used the ability of teleportation to transmit the flame of the kaleidoscope to the side of every white Zetsu in Konoha. The opening of the eternal kaleidoscope increased the power of his pupil technique again. The wisps of flames from the eye technique Brahma, like the sickle of the god of death, silently turned those white Zetsu into ashes. This was a silent massacre, and even few people could sense it. Just like the system's earlier reminder, the combat power level does not represent everything. The current Uchiha Seiryu, without the strength of a shadow, can't even stand in front of him. He attacked the white Zetsu this time, so he was not afraid of Uchiha Madara's attack. Because the current Uchiha Madara is not the Six Paths Madara during the Fourth War. If he really came, Uchiha Seiryu would be sure to keep him in Konoha forever. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Eng rushed over quickly, with tension and anxiety on their faces. Behind them, there was a group of fully armed ninjas. Tsunade's parents, Uchiha Shien, Uzumaki Nori, Senjo Keiho, and other powerful ninjas followed closely behind. The air around seemed to solidify, filled with tension and murderous atmosphere. The leaves swayed in the wind, as if preparing for the upcoming battle. He guessed that his actions just now might be too outrageous. Although the wave that just killed White Zetsu was small, the range was more than half of Konoha. This made Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Eng, who could sense it, feel a great sense of crisis. And just in case, they notified many people to come together. So it caused the current solemn situation. But when they saw that the person here was Uchiha Zenglyu, they relaxed visibly. Uzumaki Mito walked to his side, knocked on his forehead, and said unhappily, "Didn't you promise me last time that you would notify me first if there was such a thing again?" After he set off fireworks to surprise Tsunade last time, he did promise to notify Uzumaki Mito in advance of such things in the future. So Uchiha Zenglyu was a little embarrassed after hearing it, and he did forget this point. However, this time the matter was completely different from the last time. Strictly speaking, he was doing something useful for Konoha this time. Thinking of this, Uchiha Zenglyu's confidence instantly became full, and he retorted, "Mito Grandma, this time is different from the last time. There is a reason why I don't tell you." Hearing Uchiha Zenglyu say this, Uzumaki Mito frowned slightly. She didn't doubt Zenglyu, but was a little worried. The power shown by this child has surpassed his age, and she is afraid that he will be blinded by this power. However, when she saw the firmness and confidence flashing in Uchiha Zenglyu's eyes, she knew that this child had made his own decision. So, she motioned for him to continue. Uchiha Zenglyu felt a little warm in his heart when he saw Uzumaki Mito's encouraging eyes, so he continued. "I have made some progress during this period, and I feel that there are the same things peeping in many places in Konoha." His tone became serious. "And I found that these creatures move very fast and have strong hiding abilities. If they are allowed to continue, they may pose a threat to Konoha." At this point, Uchiha Seiyu's expression became solemn. "So in order to solve all of them at once, I dealt with them all myself." As soon as Uchiha Seiyu finished speaking, the people behind Uzumaki Mito were dumbfounded, exchanging puzzled and shocked looks with each other. For a moment, the whole scene fell into a brief silence, with only the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the leaves ringing in the ears. Tsunade's father, Senju Yasuke, was the first to break the silence. He stepped forward and stared at Uchiha Seiryu with sharp eyes. "Seiryu, do you know how sensational what you just said is? How could you attack every corner of Konoha in an instant and kill all those creatures accurately? This is simply unbelievable." Uchiha Shien took over the conversation, frowned and shook his head. "Forget about us, but even the perception ninja didn't find anything. Are you sure you didn't say it wrong?" Although he knew that Uchiha Seiryu had opened the Mangekyo, in the history of Uchiha, even the ability of the Mangekyo was not so outrageous. His words made Uzumaki Nori and Senju Keiho nod their heads, indicating that they agreed with his point of view. Facing the doubts of the crowd, Uchiha Seiryu was not angry. He understood their reaction. After all, this matter was too shocking and beyond their common sense. The legend of the Six Paths Sage has been around for 1,000 years, and the strongest ninjas they have ever seen are nothing more than Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara. But the abilities of these two people are both very powerful, and it is rare for him to be silent and capable of large-scale destruction. So he took a deep breath and said slowly, "I know it's hard to believe, but that's the truth. I didn't mislead you, nor did I make any mistakes." His eyes were firm and bright, as if he could see through people's hearts. "If you don't trust me, you can go and check it out yourself. I believe that although those creatures are dead, the remains left behind have not disappeared." Everyone was shocked by his eyes, and no one answered for a while. And Uzumaki Mito stood quietly aside, looking at Uchiha Seiryu, with a gleam of recognition in his eyes. She knew this child and knew that he would not make a point, let alone lie about such things. So, Uzumaki Mito stood up and said, "Don't be in a hurry to question. I believe that Xiao Xingliu will not lie about such a major matter." Her words calmed the doubts on the scene and made everyone fall into silence again. And her words were full of trust in Uchiha Xingliu. Instead of arguing here, it is better to listen to him and look for traces of these creatures. Hearing this, they suddenly realized. Uzumaki Mito's words made sense. The existence of these creatures could be confirmed by looking for them. So, they separated a few people and went to the location mentioned by Uchiha Xingliu. Uchiha Xingliu stood in place and smiled indifferently. His current strength no longer requires him to hide anything. This generous display of strength is also to pave the way for future things. Although he did not deliberately hide anything before, he will definitely become more bold now. He is ready to officially stand on the stage of the ninja world. Thinking of this, Uchiha Seiryu looked at Uzumaki Mito who had been watching him, and said with a smile, "Grandma Mito, let me participate in this Chunnin exam in my true identity. It's time for the rest of the ninja villages to relieve the feeling of the first generation when they were alive." Chapter 82 Everyone's shock. Uzumaki Mito looked at Uchiha Seiryu who was emitting a confident look in front of him, and a trace of relief and pride flashed in his eyes. This little boy who met a year ago has already possessed enough strength in a short period of time. What's more rare is that he has not been changed by his own strength. She looked at Uchiha Seiryu deeply, then nodded, and said in a firm tone, "Okay, little Seiryu, just do as you say, I will always believe in you." After getting the approval of Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha Seiryu showed an even brighter smile on his face. While the two were talking, those who were sent out to find the remains of White Zetsu had returned one after another. They walked back with the lifeless bodies of the White Zetsu in their hands. This scene immediately caused a sensation among the people present, and countless eyes gathered and looked at Uchiha Xingliu in disbelief. As the director of the medical department, Senju Keiho stepped forward at the first time, with a serious expression and sharp eyes. He squatted down and began to carefully examine the bodies of these White Zetsu. His hands gently touched the bodies, as if he was feeling the remaining vitality. His eyes revealed concentration and seriousness, as if he was looking for the secrets hidden in these bodies. During this period, everyone's eyes were focused on Senjo Keiho. They held their breath and waited for the conclusion of the Minister of Medical Affairs. After a while, Senjo Keiho completed the examination. White Zetsu's body is different from that of humans, but more like a plant. This means that it is indeed possible for people not to notice them. And when he just checked, he found that all these corpses were killed in one blow, which is exactly the same as what Uchiha Zenglyu said. This means that Uchiha Zenglyu really did this. He stood up and looked at Uchiha Zenglyu with a hint of shock and admiration. The discovery just now made him re-examine the young man in front of him. Then the result of the matter was announced. It is consistent with what Uchiha Zenglyu said. These creatures all died under the same attack. As soon as the voice fell, the whole square fell into silence. The people present looked at Uchiha Zenglyu in astonishment, and their hearts were full of shock and admiration. The bodies of the white Zetsu that were brought back just now had already given everyone present a premonition. However, when the facts were laid out before them, they still couldn't believe their eyes. The kid in front of them, who was still in the first grade of the ninja school, actually had such strength. Even though there had been rumors that Uchiha Ceo had repelled spies from the outside world and escaped the pursuit of the root. All this could still be described as Uchiha Ceo as talented. But what happened in front of them today was beyond their cognition. This was no longer about potential or genius. Instead, he had become a real strong man, a strong man who surpassed all of them. Senjo Yasuke was still a little bit unbelievable. Uchiha Ceo had been growing up under his gaze, and he hadn't seen how he practiced, so how could he become so strong? So he asked. So, Zenglyu, you really killed all the peepers in an instant? Uchiha Zenglyu nodded without comment and said. As you can see, this is the fact. I am not exaggerating, nor am I lying. The exact answer made the scene fall into a brief silence, and everyone was digesting this shocking news. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito's voice slowly sounded. So, the truth about this matter has been revealed, let's stop here. Her voice clearly spread throughout the square, and people fell silent at this moment, waiting for her next words. It just so happens that you are all here, so let me tell you the second thing. This Chunnin exam is very important. Originally, I wanted Zenglyu to quietly participate in this exam as a contestant, so that Konoha's victory can be ensured, and to a certain extent, Zenglyu can be protected from being regarded as a target of attack by other villages. Her words warmed everyone's hearts. This arrangement was well-intentioned, and it was a protection for Zenglyu. However, what happened today, and Zenglyu just confirmed his decision to me, I think it is necessary to announce it to everyone. Her tone suddenly became excited, and her eyes turned to Uchiha Zenglyu. Uchiha Zenglyu will no longer hide his strength. He will participate in this exam with his true face and send a signal to other ninja villages. She paused, and then her voice became high. Konoha has regained a ninja god. As soon as Uzumaki Mito finished speaking, the people present widened their eyes and looked at Uchiha Zenglyu enthusiastically. Her words showed that Uchiha Zenglyu now has the strength of the first generation. There is no need to wait for his growth. Now he is enough to become the protector of Konoha. How can they calm down? Especially those who have witnessed the first generation, their eyes are red with excitement. As the wife of the first generation Senjo Hashirama, Uzumaki Mito knows very well how powerful her husband is. Numbers have no meaning in front of ninjas of their level. The strength shown by Uchiha Zenglyu this time has made her understand that he has such strength. There is no doubt that this Chunnin exam will not only ensure that Konoha will get the greatest benefits, but it will also prevent other ninja villages from starting a war while Uchiha Zenglyu is still alive. Konoha has gained at least decades of peace. Under the gaze of everyone, Uchiha Zenglyu smiled faintly, and this smile was full of confidence and calmness. He didn't say anything, but the changes in his eyes said it all. His Sharingan has inadvertently transformed into a kaleidoscope form. The dazzling colors and complex patterns are the symbol of his strength. When everyone saw the changes in his Sharingan, their eyes became more enthusiastic. In the ninja world, nothing is more convincing than the Mangekyo Sharingan. This is a symbol of strength and a sign of the pinnacle of the Uchiha ninja. At this moment, the figure of Uchiha Seiyuu has been deeply engraved in their hearts. His reputation has also reached its peak. Having experienced the First World War, they have understood the importance of the first generation and Uchiha Madara. Not long after they died, the other ninja villages launched a war. This made them understand that only strong strength can maintain peace. So, in the future, even if he doesn't want to be a Hokage, someone will push him to that high position. Maybe one day, when he wakes up, he will find that he has been wearing a yellow robe and has become the leader of Konoha. Chapter 83 Why should I graduate early? Uchiha Seiyuu stood in the center of the crowd, surrounded by everyone's eyes. Their eyes were full of admiration and expectation, as if he was their hope and future. Faced with such a scene, Uchiha Zengliu just smiled faintly, and then said, "Mito grandma is exaggerating. I am still young and have room for improvement." As soon as he finished speaking, the square fell into silence. People widened their eyes, as if they couldn't believe what they heard. But soon, they reacted and burst into more enthusiastic cheers. How humble! As expected of Uchiha. He will definitely surpass the first generation. People's voices gathered into a torrent, impacting Uchiha Zengliu's eardrums. He frowned slightly and raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. His original intention was just to be humble, but he didn't expect them to understand it like this. At this moment, he suddenly understood Zhao Kuangyan. Uchiha Zengliu had to speak again, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. "I just said that I still have room for improvement, and I didn't say that I will definitely surpass the first generation." But the crowd did not listen to his explanation, but strengthened their beliefs. This incident allowed them to see Uchiha Zengliu's strength with their own eyes. Now, even Uzumaki Mito commented on him in this way. So, they only believed in the facts they saw, and this young man must have unlimited possibilities. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded. "Zengliu, don't underestimate yourself. Your potential is unmatched, and the future is yours." It was Uzumaki Mito. She stood not far away, smiling at Uchiha Zengliu. Her eyes were full of encouragement and expectation, as if saying, "You are the best." This scene made Uchiha Zengliu stunned for a moment, and then seemed to think of something. After Konoha lost the god of ninja realm, war came, and war always suddenly made people lose a lot. Now they just need to have a pillar again. At this moment, what is needed is no longer humility but indulgence. Need to release their arrogance and show their absolute strength and majesty. After figuring this out, he used the traditional Uchiha skills and laughed wildly and said, "In that case, let this Chunnin exam become the nightmare of other ninja villages." Oh! After Uchiha Zengliu laughed wildly that day, the matter came to an end. The matter has been clarified, and everyone present has also got the answers they want, so they all left with satisfaction. Among them, the most satisfied is Senju Keiho from the medical department. After getting the remains of the white Zetsu, he started researching with excitement. Uchiha Zengliu will naturally not miss the opportunity to let Orochimaru participate. Although he has just started learning this, he can also study and research at the same time. Orochimaru needs to save his parents, so even if it will be very hard, he will thank us. Strangely, several days after this incident, Konoha is still as calm as before. It turns out that these people did not make a fuss after knowing the strength of Uchiha Zengliu. After all, this is also a kind of information about ninja ability. Why should we publicize it if we can keep it secret? On the other hand, they are all holding back. They are just waiting to give other ninja villages a big blow during the junior high school entrance examination. And Uzumaki Mito felt very helpless. That day, when Uchiha Seiryu confirmed to her that he would participate in the Chunnin exam with his true identity, she subconsciously thought that Uchiha Seiryu was going to graduate early. For this reason, she specially prepared graduation materials for him in advance, hoping to complete the graduation procedures for him as soon as possible. On this day, she found Uchiha Shiryu, looked at him and said, "Xiao Xingliu, I have prepared the graduation materials for you." Her tone was full of showing her concern and expectation for Uchiha Xingliu. "When do you think we can go through the process and make up for the graduation exam?" She continued to ask, with her eyes showing her expectations for Uchiha Xingliu's future. However, what she didn't expect was that Uchiha Xingliu answered with a surprised look. "I didn't say I was going to graduate." Uzumaki Mito was stunned. She looked at Uchiha Xingliu, her heart full of confusion and questions. "You are going to participate in the Chunnin exam with your true face. How can you participate if you don't graduate?" She couldn't help asking, hoping to get a clear answer from Uchiha Xingliu. "Yes." Uchiha Xingliu nodded and answered. "Then you are going to graduate?" Uzumaki Mito asked again. "Why do you want to graduate? Does the Chunnin exam have a clear rule that only genin can participate?" Uchiha Xingliu asked back, with a sly smile on his face. This question choked Uzumaki Mito, and she suddenly realized that she had made a mistake. It turned out that Uchiha Shiryu had no intention of graduating early, he just wanted to participate in the Chunnin exam as his true self. Yes, Uchiha Shiryu was not planning to graduate at all. Is there any benefit for him to become a ninja after graduation? No. Now Uchiha Shiryu, the growth of strength only needs to wait for the idol. As for reputation, he believed that after the Chunnin exam, no one in Konoha could compare to him. Not to mention money. Uzumaki Mito can still make him worry in this regard? So for him, no matter from which aspect, graduating early is useless to him. On the contrary, after becoming a ninja, he still needs to perform missions. With this time, he can bask in the sun and taste pastries, watching Tsunade and others practice. Isn't it happy? This kind of thing with no benefits but only disadvantages, so of course he chose to refuse. Uchiha Shiryu's refusal really stunned Uzumaki Mito. But she suddenly thought of something, smiled lightly, and a malicious look appeared on her face. "Since you don't want to graduate, then so be it." There was a strange sense of pleasure in her voice. Then, she continued. "By then, it will be very interesting when those carefully selected ninjas can't beat a ninja school student." Her eyes flashed with anticipation, as if she had foreseen this scene. At this time, Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Shiryu looked at each other, and they saw the same idea in each other's eyes. Just think about it, a 7-year-old ninja school student beat up the other 4 major ninja village ninjas. Those who saw this scene would definitely consider Konoha first when issuing tasks. You, an adult ninja, can't beat other people's children, which is really lame. By then, even if other ninja villages want to do anything, it will be too late, and they can only swallow their anger. After all, in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy and tricks seem so pale and powerless. Thinking of this, both of them showed a cunning look. Chapter 84, Too much is as bad as too little. After confirming Uchiha Xingliu's idea of not graduating, Uzumaki Mito didn't care, just gave a few instructions and left. Just then, Tsunade came over. She had been waiting patiently on the side, and only came over after seeing her grandmother and Xingliu finished talking. Her steps were light, and her face was also filled with excitement and expectation. Tsunade ran quickly to Uchiha Xingliu, her eyes flashing with excitement, and said excitedly, "Xingliu, I have practiced it." Her tone was full of excitement and pride, and people could tell that she was very happy at this time. Uchiha Xingliu looked at Tsunade in surprise. Tsunade's practice was naturally to practice the wood release scroll. This surprised Uchiha Xingliu. After all, he had only given this scroll to Tsunade not long ago. As a result, Tsunade has already succeeded in practicing now? He couldn't help but feel a little confused. After all, this wood release scroll is not so easy to practice. Even if you have the natural attributes of water, earth, and yang, it won't be successful in such a short time. Thinking of this, Uchiha Zenglio frowned, with a hint of doubt and surprise in his voice. Have you already practiced wood release? Obviously, he didn't quite believe that Tsunade could master wood release in such a short time. Looking at Uchiha Zenglio's face of disbelief, Tsunade couldn't help feeling a little dissatisfied. She snorted softly and said proudly, "Who are you looking down on? Don't believe that I succeeded so quickly." After that, Tsunade didn't wait for Uchiha Zenglio to respond, and pulled his arm, ready to go to the training ground outside to show him her practice results. Although Uchiha Zenglio was pulled by Tsunade and staggered a little, he did not break free from her hand. Although he felt a little helpless, his heart was also full of curiosity and expectation. He also wanted to see what Tsunade meant by training. So he followed Tsunade all the way to the training ground. As soon as she stepped into the training ground, Tsunade couldn't wait to show her training results. She made seals with both hands, and the whole person looked very strong, as if she was holding back a burst of energy. Ah! Suddenly, the grass seedlings on the ground seemed to have been summoned by something, and they all rose from the ground and grew a few centimeters taller. Seeing this scene, Tsunade ran to Uchiha Zenglio with excitement on her face and said proudly, "How about it, I succeeded." However, Uchiha Zenglio's reaction was beyond her expectations. He froze in place, his mouth opened wide, but he couldn't say a word. His eyes stayed on Tsunade's face for a moment, and then slowly moved to the grass seedling that suddenly grew taller. Then, the corners of his mouth began to rise, and his eyes flashed with a smile that he couldn't hold back. Puff! In the end, he couldn't help laughing out loud. This laugh made his shoulders tremble violently, and tears almost flowed out. He was afraid that once he opened his mouth, it would be full of laughter. Looking at Tsunade's expectant little face, he felt that this was too funny. Strictly speaking, Tsunade's performance can be regarded as a success. Although her training results are not very outstanding, after all, she has basic skills and can use them. It's just that this way of using it is a little unexpected to him, full of funny colors. Looking at Tsunade's confident and proud expression, Uchiha Zenglio really couldn't help it. However, he soon found that Tsunade's expression gradually became gloomy, as if it was covered with dark clouds and was about to explode. Uchiha Zenglio immediately stopped smiling and coughed lightly, trying to ease the tense atmosphere at the scene. He said with a stiff face, "Your wood release was indeed successful, keep up the good work." However, his words did not seem to have much effect. Tsunade's expression was still gloomy, as if a storm was brewing. Seeing this, Uchiha Zenglio knew that it was not appropriate to stay any longer, so he hurriedly raised his foot and prepared to run away. However, just as he turned around, Tsunade's voice exploded in his ears like thunder. "Uchiha Zenglio!" Her voice was full of anger and dissatisfaction, which frightened Uchiha Zenglio so much that he dared not move. He secretly said in his heart that it was not good, knowing that he had stepped on the tiger's tail this time. He immediately stopped and turned to face Tsunade, ready to accept her anger. However, to his surprise, Tsunade did not teach him a lesson, but glared at him angrily and turned away. When she left, some crystals fell. This made him feel a little surprised, but also relieved. Then, Uchiha Zenglio realized that he had gone too far. After Tsunade successfully practiced wood release, she came to him to share her joy as soon as possible, instead of choosing to go to Uzumaki Mito or her parents. This shows that in Tsunade's heart, his position is already quite important. However, he responded to Tsunade's expectations with inappropriate ridicule, which undoubtedly hurt her feelings. After figuring this out, Uchiha Zenglio scratched his head in distress. He was a straight man in his previous life, and he had never had a girlfriend, so he was not good at dealing with complex emotional problems. Now when encountering such a thing, the problem of how to make up for his mistakes is unmanageable. He thought about it for a long time, but did not find a suitable solution. Finally, he decided to apologize to Tsunade directly, hoping that this would ease the tension between them. So, Uchiha Zingliu walked to Tsunade's room. He gently pushed the door open, and what came into his eyes was Tsunade buried in the quilt, her body twitching constantly. This scene made him feel guilty. He took a deep breath and said softly, "Tsunade, this time it's my fault, I shouldn't laugh at you." His voice was sincere, hoping to get Tsunade's forgiveness. Hearing Uchiha Seiryu's voice, Tsunade slowly raised her head and snorted. There was a trace of grievance on her face, and her eyes were red, obviously she had just cried. Speaking of which, it was the first time he saw Tsunade with such an expression. In the past, Tsunade would not have such an expression even if she lost a lot of money in gambling. This made him understand that some things still need to be paid attention to. Just like the principle he used to follow, a joke should be funny to both parties, then it is a joke. Uchiha Zingliu sat silently by the bed, stretched out his hand, gently stroked Tsunade's hair, and whispered, "You came to me to share joy, I shouldn't laugh at you." At this moment, Tsunade seemed to feel Uchiha Zingliu's sincere regret. She looked into Uchiha Zingliu's eyes and said, "I know. If you laugh at me again in the future, I will ignore you." Although there was still a little crying in her voice, it revealed a hint of playfulness and coquetry. Chapter 85 New Year Celebration. Children's emotions come and go quickly. After Uchiha Zingliu apologized that time, Tsunade's relationship with him became better. Of course, this is also related to his transformation. Although he would occasionally trick Tsunade, they were all harmless jokes. Every time this happened, Uzumaki Mito would look at the two of them with an ant's smile. Then he looked at No No Yu beside him with a complicated look. As a person who had experienced it, she could of course see what the little girl was like. However, the worry was fleeting in her mind. Just kidding, she couldn't even handle the bond between Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama. You're asking her to handle this kind of thing now, it's not her expertise. Besides, children and grandchildren have their own blessings, I'll enjoy them without caring about them. Matters like feelings should be handled by the parties themselves. As for why Uzumaki Mito was always present, wasn't she the Hokage? No official business to deal with? At this time, Shinichi would always like the person who asked this question in a pile of documents. Time passed like this, and the new year arrived. This was also the first new year that Uchiha Zingliu came here. He stood by the window and quietly watched the rising moon. The bright moon, like a beacon that illuminated his way forward, reminded him of his past life. Although he had some nostalgia for the past, he had a new beginning in this new world. Just as Uchiha Zingliu was immersed in his memories, Nono's voice came slowly from behind him, gentle and delicate. "Zingliu-kun, Mito-sama and Tsunade are already waiting for you." He turned around and met Nono's smiling face. Her eyes were full of kindness and expectation, and a touch of elusive emotion, which made Uchiha Zingliu feel a warm breath. It also made him understand that although he had not been in this world for a long time, he also had his own fetters. He walked to Nono's side and looked at her eyes that reflected himself. He gently touched her head, as if to comfort her and himself. "Let's go." Nono felt her heartbeat accelerate instantly when Uchiha Zingliu suddenly touched her head, and her face couldn't help but turn red. She raised her head shyly, met the gaze of the person who saved her, and responded softly, "Yet." Uchiha Zingliu looked at Nono's ruddy face and smiled softly. This smile made Nono's face even redder, and she began to cheer herself up in her heart. "Come on, Nono, don't you envy Zingliu and Tsunade's interactions? Why are you so useless when it comes to you?" Thinking of this, Nono took a deep breath, mustered up the courage, and pulled Uchiha Zingliu's hand. Her palm was slightly wet, obviously because of nervousness. Uchiha Zingliu was just a little surprised, but didn't ask much. They walked down the stairs together and came to the living room on the first floor. Tsunade and others were already waiting there. Seeing them walk in hand, Tsunade suddenly pulled his other hand. Her little face bulged up and looked a little angry. Uchiha Zinglio looked at her with some confusion, wondering why she was like this. Obviously, Uchiha Zinglio forgot that the girls in the Naruto world matured much more precociously than he thought. Hinata and Sakura, two girls who were still children in his eyes, fell deeply in love with Naruto and Sasuke at a very young age. He looked at the people on the side and noticed that they laughed dumbly, obviously seeing his embarrassment at the moment. At this time, Uzumaki Mito came out to break the deadlock. Her tone was a little playful. Looking at the interaction between the three people, she said with some playfulness. Since Xiao Zinglio is here, let's go, they will catch up with us. After that, she took the lead and walked out of the room. Then, Senju Yasuke and his wife also looked at Uchiha Zinglio deeply, and then followed him out. Tsunade and Nono looked at each other, and then each took one of his hands and pulled him to chase. At this time, even if Uchiha Zinglio was a straight man, he realized the problem. Tsunade and Nono were competing against each other. The breath made him feel uneasy. Before Uchiha Zinglio could figure out a way to solve the problem between Tsunade and Nono, they had already arrived at the place where the celebration was held. Due to the end of the war and the upcoming Chunnin exam, this celebration was particularly lively, attracting most people in the village to participate. At this time, the place where the celebration was held had become a sea of joy. The entire venue was flooded with people. At a glance, you could only see a surge of people, as if all the land was occupied by people's enthusiasm. Various cheers and laughter came from all directions, one after another, rippling in the air like waves. These sounds were full of joy and happiness, making people feel extremely relaxed and happy. In the alleys of the streets, there are also various snack stalls and game stalls. People lined up to taste food and play games. The aroma of various traditional foods such as skewers, sushi, tempura, etc. is fragrant, making people salivate. People at the game booths were happily participating in various interesting games, with laughter and cheers coming one after another. Just then, Uchiha Zinglio's voice sounded beside them. Seeing Lu Jun, what a coincidence! Uchiha Zinglio turned his head and saw Zinglio standing beside them with his head down and his hands around. Seeing Zinglio, Uchiha Zinglio's head hurt even more. He was still thinking about how to deal with the current situation, and now there was another one. But there is a saying that goes, as long as I start, nothing can stop me. Uchiha Zinglio, who couldn't think of a way to break the situation, simply started. He pulled up the three girls, regardless of their exclamations, and took them to a booth where shuriken hit balloons. Then, without paying any attention to them, Uchiha Zinglio asked, "Boss, how do we play this?" When the vendor saw that it was a few children who came to play, he came to them with a smile and said, "The rules are all above." As he said that, he pointed to the side. Uchiha Zinglio looked at it carefully, and the rules were very simple. 100 tails at a time, and there are 5 paper shurikens at a time. You can choose any mask if you break all the balloons. It is also specially marked on it that ninjas cannot participate. After seeing this, Uchiha Zinglio asked worriedly, "Boss, we are all students of the ninja school, can we participate?" The vendor looked at the children and sneered in his heart. "Even if you are ninjas, you can't break the balloon. My balloon is made of rubber, how can a paper shuriken break it?" Thinking of this, he smiled even more brightly. "No problem, as long as you are not a ninja, you can participate." But he did not see the strange expressions of Tsunade and the other two. After a while, a voice that made people cry was heard here.